our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Mavericks had it, and they still do. The Mavericks are in position. They can go in front right here. What is happening? What is happening?
Follow up with the explosive call on Bally. This is the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Triff alongside Ralph James Choppy. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Good morning, DFW. What a game last night. Back and forth, high scoring, as the NBA always is. We'll get to that later on, and to what degree is it a problem in the association. But the Mavs come back from down 16. Luka with 45 and 15. Hardaway with 36, and they equal out against Orlando at home.
Yeah, nothing like being all excited about beating Orlando.
Yeah.
Ooh, which are, by the way, they're way more competitive than I thought. When I was previewing this, I was like, wait a second, they have a winning record? Orlando?
One game over 500 now.
Now they are, yeah. And I was like, that's okay. All right, maybe Franz Wagner's all that. Maybe he's all that, man.
Good for Jamal Mosley.
Is that who the guy is? Or is that who's coaching over there?
Former Mav.
Yeah, former Maverick. Who cares? It's an awful franchise. They are there to fill out the schedule. That's why the Magic are on the schedule. And it's unfortunate when they are on the schedule, but because you got to watch them.
And they were missing the number one pick.
Paulo Banchero. That was 2 years ago.
Yeah.
He was there last night.
Who was their other overall number one pick?
Boy, they had it again this year?
Come on, Mr. Trivia. Mr. Trivia question.
Wasn't Mo Bamba. He was, I think, 5.
No. Boy, they've had top
out
5
of
picks
Washington in 2017.
Oh, Markelle Fultz.
Markelle Fultz.
Okay, I thought you were talking about this year's number one pick. I was like, wait a second.
No.
I thought it was Wemby. Who did they have this year's number one pick?
9-3-3 for Markelle Fultz, a totally forgotten player,
Yeah,
and overall number one pick.
9-3-3 is actually better than I thought he would have been. Actually better, but hey, listen. You got to hand it, the Mavs' third quarter was tremendous.
Yeah.
And that was quick. It was a quick turnaround.
Real quick.
They were getting kind of.
They gave up 77 at halftime.
Yeah, they were getting embarrassed. And then the defense kind of gave it right back again in the fourth quarter. But that was a special third quarter. And Luka is from to go from 73 to another 40-point night. I mean, back-to-back nights, you're going to put up 100 and.
Well, lost against Sacramento. Don't forget about that.
Oh, yeah. That's right. I forgot about that Saturday game. But still, I mean, that's a 3-game stretch where you're going to have. 150 points in 3 games?
He's insane. 73, 28, and 45. Add that up on your easy tip calculator. For the month, he's averaging 37 points. Oh, but he averaged 37 in December as well. So 45, 28, 73. Before that, it was 34.
146.
146.
Yeah.
I mean, he can just do whatever he wants. Mm-hmm. It's like... It's like he's wearing a garlic necklace heading to the lane. Now, I love garlic.
Werewolf?
Some people would run. Some people would hide. But he can just get in the lane whenever he wants. He sheds defenders off of him. He goes slow. It doesn't matter. He's just too big. Too big, too strong.
Too big, too strong.
As LeVar Ball would say. And he went off again last night. Military appreciation, so that was good to see. Hardaway and Luka scored 54 of the 70 points in the second half. Are you kidding me? 54 of the 70 points. They scored 27 of the 35 in the fourth quarter. Mavs shot a season best. 62% from the floor. They shot 64% in the second half, and this game was fun in the fourth. 10 lead changes in the fourth quarter and 13 lead changes overall for the game. Less in the first half because the Mavericks were getting smoked as they play without Kyrie Irving again.
Yeah, obviously less in the first half because they were getting beat. But look, I mean, this is that third quarter put them in a position to be able to have that back and forth in the fourth. And you hate to have a game against Orlando come down to the final possession. Which really, I mean, I guess it kind of didn't. Since they were at the free throw line, they were able to.
I tweeted Game Blouse's 7-point lead with like change left.
Yeah.
And it got down to 1, and it was hack-a-shack and free throw fair.
Absolutely, it was. It's too close for comfort. But we knew this. We knew this last week on Friday when Luka puts up 73 and you barely beat Atlanta.
I was really thinking about Jason Kidd hot seat during halftime. I really was. I was like, okay, there's going to be some talks now. I mean, there's been some talks from the fans, but I was thinking there would be some serious front office discussions about getting J. Kidd out of here. Now, the Mavericks are 5 games over 500. They just look totally lost at the end with the inbound passes and trying to execute. And I'm like, they're just frazzled. Jason almost called a timeout. They had timeouts to burn, but Hardaway instead turns it over on an inbounds pass, and they just look sloppy in those types of game management situations. By the way, first half spark from Jaden Hardy. Mavs fans were loving that. 8 of 9 for 20 points. And then you had Derek Lively. Bloody nose and all. I think Luka called him Pinocchio afterwards as he took the shot in the face. 20 and 11 for Derek Lively. Yep. Fantastic.
And efficient. And very efficient. You don't need to run a lot of offensive sets for him.
Yeah.
He can get his alley-oops. He can get his offensive rebounds. You can get him something underneath. It doesn't have to be some design play for Derek Lively. And his offensive game is so much more advanced than it was a year ago. So in college. So much more advanced. And they just didn't do anything for him at Duke. And this year, I mean, the Mavericks are showcasing a lot of what he could do.
Jason Kidd on what was said and what happened at halftime.
Yeah, they responded. I thought we had a great conversation at halftime, and that group played hard. I thought we got off to a good start in the third quarter. Hardy gave us a spark off the bench. Luka was Luka. I thought the guys, again, we solved some of the problems. We talked it out in the locker room at halftime and responded. It was a great second half. Maybe one of our best quarters to hold a team to 12 points. So that lets us know that we can do it, and then we can hold each other accountable for that.
Elsewhere throughout the association, the Bucks lose the tough debut when you're going up against the defending champs. Denver beats Milwaukee 113-107. And Doc Rivers, I have not heard this, but I'm reading it with amazement on the audio cut sheet. Doc Rivers saying he would not wish this upon anyone, this type of takeover?
Well, listen, I've never done this. I wouldn't wish this on anyone. I can tell you that just from the day and a half. But it's going to be a challenge. It's a challenge that I'm running towards. Got to get organized quickly. Can't try to do too much too soon. We're in the middle of a season, so we got to try to keep our rhythm.
I wouldn't wish this on anyone, taking over arguably one of the best teams in the NBA with Dame Lillard and Giannis. You don't want this. You
don't want another chance to blow a 3-1 series lead. You don't want to do that. You don't want to go in there and take over a team that could absolutely lose 3 games in a row in the playoffs. Nobody wants that.
No, they don't. Lakers got smoked by the Houston Rockets, 135-119. They're trapped by LeBron and Anthony Davis. The smart decision is to blow that up, in my opinion. Even though they made that miracle run to the West Finals last year, they're 24-24, and they're going nowhere fast. So NBA trade deadline discussion is out there. I guess Dylan Brooks cracked LeBron in the face last night, so you had the theatrics going on between the two of them. And how about Ben Simmons finally back on the floor in 18 minutes, only 18 minutes, 10 points, 11 assists, 8 rebounds, no turnovers, 5 of 5 from the field. Who he played for, Choppy?
Nets still, right?
Job. There you go. Yeah, totally forgotten dude.
Of course he is.
The forgotten number 1 picks in the NBA.
Him and Markelle Fultz. There's no doubt about that. Good for him getting back on the floor. Good for him.
877-881-1053 is the Chartwork.com text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. We'll go around the NFL. We have someone calling out CeeDee Lamb's mom. We'll have Ask Reddit today below the belt. And the Rangers are sniffing around a player. Will this interest you? We going bargain shopping again? Is that where we're going?
Dollar General Rangers, baby.
Dollar General Rangers. Would this addition help out the defending World Series champs? Let's talk about it next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag. Christmas from three-quarter court at the buzzer. It's off the mark, and the Cougars win. Houston comes into Austin and defeats the Texas Longhorns.
Choppy mentioning this in the break, and whenever I can, magnify some Longhorns misery, we're going to go ahead and play it here on Sean and RJ.
Yeah, look, Texas has played well against the top-ranked teams, especially at home.
What's Houston, 4?
Yes, they're 4. They had back-to-back wins, one on the road, one at home against Baylor and Oklahoma about, 10 days ago, 2 weeks ago. And then they go and they lose on the road at BYU, and then they lose this one at home in a game they absolutely should have won or could have won. They had picked up a double-digit lead the second half. They were playing really, really well, and they were lucky at half to be down. Lucky at half to be down only 8 points. But they're a bubble team, and this would have been an absolute game changer win for the season for Rodney Terry, because this would have given them 3 real tough quad 1 wins. They would have beaten already Baylor and Oklahoma, and then you would have thrown in Houston in there. And that would have been probably enough to keep them safe for the moment. They could have blown it again if they lose to, I don't know, West Virginia or something like that. But they've got a difficult schedule. They still got TCU. They still got Iowa State. And this would have been a great win.
See if you can name, without looking, the top 5 teams in the country.
Purdue.
2.
UConn.
1.
Houston.
Yes.
Tennessee.
5.
And is it Carolina?
Good job. Well done, Mr. Bet, QL, RJ Choppy, all over college hoops.
And don't ask me the name of the players.
Okay.
Although
Mr. Tarleton State college play-by-play, or color analyst.
Color analyst. Let's see. I can do Zach Edey, Baycott.
I mean, you could make up. I would just
Connect.
nod in agreement. Connect.
Shed. Dalton Connect. He's going to be your player of the year, boys.
Dylan DeSue, Texas. Dylan DeSue.
DeSue, absolutely. Mitchell. Let's see.
Jones?
No, there probably is a Jones out there.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think who would be
Carlton?
on.
I think you did good enough.
Yeah.
The Rangers have had conversations, according to reports, with Brandon Belt. Belt hit 254, 19 home runs, and 859 OPS last year with Toronto. Brandon Belt and Bochy have those connections, winning 2 World Series during their time in San Francisco. Were you admiring Bruce Bochy's card over here?
Yeah, somebody left the card here from Bruce Bochy. I don't know who, but somebody left the card, and I just noticed this is from 02. So, it's an 03 card from the 02. They have his 02 numbers on here. They were 66 and 96. I cannot imagine a Bruce Bochy-led team being 66 and 96 in any given year. That seems incredibly odd to me. Very odd.
Brandon Belt?
Look, Brandon Belt had a much better year than people think when you just think his name. His OPS was over 850. He played over 100 games. I would absolutely be in on Brandon Belt here, replacing Mitch Garver as your DH. I don't want to be a progress stopper to Wyatt Langford, but I have no idea what their plan is.
Yeah.
Are they going to bring him up in May? Are they going to bring him up in September? Are they going to let him sit in the minors for a little bit? Who knows? But Brandon Belt only made $9 million last year. And he's a guy that is going to get on base and going to be able to slug for you. So you want to bring Brandon Belt in here? I'm all for it. And Bochy knows him, and I think that's generally a pretty good thing. Because there's a faith, there's a consistency there. He knows what Bochy expects and wants. I mean, if Bochy brings him in here, it probably means he's a pretty good teammate. He's not going to hit you 300, but he'll get on base.
And Pepe can get his autograph next year at FanFest.
I can, yeah, along with Andrew Heaney and Josh Spores.
Yes, go ahead and line up. Now you're going to encase them from Saturday. What are you going to do with the baseballs?
I'm going to go find some single cases at Academy and just put the baseballs in there.
Okay.
I got to put in a case.
You do?
I think I do. I mean, World Series champs. These aren't just some scrubs.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely. You got to put them in
the
a
guy
case.
got the final out.
Mm-hmm.
I got the Murdoch Murders, California Cars, and the Ketchup Challenge.
Oh, Murdoch Murders. Let's do that one. Remember that guy?
Oh, yeah.
Alex Murdoch?
Yeah, he was trending all day yesterday.
Yeah.
I love this documentary.
Yeah, it was very good. I only saw the Netflix one. I didn't see the Hulu one. Did you? Or was it Amazon Prime or whatever?
I only watched one of them.
Yeah.
I can't remember which one.
So he is the convicted. He's an attorney, big time attorney in like South Carolina, whose son may or may not have killed somebody in a boating accident, and then he subsequently is charged with killing his wife and his child.
Yeah.
And then his other son is embroiled in some other controversy involving a kid or classmate of his.
Was this the road incident?
Yeah, the road incident.
Yeah. That guy ended up dead, right?
That guy ended up dead.
And this is like this Southern family that is, just entangled with all the drama in the community. They've just run stuff because they've been more rich and more powerful forever.
Than anybody else. So he's been in jail for a while, but he was attempting to get a new trial and a retrial because he said that the county clerk, Becky Hill, swayed the jury in the original case by suggesting they watch his actions and body language when he testified. But the judge ruled that this guy, that he did not prove the comments influenced whether they found him guilty of killing his wife and one of his sons. So they denied his opportunity for a retrial. A lot of people thought he was going to get this. He was
Really?
like, he might get this.
I watched this and I was like, here comes a stupid legal technicality. Please no. Please no on a stupid legality.
Yeah, it's that's exactly what this would have been. This would have been a legality. But there you go. He has been denied this retrial by the judge in South Carolina.
And they haven't come up with like any other possibilities for who did it. Any other names?
No.
Like it's clear as day that he did this.
There's no other names. He's just. I think when you go and you try to get a retrial based on jury tampering, you're really trying to get off on a technicality. That's what that is.
Someone also got like pushed down the steps in this story too. I can't remember. I mean, it's amazing.
There's a lot of.
It's incredible. What is the ketchup challenge? I love ketchup.
All right. This is the latest challenge where it will use ketchup to test a relationship.
Oh.
So, one woman had posted a video of her boyfriend cleaning. She decorated the counter with ketchup and said that she was impressed by the results. He cleans it with a paper towel.
What do you mean decorated it?
Like she just sprayed ketchup everywhere.
She poured ketchup all over the counter?
Yeah. And what the test is, at least from her standpoint, was she wanted to see what he cleaned it up with. Okay? What he cleaned up the ketchup with. And he used like a Windex. It doesn't clean anything. So that's what they're trying to do. Is what these girls are trying to test the relationship and see how you are cleaning the ketchup to see if you're actually cleaning it the right way. Peyton, this one's for you. Because one thing Sarah asked me yesterday was, who's going to clean the house there? Is Peyton clean? Is she clean?
How many conversations? Why are you guys having so many conversations about
We need to go on a double date or something.
Yeah,
just to air everything out.
What is this breakdown of Peyton and Mackenzie's new life?
She's cleaning, by the way.
She's asking what she asked what she did for work, and I said, I think she's a teacher. Is that right? She's a teacher?
Yeah.
She's like, well, how's she feel about his naps? Because she's going to get home. She's going to are you going to go to bed early? That's a big thing. We got to know these things.
Yeah.
We're very nosy.
What do you guys ask about my relationship?
You guys are set. You guys have been together for years.
Well.
You have a child. You have children together.
Yeah.
This is new. This is a new romance.
Yes.
And we want to know. We want to know these things. Like, how's this going to handle? Do you cook? Does she cook? Are you going to cook and she's going to clean? Are you going to clean and she's going to cook?
I'll give you a bunch of updates, man.
So
from day one.
What is the ketchup cleaning answer?
So the answer is, I mean, look, it's different for everybody. But like some guys just wiped it up with just a paper towel.
Okay.
No cleaning solution. Some used Windex, which did not cut the grease of it, and it just spread it everywhere else.
Best thing y'all can do listening, Peyton, this is for you with some advice. Use Windex.
Yes, I agree.
Use Windex to clean it, because in my house, she'll just say, I'll just do it. I'll just do it. You're not doing it correctly. It's easier for me. When I try to like stack the fridge or organize that, no, just get out of the way. If I try to put away groceries, no, just get away. If I try to load the dishwasher, I don't load the dishwasher. I don't stack the fridge. And if you don't pick the right cleaning solution, you're using the good wipes. You're using the good alcohol wipes. You're just using this wipes. So I would just intentionally do the worst thing that doesn't stain the counter and see if she lets you off the hook for the rest of them. Who the frick? So in this relationship, I picked the exact perfect thing to clean the ketchup on the counter, and I impress her, and I get what out of it? What do I get out of it? The
Good
right
job.
to clean the other crap that falls? What am I getting? Am I getting more action? Am I getting a night out with the boys? How is this testing anything about the relationship? Oh, what's the fail? What's the pass?
Oh, the pass is that you don't get griped at. That's the entire
Wet paper towel. Oh,
wet paper towel would work.
I'm
Wet
going
paper
to
towel
get
would
a
work.
dry paper towel, get up the majority of the ketchup, then I'm going to get a wet paper towel, and I'm going to wipe it off clean. And if you don't like it, you can lick the rest off.
Some girls actually liked it when the guy just took it with his hand and just scooped it into the sink
Oh,
because it shows he's not afraid to get his hands dirty. It's different for everybody.
That's barbaric.
It is barbaric, but it's different for everybody. Yeah.
The ketchup.
pick it up and eat it.
By the way, on the Windex thing,
Yeah.
Peyton, after you clean,
Grab a
let's
big
see-
piece of meatloaf out of the fridge and wipe it up.
after you clean with like a regular 409 or whatever, spray the granite countertops with Windex. It makes them shine, get the film off. It's fantastic.
Oh,
It's great little tip.
I need a
There.
list.
Of
Stuff to buy at the grocery store, because I'm gonna walk in there. I'm gonna forget toilet paper, just something so obvious that I don't think about that I need, and then the first day I'm gonna be like, well, got to go back to the store.
Did you get the power and water turned on?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Power and water will be on day one.
All right.
Well done.
There we go.
Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Roberto is set to join us as our Cowboys insider. Cam Newton is going after CeeDee Lamb's mom. Does this coach need to be on the hot seat just like Mike McCarthy? And the numbers are in. Maybe the Cowboys aren't America's team. Next on the Fan.
DFW. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Thank you for waking up with us on a Tolo Tuesday. Bobby Belt is already fist pumping. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back, and we are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Kind of debating here. I really want to get to this Stephen Jones audio, but I also want to clean up things around the National Football League. Let's take a show vote. Let's take a show vote on whether to save the Stephen stuff for a little later. I wanted to get some clarity in the commercial break over whether we should, who said this, what was the context, or we clean up some other things around the Super Bowl.
Well, we just talked house cleaning, so now let's do housekeeping.
Okay.
Here.
And that would be?
Clean up some things that we have to.
What a reference. What a reference. All right. We'll maybe do the Steven at 7 because we may have to do it twice. Are you nervous, Bobby?
No.
Okay.
Nothing makes me nervous. Stealing herbs, baby.
Stealing herbs?
Steely nerves.
Oh, I was like rosemary time.
Stealing herbs.
What is it?
Right.
Okay. 7 o'clock. We'll get to this audio as we brace for the reaction. Maybe from the Ford Center of the Star in Frisco.
Yeah. They're in Mobile.
Yeah, that's right. They are.
They're at Senior Bowl.
Odyssey app works in London, but apparently not in Mobile. Odyssey app's been working well, I think.
Kadarius Toney.
The NFC Championship game averaged 57 million viewers.
Is that good?
It was a 19% increase over last year's NFC Championship.
Wow.
Which became kind of unwatchable after San Francisco ran out of quarterbacks. So it was a 19% increase and a 7% bump over the game played in the same window last year. Bengals, Chiefs for the AFC. Fourth most watched non-Super Bowl NFL game on Fox. Most viewed NFC Championship since 2012. Wow.
That's big.
57 million. All of Detroit. San Francisco's a strong market.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there you go.
And then you had a lot of people have a rooting interest for just wanting to see something different. That was the biggest thing that my friends had talked about or I saw on social media was like they just wanted to see something different. Like we just saw San Fran and Kansas City. Shoot, San Fran and Kansas City, you could blame them for the pandemic starting 2 months later. After that game.
Yeah.
After that game, we were in the house for 2 years. So that's my lasting memory of that. So I don't think a lot of people wanted to see that game anyway.
Who let the bats out?
Super Bowl Zero. Yeah.
Super Bowl Zero. Wow. I like it.
Yeah, that's what we should call it.
Yeah.
Also, this is the, we keep seeing ratings records broken this year. And so, it's definitely Detroit intensity, I think, is part of that. But also, it's I can't remember what the specific thing is that Nielsen changed. But Nielsen had changed something where it was like.
Wish they do it for radio.
the way they count, groups watching in bars or at establishment. Like they've started counting that, and they said, I read somewhere, it was on Sports Business Journal, I think a couple of months back, that they said we're going to start seeing an explosion of these because it's counting and multiplying things it hasn't in the past.
But so it's only 2024, so why not count things?
AFC fallout.
Justin had all the votes.
Justin Tucker talking about the gamesmanship. You were not happy with Travis Kelce and Pat Mahomes, and Justin Tucker was talking about getting messed with before the game with Mahomes and Kelce being meanies.
Yeah, look, I had a big problem with this. I had a big problem with what happened with Kelce and Mahomes on the field. Whether or not it's their turf or their side of the field, I get it. He was there. My issue is they never would have done that to a real, I hate to call him not a real football player.
Yeah.
But you know the point. You get the point, right? They never would have done that to
someone accused of double murder.
Someone accused of double murder.
Yeah.
They never would have done that.
To Ray Lewis.
They just wouldn't have. And that's fine. But don't try to be tough guys about it because you're after a kicker.
I also look at it and I say there's something outside the norm here because I know the way Mahomes handles himself typically, and for Mahomes to just kick it, he must have been like, dude, come on, this is not normal move. And so now Kelce just tossing his helmet and doing what he did after he already moved it seems a little petty. But in general, Justin Tucker, it's good that he's kind of I guess, letting it roll off his back a little bit. He's not too concerned with it.
Is it American Airlines that's taking advantage of Swift and Kelsey?
Yeah, Bobby saw this, right? They're doing two flights to KC.
The flight from Kansas City to Las Vegas, that one is going to be American Airlines Flight 1989, which is, of course, the Taylor Swift album. And then the flight back from Vegas to Kansas City is Flight 87, which is Travis Kelce.
Wow.
It's pretty genius.
It really is.
Because if you are like a Swiftie trying to take advantage of it, you would buy based on that.
Right.
Just like how my daughter is all hung up on, like, did Travis Kelce hold up the heart the Taylor Swift way in the end zone? And
Yeah.
so
It was a bad week for them anyway. They had a guy farting on the plane, had to get him off, and they had the fire in the galley.
Yeah.
So it was a tough week for them.
And then you got to go watch some of the TikToks of the guy doing Taylor Swift math for a house full of women who are all trying to figure out whether Taylor's going to make it to the Super Bowl. I think she's got a concert tour performance in Japan.
Yep.
And he's trying to explain the time zones and the math, and they're sitting on the edge of their couch, and it's a pretty hilarious. It's too long to play probably on the radio, but everyone is trying to calculate whether Tay-Tay is going to be able to make it to Vegas from Japan.
people are getting so worked up about this, man.
They
about
are.
this relationship.
And people are getting angry over it being rigged. They really are. Boomer Esiason,
Chill.
he said that he almost fought a Ravens fan. He was standing with Bill Cowher. Like we were standing with Bill Cowher.
were.
At the hotel bar.
But we were with
What
Bill and Sims. We were with the other guy with a massively oversized head and not Boomer Esiason.
Yeah. And that was a fun night. Bill Cowher was awesome.
Bill was great.
It's like we were sneaking drinks on his tab.
Dude, Sim's such a meathead. He orders 5 scoops of vanilla ice cream with strawberries on top. Eats the strawberries and leaves 5 scoops of ice cream.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's what RJ took away from it.
he's like your aunt. He just wants the fruit on the top.
Right,
He doesn't want
absolutely.
anything else.
Yeah.
Jalen Rose, Phil Simms, and Bill Cowher sitting there as we were trying to press Bill. You going to come to Dallas and go ahead and try to save us? Boomer Esiason talking about a fan who approached him and Bill Cowher. If he gets any closer, I may have to get up and effing smash this guy in the face. I'm like really pissed off now. I'm trying to watch the game. This idiot is screaming about how the NFL is rigged and it's this, that, and the other thing. Nate Burleson had been away from the group, but he eventually joined them. He becomes upset. Boomer said Nate is ready to come out of his suit and rip this guy's face off. He was right in the middle of all of it. So that is a conspiracy theorist saying he had to nearly fight a belligerent Ravens fan who was harassing Bill Cowher at the Baltimore train station. They're at the train station.
Okay, this makes more sense. As you were telling the story, I was like, this is cap. There's no way Boomer Esiason was about to fight anybody because he wasn't going to fight anybody in his playing days when he was in peak athletic form. He's not fighting a random Baltimore.
Big dude.
He's not fighting a random Baltimore person at the age of 62. But then you said
That's an MVP, sir.
Then you said Nate Burleson was there. So okay, Boomer Esiason was coming out with big my man's going to beat you up energy. That's what he was doing.
Real quick, by the way. So Taylor plays on. She performs on February 10th. All right, in Tokyo. So she would be it's about what could be a 15, 20-hour flight to LA to Vegas.
Ask Brad
She
Chan.
can make it. She can make it. She'd be tired. She'd be tired, but she'd get on Air Swifty.
And people are saying, right, like the NFL set this up. They're going to capitalize. Apex Marketing put out that she is responsible for $331 million. That was the equivalent brand value she's generated for the NFL and the Chiefs. $331 million.
Yeah.
And then the conspiracy theories coming in. You know, my wife going ahead and sending me these things as well, how the different numbers add up. The Super Bowl is on 2/11. 2 plus 11 equals 13. This is the 58th Super Bowl. 5 plus 8 equals 13. The Chiefs are playing the 49ers. 4 plus 9 equals 13. This will be Taylor's 13th game.
Oh my gosh.
Yep.
Wow.
Done.
Look at that.
There you go.
But so wait, what happened to the Ravens and the 49ers were scripted to get in then?
You know,
Well, red and dark red makes not purple.
it's a good question.
So there you go.
That's
One
a
of
good question.
Taylor's albums has her in a purple dress.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Well, my favorite reaction to all this is not from the conspiracy nut jobs. It is from the Baltimore accent.
oh, yeah.
Our favorite accent to make fun of on this show. And here's a Ravens fan going off after the loss on Instagram.
The NFL is rigged, yo. Roger Goodell, I know what you done. I know you fix the Super Bowl so little girls will watch the Super Bowl. Super Bowl ain't for little girls, Roger Goodell. It's for grown men with gambling addictions and problems. They're getting their wages garnished by AutoZone.
AutoZone.
I need this, Roger Goodell. This is all I have. You must surrender yourself to the Baltimore County Police Department tonight or face street justice for your crimes against football. I know what you did. I know you put a microchip in that ball so Zay would fumble in the end zone. He would never fumble. He would score a touchdown. I know you paid that cheating ass ref. I know you paid him to call everything on us and nothing on the Chiefs. I've seen the Reddit that proves that he's actually Patrick Mahomes' dad's cousin.
Mahomes.
I want that cheating ass ref to know. Never mind, I don't want him to know nothing. Fuck you, Patrick Mahomes. Why are you so good? Do you want to keep playing football so you don't have to hang out with your annoying ass wife? That looks like a mouse that yells at waiters. Travis Kelce, you get the vaccine and all of a sudden you're in the Super Bowl. Convenient, yeah? Convenient. Oh, fuck. I bet $60,000 on the Ravens. Tabitha, baby, take me back. I ain't got the money, babe. Let's put a mortgage on your mom's trailer, okay?
Okay.
Cal Ripken Jr. cannot grow up without his dad. My bookie's gonna chop my penis off. NFL, replay the game. Let us use Joe Flacco as a quarterback, please. Replay it. That's all. That's fair. Replay the game because you fixed it, and this time we get Joe Flacco.
Flacco. That's actually a comedian, Stavros. I'm not sure how to say the last name. Halkias. He's got a Netflix special coming out. Fat Rascal on Netflix, but I sent it. My wife loves bashing my home state and killing it. So I sent this to her.
She hates your flag.
She hates the flag. She made me put up the Texas flag over the Maryland flag at our wedding. She ordered a special Texas flag because she hates the flag. And I sent this to her yesterday in the house. I went to the bathroom and I heard her busting out laughing through the walls. And I came out, she was in tears. So there, Joe Flaky. Hey,
they win that game if Flacco starts.
Oh, stop. We were watching, I told you over the weekend, we were watching Hairspray. And the John Travolta character has that Baltimore accent where he goes, ooh, ooh. And Laura's walking around there and she goes like, why do they talk like that? Why is their voice like that? It's like, that's just the way they talk over there.
And now the Super Bowl tickets are out of control.
Super Bowl tickets are insane right now.
Maybe it would have been even crazier with the Lions in it, or no?
Potentially, but
although San Francisco's supposed to have that money,
it's
right?
also
didn't that loser
Bonte
on the morning? Yeah, he said we're richer than everyone.
We're richer, yeah. I mean, you get, all your money's got to go to the state, but yeah, you're richer. But this is what's happening now. The ticket price, the cheapest ticket. This is as of yesterday, is $9,864 with fees. Which is about the price of a used car. That's the cheapest ticket right now, Bobby. Are you sick? Are you sickened by that?
And I throw money around like, completely recklessly. Yeah. And even I'm sickened by that.
The most expensive ticket right now is $86,000. $86,000.
What?
By the way, you get 500 cases of Bud Light for $9,864. I don't know why I just...
Would you?
I mean, I'm a Coors Light guy.
Oh, okay.
Or Modelo.
See if I would.
Modelo especially. Absolutely. But this ticket price is about 50% higher than it was last year at the same time, 13 days prior to the game. And that was with...
Is that just like taking advantage of like them just going on the market, or...
No, I mean, they've been on the market. You could have gotten one, but the average ticket's about $11,000 right now. And like I said, last year at the same time, the average ticket was $5,948. Now the average ticket is about $9,000 total. So from $5,948 to about $9,000. It's about it's up 49% from last year. The get-in price for the rematch is up 150% from the 2020 match featuring the same teams.
Come on, Ted Cruz. Come on, man. Let's go KMC. All right, I can't wait anymore. I'm sorry. I hope you didn't tune out.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it, baby.
I got to play it.
Yeah.
I got to play this Stephen Jones clip that will have them furious in Frisco, and Cam Newton going after CeeDee Lamb's mom. Next.
Let's get you over to the greatness of Diamonds Direct.
by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214 or 817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Okay, let's play some pieces of Cowboys audio. Not the audio of us that for some reason was circulating yesterday as we were trying to figure out. Choppy was like, where was I for this? What was going on? Where was Bobby? Dallas, Texas TV put out a video clip of us interviewing Jerry Jones.
Yeah. And I was probably sick and I had to like sneezing fit and I left to blow my nose.
Yeah.
Or diarrhea.
I think that clip was about 2.5 years old.
Was it?
Yeah, because it's the old fan cam graphics. I wasn't on there yet. I think that was like
good old days.
October of 21 or something.
Oh, wow.
So, I mean, it was a while ago.
And the clip was basically Jerry saying, I like to keep us in the news. I like to spice it up. I like to keep people talking about us. And then he did laugh at the end saying, I say this in jest. But for some reason, Dallas, Texas TV, which I love the account, fantastic account, whoever runs it, they put that out yesterday. But no, Jerry Jones was not on with us recently as their obligations ended after the Cowboys season ended. But we do have a clip out there about Stephen Jones. And this is going to, I think, cause some backlash. This is John Machota, and who set this up for us?
This is the About Them Cowboys podcast, and it's John Machota at The Athletic. It's his podcast, and then the guy you'll hear talking here who's telling this story is Kent Garrison. Kent Garrison had been one of the video producers over at, he is a Renaissance man. He was a video producer over at DallasCowboys.com before he took this job over at The Athletic, where he basically runs their entire podcast network now. He had been in the band Forever the Sickest Kids. He was a Rotten Tomatoes movie reviewer. Like he does everything.
That's actually kind of cool that he was a movie reviewer.
He's an awesome dude. And so this is Kent Garrison and John, I guess, just kind of going back and forth talking about draft stories from over the years when he had previously worked in the Dallas Cowboys building. He worked there from 2014 until summer of 19.
So for the purposes of this clip and story, he did what, worked where, access wise, he was close to who.
So he essentially ran all of their podcasts. Like, so any of their live streams on DallasCowboys.com, the draft show, when you do that, like, I mean, when you were in there doing the draft show, if you would have done it anytime between 17, 18, whatever, he would have been the one in your ear in the other studio.
Okay.
And so, yeah, Kent has done, basically he has his hands in all the multimedia that the Cowboys did or did have his hands in them.
So they are discussing a draft years ago with Stephen Jones possibly dealing with the Detroit Lions on the phone. And this had Cowboy Tolos and fans freaking out yesterday saying, you know what, we're doomed.
That reminded me of something. When I worked there, one of my favorite parts was after the draft, going through all the tape of the draft and seeing who called them, because it's all recorded, you know, like all the trade requests and all that. It's all just seeing, you know, all that, like, so the stuff they turned down, you know, when they could
seeing or listening,
seeing and listening. Because it's all the phone lines are, you know, if you watch the secret audio, the phone lines are all connected in through the cameras too. So
did the Lions ever try and offer him Stafford? I'm just kidding.
I know another line saying that I'm not going to mention specifics about, but there was a call about the Lions from the Lions during this time. And
Calvin Johnson,
the Lions called him and offered him somebody, and Steven was like, "Who is that?" And I mean, it was a pretty decent name. And he was like, "Who?" And the Lions
Megatron.
Like, he's blah blah blah. And they explained who it is. He's like, "Oh, we'll call you back." And Steven just like hangs up the phone and just sits there and keeps watching the draft. Doesn't even tell anyone that somebody called. Doesn't even ask Will who this guy is. And then the guy calls back like 5 minutes later. It's like, "Hey, did you think about that?" And he's like, "Yeah, no, bye."
Okay.
Oh boy,
that doesn't sound good.
No, I mean, like, yeah. It
doesn't help raise your confidence in the Jones boys running things over there.
No, if it was some like absolute nobody, undrafted free agent they weren't in on, or late round pick that they didn't really scout because their scouts didn't bring it to the GM.
Yeah. Wait, so did he say that Steven didn't know who it was, or Steven just didn't ask around the room? Like, he didn't take it to anybody?
Both.
Both. That he said, who is that? Like a dead spoken that out loud. Now, here's the thing.
Okay.
This is where I will try to give, I'm going to try and give a little bit of benefit of the doubt here, is that there's 250 players that get drafted every year. There's another however many, 300 that get signed as camp bodies afterwards. So you're like looking at 500 people a year over the course of a couple years. That's going to add up really quickly. There's going to just be a ton of names. So what I'm saying is not that he shouldn't know who it is, whoever it is, but if he hears a name, he may have just had to gather himself for a second and go like, okay, all they said was the name and not the position. And he had to just go through his head again and go like, who the hell was that?
Okay.
And then if he just said that to himself, like, who's that? Then he maybe just had to think about it for a sec. He may have remembered exactly who it was and then gone, oh, I don't have to even run this by anybody because I already know what we think about this player.
Right.
So
or we're loaded at a position. You know, we could be stacked up. Back to you.
So I went and looked, and this is tough because
I love these choppy investigations. This is what you've been doing about Peyton in his house.
We're trying to figure it out. Yeah. Now, granted, I was on the toilet at this time. Okay, so I didn't have pen and paper with me.
Oh, you had paper.
I did have paper. I did have paper. So I found a couple of guys, and these were only the ones that were traded during this time.
Okay.
All right. Now, if they had asked about somebody, and
so this player, we're assuming, was already on the Lions roster?
Yes, would have been.
Okay, would have been on the Lions roster. Okay, that makes your argument or your counterpoint. I was thinking if it's a drafted name, I give you more of an excuse. Not if he's already established on an NFL roster.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though, is that, like, Steven, if he oversees in recent years, like we're talking about if he's got in the last 4 or 5 years, because I'm guessing whoever this is, generally, until recently, you were either trading a massive name or you were trading a name that was on a rookie deal. Generally. And so if it's somebody on a rookie deal, let's assume that was somebody that was taken in the last 5 years minimum. We're talking about, because there's 500 names every draft cycle, Steven's then having to go like, which of these 2,500 names I've had to bury in my brain the last several years? Who is this?
And before we get to the RJ research project, Bobby, you know Kent better than any of us. The believability of him this?
100%. I'm not going to doubt anything Kent says.
100%.
Yes.
All right, so
Kent's a good guy.
Okay, so I went and used some parameters here that he said. He said it was a name that it was a decent name. So I took out obviously like Garrett Blunt
Stafford.
Megatron.
Yeah, Megatron. Took those
Stanford.
I even took out Marvin Jones. That's a big enough name, I think. But I also was looking at guys that were traded. So I used the parameter because he said it was a draft day situation. So you had to be traded. If you weren't traded, I left your name off there.
Well, what if they didn't have traded?
Now that's the one flaw in this. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm only going by what I know.
Okay.
And I also know that Kent worked there starting in 2014.
This is amazing.
Now I don't know when he stopped.
Yo, let me tell you how good RJ is at this. There was, well, I don't know if I should say.
Yeah, go ahead. It's okay.
The flight attendant.
Yeah, I've told Sarah the story.
Okay.
We were on a plane and there was this flight attendant that was pretty attractive and we were like, oh my God. And this had to be what, 10 years ago, 8 years ago? 5,
Yeah.
Who knows? And I was like, I bet I could find her. And he's like, what do you mean? I go, give me 5 minutes. And I found her in maybe 90 seconds.
He found
on
her.
social media.
He somehow found a random flight attendant. So I have faith in you.
Thank you. So Kent started working there in 2014, and I don't know when he ended. Okay, but he did say Stafford era Lions.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so that ended in 2020.
Ooh. Yeah, Kent was already gone when Stafford got traded.
He was. Okay.
Yeah, he left in summer of 2019.
All right, well, that crosses off Darius Slay.
Okay.
All right, so cross Darius Slay off the list.
Oh my gosh, this is so fun.
I narrowed it down to a couple.
And depressing.
Now there's a couple more on here that I'm gonna say as well. Golden Tate was on those teams. He was traded.
Ask Sean Lee.
But I think Golden Tate would have been too big of a name because there's a history with the Cowboys playing Seattle.
Yeah, there's no way he would not have known. If he didn't know Golden Tate, we're doomed.
I also left Ziggy Ansah off because the Cowboys were in on him on the draft a few years early.
Hard not to remember that name.
Right.
Ziggy.
So now I'm down to
Steve. Oh, Ziggy.
Zig.
Ziggy.
Yeah.
Oh,
now
Zig.
I'm down to 3 guys. Akeem Spence.
Okay.
Laken Tomlinson. Is it Laken or Laken?
Laken. First round pick, 2015.
Which kind of throws a wrench into that. I don't think they would not know a first round pick. And this is the one I think it is. Kyle Van Noy.
Playing right now.
Kyle Van Noy was traded in like 2017 at the deadline to New England. Maybe a little bit earlier than that. He was traded to New England. And that's when he went there, obviously played.
And when was he drafted? That's important too. Like
2014.
But what round? I'm sorry. Second round. Okay. So, and look, you should recall second rounder.
But not if you're not injured. If you're healthy, you're not on the board in the second round for this team.
That's right.
The only guys on the board for this team in the second round are injured guys or guys that have.
It's all they're just seeing, all that, like so stuff they turned down, when they could
seeing or listening,
seeing and listening, because it's all the phone lines are, if you watch the secret audio, the phone lines are all connected in through the cameras too. So
did the Lions ever try and offer him Stafford? I'm just kidding.
I know another Lion saying that I'm not going to mention specifics about, but there was a call about the Lions from the Lions during this time. And
Calvin Johnson,
the Lions called him and offered him somebody, and Steven was like, "Who is that?" And I mean, it was a pretty decent name, and he was like, "Who?" And the Lions
Megatron.
He's blah blah blah, and they explained who it is. He's like, "Oh, we'll call you back." And Steven just like hangs up the phone and just sits there and keeps watching the draft. Doesn't even tell anyone that somebody called. Doesn't even ask Will who this guy is. And then the guy calls back like 5 minutes later. It's like, "Hey, did you think about that?" And he's like, "Yeah, no, bye."
Okay, so the big questions here. We don't have enough time for it right now. That's why I wanted to do it as soon as possible so we can sprinkle it in throughout the show. Does this matter? How much should we worry about it? And we need to define what we think the Jones boys should know and do. That's very important to this conversation, especially given the structure of their front office, right? Because we always say Will is the personnel guy, Steven's the money guy, and Jerry is going to have final say or be a tiebreaker. So is this really that scary and wrong if Stephen Jones didn't know who the heck this very relevant player was? These are all questions to move forward with.
I think that, like I said, I think my thought on this is he has information name overload and just needed like a fresh, like, okay, you said the name, refresh me. Who is that again?
Yeah.
Because you're fried. Like those 3 days are a ton.
Yeah,
so I'm giving him a little bit of a pass. Now, the bigger thing here is should he have talked about it with somebody like, hey, should we kick around whatever this name is? That may be a bigger issue than just not remembering right away who the player was.
Speaking of kick, RJ Choppy got himself kicked out of his gym, and the subject finally got brought up during Bobby Belt's therapy. Next on The Fan. But let me go ahead.
on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? Because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Roberto Belt for the Tolo Tuesday. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back, and we are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And you kicked yourself out of your own gym yesterday?
Well, I'm going to have to. Now, I'm at the yesterday, Monday. It's chest day, Sean. And it's quick, right? I'm trying to get through. We had the meeting.
Looked like it was quick.
I know, right? We had the meeting yesterday. I didn't get there until after 11. Still I had to wash my car, so I had to go to Trader Joe's.
Yeah, especially after what your son drew on it.
My 11-year-old Drew.
What a deviant.
You know what's all over my car. Just everywhere.
Peyton, did you see it in the garage?
I did not.
You know the difference?
Franks and beans.
You know the difference? My daughter drew on our car, too. She drew smiley faces the other day.
No, yeah.
About 5 of them.
No,
Girls are better.
She probably drew money signs on there after she
Yeah.
house shamed you.
Yep.
Or a Chick-fil-A sandwich.
Now the ones he drew were built like a tuna can. Very short, very fat.
Yeah.
But, whatever floats your boat, man. So I had to get the car washed. I did, but that was a long wash because that car is a mess on the inside. So I was trying to speed this thing up, go quick. I tried to go quick, and I'm going over to, the next round, and I had to use this. I had to hit this machine. Well, I've got I call them AirPods. They're not AirPods. I'm at the age where I don't care to spend $300 on a pair of headphones.
Yeah.
So I just used the free Odyssey ones they gave us like 8 years ago.
Look at the headphones I use. I still haven't.
Yeah.
Don't tell her.
Yeah.
I still haven't used Amanda's brand new ones in this backpack.
They're not white. They're black. They're little ones, and everybody can tell. It's like, oh, you don't have the white AirPods.
Yeah.
It must be poor.
You should see what I use on the airplane. I still use like those ones they give you.
With the wire.
Yeah, with the wire.
Yeah.
It gets all tangled like Basic's headphones.
I can't. I'd rather go. I can't use a wire. I got to be wireless. So they are wireless. But anyway, I'm wearing these headphones, and obviously it's loud enough to where it's kind of I can't really hear. And I am known to talk under my breath. Well, I accidentally talked a little bit too loud under my breath this time because I'm walking towards this machine and I see this guy out of the corner of my eye kind of walking the same direction. Now, it turns out he wasn't walking.
Glad it was a guy.
Yeah, that's right. Turns out he wasn't walking to where I was going, but you couldn't tell in that moment. And in that moment, I was like, all right. Get a little competitive here. And I said, under my breath, I thought.
I didn't know you to be an under breath talker.
Yeah, like at the gym, I will. I'll say, well, what is this idiot doing? Oh, look at this guy. What are you wearing, dude? Oh, you're wearing jeans? There's a guy in there that wears like a cardigan, like a sweater, he's an older guy, right? He's older gentleman. He wears like a sweater that has like the buttons on the bottom.
Is he blonde?
He's not blonde,
okay.
But he also wears chino pants and then like doctor's gloves. It's very strange.
What?
But whatever, right? Whatever, man. Older guy, do what you want to do. Okay. There's some old guys that go in there in full golf attire. Looks like they're ready to go play 18. But so every once in a while, I'll make snide remarks to myself. I think they're to myself. Obviously, now I'm reevaluating this entire thing because I said, "Stay the F away from that machine, B."
Bro?
Kind of like that. And about 6 people turned and looked at me. And at that moment, I realized.
You said the word B.
Yeah, and I said the word F too. And at that moment.
And you were looking at him.
I was looking right at him. And at that moment, I realized that was not as under the breath as I thought. Because I could, you say it under your breath to the point where you can hear it, but nobody else can. But when you're wearing headphones, and I wasn't paying attention to the fact that I was wearing headphones, what you can hear, everybody else can too.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not sure if they picked up exactly what I heard, but I'm sure they picked up the last word.
Are you embarrassed?
I was looking right at this guy, and he just kind of kept going, and he went to the water fountain, and I was like, "Oh my god, I'm mortified now."
He look at you.
He turned and looked at me, gave me a what? And
bigger dude, like he looked like he could fight.
Yeah, he was
or
good
was
size.
He wearing a Stars jersey, moving.
No.
Parking cones.
He was a good size guy. So I was like, "Oh god." Oh, please don't have heard that. And I don't know that he did, but I don't know that he didn't. So I have to switch gyms. So I'm gone. I'm leaving.
So this is like the same effect that cannot tell you guys how often I'll just be saying something that I think I'm whispering to Sean when we're out in public or something else. And Sean will go like, shut up. Like, you're being loud. Like, people are going to hear you. Or like, I'll be talking to Slater about something in the press box, and she'll be like, there are people around here that will hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
I was like, I thought I was whispering this whole time, but I guess not. My voice carries.
When I'm on the phone, she gets furious with me. I don't know why I was just a loud talker on the cell phone.
Or loud laugher. Like, I was making you laugh hysterically the other day, and you had to tell Amanda, see, he is funny, Amanda. Right. You don't know what you're talking about.
So what are you gonna do?
I'm gonna have to change gyms. I'm gonna stay away from this one.
Is that guy in there all the time?
You know, I've never seen him at that time of day. I've seen him before, but maybe it was just a one-off that he was there at that time of day. So maybe I'll get lucky. But either way, I'm not risking it. I'm going to a different gym. It's a 24-hour fitness, so I can go to a bunch of them.
No,
so I'm going to go to a different gym at least for a week.
682. You should. This is Tolo Chase. You should have started bobbing your head up and down, repeated it, pretending you were listening to a song and singing along with it.
Yeah.
Like,
move,
stay the F.
Get out the way.
Oh yeah,
that's what you should have done.
Wow, I didn't think of that. I was so stunned. I was so shook with my own self.
Yeah.
That nothing. Like, and again, I do this all the time. I make snide remarks all the time, under my breath, or at least I think they are. Nice lats, bro. Whatever. Like I just make snide remarks.
Yes.
And now I'm reevaluating everything.
Meanwhile, for Roberto, the subject finally came up.
Yeah, I finally talked in therapy about how much I hate Peyton Russell and how it actively angers me every day. No, it's come up before. It's never come up in the way that it did yesterday. So this was therapy session number 6.
Yeah, all right.
And you were supposed to be 2 and done.
Well, see, this
Good
is
for
what,
you. This is gross.
No. Because this is what we talked
What'd
about.
you say?
She must be attractive.
This is what we talked about the other day.
Chop you a bit of finder in 4 minutes.
He will. This is what we talked about the other day, okay? That a couple weeks ago, I was talking about how she was kind of like challenging me, not like personally, but like challenging, basically like almost debating me on interpretations I had and other things. And I enjoy that. It scratches a certain like intellectual itch.
Yes.
Getting that. And I'm like, oh, this is enjoyable. Actually, like, I'll come back here just because this is fun to have somebody to go back and forth with. Well, you had first mentioned, and I think it was something that I was like, yeah, I can actually see this, that maybe she's just trying to sucker you in. Like she sees this is the way to get you to come back.
Yeah.
And then one of these days, she's just going to subtly start slowly over time, incrementalism, just getting you to actually deal with the stuff you don't want to sit there and deal with. So I think she moved on to phase 2 of that yesterday, where she's like, all right, let's start doing this. Because there was no sparring this time. There was no like back and forth. There was no, what do you think about this psychological interpretation? She basically just put a couple questions about my mom on a tee. And
for those that don't know, your mom passed away.
Well, yeah, I mean, no one can know my mom because she's dead. She died 18 years ago. In fact, she died.
Deflection.
Yeah, that was one of the things she talked about. She's like, it seems like you joke about this a lot as a way to deflect and disassociate. She actually died 18 years ago Sunday, I think.
Oh,
so
man,
coming up,
Valentine's Day.
yeah, pretty close. And so we had discussed my mom before. But this was the first time that we spent like almost the entire time on the subject. So it was like the whole hour because she asked just a couple like general broad questions. And then like at one point I realized I was like, I've been talking for about 12 straight minutes and she hasn't asked another question because and so I was like, this is what she's doing. She's trying to basically give me a broad question that then I have to kind of fill space and talk around. And then she'll go like, he slipped up after 10 minutes, found it. That's the word, or that's the issue. So I think this was her Jedi mind trick way of basically giving me diarrhea of the mouth about something significant in my life.
And if you don't mind me asking, what was the big takeaway that she had about you living life without your mom for that long?
So she did say she thinks I've never dealt with it, is what she said.
So you buried it.
So yes, just like my mom. She was not cremated. We buried her. I've said before, I'm second oldest of 9. So we've never.
Look, in all seriousness, you were forced to be another, like a parent.
Yeah, because so when it's a long story, but she basically had been in the hospital sedated for about a month. When she first went in the hospital, she was 8 months pregnant. So they had to do emergency C-section after a day. And so that was my youngest sibling came out. And so basically when my mom passed away, it's like, well, we don't really have a ton of time to like totally just dwell on this because we got another sibling to raise. And so she thinks that like essentially I had never dealt with it was her takeaway. And she was like, she also continued on about the whole strategically vulnerable thing, which she's adjusted a little bit, her perspective. And she feels like now it's like, well, no, there's nothing that you won't talk about. You'll talk about all of it. But kind of the discussion was that I'll talk about it pragmatically and just like flatly. And she's like, even like talking about your mom, you're just like coldly reading off dates. Yeah. But how you feel about it, you're not talking about. She's like, but it gives off the air that like, oh yeah, I talk about anything. But it's like, well, you talk about it from just a very cold, matter-of-fact, biographical way and not in any sort of a like, how did you actually feel about it way. So that's what we did yesterday. I felt like I was being duped, tricked into talking about something that I was like, oh crap, there she is. She did this. This was the whole setup. I was trying to just talk through and she got me.
So you're going to continue? You feel good about it. Do you ever anticipate like look forward to going?
Oh yeah, no. I mean, I enjoy talking to her.
You feel better?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if it has the desired effect that people talk about, like for me specifically on this one, but I enjoy talking to her, and it's like I can kind of I don't have a problem. As I told you the first time, my problem is not like a lack of awareness. It's not like I don't have an awareness of things that are bugging me or whatever else. My issue is usually too much awareness and dwelling too much on things that bug me. And so
good for you, Bob. Proud of you.
Yeah, it was good. She was
Keep doing it. Keep doing it. There's no reason to stop.
I mean, there's a kind of a reason.
I mean,
to stop.
unless it's like
the insurance cover.
Yeah, it's sure, like my insurance only covers like 8.
Nope, I'm out of pocket, baby. I'm out of pocket in this.
Oh no,
no, it's really not that bad. I was worried it was going to be, but it wasn't.
Good.
She's good.
Well done. Well done. Roberto and Choppy getting kicked out of his own gym.
Yeah.
There you go. Was Sarah mad at you now? You're going to have to relocate?
She was no, because she goes to a different gym anyway. She was like, wait, that's so unlike you to say that to a guy. I was like, well, I didn't mean to say it to him.
Yeah, right.
You know, obviously it's unlike me to say it to him. I didn't mean to.
Mavericks pull it out, but does the... You guys are just so immature. Does the NBA have a major scoring problem as the Mavs get it done? Finish it off last night. Squeak it out. Eke it out. Next on the Fan. And, of course, now I have to speak. It's your home, your office, your warehouse, your kids. Don't trust.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
After Luka had hit a long-range three to put Dallas up 4. So he just hits another three to put Dallas up again.
Follow up with the call on Bally. What a game this was. Mavs were down 16. They give up 77 points in the first half, but Luka and Tim Hardaway take over in the second. Luka with 45 and 15. Hardaway with 36. Do we have to give Tim Hardaway his flowers?
Yes.
Do we have to give him a ton of props this year?
He's been great at times. I mean, there's been times where if he goes cold, he goes cold. It's just the nature of his game. But, this guy's been, fairly on for almost a month straight now. And and he's a big reason, when Kyrie's been out and then, Fantech's kind of killing him a little bit today. When's he coming back?
Kyrie.
Yeah, it's like, all right, well, I mean.
Didn't you say, Bob, he already got disqualified?
Yeah, he's missed it. He's missed too many games. He's already disqualified from postseason awards. That new rule that says you can't miss more than 18 games or whatever it is. Like Kyrie's out, so not that he would get it necessarily, but no All NBA, none of the postseason awards he's eligible for now.
So, but anyway, yeah, he's been, Tim Hardaway's been tremendous, and some of these games they've won, they don't win without him.
Boy, he's a little. The energy there is it's not quite the same, but it's sort of similar to the Joey Gallo experience, where it's like there are times where it's like, holy cow, like this dude could be the best player in baseball, and then there are other times where it's like, can he hit it at all?
Right.
Like it's the same thing where it's like Tim Hardaway Jr. could go 4 for his next 60 from 3, or last night he'll do what he did where he outscores the Magic by himself in the third quarter.
They were down 16, and then Hardaway and Luka scored 54 of the 70 second half points. 27 of the 35 fourth quarter points, and the Mavs shot 62% from the floor, 64% for the second half. 13 lead changes, 10 lead changes in the fourth quarter alone. This was a fun game. It was a worrisome game. You're sitting here, you're getting ready to get blown out or lose to the Magic.
And that's the thing. It's Orlando. In Orlando, coming into this game, I don't know, before the game, I don't know how many people thought that Orlando was 2 games above 500. Halfway into the season, but still, you don't want to be if you have any hopes of getting out of the first round or beyond. You can't be losing Orlando or struggling.
Mavs at the Timberwolves coming up tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. All right, let's talk about a bigger NBA issue that everyone is kind of starting to discuss. Does the NBA have too much of a scoring problem? Luka goes off the other night. People bringing up doubt that Wilt Chamberlain ever did it back in the day.
Dude, I'm still, I can't imagine, and I can't believe the amount of people that were on social media that were talking like Wilt's thing, 100-point game, never happened. Questioning the validity of it. Like, I didn't think this was actually a debate. It never crossed my mind.
Yeah. When did that happen? What year?
1962.
Okay, so from
like
1962 on, these are probably the DeMar Hamlin people. These are probably the Taylor Swift.
Aaron Rodgers. This is Aaron Rodgers.
This is Aaron Rodgers. So from 1962 until now, we never had anyone come out and dispute that it actually happened. Any of the people in the arena, any of the people that actually saw it and watched it, I don't think they're all dead. None of them. No one ever came out and disputed this before until the other night.
Now, there's no television of it. It wasn't televised. Yeah. No recording of it. So it's just the box score. So the NBA, that's they're like.
So Wilt decided just to go ahead and write 100 on a piece of paper and hold that up.
Yeah.
To mess with people.
This isn't like
my. Or is that the women he slept with?
Flimsy evidence, if you think about it. He just drew on a piece of paper 100.
Yeah, like this isn't my grandmother who they don't know her birthday, so they just gave her the first of the month that she was born in. Right? That's not what this is. This isn't newspaper writing in 1912. Oh, he hit the ball so high it brought rain.
Right.
Like, that's an anecdote. That's not real. This is an actual game. Like, this is an actual game. In a year, mind you, he scored an average of 50 points a night and 26 rebounds.
Yeah.
So a 100-point night.
It wasn't Brady Anderson here.
Right. A 100-point night is just double his normal average. Luka scoring 73 was more than double his regular season average. So it's like, it's not that far-fetched. And look, you're a flat earther, and you're a moon landing denier, Derek Holland. the dinosaurs don't exist, and Wilt Chamberlain. I mean, this is 20 years before they even televised the finals live. For crying out loud.
Let's talk about the overall issue now. So after Luka dropped 73, Stephen A. Smith went on TV, and instead of giving Luka all his praise, he was crapping on the Hawks defense. So this is the first time in the 77 season history of the NBA that 4 different players have scored at least 60 in a 5-night span. Not spanned. Lozinger. And there were a grand total of 4 70-point games between 1964 and 2022. And there have now been 4 in the past 390 days. And people are asking if this is a problem for the NBA. And Adam Silver was asked about it as well.
Yeah, he was. He was with Kevin Garnett, talking about Kevin Garnett.
Well,
and Kevin asked him, would you ever bring back, defense or the hand check? And Silver was not too open to the idea.
There was a point, I believe, probably in around the late 90s when the game became too physical. And I think we lost some of
our viewers, you mean?
Yeah, and I think for our fans, from the aesthetic enjoyment of the game, where it de-emphasized the particular skill a player had and maybe weighted too heavily physicality, where a big, strong player could come in and prevent a incredibly skilled player from doing those kinds of things. I think of, not that he's a small guy, but a smaller player like Steph Curry can do on the floor. I think that when you think of some of his ability to shoot, his ability to move through the paint, that if guys could just bang him and knock him to the ground, as that was once the case in the league, I don't think that would be a better brand of basketball.
Kevin Garnett's just...
It's like he's watching fireworks.
Yes. It's almost the you give somebody when it's like, I don't understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
But let me sound like, that sounds right.
Well, look, Adam Silver is 1,000% correct. For everyone, we always like to do this as we get older. Our generation, our era was the best. They had to change it. Jeff Van Gundy, New York Knicks, Miami Heat, Pat Riley basketball was unbearable. It was hideous. It was awful.
87, 81.
Anyone else
games.
watch The Last Dance and see the playoff scores at the end with the great Michael Jordan and some of these teams? We're talking 76, 71. Anyone else that's younger, much younger than us, watch The Last Dance and be like, whoa, what is that basketball score at the end? So they had to change that. But the question now is this become too much? No defense. Paul Pierce tweeting the other day, I remember, and missed defense in the NBA. Has it gotten out of control?
It is too, a lot of things happen. It is too much swing.
I heard someone say the other day, Wembanyama averages 20 a night. I think that puts him at 50th in the NBA in scoring. And a number of years ago, that would have had him at like 25th in scoring. Yeah. And now you're 50th at 20 a night. That's how crazy the scoring is.
Yeah, and what it does is the way the game has morphed. It's 3-pointers, right?
Because I'm the commissioner of all athletics.
Absolutely.
I tell you what's right, what's wrong. I nailed the baseball problem years ago. Almost led to me and Bassick physically fighting twice in this building, and I ended up being right. Baseball fixed it. We have now switched the concern and the worry over to the NBA. That's the feel you get from the Tolos. That's the feel you get from my friends, different people that we work with. I had a baseball problem. I think you have a major NBA problem, but I'm waning on it right now. The problem that baseball had has been addressed and fixed, and now we got to talk about the NBA in the same light.
Yeah, there is too much offense. I mean, every score is 130 to 126 or close to it. Or it seems that way. I know it's not, but it seems that way. And
Orlando had 77 last night in the first.
I know, they did. And I don't know what the answer is. I don't think the answer is going back to the 90s. But if you were to just add, maybe you just add the hand check back into it. What does that do? What does that do? And the other problem is that you get into the playoffs where it's supposed to be the most competitive games, and those are often blowouts. But it's one team blows out game one, the next team blows out game two because everybody's shooting threes. And if you're on that day, you're going to blow them out. And if the other team is off, you're going to get blown out. And that's just the way it is. And you look at those playoff games. How many playoff games last year in the first couple rounds were decided by double figures? Yeah. I mean, almost every game. And it would flip-flop. They were going 5, 6, 7 game series, but they were flip flopping on blowouts.
Bobby, do you have an issue with the product?
Yeah, but I mean, it's nitpicky in a lot of ways. Like, I mean, I also had an issue with, you mentioned the low scores there. There was a Heat 76ers game in 1996 where the Heat beat the 76ers 66-57. Like, that's brutal. Nobody wants to watch that. Nobody wants to watch the, trips to the foul line, just awful, slow, stick in the mud, offense. But also at the same time, you do want a little bit of defense. I think there's a happy medium. My favorite brand of basketball was probably early 2000s, where Mavs Kings were kind of the peak in terms of offense, and they were considered this just awful leaking defense that was allowing 104 a game or whatever it was. That to me was the nicest bounds of it. But yeah, it's cyclical in a lot of ways. The 80s Showtime Lakers in 84, they averaged 118 points a game. They were second in the NBA. That would be that's
Bottom.
not a that's a respectable average to have today.
So Trucker.com text line, no one can guard these players one-on-one.
Yeah.
Nobody can guard Michael Jordan one-on-one. They weren't scoring 130 points a night.
Yeah, but to that Tolo's point, and I've tried to wrestle in my mind what's a bigger problem, but the two biggest factors are defensive effort. But maybe number one in this whole thing, and I said this about the women's game, we're at an insane point of skill.
Of course.
These guys can make every shot. And Steph Curry changed all of this. Everyone is an expert shot maker. If you just watch this Mavs Magic game last night, it's not just wide open, go to the basket layups with zero contest. Guys can shoot from anywhere. They can pull up. They can fade away. They got all the tricks. They got everything in the bag. We've never seen this level of skill.
Just watch their warm-ups.
Yeah.
Go to a game and just watch them and shoot around.
Look at the women's game.
They don't miss.
Look at the women's game. I can sit there and actually watch women's highlights.
The women are better shooters, and they got to change the ball. They got to use. I think they have.
I mean, Caitlin Clark. Just look at her shot making skill. So that combined with
their shooting is better than ever. The defense is a problem, but also look, I call me Norman Dale. Happy birthday, Gene Hackman. But I hate when the guy who brings the ball up the floor takes the shot without even a pass of the ball.
Yeah,
it's a bad brand of basketball. I love, that's why I like the college game. You got guys working the ball around, but I get it. That's not what drives stars. You want to see Luka with the ball in his hand, but I also I think that may contribute to it. I have no idea.
Also, for the nitpicking about, oh my gosh, no defense, this isn't impressive at all from Luka. The other thing we got to remember here is he did something that over the last 40 years has been done by just Kobe Bryant in 2006 or 05 or whatever it was. Luka still did something that was unique even in this era where everybody's scoring. It still hasn't been matched.
No, from what he did the other night that I'll never forget is the efficiency of it.
Yeah.
That was stupid. Mm-hmm. Was that 25 of 33?
Yeah, he
scored 73 on 33 field goal attempts? That's stupid.
65% from beyond the arc, 76% from field.
And it was not a parade to the free throw line like some of these games end up being.
He scored that many points. He took 13 fewer shots than Kobe did when Kobe scored 81. 13 fewer shots, and he only scored 8 less points. That was the best game we've seen since Wilt. We've not seen a better one.
It feels like we're reaching that point though at the NBA. Feels like we're reaching not a breaking point, but it's a blinking yellow light. It's getting concerning with the way I hear people. Bassick is bailing. Bassick is not interested as much, in judging effort out there. I've been talking about that forever.
Yeah, I mean he has. But I mean, look, there's when you have special performances, people like to watch that.
Yeah.
But they also like to see some kind of resistance too,
and rarity to it. These no-hitters, I'm like, okay, that's nice. But remember that season when all the no-hitters were happening?
8 in the first half of the season.
Yeah, it loses the meaning.
It does. It loses the meaning. It's cool to see oh my God, what's going to happen now? But yeah, it does lose a little bit of the meaning. And you've got options too. And this is the world. Every night, there's 6 college basketball games on every night, which don't have that kind of score it. You could tune in. You could tune in other shows, everything.
Which NFL loser is going to end up having the biggest regret? We talk about the number one sport by far, NBA, trying to learn some lessons from it. Which conference championship game loser is going to regret it the most? Let's go around the NFL with Sean and RJ next.
now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Good morning, Metroplex, and the Expressway is commercial-free for the next 35 minutes here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being a Tolo. If you're new to the show and the station, that stands for turn it on, leave it on. No reason to go anywhere else as RJ Choppy takes us around the NFL.
All right, a little bit of loser regret from Conference Championship Sunday.
Oh, so not Cowboys regret.
Yeah, that's there, but that's waned. All right, so Detroit was up 17 at half and up 14 halfway through the third with the ball deep in San Fran territory and lost. Baltimore had home field and the worst Chiefs team of the Patrick Mahomes era.
Oh, this is a great question.
Thank you. So which team is going to harbor more regret? Harbor?
Yeah, I think that's right.
Is that the right word?
I think so.
Perfect.
This is a great question. For the game, right? If it's just the game, the Lions should be more sick. For the situation, the Ravens should be more sick. Like, this was it. This was their moment. This was their opportunity. And you already beat down the team that you'd be facing in the Super Bowl. And you had a compromised Mahomes in your stadium. But for the game, it has to be the team that was up 17 points. Now, how are you defining...
Versus the team that was unprepared?
What's that?
They're saying John Harbaugh had the team unprepared to play. You know,
unprepared. Yeah. I mean,
it's hard to say.
This whole unprepared thing. Like, so you're telling me you guys didn't practice and didn't focus throughout the week leading up to it? Like, you just all partied like the '90s Cowboys and went out and about. Bobby, do you have an easy answer for this? Now, are we defining this like for? Are we factoring free agents and next year getting back? Because Dan Campbell gave an amazing answer afterwards in terms of, he's like, this can be twice as hard to get back. It's really hard to get here, and we're not going to have the same team, and we have a target on our back. It's going to be much harder to even return to this point. You look at the conference, all things included.
Yeah, and also, like, I look a lot of this that I looked at is sort of like the how far into this run you are.
Yeah.
Like the Ravens are like, this is not the first time.
Right. Which is surprising, right? It doesn't add up to Lamar's age, 26.
Right. You know, Detroit, and Jared Goff's young. I mean, he's not even 30 yet. So, and he'll be around a while, and their team is relatively young. They're not going to lose a ton of guys to free agency yet.
Yeah, he's 29.
So I don't think from their standpoint it's like, holy cow, it's do or die. Like, they're a welcome to the party kind of squad, and they could vanish. They could vanish next year. My answer to this is if this feels more devastating for the Ravens.
Interesting.
Because think of it this way, from Baltimore standpoint.
Because it feels, right, the newness of it, like you're saying, the Lions can be like, all right, we're here. Like, you know, but the Ravens have been here. Like, they've been in the conversation.
Yeah, and this is a year like, there was no Burrow in the playoffs. There was no Herbert in the playoffs. There was no Lawrence in the playoffs. Stroud just got on the scene.
Yeah.
Deshaun was hurt. I mean, like, we talked about this before the year. I mean, there's 7 to 10 legitimate quarterbacks in the AFC that could win championships. And in the NFC, I mean, who are like
weak?
Yeah, like
now we're talking about the Green Bay Packers on like top 3 NFC power rankings for next year when they weren't even on
the NFC quarterbacks right now. Who are they?
Rank them?
Yeah, like
in no particular order.
Yeah, just give me your top 4.
Dak, Purdy. Man, Bobby's gonna be happy that I'm trying to keep Hurts out of this. Goff, and I have to come up with a 4.
I think that's right. Dak, Purdy, Goff. Love, probably.
Love,
at this
Hurts,
point.
blank.
Those are good players.
Yeah.
You know, but it's not Mahomes.
No. When we're doing the top 10 quarterbacks lists in July from ESPN, the first, and I think that was the case. Wasn't that the case this year? Where like the first 5 or 6 were all in the AFC. It'll be the same thing next year. This is more devastating to Detroit by far, I think. Because like Baltimore, you're looking at it as going, okay, you're going up against one of the best defenses in the NFL in Kansas City. Like everybody had a healthy respect for what they were. Everybody, I think, was on guard for what Kansas City could do after they took care of Buffalo. It's like, okay, this is still the Chiefs. This is still Patrick Mahomes. And that's the thing. You're still going up against the best quarterback in the NFL. You're going up against a guy who's had one of the greatest 5-year stretches in the history of the NFL. The only ones who are close are probably Brady, Manning. Like that's the type of guy you're going across, and a guy who's shown no matter how the odds are stacked against. Remember last year, he like rolls his ankle and he's hopping around on one leg in the conference title game and still getting them to victory. So I think Baltimore had a great understanding that like they still have Mahomes and that defense is still really good. Whereas Detroit, they were a massive underdog. Had that gotten up to 7.5 before the game, or was that just at 7?
I saw it both. I saw both 7.5.
So that spread had grown. They had a great game plan for San Francisco. They absolutely took it to them. They were up 17. They're waving goodbye to fans in San Francisco, like, go home, beat the traffic. And they just blow it with little like drops and mistakes when you wonder, like, should you have gone for it on fourth down? To me, that's much more difficult to stomach.
But the Ravens were the best team through the entire season. They were the number 1 seed. They had San Francisco already as a notch on their belt. It's like the right? Detroit was still that fun, surprising story, whereas the Ravens were the established heavyweight.
But is it surprising to anybody that the outcome of the game was the best quarterback beat the best team? But like, I mean,
it depends if you want to look at it in a vacuum or not. It's all your perspective, right? Like that's why I said for the game, it's Detroit. For the season, it's the Ravens. The Ravens are a bigger disappointment for the
For the year, yes.
For the year, the Ravens are.
Yes.
They're the 1 seed.
For the game, the Lions are.
So, and to me, I think the game is where you figure out how much regret you feel. So I think Detroit probably feels more regret.
Pepe, which one more sick this offseason?
Detroit. It's got to be Detroit. I mean, they were that close. And then, like Dan Campbell said, it's going to take forever to get them back there. And then the NFC is just going to get better with Jordan Love. That division in general is going to get better. So it's got to be Detroit, I think.
They're losing. I mean, they've got a lot. They got about 20 guys, at least 25 guys that are free agents. But, I mean, Detroit, I'm just looking at it. C.J. Gardner-Johnson. With Dan Skipper, Josh Reynolds, and Jalen Reeves-Maben, who does all their fake punts. They're not losing their main guys, which is for them, it's good, but it's going to be tough to get back. Detroit's, Green Bay, you could absolutely make a case that they can win the division next year.
And make you second guess. I Peyton agree with you. It would make me second guess.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely caused me to kind of throttle back and go like, I don't know if I should agree with the football take of a guy who didn't know he had to get electricity turned on in his home.
Ask Reddit is coming up in about 10 minutes here on Sean and RJ, but I gotta get this topic in because Michael Lombardi brought this up when he was telling us how crazy it was to want Mike McCarthy replaced. He came on, awesome interview, especially if you are a JFK conspiracy fan. It's on 1053thefan.com with the Odyssey playback. But Michael Lombardi on the GM Shuffle kept asking, okay, fine. You want McCarthy out? Then you have to want John Harbaugh out too. Why should John Harbaugh be safe? 877-881-1053. What's the difference? We do this with McCarthy and Sean Payton. So now we need to do it with McCarthy and John Harbaugh. Because Harbaugh is not on that national scale of attention. I'm pulling this off of a message board right now just because it popped up. Harbaugh regular season win-loss. 618 winning percentage. He's got 160 wins. Mike McCarthy, 620 winning percentage. He's got 167 wins. Harbaugh playoff record 12-10. McCarthy 11-11. Each have won Super Bowl. What's the difference? Why should John Harbaugh be more safe or less criticized than Mike McCarthy?
Same reason Sean Payton should. They just have better marketing than Mike McCarthy.
No.
John Harbaugh has zero marketing.
Nope. Here's
no. That's the thing. Like he is like the Ravens are thought of like as this great institution of an organization.
Yeah,
and they are. Look, they're a well-run organization. You know, but Mike McCarthy of the three just has the worst marketing.
Here is the proper analogy for this. Is that Sean? As much as it's the same thing as when it drives you nuts. When I go, look at the last 2 years. Look, here's Josh Allen's numbers. Here's Dak Prescott's numbers. You cannot argue that Josh Allen is better than Dak Prescott. Dak's right there. And you would go, yeah, but if you just realistically understand context behind that and look at it outside of just flat numbers, Like you see, like Josh Allen's better than Dak. We all know. I understand there's been disappointment with John Harbaugh and everything else. You can read off that their winning percentage is the same. They have the same Super Bowls, whatever. It's like nobody is going to argue that McCarthy's a coach on equal footing with Harbaugh, other than Michael Lombardi, who also hasn't managed to get a job back in the NFL for 5 years.
But why?
Why isn't he the same coach?
Why would no one? Yeah, why isn't he the same coach?
Because I think
everything is basically literally the same.
Right, but I think in terms of like,
do you think that the Mike McCarthy Sean Payton comparison is laughable, and that Sean Payton is definitely a better coach than McCarthy?
I don't think he's definitely better. I do think he's better.
I agree,
because I think that there's.
I mean, Mike's shown that he can win without a Hall of Fame quarterback.
Look, here's the thing: when you, and no, he has not shown that yet because he didn't win when Dak went out in 2020. When
Cooper Rush
last year.
Cooper Rush,
but I'm saying, but Dak's not a Hall of Fame quarterback right now.
Sure, he's first ballot, baby.
But like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, their guy Rodgers and Breeze, like, you know, one guy. And granted, Dak is better than anything that Sean Payton's had since. But Mike has shown that he can win 12 games a year with somebody who isn't an all-time great. And
but Sean Payton would come in here and, in my opinion, win just the same.
Yeah, maybe
if not more.
Maybe he would. Yeah, absolutely.
He's had washed up Russell Wilson and Taysom Hill,
who he chose.
Not as a starter. I'm making a joke.
He
gave him a crazy contract.
So you know how,
except Ross Tucker would love it.
We're so quick to, and I don't just mean us here in the media or in our discussion points. I mean also like fans and people across the NFL do the same thing. We're so quick to try to assign credit or blame for things that happen, and just we need to give it to somebody. Like when there's success, it's like, well, has to go to this person, this has to go here.
And John Harbaugh has also done all this winning with a humongous disadvantage at quarterback compared to Mike McCarthy. I mean, a humongous disadvantage over their tenure.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't even have one now.
Or the greatest advantage.
Meaning?
For the standpoint of like, I think it's much more difficult to go into a game. And I know Dak's a better thrower than Lamar, but I think it's much more difficult to go into a game having to face Lamar Jackson than Dak.
Yeah, like the Navy offense.
Right, because you've got it's different.
But I'm even talking. Yeah, I would just. How many years did Harbaugh not have Lamar?
Oh shoot, man, 10.
08 to 10 years.
Okay, and he had Joe Flacco.
Yeah,
right?
And in that 10 years, he had one losing season.
And Mike McCarthy had freaking Aaron Rodgers.
And one. See, that's the thing. I think that when you look at it, it's like Harbaugh has one Super Bowl with Flacco. Most people say you only got one Super Bowl with Rodgers.
Right.
Like, I think that's how more people view it. And to me, again, there are times where, like, people are so quick to go, like, oh, we got to give credit to Chris Richard here when this happens, or we got to give credit here, we got to do this and that.
Al Harris.
That I think when you, I think when you walk away from it, there's just, when you hear people around the league talk about those two and the way they do things, I don't know that I've ever run into anybody who would say, oh, yeah, those guys are about the same.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's fair. Like, to have Flacco and win. And McCarthy had Rodgers. And again, you can't take that away. You can't take Breeze away from Sean Payton. You have to deal with it in terms of like what they did with the guys they had. I still say that it is forgotten, and I know I don't like Sean Payton, but I mean, he had 3 straight losing seasons with Drew Brees. That has been completely ignored.
Yeah, I mean,
all-time bad defenses. Was that Rob Ryan?
Oh yeah. Rob was there for at least 2 of them.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw what the Rob Ryan experience was like here. Yeah, nightmare for sure.
Nightmare.
So, what are the Tolos saying? John Harbaugh versus Mike McCarthy. I haven't heard a whisper that Harbaugh could get run either after this, right?
No, I hadn't. Okay. 214, John Harbaugh had less weapons for most of his time compared to McCarthy, but I do believe McCarthy and Peyton are the same. 214, Ozzie created the Raven culture, not John. Let's see here. 281
love
says,
that Maryland reference right there. Little Ozzie knew some love.
281, Harbaugh can beat the 49ers and go to a stinking NFC championship game. Apples to oranges all day. Well, I mean, go to an AFC championship game, but I got you. 214, Harbaugh just took the Ravens to a conference championship game. The Cowboys haven't reached where the Ravens went this year in almost 30 years.
Yeah.
So generally, people are saying no, Harbaugh and McCarthy are not the same.
Okay. Expressway, commercial free every single day at this time here on Sean and RJ. It's a Tolo Tuesday. It's Expressway. That means we ask you and ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number 1, how dare you?
truckwreck.com, fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. The Twolos there on the Twitch. You can chime in as well as I guess the YOLOs on the YouTube. Good YouTube audience. We have good YouTube and Twitch audiences.
And we have the top podcast numbers, the replay numbers. Like, people are assessing the show. I don't know who's responsible for putting up all the podcasts and all that.
That'd be this guy right here.
Good job, Pepe. And we lead the way. Impressive.
Absolutely. And you guys can show up right now here on the stream over on the Twitch, the YouTube, and you can check in with us on the truckwreck.com fan text with your thoughts as we do Ask Reddit here every Tuesday during the Expressway. It's where we ask some of the salacious questions that are going viral over on Reddit this week. And again, this is the new way to do this. I'm going to lead off with Choppy because Sean just he never has an answer ready.
They're too good at questions.
They're great questions.
Thank you. Yeah.
I've decided not to read them now because I think about them and I'm just trying to react in the moment.
I decided that from the very beginning.
You decided that from day one of the show.
Well, you know what? Then I am going to lead off with you because I think this one you will be able to come up with an answer for pretty easily.
All right.
You will.
Is this the first one on the list?
No, it's not. Sean Sharif, and this can be music, sports, whatever else. What's the most toxic fan base you've encountered?
Ooh. Oh.
Wow.
Because there are several answers for this.
Toxic fan base. Yeah, it'd be fun to get a music one.
The music one to me is easy. It's two of them, and it's Taylor Swift and Beyonce Knowles.
Yeah.
Those two, just like if you say anything like I don't know how, I mean, SNL did a whole bit on the Beyonce fans where it's like, yeah, that one song I'm not crazy about, and then it's like he's got to change his identity because people are trying to kill him over it.
Here in DFW, my career here, the A&M Manziel, that was probably the worst of the local fan bases. It was the Aggie Manziel mob, and now I've taken it to the Longhorns. They're not toxic; they're just whiny and entitled. But I would have said back in the day the A&M football fan base. But then you take this to politics.
That's the one I was thinking of. The right and the left on social media is without question the most toxic.
Couple of the answers here on the Twitch. Arcada says the Barbs from Nicki Minaj. Not a fan 1053 says the 49ers fans. Over on the YouTube, Gasol247 says wrestling fans for sure. Wrestling fans will get triggered on you.
Yeah, they will.
If you start like trolling them. Peyton, who's the most toxic fan base? Who's the biggest Red Raiders rival?
Oh, it's not the Longhorns. It's about any other team they pick. Mine was political party. You know, I mean, you try and go vote nowadays. They're all outside and waiting for you, just, bombarding you. Taylor Swift's, the Beehive, like Bobby said, Beyonce. It's all a mess out there.
My fan base is pretty bad. Tennessee fans, football fans.
Really?
They got a coach fired before he was hired.
I mean,
they were the original ones of that.
Right now, the most toxic is Philadelphia Eagle fans.
Yep, they want
Doug Peterson,
chaos.
Nick Sirianni.
Yep.
I mean, they don't want chaos, right? But they want your head on a platter.
They thrive with it.
One season. After one season, that could be the most toxic sports city to go work in right now.
682 ICP Insane Clown Posse. Yeah, the Juggalo homies can. They can be a little much sometimes.
It's political parties by far.
Yeah,
not even close.
Whatever political stance you have. Okay, we're doing Ask Reddit here. RJ Choppy, what's the most basic thing you're terrible at?
Oh, I cannot, for the life of me, fold a burrito. So Saturday, Sunday morning, we'll wake up, we'll make bacon and eggs. And sometimes Sarah will make scrambled and we'll put it onto a tortilla. And I just roll it up. But she does it where it's like she folds it and then flips it over Chipotle style.
Yeah.
Where it never falls out. And I can't do that. I've tried. She's tried to show me. So now I'm just like, please, just fold this thing for me.
Right.
So like a 7-year-old, I have her fold my burrito for me.
Yeah.
Because I'm an idiot. And that, to me, is the most basic.
I don't think a lot of people make their own burritos, so
That's fair.
I'm not killing you for that. I don't know how many people make their own burritos.
Sounds about white.
Well done, because you make tacos at home. You got soft tortillas, little smaller tortillas, but folding the burrito. I'll just piggyback off that. I can't wrap a present.
Oh,
and if you can wrap a present,
just hand it to me.
Then you should be able to wrap a burrito.
I know.
Were you good with swaddling?
Yeah, it's pretty good swaddling.
Okay,
Absolutely.
so it doesn't make any sense.
I thought yours was going to be pack a suitcase. I thought it was going to be yours.
Well, I don't pack the suitcase. My wife does.
That's right.
So I don't have to. Look, I haven't even really attempted to, and I couldn't, but I haven't even really attempted to try to change a tire.
Oh, yeah, I've done that. I wouldn't feel comfortable doing it.
I just feel like, okay, I'll do it. I'll get it on, but I'll be petrified with anyone else with me in the car that the thing's going to fall off. That it's going to come unhinged, unscrewed, and I'll kill everyone in the vehicle. But wrapping a present, my gosh, I won't even take one of her presents to a public place, like for her birthday, because it's so embarrassing and it's so bad. I can't get the amount of paper correctly. I can't, I either take too much or too little, and then I rip off a little scrap here and there. It's a sad, pathetic sight.
And I have no idea how when they like fold a box, like they wrap it around a box, how they just make it so tight and there's like no space. I'm always in awe of that.
I'm like, just give me a big bag with that roughy paper, so I can put it in here, put the paper on top, and I give it to you in the bag.
The bag with the tissue paper, that's
tissue
the play.
Paper.
For me, easy. It's handwriting. My handwriting's awful.
Really?
Yep, not very good at all. I was going to say a cooking one because I've never one time in my entire life.
Scrambling eggs.
I can scramble eggs. I've never once in my life been able to cook rice correctly. I will always over or undercook it. It's never right. And I mess it up every time. But yeah, handwriting's the one for me. Peyton?
Well, mine's obviously saying unprecedented. I can't do that. I'm terrible at it. But yeah, mine was handwriting. I mean, and I knew it was bad. You think you would get better as you grow up with handwriting, but you might get worse, right? At least
get worse. Lazier.
Yeah. I'm a lazy guy. So,
not you, all of us.
But I knew my handwriting was bad because when I was signing the lease from my new house,
my new lease,
the landlord had to grab another copy of the lease and have me read to him what I wrote down so he could write down because he could not read what I wrote down. Email, emergency contact, all the important stuff. He had no idea, so he had to write that down.
903 can't tie a tie. 214 Common Core math. 214
tipping with me. I can't tip. I know what it's supposed to be. What are you smiling at?
No, I'm just saying. I can show you the ways to tip.
Kevin Hagelin is supposed to be the master mathematician up here, but without the easy tip calculator, I feel naked in there.
This is interesting. 214. I can't clip my toenails right. I always get skin or all crooked. I have lately, I will when I clip. That's part of the reason why my nails tend to get long is because I will cut too deep and the thing will start like throbbing and bleeding essentially. And so I feel that one there. We're doing Ask Reddit here on 105 through the fan. Peyton Russell, you travel a lot, right?
All the time.
Yeah.
Foreign countries.
People who travel, what is an immediate red flag in hotels?
I will always go check the beds, the bathrooms, like the walls, the shower spots.
Yeah.
A little stain on there, I'm out. Or I'll immediately get housekeeping, so you got to change this out. Even it could be the littlest brown spot, whatever color spot, I'm out on that.
A hair in the shower tub. I'm hitting the panic button. A hair in the shower or the tub or the wall, like Peyton said.
Yeah.
That's my red flag. I haven't really gotten a scary, sheet mark or anything like that.
No bed bugs. Never had that.
No bed bugs. No.
I one time checked into a hotel where there were handprints on the headboard. I did get that. That had not been wiped away. But that tells me, I don't know how well they cleaned that bed if they didn't even wipe off the headboard.
But was it, felt? How did it appear?
No, it was just...
lotion?
No, it was just, greasy hands almost pressed against it. So.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine. I didn't think. I wouldn't have thought to go to the obvious one is the dirt and the filth. But to me, amenities, if I only see one bar of soap, I've got to take the same bar of soap from the sink into the bathroom, the shower. If they don't have the dispensers or whatever, right? Just one bar is dumb, or not having an outlet separate that I don't have to move the nightstand for. You got to have an outlet high. Either on top or up.
And all the hotels that we've been in recently, my phone charger is too loose. It doesn't fit in perfectly and snug. So I'll wake up and my phone isn't charged because it's not picking up.
Right.
Because it's too loose with that lamp outlet. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. It's for whatever reason, it's not tight.
MacGyver it up.
Yeah.
So that it's sitting perfectly.
Peyton, do you get the reference?
Mine is MacGyver. Right. He has no idea who MacGyver is. Mine is whenever I check into a hotel, when I walk in, if I see a line of people who are not holding bags. Like if I get up to the front desk and I see there's like 3 people waiting to talk to somebody at the front desk and they don't have their bags, they're clearly not checking in. They're coming downstairs to complain about something or say like, where's this? Why don't I have this? How do I get this? Then that always makes me go, crap, there's going to be something here that I'm not going to enjoy. Sean Sharif. Again, I'll throw you the easy ones today, Sean.
Thanks.
Who is the biggest attention whore of all time?
Ooh. You know,
Besides me.
My wife has turned on J-Lo.
Oh, no.
Really?
Oh, my God. This was our classic Vegas story. We went to Vegas. I know we went to Vegas after we got engaged. I think that's why that was the same thing. And we had gotten J-Lo tickets here. Humongous bad storm in Vegas. We were going to be stuck. And I was like researching private flights because I wanted her to see J-Lo. Yeah, I didn't get it. I researched it. I researched a lot of things I don't get. I think it was like $8K. Atolo had hooked it up. And she never saw J-Lo. We never got back. And she's turned on her. She's turned on her. I don't really know why. I think moving on from relationship to relationship, she seems desperate. What really did it, I'll say this. She said this yesterday. She might get mad that I say it. J-Lo sang during the inauguration. And she threw in, like, let's get loud.
Oh yeah, and she did during the Star Spangled Banner. She does that every time she sings. And it's like God.
Oh man, like rolled the eyes out of her head, and then going back to Aflac and this and that. So she views her as an attention whore, and she has bailed on Jennifer Lopez. I'll come up with my own name here in a second. That just made me think yesterday.
I mean, other than me,
yeah, sure.
There's someone that used to work here that, I mean. Good God, needs attention like a car needs gas.
What's her name rhyme with?
I was gonna say, like, we know who it is. It's
you?
No, it's quite frankly, it's me.
That's
honestly that's who it is.
That was not a fan. 105.3 and EJL Viking on the Twitch both said that.
That's who it is.
Peyton.
Fantex is, agreeing with me on this one because mine was like LeBron, Aaron Rodgers, LeBron. 214 says LeBron, Aaron Rodgers, Travis Kelce. If you take Taylor Swift, but my thing was the Kardashians are one, and then gym influencers, people that go on like TikTok and YouTube pages that are like pick me, pick my stuff. I do it the right way. Attention seekers.
LeBron.
LeBron's a good answer. Aaron Rodgers was the very first name that came to mind because to me it's like he is always. He likes to feign like he doesn't really, but he always wants to it's like they'll turn into the Hard Knocks cameras and go, watch this, and then like jogging out, or just the provocative things he tries to say just to get a reaction. Aaron Rodgers stands out, but LeBron is a great answer. That's one that I'm trying to think who just pops up. Like, I mean, there's obviously, like, we get people like Skip Bayless. Skip Bayless is an attention whore. Who just everything they say is to get people to notice them. Dan Orlovsky is one. So I think a lot of people in those space.
Skip Bayless.
They fit. I literally just said that. I think a lot of people fit in there. RJ Choppy.
Yeah.
As we do Ask Reddit here, truckwreck.com 877 truckwreck.com Fantex 877-881-1053. What is the best case of just because it's popular doesn't mean it's good?
Oh man, this is a tough one. I think like the iPhone, it's great, but like just because like it's people get it because of the text thing. It doesn't mean the rest of the phone's great. You know, it's a good phone, but like it's not a good phone to the extent that you have to get it, otherwise you're completely ostracized from society. Like it's a fine phone. There's nothing wrong with the phone, but we act like it is the complete and utter elixir of society, and it's just not. It's a good phone. It makes you feel more of a community because of the text ability, but there's nothing about the phone that is commensurate with the level of pressure that you have to get it.
Yeah, a sense of community. That's didn't like Heaven's Gate have a sense of community too, or Jim Jones and those people, other cults. Sean, I feel like there's an easy answer here for you.
What?
Because it's something that you love, but I think you would also admit it doesn't necessarily mean it's good, even though it's wildly popular. reality TV shows. A lot of reality TV shows are just awful edits, but it's enjoyable to like sit there.
Yeah,
and
you got to
like,
pick the right ones. Like
bad.
I've always said, they're not scripting cheating, drug use, rehab, pregnancy, and physical altercations. I don't think so. They script the scenes in which they put you in. Every Housewives show has to, I was thinking of taking a trip. I was thinking that we should this and we should that. No, they schedule these events for you to be at, and then not just randomly in your bedroom when the major phone call comes in. But I do think that, a lot of these relationships are toxic and damaged. That's what I love.
The fan text is blowing up with the answer right now. Stanley Cups. And the fan text, everybody's going Stanley Cups, Stanley Cups, Stanley Cups. I would say, in general, I think, and I'm not saying any particular artists that will get Swifties upset, but in general, I do think music can be a pretty good example of this a lot of times. That I would not say that just because a song is popular or just because a musical artist is popular automatically means it's good. To me, it could indicate that it's actually probably pretty generic and
It has to be. Yeah.
Yeah, because if you're going to tap into a wide range of taste, it'd have to be pretty generic and evergreen and vanilla.
Truckwreck.com text line outside of Stanley Cups. The Dallas Cowboys, popular but not good. Tarantino movies. Dak Prescott, Gavin's Orange Magic Wings.
Yeah!
In-N-Out Burger. There you go.
Yes.
Taylor Swift. Joe T. Garcia's. Oh, man. Coming at Fort Worth.
Man, I've heard some knocks on Joe T. Garcia's.
It's good, but it's a popular spot.
I met him once. Awesome dude.
Yes,
seemed like a good guy.
He's a great guy. It's a very popular spot. Are there better places? Sure, but how much of restaurants is the atmosphere?
Right.
A lot
it's all
of it,
outside, right? I've never been.
It's no, there's an indoor part of it.
Okay. And it's nothing but fajitas?
It's basically fajitas and enchiladas.
Okay.
There's a little. I think they may have more things now, but
you been there, Bob?
Nachos
No,
as
I've
a
never
side.
been there.
What?
I've been plenty of times. When I lived in Mansfield, I'd go there all the time.
How good?
I love it. I really love it. I love their
act like
fajitas.
that's down the street. That's like 40 minutes away.
Not from Mansfield. It's like 20 from Mansfield. But yeah, we'd go there for any celebration.
Ask and do they have queso?
They do have queso,
yeah.
guacamole.
Okay.
Oh, I got it.
And one margarita for you and the date.
Margarita.
Ask Reddit every Tolo Tuesday during the Expressway. Cam Newton goes after CeeDee Lamb's mom next on the Home of the Boys.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour on a Tolo Tuesday with Sean Sharif, Ralph, James Choppy, our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We are your home of the Dallas Cowboys and the World Series champion, Texas Rangers. Have not heard any follow-up to the CeeDee Lamb mom story between Micah's brother, Dak's brother. This is the one we were the most concerned about when she basically put Dak Prescott on blast, saying, yeah, I'd love to get CeeDee to the Texans. You know, CJ Stroud's the man. Dak does not care, does not want a championship. Didn't hear anything from. Now, CeeDee Lamb usually does a lot of Radio Row media appearances. He sits down with Florio, I think, the past 2 years.
Yes, and I'm hoping he will sit down with us. We'll see.
Oh.
Right. That'd be nice.
And he doing...
We'll be keep his head in it before the first 3 minutes.
Let's try not to be snarky. As I just said, I'm trying to book him.
What was the commercials Jane sent us that he was doing for? I can't remember the product.
Chips or something. I don't remember. Yeah, but I mean, he does a ton of different things. He's done Old Spice. Yeah. He's done a bunch of different. The one I saw yesterday, I think, was like Triscuit or something.
So he's probably going to have to address this next week when we all go to Las Vegas. Well, Cam Newton addressed it on the 4th and 1 podcast. Cam talking about number 88's mom and her comments towards Dak.
Mama Lamb, you putting your son in a very murky situation now.
Okay.
It's like, hold on.
You speeding?
I mean, in a 35.
School zone.
I mean, at the construction site.
God told me.
Listen here.
Brakes done went bad, mama.
Pump the brakes.
You guys to hit something.
Please, them fines is doubled.
Okay.
Listen here, mama. Baby, I know everything that we think we don't need to say. Everything we need to say don't need to be posted.
Okay.
Come on. Because Lord have mercy. If my family would have said half of the stuff that they said over the kitchen table or over some dinner or the cookout or the barbecue, there would have been a lot of players that would have hated me.
I like that. Because Cam, a lot of times I think Cam says some sensationalist stuff. And
really?
Yeah. And Cam
naming half the quarterbacks in the league as
right. And just
game
in general,
game managers.
He gets a little he can get a little hot takey at times. But I do in general like the perspective that he's offering here, especially where he says essentially what we had kind of discussed. Like the idea of like just because a family member says something, or maybe like family members have heard you vent before or whatever else, like that's not real life. Like if everything that came across at the dinner table was something that got put into a social media post, like there'd be a lot of teammates that would hate me. But that's not the reality of what we're dealing with here in our job. And so I do think that's probably good advice too, of like just stop making things more difficult on CD.
This has to be very different, right? It all has to do with your family dynamic and how tight you are. You know, with my family, we're tight enough that I feel like they would respect if I was in, you know, I mean, we're Z-listers, but if we were, even my brother, he's very opinionated and loud about his thoughts on this show. So if he went on his social media and was like, oh, this dumb segment, or Sean really thinks this about Bobby, or this is what's really happening.
What do you really think?
I mean, I really don't think I shy away from it.
That's true.
Yeah, I think
Amanda
we read all of his texts in an angry tone, anyways.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do that on Fridays.
Yeah,
we're gonna have to write that down as a segment. Angry text, or mean text, whatever.
Perceived angry text.
Yeah, whatever the segment is. And how much are you? I mean, I would hang it over the heads if I was helping to support them too. I'd be like, if you open your mouth again, you're cut off. Now maybe they don't need your finances. And maybe you don't have that open pathway of communication of saying, shut up, you're making my life miserable, but it all has to do with your family dynamic. I don't know what it is for CD and his mom.
Could be anything. I mean,
to me, if the family respects you and loves you, then put away your own ego, Zach Wilson's mom, and be quiet so you don't hurt your child or hurt your family member that has to live in the public spotlight.
Yeah, like, you know, my sister, my older one, hates that I talk about my dad on the radio.
Oh,
Really?
Hates it. Yeah. Because
Why?
she's very family. You keep the. She's like this. She's like, I think she's a wannabe
Mafia.
Cosa Nostra. Like, you keep the family laundry. You don't air the dirty laundry.
She takes visits on the day of her
She takes visits
kid's
on the day of her
birthday.
kids' weddings and everything.
Wedding.
And I'm like, and I said, get your own radio show then. Like that's what I'd say to you.
Get a podcast.
Get a podcast and then just dispute everything I'm saying. But she hates it. She hates it. So
she listens?
No, she doesn't. No. My family doesn't know what
How
I do
does
for
she
work.
know what you're saying?
The capos tell her.
Yeah, everybody. We have stitches. We have stitches everywhere. Yeah, her son, my nephew Nick, who Tinder hands.
Yeah.
He listens all the time. So I don't know if he tells her or whatever, but he's not like ratting on me.
Right. And you don't say anything bad. It's a very heartwarming, relatable subject.
Yeah,
and you make some jokes.
Yes, I do. And I didn't go into detail when he decided to get naked in the middle of the facility and flip and flop everywhere. I don't really get into that.
Sure.
But but I get it, right? Every family dynamic is different, and you may have different views on what you want. But
yeah,
CDs are the public eye, and if Mama got a free house already and doesn't need it anymore, and now she's willing to say what she wants, I have no idea. I don't know what it's like.
Yeah, look, I think in general, it's always coming from when Tad Prescott talks, or Mama Lamb, as Cam Newton calls her, or when Terrence Parsons talks. Like, I think this all comes from a genuine place of wanting to support them. It's with the best of intentions, I think, honestly. It's just, it can get emotional. Like it's an emotional thing when you're talking about a family member, and it's very easy to be a little narrow focused or short-sighted and not understand, like, in the long run, this doesn't help.
Yeah.
And so I think in general, CD's or Cam's comments are well taken.
And Cam had one more follow-up on his podcast towards CD's mom or other family members like her.
This is real spill for anybody in the NFL, college, sports. It don't matter as a whole. Supporting cast don't make it any better by voicing their honest opinion. You just don't.
Everybody need to go on silent mode.
Just
do not disturb. Just go and be
I
quiet.
say this respectfully. Just shut up.
Yeah.
Just shut up. Because it's not going to do any good.
All right, so there's Cam Newton.
And I think that's a pretty level take from a guy that sometimes doesn't have level takes. But it also sounds like that's something, especially being a quarterback and being that same position as Dak Prescott, and sounds like he had to try to keep his family quiet on some stuff. It's probably just something that like really resonates with Cam, is like, hey, that makes it really tough on us to do what we need to do when we get teammates and their families like talking outside the lines.
Okay, one thing we have not done on this show, and we need to do it, is go over the Cowboys' opponents for next season, because Peyton and I had directly opposite immediate reactions. And I know we all just sit here and say 12-5, 12-5, 12-5. It doesn't matter who you play. They're just going to end up being 12-5, 11-6. And that has basically ended up being right over the past few seasons, 3 straight years to be correct. But my initial feeling, I didn't go back and look at this. I just looked at the Cowboys' opponents. I was like, holy crap, that's a nightmare schedule.
Oh, it's a nightmare.
This is vicious. Peyton, I remember like a week or two ago, said, oh no, especially with the schedule, that's 12 wins again. Am I getting that right? You weren't that worried about it.
Yeah, I wasn't. I mean, look, you have and you'll go over to the AFC North, but you also have the NFC South, which I can pick around, 4 wins just like that. The division, they'll go 5-1 and again. So I already had, about 8 or 9 wins without going outside, the NFC.
Okay, very good, very fair. All right, let's go over the opponents. Obviously, you have the NFC East. Choppy, you've done a very good job of predicting the division dominance every single year. Their record against the NFC East with the sorry Giants, rebuilding Commanders, on the fence Eagles will be about what?
I will say it's going to be 5-1, and I reserve the right to make it 4-2 if that final game is like
meaningless
on the road, whatever, right? But that's the only caveat. Other than that, NFC East 5-1.
All right. Here's the away games. And this is just a test for me to say my initial reaction, whether I should trust myself moving forward. At Pittsburgh, at Atlanta, at Carolina, at Cleveland, and at San Francisco. Okay? At Pittsburgh, Atlanta, Carolina, Cleveland, San Francisco. How tough is that?
I think it's Atlanta's the one that I'm not certain about, but all those other games I feel confident about. Carolina, Carolina.
Feel confident at Cleveland?
No. I'm saying I feel confident about my take on whether they're difficult or not. Carolina's easy. Carolina's easy. Atlanta's kind of waffly. All the others are difficult.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh, Cleveland, and San Francisco are difficult road games.
Okay.
5 letters. Grass.
Mm-hmm.
All 3 of those are on grass. And this team has not played well on grass.
Team hasn't played well on the road.
Period. So if I were just looking at this, I would say that's a 2-3 record.
I'd said 5-1 in the division as well. I think this is 2-3.
Okay. So far we are at 7-4. And right now I'm kind of questioning my initial reaction. I'm like, okay, that doesn't seem like a nightmare. But then I looked at the home. And it's good that these are at least at home. Outside of the division, Saints, Bucks, Ravens, Bengals, Lions, and Texans. That's where I was saying to myself, oh my goodness, that's brutal. Texans, Cincinnati, Baltimore, all coming to AT&T. What do you think? And again, this is a first-place schedule.
Yeah, given how they played this season and how I saw the toughness of those other teams that are on the schedule, I think that in a vacuum, like, this is 2-4. But
at home?
Yes. But
9-8 overall record from Bobby.
But I also, at the same time, even when I just look at it on an individual game-by-game basis, something tells me like one of those 4, like, they're probably not going to lose. They will probably flip one of those. So I don't know which ones, but I fall on 3-3.
All right, so we're at 10-7.
I fell on 3-3 just off the top of my head too. Now listen, like I think they'll beat. I think they'll beat New Orleans. I think New Orleans and Tampa is the givens that they win.
This is long ways away from 12-5.
It is.
This is both 10-7.
Right now, I've got a loss. I'm just doing this like I've got a loss. You're going to split Detroit, Cincy. They beat Cincy here a couple years. They beat Cincy with Cooper Rush, for crying out loud. Like, you know, and that was a good play. That was a good Cincy team.
It was a different Cincy team early in the year, though.
What is the Detroit hangover? Do you get them early? Do you get them late?
Yeah.
Houston. There's a second year? Is there a second year bump? Or downslide. Baltimore's the game. I think we'd all put that as a loss, just in theory, because they're a better roster.
The NFL has historically put, whenever Dallas gets Houston, they've historically put them in the first 5 weeks of the season. You usually get one of the bigger, like, division games in there. Like you very easily could open the season against Philadelphia. You could get Houston in the first month. You know, typically they're not going to schedule multiple AFC games in the first 5 weeks, but they did it this year. They put Patriots and Jets there, so you very easily could get Pittsburgh maybe. So if you're talking about in the first several weeks, because the order of these games, even if you think they're going to go 10-7, the order of these games and how tough they are, it matters a lot to Mike McCarthy's security. Dude, if he gets 5 of these difficult games to open the season, his job could be in trouble.
Pittsburgh and Cleveland. Pittsburgh and Cleveland before.
We said that last year.
But Pittsburgh and Cleveland before December 1st is a gift. Or before mid-November is a gift. Mid-November, if you get Pittsburgh and Cleveland like in September or October with the way Dax, necessarily is, on the road, that's a gift.
We know that the Rangers are signing old injured people, but how are they growing things with the youth, with the next stars? The rest of the sport is talking about the World Series champs, and can a celebrity set up a GoFundMe for her kids' baseball tournament next?
Let's get you over to Dr.
the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214 or 817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Good morning, Metroplex. 8 o'clock hour continues here on Sean and RJ. In case you did not know, and I'm wearing the sweatshirt to prove it, we are your home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers. So keep that in mind with spring training just a short time away, and we have some Brandon Belt rumors that are out there, Choppy.
Yeah, there's talk that the Rangers are kicking the tires on old Brandon Belt of his 850 plus OPS last year and OPS plus over 130. Good year, 100 and some games, not many, about 103 games. And he's got a history with Bruce Bochy from his time in San Francisco. Not a bad player. Like he's turned into one of these like professional hitters. He's not going to bet you 300, but he's going to get on base. He will put up a good OPS on you, and that's what teams are looking for today.
Yeah, he gets on base pretty efficiently. He had that down year in 22, but like the bounce back last year was nice. But if you look collectively over the last 6 years or so, he's a pretty steady 850 type of OPS guy, and getting that as a replacement for Garver is great. Now, yeah, this is absolutely a replacement for Garver because he, has not been great in the field over the last several years. But I'm all for this. Bring more belts to town.
Oh, are there room for 2 belts?
2 B belts too.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Related?
I would buy a Rangers belt jersey at that point.
Yes.
You know what? I don't know that you can still. I still think that looks like you're wearing your own name.
Right.
That is a ridiculous technicality.
I don't think somebody with the last name Parsons can wear a Micah jersey.
Really?
I don't think so.
If growing up, the Yankees don't put names on the back of jerseys. Okay, no. So if there would have been a Rangers player that gets signed and his last name's Choppy and he wears 23, you're not buying it?
No, I think
you're such a liar.
I think it's too presumptuous. I don't think you can do it.
All right, we've been having fun, kind of poking fun, making jokes about these signings being old and injured, but let's talk about the youth, because for years around here, this was an Achilles heel. The Rangers are not raising and developing their own. So where do they stand on that?
The Utes. So Baseball Prospectus a couple weeks ago came out with their top 101 prospects list, and the Rangers have done a really good job of kind of building back the farm system, and exactly, they built it back better. And I think that when you look at, they've been picking near the top of the draft for several years. They're like, yeah, this should make sense. How many big time pitchers have they picked? Surely they're flush with talent now in the minor leagues. Well, not so much, according to Baseball Prospectus anyway. The Rangers get 3 players in the top 101 from Baseball Prospectus, and it's Evan Carter, Wyatt Langford, and then the other one is Sebastian Walcott, their 17-year-old shortstop, who's been really ascending quickly. But that's it. They've got 3 position players. Wyatt Langford is the number 2 prospect on Baseball Prospectus's list, and Evan Carter is number 4. So the Rangers have 2 guys in the top 4. We already saw Carter last year, how encouraging he was. The MLB pipeline list, which is the MLB.com list, that's I think Jim Callis and a bunch of other people work on that. They had 1 extra prospect on the Baseball Prospectus list, and it was Brock Porter. And so the right-handed pitcher, Brock Porter, who was the guy they got when they took Kumar Rocker at the top of the draft to then be able to have the slot money to be able to sign him in the 4th round. That's the guy that is. And Porter's been good in the minor leagues. But this is a little concerning to me, at least, that on these 2 top 100 lists, it's like, there's not the Jack Leiter name. There's not the Owen White name. Mm-hmm. Kumar Rocker pitched well last year before he, had the Tommy John injury. But it's a little concerning that all this capital that's been thrown, big-time capital on minor league pitchers, just hasn't tallied up to anything yet.
For whatever reason, they have never, ever. This is not a recent issue. They've never consistently been able to develop pitchers. They developed, and I can't even tell you they developed Matt Harrison. They traded for him. He was in another farm system.
They
developed Holland.
Yeah, they had, so CJ Wilson is a development, I think.
Maybe consider him fully developed.
Yeah. Right, but CJ was wasn't CJ a bullpen guy when he first came up here for a couple years?
He was starter, then bullpen, then back to starter.
Then back to starter.
But they still, they brought him on. So CJ Wilson, I think Matt Harrison spent enough time in this minor league system that you can count that as one. They obviously didn't grow him completely, but then you got Feliz, They got Derek Holland. Like, I think they did a decent job there in like the
in a
08
year stretch.
Yeah, it was very narrow. But I mean, that's all you've essentially gotten out of there.
That's their history of developing pitchers.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, Kevin Brown. They developed Kevin Brown in like 1990.
Well, maybe they can scout the kids playing on Alyssa Milano's team. Alyssa Milano. Pepe, do you know who that is?
No, do not.
Dude.
Hey,
I know.
How?
We have to do a pop culture quiz with him and Mackenzie, his new girlfriend.
She would have to know who that is, right? She would have to know who Alyssa Milano is, I would think.
I would hope. Alyssa Milano. She's always on these TVs when we come in here. Is that Charmed?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
She catches a lot of backlash on social media. Very outspoken. And on Thursday night, she caught backlash for starting a GoFundMe. Who's the boss, by the way? Look her up. She started a GoFundMe to pay.
Also look up Poison Ivy if you want to. That's a little more.
Yeah, don't look up the who's the boss. Get Chris Hansen on you.
Or just look up Mr. Skin.
Alyssa Milano started a GoFundMe to pay for her kids' baseball team to go to Cooperstown this summer. Here's the tweet. My son's baseball team is raising money for their Cooperstown trip. Any amount would be so greatly appreciated. You can read more about the team and make a donation here. This sparked outrage. You're rich. You're a celebrity. What are you doing making a GoFundMe? Alyssa's begging for donations. She's reportedly worth $10 million. But wait, it gets better. Her husband is the co-head of Creative Arts Agency, CAA, the famous representation organization. And she responded to the backlash saying she's paid for many things for her kids' team and was just looking to raise money for their recent trip. I paid for uniforms for the entire team and coaches, throw birthday parties, and sponsor any kid who cannot afford monthly dues. The kids also do fundraising themselves, car washes, movie nights, and many other fun things. Thanks to all who have contributed, you have made things easier for these boys and their families.
This is the same Cooper. So this is the Cooperstown trip that you do after at 12 years old, 12U. And we did this a couple years ago. It's not cheap. There's two different ones up there. There's two different parks. One is like $1,600 per kid, and the other one's like $2,000.
Wow.
And that's just for the player. The parents have to get an Airbnb or a hotel. By the way,
wow,
there are no hotels in Cooperstown, and the ones that are there are like $500 a night because there's like everybody's there for the trip. So you're getting an Airbnb. You're flying into either Boston or New York City. It's a 3-hour drive. It's a nightmare to get there. And it's a good for a family of 4. It's probably $5,000 for the week for a family of 4 with the child playing.
So this is not covered by all the dues that you already pay and all the fees.
I mean, the team will pay it, and then like they'll collect the dues for the player. You got to have the money in, and a lot of times you can do online and you can do it yourself. But then the parents have to go on their own, and with car rental and with flight, and it's a week.
Okay.
It's Sunday to Sunday, or I think it's Saturday to Saturday. You're talking a lot of money.
Yeah.
So and just for the players, it's going to be like $16,000 just for the 10 players that are on the team.
So this sounds like you are defending her, and what I'm hearing from you is this is defensible. This sounds
because
I don't have as Bobby just smirking.
Because it's Alyssa Milano. That's what he's defending.
I don't have as big of a problem with her after hearing. Why should she pay $16-20K? Why should she have to lay that out for everyone? She shouldn't.
Like, I mean, there's a lot of things about Alyssa Milano that I can't say. Like, this is not one of them. This is, to me, she's just sharing the team's GoFundMe. It's not on her to pay for everybody.
Right.
There are rich parents on my kid's team. One of them's a professional athlete. He doesn't pay for it. He doesn't pay for it. We don't ask him to pay. That's not how this works. I mean, you're in charge of your own child.
Yeah.
It's not her responsibility just because she's worth $10 million to front. I mean, if she does,
this isn't a Bezos, right?
Right.
Bezos, maybe throw it down.
Let's just say it's like $2,000 for the year for the whole kid outside of the Cooperstown trip. So if she pays for one, here comes another parent, and here comes another parent, and now she's fronting the entire team. That's like $30-40 a year. Like
Cooperstown should cover it. They should pay for these teams' travel to come. Really, like. This is ridiculous. This is freaking insane. You earn the right to go there, right? You keep advancing in the tournament.
Oh no, this is not one of those. That's not one of these. this is a tournament that you elect to go to. It's not like you advance to it. Anybody can sign up for this.
Oh,
anybody can sign up for the Cooperstown trip. You got to get selected because there's everybody wants to play in this. So they don't take. They do this for 10 weeks, and there's
well, then let me change
75, 100 teams each week. It's a lot.
Let me alter my opinion. If you all can't afford to go, then don't go to the tournament.
But that's why you raise money. That's why you do fundraisers. That's why we do Super Bowl squares, where half the money goes to the winner, half goes to the team. So you do fundraisers. The cities will help pay for this a lot, but it's a lot of money. It's fun. It's a lot of fun. It ain't worth $1,600. Not for the Sloppy Joe Thursday sandwich they give you and the Bologna Sandwich Tuesday. Okay.
Are you for real? Bologna sandwich?
It's awful. The food there is just
what
terrible.
What are you getting? Where are you going to eat?
On
give
site.
You
on site.
Rations?
If you're a coach or player, you eat in the mess hall. And it's a dried hamburger. It's a worse burger than Sandler's charity event. It's a Sloppy Joe. It's a chicken. It's a turkey sandwich. It's
worst
fake
breakfast
eggs.
than Bobby brings in 3 times a week for us.
It's chili. It's terrible. Yeah, you get your little high school milk cup.
Yeah, I think that it is that. If this is something you're just willingly doing on your own, it is just bad optics. If you want to get to where it's
bad optics.
You don't have to, if you don't want it to be something where you're paying all of it, you're fronting all of it, fine, I get that. But you also probably run in circles where you could share this with friends of hey, so-and-so's baseball team is raising money. If you could donate that, I'm sure she could find people to do this without the optics of putting it on social media and looking like she's trying to get charity as a millionaire. That's what's a bad look.
What are all the Little League parents saying?
Let's see. If she was selling a raffle or something, it's okay, but a GoFundMe is a bad look.
Yeah, GoFundMe, I think of for a health crisis.
Right.
Right.
I do.
Yeah,
I know.
Now, my only thing is, from what I understand, she didn't start it. She just shared the teams. She just used her platform to share the team. That is less, but nobody pays attention
Perception is reality, though.
She's doing what other moms do, but just with a lot of extra money in the bank. If your team needs a GoFundMe, you don't need the team. Let's see. Other parents take advantage of her. I'm sure rich people get tired of family asking for money, let alone an entire team's family expecting it.
Right.
She's not responsible for sponsoring the whole team. Let's see.
Reasonable. Said she is, but you don't have to go share it. You don't have to.
She's trying to get them to go.
But I know. But I'm saying
she's using her power, her platform to get it paid for. I guarantee if I go and look at it, it's covered. I haven't looked. I didn't click on it, but I guarantee you it's covered. Mainly because Alyssa Milano put herself out there, and now they're gonna go. I'm guessing. Is it? Did you open it?
No, I'm looking for it right now. I'm picking it up right now.
Anything else?
Go fine.
I mean, somebody, my guy might. If that was the photo of the.
But why'd you guys have to eat that? Eat their dried bad food?
Well, because you're on the property. You stay on the property. There's a big barracks, right? So you stay on the property. No air conditioner, by the way. You stay there, and that's where the food is. Now you could leave campus to eat.
Yeah, drive your car to
but there's nothing around. There's nothing around. It's in a farmland.
Oh,
so it's a 20-30 minute drive to Cooperstown, to actually downtown Cooperstown.
Oh,
so from where you are, you just eat because you already paid for this. You paid $1,600 for this.
They did get their donations. They barely cleared it. She tweeted, "Thank you to everyone who donated. Milo's team's GoFundMe has reached their goal. I so appreciate your donations the midst of the vitriol."
How much?
They needed 10,000. They got 11,290.
11,290 would not happen if she didn't get herself killed on social media. Has the football GOAT been humbled by the rest of the NFL? That's next. And below the belt on the Fan.
Let's get you some help at BetterHelp. BetterHelp.com/Sean and RJ. 10% off your first visit, and it's all done virtually. It's all done to the comfort of your own home. If you're thinking of starting
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? Because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
take off my belt. We're not. Matt Patricia's favorite word. You're never going to guess what it is. I'll let you sit on it. We'll come back to it. Well, it's not pencil. By the way, he was getting killed a couple weeks back when he had the pencil in the ear. And I don't know if this has been pointed out several times before, but at least it was in this one instance where he's got the pencil in the ear and he's holding a laminated play sheet. And they're like, what are you writing on? You're not even going to need that pencil because it's laminated. You can't draw on it.
Man, you don't hear one likable story about this dude.
He is hated, like universally across the league. And you know what? It's
Bill O'Brien. You know, people think he's a jackass. Charlie Weiss, people have some stories.
It's weird.
I'm trying to think. Josh McDaniels, nobody likes.
There's a connection there.
Matt Patricia. I think Romeo maybe the most liked.
I was about to say, was Romeo there when you were in Kansas City? I know it was Haley, but was Romeo on staff or anything? I can't remember.
I don't think so.
Okay, but either way, it is a common theme. I mean, even Jalen Milroe leading up to the CFP was taking shots at Bill O'Brien, and he's like, he told me I was trash last year. He's like, well, look where I am now. Like, I mean, the Belichick culture, the guys under him who try to repeat it, they run into some problems. And there's another story of that we'll get to here in just a second. First off, perfect segue for Bill Belichick.
Thank you.
He is not going to get a head coaching job. It does not appear. Washington is still open. Seattle is still open. That's something that we would hope to hear about this week, I would assume, that those would be done, because typically the NFL does not make hires during Super Bowl week. It's considered a distraction. The Adam Schefter had a word yesterday, because everybody's been expecting Ben Johnson was going to get the Washington job, and that was a slam dunk. And Schefter kind of just poured a little cold water on it. He's like, well, I don't know that that's just a total guarantee. Like, let's be a little patient. And Dan Quinn's supposed to be in Washington today for his in-person interview. So are they wanting to see what Dan Quinn has to offer? Are they circling back on Belichick? Like, who knows what's happening there? But the issue with Bill Belichick was covered by Charles Robinson at the end of last week, who's pretty well connected just throughout the league. He's got good sources to be able to talk to various teams and get a beat on why this is an issue.
Yahoo!
So he wrote this article the other day and says, as Falcons pass on Bill Belichick, it's clear what is shutting him out of this NFL head coaching hiring cycle. He says, the Dallas Cowboys job never opened. The Chargers vacancy was never on the table. Falcons chose to go another way. And now with 2 coaching jobs remaining, it's looking more feasible than ever that the 2024 NFL hiring cycle could leave Bill Belichick behind. The reasons: time and power. Belichick has a short supply of one and continues to seek an abundance of the other. That's the takeaway from Belichick's pair of meetings with the Falcons, which ultimately led team owner Arthur Blank to reconsider his quest to secure the heavy-hitting culture architect who boasts a titanic resume. Despite 2 meetings, the Falcons continued to scour and refine their list of candidates this week, igniting a belief in league and agent circles that the organization was seriously considering options beyond Belichick. Obviously, then they go to Raheem Morris. But the word from this is that Belichick is, for all of the discussion about, when Michael Lombardi tells us, if you know what you're talking about, he'll defer to you. He'll let you do this. That is not what he is putting off to teams right now. Is that
he is the top dog in charge.
He is the guy, and that he wants to have these personnel decisions, and he wants to change organizational structure. And this is the concern I felt like with the potential Belichick hire here in Dallas, was not just the front office, but
this
also
is an amazing power struggle.
It is
amazing.
And at what point do you blink, or do you just say, I'm Bill F. and Belichick, I'm not going to blink for anything? If you're not going to meet my demands, I'm not going to.
What if he gets frozen out? Like, no one ever hires him again. He gets frozen out because of the structure that he wants.
What he wants. I mean, that's honestly, there are teams that want to be able to have he would completely blow up the entire structure. And I heard Michael Lombardi talking about this week, where he was like, this is an old George Young thing. It's cover your desk. Protect your desk at all costs. Like, this is like Rich McKay in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Not allowing, like, he's in Arthur Blank's ear.
Yeah.
No,
a guy who's 5 games over 500 in the last 20 years has got Arthur Blank's ear, and he's like, I'm protecting my desk. You're not going to bring Bill Belichick in here, and I'm going to lose my job.
Which that has changed, apparently. In the process of hiring Raheem Morris, Raheem Morris and one of the other executives that they hired. The organizational tweak that they had apparently last week, according to reports, is that those people now report directly to Arthur Blank and skip over Rich McKay. So Rich McKay is starting to kind of get shuffled out a little bit. But Belichick basically wants to, and this is what I figured, the Patriot way, the Patriot culture, it's just as cultish as the TB12 method. And so I think that it was going to be critical to Belichick to not just have some personnel control, but also to be able to say, I need guys who fit my culture and what I do, and I don't have time here to waste trying to try something different. We need to get this started now, tear things down to and rebuild it to my specifications. And I think that was something that there was going to be resistance here in Dallas to if the job came over.
Okay, so you come here and you're Belichick. What are you tearing down? Like, give me some examples. What do we have to tear down? You're not tearing anything down. You got 12-5, and you can alter. You can alter to put us over the top. We don't have to take 4 steps backwards. And you figure out this year who are your Patriot guys. You figure out the Patriot way. You're not just jettisoning everyone. We're not starting over. You tinker, you add to it, you be the finishing piece. We're not going backwards. What does that mean?
Well, I mean, in terms of organizational structure, like just from that front, like you're talking about changing up the way that the scouting process is done, the selection of players, which he does not have a great history of.
And then you got to be Arthur Blank or these owners and say to Belichick, like, imagine saying in that room, you suck as a draft evaluator because of your history of drafts. How do you say that to him, right? You're sitting there, that uncomfortable conversation, and you got to say, because the common sense tells you got to tell him, you have a draft problem. Your personnel was awful. Here are the numbers. We want you to work with someone. Why do you think you've struggled? Why? I'm always fascinated to know what is asked between the two sides in these interviews. Why do you think your draft history recently is so terrible? And what would he say to that?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. Like, I would assume that, like anything else, it's just like anything. I think that probably Belichick, everybody in that moment is looking to cover their bases without sounding like they're making excuses. So he'd probably try to, talk about like, well, this didn't work out here. We did this, but like, this is why our evaluation. He would probably lean really heavily into their process that led to that and show this is why we had every indication. So this is an outlier that it didn't go correctly.
I mean, he could also say, like, he could refute they've not had a player sign a second contract over the last 10 years. Well, we had Joe. We drafted Joe Tooney. We didn't sign him. He was too expensive. We drafted Jamie Collins. We didn't re-sign him. He went somewhere else. We drafted Chandler Jones. We didn't re-sign him. He went somewhere else. Like, they had guys that they drafted that got second contracts elsewhere because they didn't want to or couldn't afford to or for whatever reason. Right? Yeah, and
here's
that's the out he could use for that.
And when we talk about rebuilding to his specifications outside of just the scouting process, let's say on the football field, like this group of players that, okay, he's not talking about just adding to it. He's talking about changing it. So without knowing specifics of his thought process, this is just like an example of if we heard these reports coming out, I don't think any of us would be surprised. Let's say he gets here to Dallas and he says, I need 3-4 personnel. So I need to clear out these defensive ends. I don't think, for whatever reason, I don't think DeMarcus Lawrence can set the edge with his hand in the ground as a 3-4 guy. I need to move on from DeMarcus Lawrence.
Run a 3-4 anymore?
Who? Belichick? I'm just saying he's done it consistently throughout his career. And if he wants to use Micah Parsons like Lawrence Taylor, that would be what it'd be. I would guess that he would probably use safeties different, which means you're going to have to change your safeties than what Dan Quinn had done. Let's say he gets here, and I don't know if this would be his opinion, but he was a big Stephon Gilmore fan. He's always liked cerebral corners and guys who are high IQ players. Trayvon Diggs is considered a bit of a gambler. Deron Bland is sometimes considered a bit of a gambler. What if he comes here and goes, I can't work with these guys? Like Diggs, like, you got to go get me draft picks for Diggs because this isn't going to work. And I don't know that he would say that, but those are the types of things that I think if he got here, we'd start hearing certain moves that people would be like, why? Why are you going to move that player? Because it doesn't fit your culture or your way.
Did you see a story that maybe the Giant possibility down the road may not happen?
Yeah, and this is from the Jordan Rannon.
Yeah.
He is the Giants' kind of Todd Archer for ESPN.
Let's not get carried away.
And he wrote this. He said, I've heard this multiple times in the past 5 or 6, 7 years. And the dirty little secret about Bill and the Giants is that he has great affinity and memories, but he doesn't look at the Giants the same way he used to when he was here. And he goes on to say he's directly told that to people. Be careful about the organization and their setup and the way it's run. And that's been relayed on multiple occasions. So, yeah, he loves the Giants. He has great memories for the past, but it doesn't mean that he is bat-esque crazy in love with the organization right now. So that may keep him from the Giants?
Sure. I would also say that it's something that has been said about his culture too, and the way that he's built things up. Not just because of the coaching staff, like we talked about. There is an annoyance across personnel circles in the league that like people buy into the Patriot way. They're just like, it's such a stupid method. It's not even a real method. It's borderline cultish, and the results don't match up. The process is bad. The coach doesn't know what he's looking at anymore. And it just irritates personnel people across the league that like there's this revered status for something that they think is the results say is not good.
So you got to make an either or decision, and I'm still willing to take all that bad. And the good is I'm going to get a guy who is never going to be outdone on game day and in game prep. All the little small, hopefully Bill Belichick, if this ever happened, would give enough credit to Will McClay and be like, you're the man. You do a great job. There's no reason to change stuff. This is what I like. I'd like you to go find that within my parameters. But then you trade for all these game day, game management situations that cost teams this past weekend. And we always talk about with Mike McCarthy and Jason Garrett. All that stuff is fixed for the most part, in my opinion. So you decide what you want. Do you want this unpleasant jackass culture where people may be miserable and you mess up the way things are done in terms of scouting and drafting, and you get all the game day fixes and out coaching and out doing the other sideline every week? Or you want a little bit lax in those details and have things the way you have them in the front office with the structure? That's your trade-off. You pick.
Yeah, I don't know that he's a great game, like...
Oh, I view Belichick as like he's the lawyer who's going to find the like legal loophole.
Yeah, he's going to find
like,
a loophole.
What the hell?
Absolutely.
But
absolutely. You know, I mean,
then why is he the greatest coach of all time? Don't just say Tom Brady. Like, if I asked you who is the greatest coach of all time, you'd say Belichick. What's the reason for it then?
I think Tom Brady's a major reason for it.
Okay.
I mean, I do believe that. Look, he.
What makes him a great coach?
I think in an era
it's not
that
drafting.
is no longer today.
Yeah.
His defenses were incredible at taking advantage of the rules. The rules are such now that defenses can't take advantage of the rules anymore. And I do think that he has slipped a little bit, and the game has passed that by. Okay. Not necessarily passed him by, but passed that by. Like, his greatest trait, defense, was in an era of a much more balanced offense. And now the defenses are much more unstable than they ever have been. And I think he is a victim of that.
I want to take some phone calls. And we have a former Dallas Maverick arrested. What is your problem, if you have one, with the NBA? 877-881-1053. I know Mikey Bassick is listening because he just texted me. So, Mikey, you'll enjoy this Tolo Caller segment on If You Have a Problem with the Association next.
Let's get you over to Zerez, and let's get that carpet clean way, green way. Zerez way, the RJ Choppy fan special. It's an amazing...
From our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Mavericks had it, and they still do. The Mavericks are in position. They can go in front right here. What is happening? What is happening?
The Mavs comeback is happening. Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We're all getting it here on Sean and RJ. We have Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube as the Mavericks come back and beat the Orlando Magic at the AAC 131-129. They were down 16. 10 different lead changes in the fourth quarter. This was about Luka and Hardaway in the second half. Luka with 45 and 15. Hardaway with 36. Mavs shot 62% from the floor after Orlando scored 77 points in the first half. It was like, oh my goodness. And it feels like, by the way, the Dwight Powell glasses, did you catch those?
Oh, yeah, the little goggles.
Oh, the goggles. Yeah, I thought you were talking about like glasses like post game. No.
Thinks he's James Worthy. Who's James Worthy, Peyton?
He's owner of GM.
Got it.
Owner of GM.
Yeah, it's one of them. One of them.
Wait, like the car company?
No, NBA.
He's owner of GM
Well, I
in
was
the
like
NBA?
owner or a GM. One of those.
Oh, Peyton.
That's where I was going with.
We're setting up the quiz.
Oh, he's a player. Gotcha.
We got to. Yes. LA Laker. Great.
I think he might be the most underappreciated player of all time.
James?
Yeah.
Or the GM of Ford.
Or the GM of Ford.
Yeah.
Either one.
One of them.
One of the two.
All right, I don't even know what I was going to say. Oh, Dwight Powell. Oh, we got to get to this arrest news that came out. Only bringing this up because this is a former Maverick, but you alerted me to this, Choppy.
Yes,
Rajon Rondo was arrested Sunday in Indiana on misdemeanor charges of unlawful possession of a firearm, drug paraphernalia, and marijuana. So there you go for everyone who can't stand Rajon Rondo still. I don't know what you doing in Indiana randomly.
Confronting Rick Carlisle, probably.
Yeah, he was
Stalking Carlisle.
He was not supposed to have a firearm on him due to a no contact order taken out against him in court, whatever that means. So he's not supposed to have it.
All right, I want to open this up to the Tolos with NBA phone calls. I want to know if you have a problem with the NBA because Lucas scores 73. Stephen A. Smith goes at the Hawks defense. The Mavs give up 77 last night in the first half. Everyone has scored 70 points. First time in NBA history there's been two 70-plus performances within a week. Wilt had both in 1962.
Man, did he?
Did he?
Did he, Sean? I don't know.
7 o'clock callback. Luka and Embiid just did it. First time since 62, there's been 4 60-plus scores in a week. All previous happened with Wilt and or Jerry West. Currently, 5 teams are averaging at least 120 points a night. That is 5 times the number of teams that did this last season. The season prior, a total of 0 teams average 120 a night.
Wow.
So we've talked about this in college football at times. Too much scoring. We've talked about it in baseball. Too many home runs, right?
Too many home runs.
Is it too much scoring for you? Has the lack of defense completely turn you off? Are you appreciating the skill more? Where are you at with your NBA love? Because this is the same exact discussion and segment we did years ago with baseball, and I ended up being right. That baseball was boring, and people are sick of it. None of my friends were watching it anymore. I was basically watching it because I'm on the home of the Rangers, and it just lost its spark. Rob Manfred, powers that be, did a phenomenal job of changing that, and I think they basically fixed a ton of it last season. But the NBA now has a similar problem, in my opinion, and I want to know why, and if you feel the same way. Abraham in Arlington, start us off. Abe, you are live on the D&M Leasing Hotline.
Hey, Sean. Hey, RJ.
Hello.
Hey, Peyton. Hey, Ryan in the back. And, okay, NBA. Yeah.
Man, our callers are good. Damn, that was good.
It's just the defense. It's the defense. There's just no defense anymore. It's just so boring to watch. I like the physicality. When you could actually play physicals, now everything is a foul. You poke someone, it's a foul. You give someone a little shove, it's a foul.
Flagrant.
I've seen a lot of people suggest that maybe they should make it more like the NHL when it comes to fights and just let them fight. At times, they feel like that would bring more attention to it. I would like that. I don't think that's a bad idea. We could see who really are the soft players in the NBA that way. But, yeah, it really is the defense. I have not seen an entire game of basketball probably since around 2012.
Wow.
Because it's just, for me, it's just you see players go on the fast break, and I feel like I'm looking at Timo Cruz from Coach Carter out here just pulling up for a three-pointer when they have an easy layup. So it's definitely frustrating to watch. And one more thing real quick. How old is Peyton? He's 26, 27, right?
27, Pay?
Yeah, 27.
Yeah, whenever you guys ask Peyton if he knows who so-and-so is and so-and-so is, I'm over here just ready to jump out of my car and get ran over because I'm
don't do that.
like pulling my hair out because I'm screaming the answer out and Peyton doesn't know it.
All right. But
look bad.
But for cross-reference, how old are you?
I'm 27 as well.
All right, so you know all these questions and references? You know them?
I would say 95% of the time I know who you guys are talking about.
Good.
You had
I'll quiz him right now.
And
you had a solid upbringing. You had a solid upbringing. That's what it is.
Hey, Peyton, no, you're the one on the radio, not me. So the thing is, like, it gets me mad because I'm like, I know this stuff, and Payne doesn't, and he's making the rest of us look bad. Thank you guys for taking my call.
Wow.
Yeah,
what did you do to Abraham, by the way?
Yeah.
You know who Abe is?
I don't know who Abe is, but I mean, I honestly get that reaction from people I've never met. So
listen, I think this is. I blame Peyton's parents. That's what it is. Like, it's on the parents to teach
don't
the
blame
kids.
me. Blame mom and dad.
Yeah, it's on the parents to teach the kids. It really is.
The Russell family in jeopardy.
The Russell family is in jeopardy with Peyton Russell.
No. Imagine them on Jeopardy.
Oh,
they would score the lowest.
You would be on Family Feud. You would stop the show. You would get 0 points for starting.
Yeah,
that's right.
Like he would end up on like the blooper reels for Family Feud, where it's like, why did he think that was the answer?
Gerald in Dallas. Gerald, where are you at with the association these days, sir?
Man, the first guy, he said it all.
Yeah.
And there's no defense. It's just and my thing is the whiny baby. Everybody they cry for no reason.
Yeah.
Just get back to playing the game. I remember when the game was tough. You know, the early 2000s Pistons, they were tough. You know, people were fouling, the game would get back to going to playing. And these days, it's just not fun to watch anymore, like he said. There's no defense. Yes, sir.
Sorry, thought you were done with the call. 877-881-1053. Thank you, Gerald. 877-881-1053. Your top 3 problems, in order, no particular order, with the NBA today.
Well,
I'm not, you don't have to answer that. I'm just asking the Tolos. Take it wherever you want.
So here's what I was gonna say. Like, there's a few things that go into sports, like from a viewer standpoint, that really make or break whether or not you're tuning in on a regular basis. Like, and one of them is like, does each game have a premium to it? In the NFL, the answer is absolutely yes.
Yeah.
You never miss an NFL game. Why? Because if you miss an NFL game, you've missed 1/16 the season.
Right.
You know, like that's a lot.
Yeah.
So okay, so if the answer is yes, then the next few questions don't really matter because you have to watch anyway. Same for college football. But if each game doesn't have a premium to it, then you've got to ask yourself, does each run or possession or point have a premium to it? And in the playoffs, it does. And in baseball, I think runs have a premium to it, because as much. In basketball, the answer is no.
Yeah.
And then the other side is one side of the ball completely helpless. And in the NFL, the answer is yes. Defense is pretty helpless in the NFL, but you don't feel it as much. It's not helpless in baseball. It's kind of helpless in hockey until you get to the goaltender. Like, they've taken away the neutral zone trap. They've taken away so many things. The goalie behind the trapezoid thing. And in basketball, they've taken away defense. Like, imagine, because what we're seeing with basketball is, imagine if baseball didn't allow the hitters to swing the bat. That's what NBA defense is. Well, how cool is a no-hitter if the hitters never swing?
Right.
And they're just pumping strikes in.
It's very hard to watch defense, though. Like,
it's terrible to watch defense.
No, I'm saying, like, to analyze it. It really is.
I think it's boring to watch it, too, but there you go.
Unless, like, you become a Dylan Brooks name or something, or we make you a famous defender like Bruce Bowen. Very few, I feel like, are like, look at
Right.
Dwight Powell.
And then we just call them dirty players.
Look at his value. Look at what he's doing. I am interested in what you said earlier. I think the happy medium could be the hand check. I really am interested. I would love if they explored that. Bring the hand check back. The offensive skill is so great. It's the best and most skilled I've ever seen basketball players. The scoring would still be fine, but you'd bring it back and you have some physicality. Bring the hand checking back.
What was the biggest problem with 1990s basketball? It wasn't the hand check.
Mike's talking about carrying too. Well, they're never going to eliminate carrying, but he would take that out.
But, like, imagine this. So in today's NBA, and you said it earlier, everybody could shoot. Everybody.
Yeah.
We were enamored with Charles Oakley because he could shoot from the elbow.
Yeah.
And not very efficiently, but, like, better than most.
Bill Cartwright.
Right. No center could stretch the floor. In today's NBA, literally all 5 players on the floor can score from almost any position. This is not the 90s. You had basically the only guys who could shoot in the 90s were your guards, and they weren't even that good at 3-ball. If you were to take the same rules from the 90s, like most of them, and put it in today's game, they would still score a lot more points than they did back then because the skills are better.
Right.
If you watched And One basketball,
Mikey Bassick.
Hi, Mike.
You can go back and watch And One basketball. They carried the ball less. Skip to my Lou, Rafer Alston. Literally at this point now, if you go back and watch 80s or 90s, like Jordan took it to another level, carrying, and they're like, let's go ahead and allow it. And then Iverson came in and took it to another level. Now, and I love Luka, but like when you watch guys post up, they're able to dribble, hold the ball for a whole second and decide, do I make my step back move? Do I step through, or do I re-dribble? And I'm like, dude, at this point, how do you play defense if a guy can hold the ball for 1 second while he's determining or deciding, should I re-dribble or not? And to me, that's, as a defender, it's impossible to guard. So when we talk about the ball handling, I'm not sure how much better it is. I understand there's so many drills people are doing and getting better. But when you're able to carry the ball, like you're able to carry, the other thing too is, I love this shot from Luka, but if I have a pivot foot and I decide, man, I cannot pass the ball to you, let me pick my pivot foot up and get another angle to pass it. They would call traveling every time. When he does his step back, he's stepping, and then he changes his pivot foot. He then changes from, this was my pivot foot, I'm going to pick up my pivot foot to create the space. I'm like, I don't know how that's not traveling. I get the shot, but I'm like, it is. When you watch what they allow now, I remember watching.
But see if you think this is fair. These are like old complaints and problems. I wonder if they look at it, and I agree with you. I wonder if they look at it and they're like, yo, man, I want RJ Choppy's kids and Mike Bassick's kids to get involved in this and get hooked. So why would I eliminate offensive moves and scoring, right? Like if this went back to Knicks Heat, 85-80, y'all's kids are not getting the same jerseys and loving Steph Curry as much. It feels like an old school, new school thing a little bit.
But again, like back then, man, you had 3 guys on the floor that could really make a shot from the outside. And like now, Like Sabonis is a wizard in 1995.
Well, the other thing too about shooting, which has become very easy,
Now he's
is
a bullet. Oh no, he was a bullet.
Yes, you want all 5 guys to be able to shoot on the court,
which you can now, which you couldn't necessarily 25, 30 years ago.
I agree with that. But you also get 3 feet of separation. You cannot, because when you shot the ball, I don't know if you guys played. Did you guys play high school basketball?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so in high school basketball,
YMCA.
and you were taught this. You better shoot straight up. When you jump, let's just say you're taking a 3. If you jump forward, you might be out for 2 weeks to a month because you're going to roll your ankle. And the defender would just put his hand up and stand there a foot away from you. And if you jumped into him, it wasn't a foul on you, but you might roll your ankle. You better shoot straight up. And if you watch guys like Dirk or Ray Allen, and this isn't a long time ago, this is just 15 years ago, they were really taught you better shoot straight up because people like Bruce Bowen are going to stick that foot almost underneath
Reggie
you.
Miller kick out stuff.
Right, but now it's like you get 3 feet of separation, so you're not really allowed to close out that hard. So shooting is easier now in that, yes, you still have to shoot it and shoot it well, but if you got an open space, that dude has to jump and he has to land at least 3 feet away from you or way to the side of you to make sure. So yes, shooting is better, but I think the main part for me is it's the competition on a nightly basis. Like literally Joel Embiid, when we go to Vegas, you shouldn't bet on him to win the MVP. He's not going to play enough games to qualify for the MVP. He's 4 games away from disqualifying himself for all offseason awards.
But he's not going to play Jokic 4 more times, so he's not going to miss those games.
That's crazy. That is crazy.
I mean, already Kyrie's out. He cannot make first team, second team, third team, and he's going to miss more games.
All right, thank you, Mikey. I want to take a few more NBA calls on that. I can't remember the last time we took NBA calls, maybe when the Mavs won the championship. If you have a problem with the NBA and what it is, plus the embarrassing Stephen Jones audio that a lot of Cowboy fans are talking about, next on Sean and RJ. But why choose my computer?
brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
It's good, isn't it? I told you that dip.
Dude, this is the sour cream one.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Like I just started dipping some of the sun chips in it.
Yeah.
Holy cow, it's good.
We dipped our breakfast burritos in it. The amount of response, I was legitimately surprised. And I'm putting out the Daisy sour cream dips for the playoff game, Super Bowl prep, and I got so many people saying, "Wait, this, that," and mine's the French dip. French dip so far.
Dude, it's fantastic.
It's legit.
It seriously is.
All right, let's finish up a couple phone calls on the NBA. We're asking if there's too much scoring. Where's your love affair with the association? And then the Stephen Jones audio that a lot of Cowboy fans were talking about yesterday. Mavs give up 77. Luka has 45 and 15. 131-129. Like a typical NBA night. Has it gotten out of control? Trey in Dallas, you are live on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Go ahead, Trey.
Fellas, good morning.
Morning.
What's up?
Yeah, regarding the NBA, and this is a guy myself that played college ball Division I.
Well.
I 100% agree that the hand checking needs to come back into play.
Yeah.
I remember back when I was playing, they made the adjustment in college with the hand checking, and it going in my senior year, they completely removed it. You couldn't touch them, you couldn't do anything. They said make sure you keep your hands out. So I totally agree. However, and being a Mavs season ticket holder also,
wow,
it's a little brutal sometimes seeing how easy it is for the offensive guys to just easily score.
Yeah.
It's completely taken away from the game, my honest opinion.
Thank you for the call. Appreciate it. Christian in Dallas. Christian, you're up next on the D&M Leasing Hotline.
Good afternoon, gents. How y'all doing?
Doing well.
Great.
Thank you. And
Yeah,
good
I
morning.
think the three reasons that scoring's up is, one, I think player development. A lot of these kids go through AAU basketball, and they're not getting taught the fundamentals of playing defense the same. I think, secondly, you guys are spot on in that they're calling the games a lot weaker, so, a lot more trips to the free throw line. And then I think, lastly, Mike D'Antoni's system of basketball seems to have taken over the league where, they almost want you to score so that they can get back on offense quicker and shoot a three. So those are my three reasons why scoring's up.
Good call.
I think that's largely it to me, too. I think Mike brought up this point last year, I think it was, where he was like, how difficult is it going to be for an American player to win the MVP in the NBA again? He's like, because the European style of basketball is very team-oriented, and they teach you fundamental basketball. And then here in, the U.S., a lot of the basketball players are coming up on the AAU circuit. It's ISO basketball. It's ball-dominant play.
Uh-huh.
And I do think that that's probably the biggest issue to me in terms of just the way the play style is that the isolation basketball, not playing fundamentally sound team ball, and then because of that, like the exertion on the offensive end, resting naturally on the defensive, and I think that's all encompassing on the problem with the brand.
So last night I was flipping back between the Mavs and the Texas-Houston game.
Longhorns losing.
Well,
I mean, it's watching two different sports. It really is. Like watching a college game where the college game is dominated, especially the tournament, by like good guard play. But you still have, specific interior players. You still have, right?
Michael Doliak, yeah.
Yeah, Michael Doliak.
Utah.
But it's a different sport. I mean, you've got ball movement, you've got cutting. Now the shooting is terrible, right? The skill set of the college players compared to the NBA. I mean, that's two different sports too. It's like you're watching two different species, for crying out loud. But it's just a different game, and if you could marry the two, I think that would be great. There's defense in college basketball. They slap the floor. The 30-second shot clock, they're using a lot of it oftentimes. That doesn't mean that it's better basketball, but I think if you use that brand of basketball with better players, I think you got something.
Jay in Waxahachie. Jay, you are live on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. I just want to say this. One of my things, the main thing for me is the lack of accountability in the NBA right now. When you think about Jordan, right? Jordan passed the torch down to, I would say, Kobe. right? Kobe took it, and he was an amazing two-way player. He took pride in that. Yeah. He instilled fear in the hearts of his opponents, right? So after Kobe, there was no really a player that really stood up and took that torch like that and held themselves accountable for, both ends of the floor. So my question for you is, who is this generation's version of Kobe?
Well, what about LeBron?
We tried to gloss over it with LeBron a little bit, but I'm Team Kobe, and I got to be honest with you, man. I don't think that LeBron can sniff the garments of Kobe Bryant any day of the week. That's just how I feel deep down in my heart. There's not even close. But we're talking about true two-way basketball. Remember when Kobe slapped the floor in the All-Star game when LeBron was coming down the court, and LeBron, did what he did. Think about it.
Thank you for the call, Jay. So I have written down
true two-way, like real deal, like great on both ends of the floor players. The first two that come to mind for me are Jimmy Butler and Kawhi Leonard.
And what are both of them? Kawhi never plays, and Jimmy waits until April to play.
Right.
So but again, right? I mean, that's part of the problem with the league.
Yeah. I mean, it's a fair point. It's interesting too, the idea of like him talking there about Kobe being a dog and Jordan being a dog. There was a really interesting article last summer in the Daily Telegraph that it talked about.
We're going to do the Steven audio with KMC, by the way. That'll be perfect for them. The Stephen Jones, possibly embarrassing audio, 940.
I think it was the Daily Telegraph had done a story last summer that after Jokic won, and Wembanyama had around that same time given interviews where he's like, I'm not worried about, how basketball, that doesn't define me, I'm my own person, that they were doing it in praise, but they basically said, long gone is the day of the Kobe competitor, the Jordan competitor, who they had no balance in life. They were just always worried about this. Now we have these balanced superstars that understand their identity isn't in basketball. Jokic, Embiid, Wembanyama. Like, that is something that is also, I think, a perspective change with this generation of players too. There isn't really that hyper competitive, like, you're not my friend type of player in the NBA anymore.
Yeah, and I hate that. So I've written down rules, refs, defense, and maybe too skilled. But man, I think the hand check could be a decent balance. That could be they're still skilled enough. They're still going to score plenty. But
mandate 4 passes before every shot.
Mandate 4. Well, I would maybe you need to do some homework on the assist numbers to see if they're actually higher than the 90s with the team style of play. I think the Warriors force teams like Sacramento and others to actually pass it around.
Yeah, they do.
Christian and Grapevine. Christian, you're up next here on The Fan.
How are y'all?
Great. How are you?
I just read this article right before y'all started this. I think it needs to take up more heat. Adam Silver pretty much said that 90s basketball is disgusting, and he said that he made a point proven for the NBA for smaller guards to display their talents.
Mm-hmm.
So he got rid of the hand checking and the physical play for the smaller guards so they can display their talents.
Yeah.
I just was really upset by reading that before y'all even started the segment.
You're really upset by it?
I was.
Okay.
So that's also other things.
Hey, Christian, how old are you?
33. I'm actually at y'all's Fan Fest all the time.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
Well, that's interesting that you're 33 and still kind of harkening back to the old school days. I like that. You have a little old soul in you.
Yeah. Do you know who Alyssa Milano is, Christian?
If it's pop culture, then no, probably not.
Oh, there you go.
Thank you. Point 1 for me. I got 6 more years.
Do yourself a favor. Watch Poison Ivy.
ESPN insiders were asked what's driving these big scoring nights. Chris Herring, perfect combo of historic efficiency and astronomical usage rate and astronomical use of the three-point line with games being played at a high tempo. Defenses are spread thinner than ever, trying to guard 7-footers out beyond the three-point line. Tim McMahon, number 1 on the list. The NBA has never seen this much skill. Kevin Pelton, NBA offenses have never been more efficient than they are right now. The calendar may play a role. Historically, there have been more 60-point games in January than any other month, both overall and per total games played. Why would that be the case?
It's a 31-day month.
New year, new me.
So a longer month, right? 31-day month. And
dry January, maybe.
Dry January. You're really, the season doesn't start till Christmas. There's sea legs under them in November, December.
Yeah.
This is the month. This is like the Tuesday of the NBA schedule.
Ryan and Rockwall. Ryan, you're up next here on The Fan.
Thanks, gentlemen. I just want to say I'm a new Tolo, relocated from Seattle, Washington 2 years ago, and haven't stopped listening since I moved out here.
Thank you, bro.
Thank you.
So I want to mention one. I've been spurned on the NBA since the Sonics left in 2008, so I haven't watched a whole lot, but I think a lot of what has been said I would agree with, and I'd like to add something else to your list, a third R after the rules and refs, is rivalries. We don't have the rivalries that we did back in the 90s, right, where we had the Bulls and Knicks and Pistons just hating each other, and that's probably because there is no defense, probably because it is too soft, but you don't have that. You don't have that primetime game where you're like, Bulls, Knicks tonight, let's go. These guys hate each other. We're going to see some good basketball. It's going to be physical. And we might see some pushing and some shoving. Like, it's just too soft. It's just so much one-on-one ISO. I mean, you can make it NBA be 3-on-3 now, and it's still, I don't know. It's just, I think we need to move back to the more physicality like everybody else has mentioned. But I appreciate you guys. Love the show. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you for the call.
It's actually an idea, 3-on-3. It'd be actually kind of interesting. But
yeah, the Players Association will love that.
I know. There's no rivalries. That's true. We
That's
circle.
why I kind of tried to love the Memphis Grizzlies last year, and y'all backhanded me.
I was Dylan Brooks. We're not a fan. But look, we circled Bills Chiefs.
Yeah.
National sports fans, football fans circle Bills Chiefs.
Rangers Astros, we're gonna circle it.
Yeah, we are. The rest of the sport might not, but and that's the thing. Football is the only one that's really the national sport where you follow other cities.
All right, let's play the audio that Stephen Jones may not be too happy with and talk about it, dissect it, investigate it with the KMC masterpiece. A Stephen Jones Cowboy Crosstalk is next. But did you know that leaving an old 401k with a previous employer can create higher investment costs? If you have an old 401k you aren't sure what to do with, call Trajan Wealth today to discuss how to optimize those funds and get that money working for you again. Starting from a foundation.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? Because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
RJ representing the Bushwhackers here on the Fan Cam to honor Kevin Hagelin, who is not in today. We crosstalk with KMC. Good morning, Corey Majors. What's coming up?
Man, that was a wild game last night, and we asked right out of the gate, can the Mavericks win in spite of Jason Kidd? And then we will at 11:20 get into more of the discussion you guys just had about the NBA, because we talked about that a lot yesterday. But Adam Silver was on All the Smoke podcast with Kevin Garnett. We'll talk about that at 11:20. And we got some really interesting baseball topics to get into today as well, and baseball nuggets at 10:40.
Did you think Luke and Hardaway were going to kill Kidd last night?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Hardaway was a little more reserved with it than Luke was, but Luke was very demonstrative, just basically looking like, you are a freaking moron.
Called the
like the way he
timeout.
reacted. Yeah. And then when Tim Hardaway Jr. got asked about it post game, I think he rolled his eyes pretty heavily, but I think it was because he was like he thought he was leaving and somebody like held him up to ask the question. But
winning the game probably helped that out a lot. If they would have lost that game, then it would have been a different story in the press conferences, I bet.
All right, I'm dying for you guys to hear this audio. Did you see this Stephen Jones clip circulating yesterday?
See this?
Yes.
Hear about this?
Okay. Are you going to play it
we will put it into our Gridiron Gravy at 11:40.
Okay.
And we just got it this morning. But yes.
So this is from The Athletic. John Machota, been covering the team a long time. Athletic. And Bobby, who is the other guy?
Kent Garrison, former keyboardist for Forever the Sickest Kids, and also was the audio director for all the DallasCowboys.com podcasts. Now he runs the Athletic podcasts.
All right. This is Kent Garrison and Machota talking about Stephen Jones and a Dallas Cowboys draft day scenario.
That reminded me of something. When I worked there, one of my favorite parts was after the draft, going through all the tape of the draft and seeing who called them, because it's all recorded, like all the trade requests and all that. It's all just seeing, all that, like so the stuff they turned down, when they could
seeing or listening,
seeing and listening. Because it's all the phone lines are, you watch the secret audio, the phone lines are all connected in through the cameras too. So
did the Lions ever try and offer him Stafford? I'm just kidding.
I know another Lions thing that I'm not going to mention specifics about, but there was a call about the Lions from the Lions during this time. And
Calvin Johnson?
The Lions called him and offered him somebody, and Steven was like, "Who is that?" And I mean, it was a pretty decent name. And he was like, "Who?" And the Lions
Megatron.
He's blah, blah, blah. And they explained who it is. He's like, "Oh, we'll call you back." And Steven just hangs up the phone and just sits there and keeps watching the draft. Doesn't even tell anyone that somebody called. Doesn't even ask Will who this guy is. And then the guy calls back 5 minutes later. It's like, "Hey, did you think about that?" And he's like, "Yeah, no. Bye."
Okay. So Cowboy fans yesterday were saying, we're screwed. We're doomed for all time. Steven, not knowing who it is, according to what we're taking from this, not checking with anyone, and then when the follow-up call was made, not interested.
Not interested.
Yeah.
Cool.
Does Steven need to know every player in the NFL?
That's a great question.
Because we don't know the name, and if somebody does know the name, when they tell me, then I can help with this a little more. But
Robert Porsche.
Now the only
okay,
the only person who, and it's a different sport, but it's Jerry West. So my buddy Chris Owens, who I went to high school with at Duncanville, he played for the Memphis Grizzlies for 1 year and then overseas.
You still keep in touch with him, right?
Yes.
Good, because I'm going to need tickets in March.
Okay. Oh, you think Tennessee's coming here again?
I think they're coming here for the tournament.
So obviously Rick Barnes was his coach at University of Texas. He walks into Jerry West's office. This is Memphis Grizzlies. And Jerry West has a wall with every player in the NBA. All of the active players, all of the players on the practice squads. You have 12 that can be active, 3 that aren't. And Chris Owens asked Jerry West, he said, "Do you know all the players in the league?" Looking at that wall, he goes, "Chris, if you're going to get into front office work, and you're going to want to do something like this, yes, you have to know every player in the league. Now, I know there's a lot less players in the NBA, but he told Chris, you have to know every player. You have to know their strengths and weaknesses because you never know when a phone call's going to come that you might need to make a quick decision for the betterment of the organization.
Wow.
So it's a different sport. Jerry West was an older guy at Memphis. He wasn't in his 50s at that point. He was an older guy.
Yeah.
I know it's
quick
different.
Decision to give Pau Gasol to the Lakers.
But Corey, how about this story? And I know it's not Steven, it's Jerry. Do you remember going into the Tampa Bay Buccaneers game when I had a question about one of their wide receivers and what the response was from Jerry Jones?
You asked because Chris Godwin, we all respect Chris Godwin a lot. He
Pro
was coming
Bowler.
back, and he said he'll get you an interception. And he also thought he was on.
It means he runs a bad
roster.
route. He could have ran a bad route, and it forced Brady to throw a pick.
But I think to Corey's point and question, what should Jerry, Steven know versus McClay? I've always asked this question, and I'm asking this for every GM, like Howie Roseman. Can Howie Roseman break down the X's and O's like Brian Broaddus?
No. But that's not his job.
Okay.
You shouldn't be answering the phone if there's trade request and you don't know the personnel in the NFL. That's fine. I agree with you. Steven shouldn't know that he's a billionaire. Steven doesn't have to worry about anything his whole life. He's been given the silver spoon of the Dallas.
Should Jerry, as the general manager, know?
But that's why they lose, because this is you have to sacrifice to win, and it's not just to win; it's just for the opportunity. It doesn't even mean you're going to win. You do all this sacrifice, and you know what? 99% of the time, you're still going to lose and not be the champs of the world. And Jerry decided early in his life it's not worth that sacrifice. And Steven's following Dad's footsteps.
Yeah.
And it's fine if they don't want to know. Just be the owners and the presidents and let Will McClay answer the phone.
Right.
Yeah. He should have. You got to ask Will, hey, are we interested in this at all?
Yeah.
Even if you don't know who the guy is, hey, I don't know. Is this guy somebody? Is he too busy right now? Just reach over and say, tap him on the shoulder. Say, hey, stop talking to Charlotte. Give me some answers here.
Now, Bobby, a lot of Tolos earlier this morning were saying overblown, reaching. Give some of that opposite side.
Look, I just think they're in the middle of the draft. They have 500 names up on the board. There are a bunch of names across the league that they're constantly evaluating. I don't know. Just when I hear that as a side quote, I don't know how in depth it really was. Like, hey, who is this? Versus like said Amir Abdul or said whoever, and ended up doing the like. I don't know if they reacted poorly to that. Like, my whole thing is that I just think he was probably frazzled, threw it out there as like, hey, who is this, whatever else, and then reacted from there. And then that's probably why he didn't do anything in the room. If that's the way he did it, he just sat down the phone. It's because he probably knew who it was, knew how they evaluated him, and knew we're not going to do this, and just was waiting for the call back instead.
Yeah, in order for this to be really embarrassing for Steven.
Can I add something real quick?
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you here. Let's say he did know the guy.
Yeah.
And was just like, I don't have a clue who that guy is. We'll give you a 7th for him. Maybe that's part of the setup too. Because the audio says he doesn't know. Maybe he did know. Maybe he did know, but that's part of the negotiation tactic is act like you have no clue what it is. It's not valuable to you at all.
Somebody did like say that on the fan text. So they're like, what if that's just part of the negotiation? Just like how flippant it is. Like, we don't even value this person.
Well, there's obviously no part of the negotiation because when they called back, he didn't have another name involved. So if right now it's almost NBA trade season and all of a sudden you have the Chicago Bulls call you up and they say, hey, you interested in Zach LaVine? And the Mavericks, let's say they're not interested at all. Well, you wouldn't obviously say, who is that? I've just named a pretty popular player. But you might hang up the phone and then you would go to your office and you'd say, hey, guys, Chicago's about to make some moves here. They wanted to know if we're interested in Zach LaVine. We're obviously not, right? All right. Who are we interested in? Because let's call them back and see if they want to offer us this player for this. Because they're willing to make moves. It sounds like. Let's see how willing they are. Let's offer this for that and see. So Detroit was wanting to do something. Obviously, we'll never know the details of it. And maybe there was nothing on Detroit at the time. They were such a bad team and everything. They're like, we literally hate all 53 players on your team.
Right.
But you could always follow up and go, wait a second, what position is this?
Yeah.
And now can we take advantage in any way with Detroit calling us up?
I would have to know that Kent Garrison's relaying of this story was not Steven not hearing it correctly, something else going on. Because the way it looks is he was clueless as to a bigger name on the Detroit Lions roster, which would be really embarrassing. And I imagine Stephen Jones, if and when he hears that audio or this, is going to be pretty furious over the way it's being portrayed.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think of the outs. I'm trying to think of the possible.
Yeah, you can you do need to know the names. I think a lot of you don't need to be able to break down. Howie Roseman's. It's not his job to break down film. That's the scout's,
I don't know.
That's the scout's job. His job is to take the information.
Yeah.
But
for Howie to decide to make a move on a player, he should know if they're a 3-4, a 4-3.
Well, the scouts would tell him that, his personnel department.
Yeah.
And then he would decide, is this player's positional value or whatever contract worth the trade compensation that you would get or whatever.
We need to ask Thomas Dimitroff that.
Yeah.
We need to ask Thomas Dimitroff, can you talk X's and O's with your head coach? Can you break down scheme and all the football intricacies like Brian brought us, like a scout? I'm dying to know that.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know if Thomas Dimitroff is the same as Howie. Howie may be like
just a general manager in general.
Yeah, but like the CEO of Southwest Airlines doesn't need to know how to fly a plane, but he needs to know that he puts people in position.
Yeah, I don't know if that's apples to apples.
This is the Henry Ford situation. I got 7 phones here. I'll call the expert. I'll call the guy, and he'll give me the information. I trust him. I hired the best.
Yeah.
That's why I am as good as I am. But at the same time, Chris Young knows baseball and made damn fine decisions last year to get the Rangers a World Series.
So let's just take the Rangers since they're the champs. If we heard a story about Chris Young / Ray Davis, Kip Fagg, who runs their minor league, draft and everything like that. If we heard that, we would say they're world champs. They knew what they were doing. There's a reason the Cowboys fall way short of expectations all the time and are not really considered a contender. This is the reason. This is why I'm not a Cowboys fan anymore. It's never changing. However old you are, it's never going to change. So if this is your team, stick with them, love the Cowboys, all this. But there's a reason that teams are successful consistently, and there's a reason teams are unsuccessful consistently. We hate doing this because we like making fun of Detroit and Washington and name another team, Arizona Cardinals. We love making fun of those organizations. We just don't want the reality of looking within ourselves and going, hey, we might be better than those, but will we ever really live up to the expectation of these organizations? And the answer is absolutely no, because they sacrifice for the opportunity to win, and there is no sacrifice in Dallas for winning. There is sacrifice for money, fame, and one other thing.
Well, in your face, Mike, because they are successful, as the Cowboys have added DeMarcus Lawrence, Tyler Smith, and Jake Ferguson to the Pro Bowl roster.
Wow.
So you can zip it, according to Michael Gelkin.
Why did you have to end the show with that? Why did
this is the week of the Cowboys. This is Pro Bowl week.
Crosstalk.
This is Pro Bowl week. This is the week of the Cowboys.
And who was missing for it?
Kevin.
Maybe that's a lesson.
We had a good crosstalk yesterday.
Maybe
too,
that's
though.
this was better. This was greater. Back tomorrow with Matt Pittman, a.k.a. Meat Church, and we'll chop it up for the Hump Day edition. KMC is up next.
fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
We're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. We are without Kevin today, but it's okay. You got me and Mike and Alec Medford all hanging out with you, and Carter is on the camera right now making sure you can see our shining faces because we all took showers and we have clean faces this morning, so that's nice.
I took a shower last night.
I took a shower last night, too. I don't even know why I said that.
Okay.
I was just trying to make something up there. All right, guys, the Mavs played last night. They get their win, and I didn't think that was going to happen. After the first half, they looked like they were all over the place.
They only gave up 79 at the first half.
That was it. That was it. And Luka had some weird turnovers that I just wasn't used to. I saw him trying to push the ball up the court, and things just didn't go the way that he wanted to. And then in the second half, they turn everything back into the way they want it, and it gets to be a close game. I'll give Paolo Banchero a lot of credit for the way he played last night. Your boy from Duncanville,
Anthony
Black was pretty exceptional, and Wagner was a lot of fun. It was a fun game if you wanted to watch competitive fourth quarter.
That Orlando team is an up-and-coming team. You can see that they could have something special in a year or two in the NBA where they could start competing with the top teams in the East. But watching that game last night, I just think about after that Phoenix game, Luka has been working his tail off. Now, does he still complain to the refs at times? And I'm like, I think I saw Jaden Hardy, who's 20 years old or 21 years old.
Yeah.
He was telling Luka at one point really late in the game, he's just on the bench, like, calm down. And I think he was talking to Luka as everybody on the bench was like, please don't get a technical foul right now. Like, we have a chance to win, and it's under 3 minutes. And Luka was really upset with a call. But
I did see him doing that too, and I thought the same thing.
But I think Luka right now, after that Phoenix game, obviously the 73 points, he didn't shoot the ball well the other night, but still had 17 assists, triple-double, played as well as you could when he's having to play almost. At this point, he's getting close to playing 48 minutes a night. Like, he's on one of those, these 3 games, he's kind of on, I know this is horrible to compare him to this, he's almost on like a 1988 Michael Jordan run, where you're like, hey, there's not much on your team. Can you give me 45 minutes a night? I'll give you like the last minute of the first quarter to sit out. I'll give you the last minute of the third quarter to sit out, and I'll find you another minute in this game. But I need you for 45 of the 48 minutes. And Luka is giving Jason Kidd almost 48 minutes a night right now.
But after the 73-point game, Kidd was asked, hey, what did you tell him? And he was like, rest, go play with Gabriella, enjoy life. But we can't lean on him like this. We can't do this. He can't be out there for 45 minutes every night. It's not good for us.
Yeah, I think it was 42 last night.
Yeah.
I don't have the box score pulled up, but that's a lot of minutes when you're having to do all the things that he's doing.
But I guess that's the thing whenever you're Jason Kidd, where you're like, hey, we got all the guys have to step up and do their parts. And last night, some role players did step up and do their parts. And for the 1 minute Dwight Powell was in, he was dominant too.
When he dropped the pass for an easy layup.
It's okay, man. Those glasses were probably a problem. But the coach says we can't do that. Who's he talking to? Is he talking to the role players? Is he talking to Luka? Because then he did it. He literally said we can't, and then did it anyway because it's the only alternative right now.
To your point, now Tim Hardaway Jr. was phenomenal last night.
Yeah, he was
awesome. But I looked at the box score. I'm trying to pull it up. My computer's slow this morning. At one point, I believe the starting forwards for the Mavericks, Grant Williams and Josh Green, had combined for 2 points, 2 rebounds, and like 2 assists. And they were playing. So what do you do if you're Jason Kidd? Jaden Hardy came off the bench and had a really nice game. I believe he ended up with 20 points. So I'm not going to blame Jason Kidd for going to Luka and pretty much playing him 48 minutes of a 48-minute game for the most part, because the other guys aren't stepping up. I do think it's a challenge to Josh Green, to Grant Williams. And Grant Williams had a really good game against Sacramento, but then he didn't take a shot for the majority of the game last night. Josh Green had a good game in the 73-point Luka game. But then last night, he finally made a layup late in the game to get on the board to have 2 points. And I understand not everybody's going to have 20 points on your team. You have role players that their goal isn't to score 20 points. Obviously, the role players that are supposed to, Hardaway. And when Kyrie's out. Hardaway did a great job of picking up his scoring, nailing a lot of shots. Hardaway was great last night.
Well, and then their game plan was helpful that they recognized that they could get a lot of points at the basket with Lively on alley-oops and stuff like that, too.
Yeah,
like, that
Lively,
was helpful.
Lively had a really good game. I will say this. I brought up Wendell Carter Jr. a week or two ago about a possible trade. Man, would he help out the Dallas Mavericks tremendously. Like, he would be a tremendous help for the Dallas Mavericks. So finally the box score pulled up. Maxi Kleber, I don't know how healthy he is.
He had French fries last night. Isn't that what that's called? One point, one turnover, one rebound, something like that.
Yeah, 1 point, 1 assist, 1 rebound.
And then Dwight
one
Powell
turnover.
had 1 minute. So there you go.
Dwight Powell had 1 minute. But when you do look at this box score, and I go to Williams and I guess Green, if you want to call Green the guard and Hardaway the forward, then you can. But they combined for, it looks like here, 60 minutes of basketball approximately for 5 points. That's tough.
Yeah.
So that's why Luka had 45. Sometimes I'll call out my buddy here, and I love talking basketball with him, is Ryan Drees, who pitched for the Texas Rangers for a while. He will get on Luka for not passing the ball enough, for kind of dribbling the ball too much. And I agree with him to a point. But then I say, Drees grew up a Golden State fan, so he's not a bandwagon guy. That's where he's from. I'm like, he doesn't have Klay Thompson. He doesn't have Draymond Green. He doesn't have Andre Iguodala. He doesn't have these guys. I would love for there to be more ball movement. But when Kyrie's not playing, and let's face it, about 50% of the time, Kyrie's not going to play. His career history tells you he's going to play somewhere between 40 and 55 games a year. And that's who Kyrie is. And he is great in those 40 to 55 games. I love watching Kyrie Irving play, and I never thought I was going to say that. But he's not an available player in the history of his career. He's going to be a guy that misses 30 to 50% of your games. So I don't know what Luka's supposed to do. Josh Green is not a good passer. He is erratic with his passing. He loves jump passing, which causes tons of turnovers. Grant Williams is not a ball handler. We've kind of found that out through 50 games almost. Hardaway is a gunner. He's going to shoot the ball when he touches it, and when it goes in like last night, it's amazing. Lively is that big guy who just catches lobs and dunks, and he has more touch around the basket than I thought, but he has nobody else who can help him facilitate or help the ball move correctly.
From the 6'8" they had 3 guys with over 20 besides Luka. That's fine when it's 4 people over 20. The role players played fine.
Yeah.
My point there is not that they didn't get the production. It's that they still needed Luka to play 43 minutes and do Luka night in order to win a game.
Yeah.
In the regular season. And that's, you have to find a way for them to win and be competitive without Luka putting that much stress on his body. That's all I'm trying to point out. Not that I'm not trying to say that that Hardaway wasn't good, that Lively wasn't good, that Hardy wasn't good. I'm not trying to say that. We got to figure out, and maybe whenever Kyrie is on the court, but it's just been so limited with him being on the court with Luka. Maybe that is the only option. The only alternative is Kyrie can help spell that a little bit.
Yeah, and that's going to be, I don't know, Kyrie's probably going to be out again, like the next few games. I'm assuming Kyrie's not playing. This is going to be tough as you're watching the Mavs and you're getting close to the trade deadline with limited ability to trade because of assets. Luka and Kyrie are not creating a chemistry where we know exactly what's going to happen. They are way better than last year. If we're comparing their, whatever it was, 12 games they played last year to what they've done in their, I don't know, have they played 15 games together this year? It doesn't seem like a lot.
I remember at one point they were like 12 and they were the same record. It was like 12-9 with and without him. So that was like a week ago.
You watched last night, and I'm very happy they won. They need to win. I mean, they're only 3 games away from not being in the playoffs at all, and I'm talking about going back and being the 10th overall pick. So last night was a huge win if you want to stay in the play-in situation.
Exum, they pointed out Exum not being there last night, also another factor. Like
True.
that's another player that you can rely on, that
Derek
adds
Jones
that help
Jr.
to it.
was out. Derek Jones Jr. is starting to regress to the mean, and what I mean by that is, because we had no expectation for him, he was going to be like a 12th man, which he's been a lot of his career. And then he started for the Mavericks, and he showed some ability to play in the league. Like, wow. And then times you watch Derek Jones Jr. like, oh, I see, right? I see the turnovers, or I see, because he's so thin, he can jump out of the gym, but he's not a very good rebounder. And so the Mavericks last night, there are a couple times they gave up some rebounds that kind of hurt him. Wagner would make some big threes off of second possessions and stuff like that. But last night, the Mavericks gave everything they could give. Luka gave everything you could give to an NBA basketball game with 45, 15, and 9. He's handling the ball a whole bunch and only had 4 turnovers. I thought he had a great game. And I know your tease was, because we only have a few minutes here, was Jason Kidd and the final minute or so of his coaching.
Yeah, there was a moment last night where I thought Kyrie was more invested in the game than Jason Kidd. They called a timeout, and Kyrie's walking out there telling everybody to come here. And after the game, there was a moment where there was not a timeout called. They're trying to inbound the ball. They only have a few seconds left. They're trying to get time to run off the clock, and Tim Hardaway gets the ball. Tim Hardaway Jr. gets the ball, and he doesn't get fouled. He's wrapped around. He's double teamed, and Jason Kidd doesn't call a timeout. And after the game, let's go to cut 7 here. He was asked, "Hey, were you expecting a timeout to be called?"
Y'all were up 3, and they called it travel. Were you expecting Kidd to call that timeout?
Oh, man. Yeah, I was expecting it, especially in trap. I mean, I knew we had some timeouts, but I think in that position, I think he trusts me as a player and veteran to know the situation and call a timeout if I'm trapped, if I don't see anything. But, I mean, I put that on me. Just got to execute it better. He trusts me in that scenario, so I got to be better.
What's tough is, even if I talk to people that cover the Mavericks, I'll say, Tim Hardaway Jr. is not a good dribbler, ball handler, passer. Great shooter,
and
scorer.
good free throw shooter.
So the tough thing is when they deny Luka the inbounds pass, Tim Hardaway Jr. can't dribble out of a double team, or even if it looks like a double team is coming, he's going to struggle to pick the ball up and make the correct pass decision, right, where he makes a good pass to beat the trap. So that's the tough thing is Jason Kidd, you would hope in those situations he knows his personnel well enough. Now, he's saying he knows Tim Hardaway well enough. Tim is saying that, hey, trust me to dribble out of it, pass out of it, call a timeout because I don't like the situation. And maybe that is the case. Maybe that should be the case. But, man, if you get late in a game and it's a playoff game and you give a team that, not a young team like Orlando, but you give a team like the LA Clippers with Kawhi Leonard and Paul George and James Harden, you give the Denver Nuggets, the defending champs, if that's who you play in the first round, which is probably likely, somebody like that if you make it to a 7-game series, you give Jokic and Murray and Porter Jr., and you give those guys who just won a championship, you give them the ball back in now a 1-possession game and 17 seconds to go, you're going to probably really regret it.
Yes.
You got lucky that you were playing a very young and upcoming team rather than a team that could take advantage of what I thought was a major coaching mistake in that situation.
Yeah, and if you watch the video on Hardaway in that moment, before that question was answered, he looks over to media, PR, like, I'm ready to be done here. And then the question is asked. And then he rolls his eyes, and you can see it on his face. He's like, I can't believe I have to answer this question right now. Yeah. And I can either dismantle him or I can protect him. And he protected his coach in that instance.
I think Kidd is a okay coach. I think he's a
huge basketball IQ.
Huge. You can't get much better than him. And he wasn't a good coach at all. Like Magic Johnson, probably as a floor general, had a better IQ than Jason Kidd, but maybe John
he knew
Stockton,
what he could execute.
Right?
Yeah.
I don't know if I could get past 5 people in the history of the NBA that had a better IQ as a point guard than Jason Kidd. He's in the top 1% of basketball IQ as a point guard in NBA history. But coaching on the side is different than handling the ball and being part of the action.
And knowing what your players are capable, all your players are capable of. Not all of them are Luka. Not all of them are Kyrie. If Tim Hardaway Jr. is not that guy, you got to know in that moment.
And I have seen a lot of people on Twitter. I do not really engage in these conversations on Twitter at all. I do think people have asked for Jason Kidd to be fired that are Maverick fans. They don't like the way he's coaching this year. I will say this. I say no to that because the day you fire Jason Kidd is the day Kyrie says, I'm not a Dallas Maverick anymore. Figure out something else because I'm not playing in this organization anymore. I think that Luka likes Jason Kidd so much, I do think it would bring up the issue of possibly Luka and Bill Duffy going, should we go somewhere else? So you can dislike Jason Kidd and his coaching, but he does have the thing that you really need to have in the NBA as a head coach. The two superstars on your team are kind of ride or die with Jason Kidd. So I don't want to engage in that because it doesn't matter. Jason Kidd is not going to get fired. The day you fire Jason Kidd is the day Kyrie is not playing for the Dallas Mavericks anymore, my opinion. And then also the possibility of Luka saying, I don't want to be here anymore, and now you're stuck in a tough place. So I think Jason Kidd is the coach the rest of the way easily. If they miss the playoffs this year, it would bring up a tough decision for the organization. As long as they make the playoffs, he's the coach next year because Kyrie wants to play for him and Luka wants to play for him.
It's like griping about Jerry being the GM. It's something that just isn't going to change. So you got to figure out how to do something besides it. All right, coming up next, text in 877-881-1053. Text in your top 3 quarterbacks of all time. And is this guy already in that list? Next on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Coming up in just a few minutes, we'll have Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick, and that's at 10:40. I'm really interested in this conversation with that, Mike, because there's some interesting Ranger stuff we got to get into. But right now, I'm loving seeing these lists on the fan text and even on the Twolo page right now. Actually, none of the Twolos have mentioned any of their top 3 quarterbacks of all time, Mike. Are you disappointed in the Twolos?
No.
Okay.
I'm okay with it. They can do it now.
Okay, go ahead and do that now then. Here it is, your top 3 quarterbacks of all time, and is this guy already there? Now, I thought this was an interesting question, Mike, as we were kind of walking out yesterday, and you said, if he wins this one, then Mahomes goes into that conversation, and I feel like maybe he's already there. But I know there's still a lot more career left, and the guy that I think is third on your list, it's very difficult to argue that he's not one of the top 3. So give me your top 3, because Patrick Mahomes is about to enter that conversation.
My opinion, in the order that I have, there's no correct order, but my opinion is Tom Brady's the greatest quarterback of all time. Joe Montana is the second, and Peyton Manning is the third. Now, Peyton Manning only has 2 Super Bowl championships, and the last one that he won, he was at the end of his career and definitely well outside his prime. But he's a 5-time MVP award winner in the league. When you watched him, it was weird the other day when Jared Goff threw a really nice pass, but it wobbled. It was like a bullet wobbly pass.
Yes.
And I was like, that's a Peyton Manning right there. Like,
it was a
I don't know
duck.
how Peyton, he was such an accurate thrower, but didn't have a consistent, tight spiral.
Like Troy
on his,
Aikman.
Like Troy had a beautiful spinning ball, a great tight spiral, and you'd watch Peyton, and at times you're like, wow, he gets it there perfectly, yet the ball's not spinning perfectly out of his hand. But those are my 3. It's very tough, right? I will say this. At one point, I thought about Brett Favre because he dominated his time. I don't know about Terry Bradshaw. I think that it's very tough. I think if you were talking to our fathers who are in their 60s, 70s, they would bring up Johnny Unitas, and they would bring up maybe Terry Bradshaw. Maybe they would bring up Roger Staubach. I think it's tough for us because when I have gone back and watched on YouTube some 1970s, like a Super Bowl, what a different game. I mean, the wide receivers are lining up in 3-point stances.
Yes.
It was such a different looking game. It is very tough for me to look at if you have a list of Johnny Unitas as a top 3, I can't argue too much because you could say, hey, he was the best of his time.
Yeah. And
I could say, you're right. It looks like he was. Obviously, his numbers were way better than everybody else's passing numbers back then, and his championships before Super Bowl, when he was winning NFL championships. But I would say my 3 are Brady, Montana, and Peyton Manning. And my opinion is, if Patrick Mahomes, in his 6th year of starting quarterbacking, if he wins his 3rd Super Bowl championship and has 2 MVPs and probably would get a 3rd MVP in the Super Bowl,
probably so,
then I would already have Patrick Mahomes as the 3rd greatest quarterback in all time.
Wow, that is...
He'd have to win the championship, though.
Yeah.
Which is kind of weird. I get it. That's why it's all opinionated. What do you have yours?
My list is exactly the same as yours, except for I'm probably already putting Mahomes there in front of Manning. And that does go to Manning was the team, and Mahomes is the team too. Manning had Marvin Harrison, he had Reggie Wayne, he did
Falk and James, Falk and Edrin James. He had good running backs.
And you can go back and look at every time you were like, gosh, that dude's offense is the best, and his defense is suspect. And the one year in Indianapolis that he had an elite defense, he wins a Super Bowl. The year that he goes to the Super Bowl with the Colts and plays against an elite defense, the Saints win the Super Bowl, and Drew Brees gets his, because Drew Brees finally had one of the best defenses instead of Rob Ryan's defense. So it turned out really good for him. And I'm looking at some of these lists, and no, Steve DeBerg and Quincy Carter, as much as I love Steve DeBerg, I'm not going to put him in that list. But Elway keeps getting mentioned.
I think Elway's.
I think it's in like top 5.
I think Elway's right on that kind of cusp. For me, I was thinking about Brett Favre. The thing about Brett Favre is he was erratic with the ball, which would cost his teams at times. The Cowboys took advantage of his, especially early on in his career. When you think of 93 through like 96 against the Cowboys, obviously Favre gets over the top in 96 of the NFL and wins the championship. I think of this great quarterback who was kind of his time right then, kind of the Mahomes. And like, for me, I was like, I've never seen anybody play this quarterback position like Brett Favre plays. The closest was Elway.
Yeah.
But I'm like, he's taking it to another level. The issue with Favre, especially the first half of his career, and he was such a risk taker, and this is why Tony Romo loved him so much. It didn't seem to mind him that he would throw a key interception in a bad time because he's like, that's fine. I'll just take another risk the next time and it'll work out.
Defense, go get me the ball back.
So Favre for me is probably 4th as people are putting this list together.
And I probably, listen, I value Drew Brees a lot, but I also look at him the same way I kind of look at Peyton Manning, and I think Peyton Manning a little higher because as great as Drew Brees was, coming out of college, he was the most accurate quarterback you could find. He was undersized. He was the offense. He was pretty much everything, and everything relied on his arm. And then as the career went on with Sean Payton recognized that and was like, hey, instead of having like a running game, let's have a short passing game. And we'll have all these completions, and that's the most reliable thing we have. We have a super accurate quarterback. Let's just continue to rely on that. I have him probably in my top 10, and people will argue that he's not a top 10 quarterback. But I do think that Drew Brees is underappreciated for most of his career because he didn't win as many championships, and he had Tom Brady and Peyton Manning that he was rivaling the entire time.
Yeah.
When it comes to, I really liked what Broadus was saying yesterday, where he was like, look, the guys that did it in the salary cap era, he has more. I don't want to say respect, but he places them higher
because obviously you
limited
usually,
to assets,
right? You're having transition of your wide receivers. If you think of Brady, he had Randy Moss for 3 or 4 years,
yeah, something like that.
I mean, he had Wes Welker for longer, but he would use Julian Edelman. You can go through a whole bunch of lists. When you do go to Montana, you're like, he pretty much threw to Jerry Rice and John Taylor. Like throughout his career with San Francisco, he had 2 receivers. I know that Jerry Rice came a little bit after Montana. I'm not saying this is a perfect setup when people say, hey, Mike, you forget this or that. Yes, I understand. And when you look at a little bit different, Tony Hill came on a little bit later, but when you look at, Pearson and Hill, and I get it. So I get what he is saying. You had a lot of stability, especially in the 70s and 80s, it felt like, with quarterbacks because you could keep all the same guys because guys weren't making much money and there wasn't really free agency.
The conversation too, I think this is pretty fascinating, is if you do have Brady up there, and let's say you do move Mahomes into that conversation, and even with Peyton Manning,
yeah,
tight ends were important. Go look at, the connection that Tom Brady had with his tight ends.
Right.
When they didn't have great receivers, he was like, I can hit these guys in the seam. It's a shorter pass. I have all these different options that I can work with them. Him and Gronk, 2 of the best.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce, 2 of the best right there. Peyton Manning had Dallas Clark. Dude, he turned Julius Thomas into a great tight end one year. Yeah. And that is those guys knew, and even Drew Brees, Jimmy Graham, those guys recognized where that pass mattered and how much they could make that a mismatch for them throughout their career. And that's one of the things that I look at. And I don't know. I'm sorry, I didn't watch enough Joe Montana. I know Dwight Clark was there for the catch
early on.
I don't think I saw it. I think that was 81, right?
Yes.
I was born. Okay, so I was just 3 months old when that happened. Probably.
But by the time you got to when he was beating, let's say, Denver or Cincinnati in the Super Bowl, Dwight Clark was already retired.
Okay, yeah. So that's kind of that's where I have that ranking. And somebody said, where do you put Troy Aikman? Look, in my heart, Troy Aikman's number 1. In my heart. All right, but whenever I'm having this real discussion,
yeah,
he's just maybe 11, just on the inside of 10, because I know that dude could have been a different quarterback. He wasn't going to be a mobile quarterback by any means.
Yeah.
He could have been. He had a different career, though, had he said, but he wanted championships. That's what he wanted, to win championships, and he said, I will defer to the best running back on the field. I will give him the football. So that's where I have a hard time. elevating him because he put it there.
If I do blame Jerry Jones, in my opinion, I blame Jerry Jones for Troy Aikman's status as just a Hall of Fame quarterback. If Jerry Jones was a better runner of an organization football-wise, Jimmy sticks around. So when you look at Troy's career,
Maybe he has 15.
By the time his 5th year is over, he's now dealing with Barry Switzer, who's not an NFL head coach. And, you know, if you watch all the stuff that I've watched, Troy was defending the Barry hire and telling Emmett and Michael Irvin how furious they were that Jimmy is gone. He's like, no, I'm telling you, I had Barry in college. He's going to come in and have similar attitudes, similar responses. This is going to be great. And then Barry was just like, hey, I'm just here to be part of the circus and the party. And then you got Chan Gailey. Everybody hated Chan Gailey on that team. And within 2 years, even though he made the playoffs, they had to get rid of him. So it was really tough. Jerry screwed over Troy. Because he can talk about screwing over Romo. I'm not sure if Romo was really ever good enough to win a championship. And I know that, like, Dak isn't good enough to ever win a championship. There can be things that you can help them with and get them better. But you saw Troy win 3 and 4 years. And then Jerry just totally screwed over the organization for his power and his control. And if right now we're talking about, let's just say Troy Aikman went to, I'll just say conservative. This isn't conservative here. Went to 6 Super Bowls because Jimmy stayed along, everything got along, but they only won 4, let's just say. Like, for some reason, they lost 2 of the Super Bowls. If he had 4 championships and gone to 6, I think we are talking about Troy in a different limelight. But because it was screwed over and the last 4 years of Troy's career weren't very good years, statistically or as an organization and a team, that hurts him when it comes to this. And so he'll always get passed up by guys that have better numbers. And even though he has 3 championships, a little bit more playoff success.
In the first year, Barry Switzer, they're not going to San Francisco that way. They don't open the game that way. Yeah. Jimmy Johnson has them prepared a different way. Somebody said, hold on, Troy ran the option in Oklahoma. He left Oklahoma because he didn't want to run the option. He wanted to. That's why he went to UCLA. They did a passing
situation, and then they decided because they did the 30 for 30 on the running back they got, and they're like, screw it, let's just go back to this because this dude's so awesome.
Yeah, and Troy, he was not going to be a running quarter. He didn't want to do that. He wanted to play a certain way. And then I do like this from the 469. Troy wins multiple Super Bowls on any team the other greats were on. Only he makes it look easy with the Cowboys.
This is the one thing about Patrick Mahomes, which is amazing to me. And this is where
his game can transfer anywhere.
Troy gets a little bit of hate from non-Cowboy fans or Cowboy fans that weren't around during his time going, well, anybody could have won with that team. Not true, but I hear what you're saying. Most Bill Walsh, Joe Montana, you just start looking, Bill Belichick, Tom Brady. Yeah, they probably, Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, right? You start looking at things. Yeah. You do have to have a good team and a good coach. But when I look at what Patrick Mahomes is dealing with, and I know Travis Kelce might go down as the greatest tight end of all time, I think that also Patrick Mahomes has a lot to do with that too.
For sure, yeah.
He won the Super Bowl last year and is in the Super Bowl again without us knowing the results with arguably the worst receiving core in the NFL. That doesn't happen. Like when we think of all the teams, all the quarterbacks we're talking about, you're not supposed to go this far with this group of guys. And I get Kansas City has a good defense. Their running game is okay. It's average, I would say, in the NFL. Their receivers are well below average, even if you say, oh, well, this horrible team has worse. Okay, fine. They definitely had the worst receiving core out of all the teams that made the playoffs by far. And so I just look at it and go, wow, this isn't supposed to happen. Why did Troy start failing and losing to Carolina and losing in the playoffs? Well, because he had crap talent around him with no leadership from Jerry on down. Jerry made sure there was no leadership in the organization because he wanted to be the face of the franchise, and he accomplished that goal.
From the 817, Patrick Mahomes is not one of the greatest unless he can bring a ring to the Dallas Cowboys. I agree. All right, coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
All right, sometimes not the most fun position to talk about, but the Rangers look like they're going young at designated hitter next.
Attention, men.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick, and we're going to discuss a little bit about this World Series championship team.
All right, so the Texas Rangers closer and closer to spring training starting. As we're ending this month of January, we have about 2 weeks, and then spring training opens up with pitchers and catchers, and then a few days later, you get all the designated hitters / position players coming in. We want to talk about designated hitters here. So Justin Turner, formerly of the Red Sox last year, most people will know him as a third baseman for the LA Dodgers. He signed a one-year deal yesterday with the, why do I not have this pulled up? And it's a bad page for me. Thanks a lot. MLB trade rumors. Blue Jays, the Toronto Blue Jays. I just knew it wasn't the Texas Rangers. 1 year, $13 million deal.
That seem out of their range?
For the Rangers?
Yeah, because
I honestly thought that was very doable, but we still don't have, as far as I know, I guess I should know, but I don't. Like if somebody's like, you have inside knowledge because you work with Bally's. I honestly don't. I know that the deal is somewhat complete, but not complete. Like we don't know the details of it.
Okay.
So I don't know
where they feel about their money. Okay.
Right. And they're already past one threshold. So they're getting closer to having to pay, I'll call it luxury tax just to make it kind of maybe understandable if you're also an NBA fan. But Justin Turner was a guy that I know the Rangers reached out to. The Rangers had interest in. Now, this was maybe earlier in free agency. They must have moved on from Turner, but I think that's a very fair contract for a guy near the end of his career. He can still play first base. He could probably play third base, in a pinch for you. If Josh Young were to be hurt for 2 weeks to a month, you could probably still play him there, even though he has slowed down defensively. Really good hitter last year for the Boston Red Sox. Well, we're moving on from Justin Turner. He's off the board. And I do think this. I think the Rangers have made the commitment to let's go young, not Josh Young. Let's go young at the designated hitter role. And I think a lot of people would say, yes, Wyatt Langford. And I'm telling you, I don't think the Rangers want a 21-year-old center fielder who can play the corners too, but like a very good defensive outfielder with a good arm. Wyatt Langford is not just a hitter. In fact, last year, he stole, I believe, 10 bases in a limited amount of time in the minor leagues. Like, if he played a whole minor league season last year, he probably would have got 40-plus stolen bases last year. So he can run, too. He's not as fast as Evan Carter, but he's not slow either. He can run. He can chase down balls in the outfield. He has a good arm. He can play all three outfield positions, and you don't have to worry about his arm. For instance, Evan Carter. If there's one weakness to Evan Carter's game, and it's not a huge weakness, but he does not have the strongest arm in the outfield. So as they're putting together this outfield for the future, Evan Carter might be a left fielder. They might feel like it might be best for him to be in left field because his arm strength isn't the best, even though they love his range in center field. So I think there's two guys competing for the designated hitter role, and maybe nobody wins it. They just let this play out throughout the first month or 6 weeks of the season and see who claims it. And that would be your first round pick in 2020.
Wyatt Langford go ahead.
Justin Foscue. Or last year, first half, almost all-star, Ezekiel Duran. Tell me about Wyatt Langford.
At Double-A, he hit .405 with 4 home runs in 54 plate appearances, and he hit .368 in Triple-A.
Okay,
and so
that's decent.
That's you want that bat to get its opportunities. Back to Foscue.
So when I look at this. And this is going to be interesting with Wyatt Langford because Wyatt Langford is going to spring training with the possibility of being on the opening day team and in the everyday lineup. They're not going to have Wyatt Langford on the major league team sitting on the bench as a role player. So maybe they change their mind and maybe they say, you know what is best for the team is Wyatt Langford outperform Justin Foscue and Ezekiel Duran so much that we are defending a championship and we're going to put our best 9 hitters in a lineup, and Wyatt Langford's going to be a 21-year-old designated hitter / outfielder when he gives guys, days off. Maybe you have a 4-man outfield.
Okay.
Where only 3 can play in the outfield and one of them will DH during the game. But I do think they would like to see Justin Foscue really look the part, and it looked the part of designated hitter, because Justin Foscue doesn't really have a major league position for the Texas Rangers.
Right.
He's probably a second baseman / first baseman in the majors, and
he's a minus defensive player.
Right. He's limited, right? Yeah. And to your point, he's limited defensively at his age. That's not the best thing at 24 years old, to be limited defensively. And I'm going to bring this name up. I do think he's going to be a better hitter, even though I had high hopes for him. It just didn't work out. Is Nick Solak.
Okay.
They were trying to find a position for Nick Solak, and they were like, let's try him at second. That's his natural position. They're like, we just don't think that's good enough, but that might be his best position. Let's move him to third, and he couldn't do it. Let's move him to left field, and he couldn't do it. And then his bat started suffering, I think, because defensively he was suffering. I'm just throwing that out. And, if Nick Solak was a major league hitter, he'd be in the major leagues in somebody's everyday lineup. He just then started struggling at the thing that he was best at, and that was hitting. So Foscue, though, I think knows in a weird way his role in the major leagues, if he's going to make it and survive and thrive, is going to be as a designated hitter. Now, he's a young guy. Last year in AAA, he had 18 home runs, 84 RBIs, had a 862 OPS, 266 batting average. That's pretty good. The other guy who did a great job last year in all sorts of roles in the first half of the season was Ezekiel Duran. Ezekiel Duran in 70 games in the first half batted .308 with an 870 OPS, 12 home runs, 35 RBIs. Unbelievable. Filled in for Corey Seager at shortstop and was tremendous offensively. In fact, in a way, you could say you didn't miss a beat offensively, because Ezekiel Duran in that stretch pretty much put up similar numbers to Corey Seager. The issue was the second half. So as pitchers, the adjustment they started making, to be very basic here with Ezekiel Duran, the adjustment they made is they started elevating the fastball and he would chase it, and then they would throw a breaking ball in the dirt and he would chase it, or throw it down and away and he would chase. His plate discipline became less, and pitchers realized they didn't have to throw him strikes. So then pitchers were like, why are we throwing him strikes? He's hitting the ball hard. Let's get the ball out of the zone and see if he's willing to be patient. And Zeke struggled with that. Now, he had 13 walks in the second half, which was more than in the first half, but it just goes to show how much of a free swinger he was, and pitchers took advantage of that. He was a .226 hitter with a .610 OPS with 2 home runs in the second half of the season. So what the Rangers are hoping is Zeke gets back to where he was first half, but has made the adjustment that you're going to have more plate discipline, because if you don't, you're going to be a .226 hitter in the major leagues. Now everybody knows you will swing outside of the zone.
Right.
So you're going to have to lay off of pitches that are balls and make them bring the ball back into the zone. And if you do, we think you can be a 300 hitter with maybe 20 home runs and 80 RBIs, and that would be a great designated hitter for, let's face it, $700,000.
Yeah.
Instead of $13 million, the Rangers do have to find players in situations where they're making very little money, and Foscue will be on a league minimum, and Zeke Duran will be pretty much on a league minimum at DH. The interesting thing will be, Corey, is if Wyatt Langford just has an outstanding spring, and he outperforms Foscue and Ezekiel Duran, let's say by leaps and bounds. This is a world championship team. I think you have to have the best 9 in your lineup. So then the Rangers would have the situation where Bochy and Chris Young would go, this is our 4 guys, as in you have Wyatt Langford, Evan Carter, Leody Taveras, and Adolis Garcia. They're all 4 going to be in our lineup every day. Now we have to figure out how this works out to keep them fresh and happy.
And I think Bochy can do it, because I went back and looked at the 2010 roster whenever they beat the Rangers in the World Series, and they had 4 outfielders that played 96 plus games. So they had a rotation, and that was without a DH. So those guys just had to sit on the bench those days. Now he can at least say, okay, I can get one of these bats in the rotation for DH if I have 4 outfielders throughout this time, and not limit Wyatt Langford growing while he's in Major League Baseball.
Now, I don't.
But he has to do his job too.
Yes,
and be good in spring.
100%. If Wyatt Langford's just average in spring, I think they're going to give him time to develop. He just got drafted. Now, What you can do, and I'm not for this, but I understand this. This is about winning baseball, not developing players at a major league level, which I love that that's where the Rangers are at. If a left-handed guy is starting, you can just sit Evan Carter every game and just go, look, we're not even going to worry about developing against lefties yet. If we have Wyatt Langford on the team, Leote's a switch hitter, Garcia and Langford are both right-handed hitters. That does give you approximately 25% of the games you know that Evan Carter's not in your lineup. I'm not crazy about that situation. I think Evan Carter is talented enough and also young enough. He just turned 21 during the playoffs or at the end of the season that he's going to figure out how to hit lefties. Remember, he should be a senior at Duke this year. If you made him go to college for 4 years, he would be a senior at Duke this year, the guy Evan Carter, who was such a great player for you down the stretch and in the playoffs. So I think that's something to really follow in spring training is 3 guys, Justin Foscue, Ezekiel Duran, and Wyatt Langford, and see kind of what they're doing on a daily basis in the box scores, and then also listen to people like, whether it's us, Evan Grant, whoever's covering the team really closely. Jared Sandler is unbelievable. Jared Sandler honestly is the best of this.
He's fantastic.
Let's see what they're saying and what this team could look like at the end of March.
And yes, I'm sure we'll get to it at some point too. The Rangers have had internal discussions about Brandon Belt. We'll find out more about that later.
It's just, you could go league minimum at that position, and that might help you out financially.
All right, fantastic stuff. And you know what? We're going to keep it rolling with Mike Bassick as he asks all the football questions next on The Fan.
All right, before I ask those football questions,
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and Alec Medford, as well as Carter on the cameras back there for us, making sure that the Twitch and YouTube page are all set up for you. It is time for Mike Asks All the Football Questions.
All right, Kevin isn't here today, so I think I might include Alec. So if Alec screws up, let's let the fan text say, hey, he's screwing up. Just let Corey answer the questions.
Alec is very good at what he does.
I try.
Okay, Alec. My first football question, we'll let Corey go first, and then you can go second, is the San Francisco 49ers. My kind of question / statement is they just won the NFC. They're in the Super Bowl, and they have a quarterback who makes less than $1 million, and let's just round it up for the next couple of years. So the next 2 years, Brock Purdy's going to make about $2 million, and it could be a little bit more, but it's going to be a very low number. Being a 7th-round pick, you have your quarterback at about $1 million. The Cowboys are about to give Dak approximately, and I know you can manipulate the cap, but approximately $55 million a year is the guesstimation by most people. So he's going to make $110 million the next 2 years. And Purdy's going to make $2 million. Now, I will argue this, that Brock Purdy is a better quarterback already than Dak. So even if you want to say they're the same, they're different, but they're the same. They're on the same tier or the same level. I hear you. I can accept that. How are you supposed to compete with a team that has approximately $55 more million to spend on their team versus your team?
Okay, this is a very difficult thing to do. Now, what the Cowboys will likely do is they'll release some players. They will, and that's going to limit them. They're going to release probably like a Michael Gallup to save some money. They'll start turning over contracts and saying we'll extend that out for the next 5 years. We'll just put that money in those ghost years. We'll lay it somewhere else. And again, what that does is that just limits you later down the road, while it also, you're a little hamstrung right now. They have so much talent on that team already that they've got kind of in a really good, tight situation. They got a lot of those guys. I'm talking about San Francisco right now. Their team, you can keep doing that. There was a stretch where Broadus was like, I think that I would love to see the Cowboys be the team, the first one that says, we're bucking the trend. We're not going to go and we're keeping the quarterback just because we need to keep a quarterback. We're going to say, we're going to continue doing this. Unless you give us a Super Bowl, you're not getting that contract. And they didn't. They said, we're sticking with Dak Prescott. So that was a very difficult time because I kind of was in that same situation too, where I had the Andy Dalton rant where I was like, he's going to be too good for the Cowboys to get the number 1 pick. That's why I don't want that guy there. If Dak gets hurt, let's just move on from it. And then it happened and they signed him. So what do I know? It's turned out roses since then.
So, Alec, when it comes to the 49ers getting to have $54 million approximately per year to add to their team versus the Dallas Cowboys, how in the world do we expect the Cowboys to really compete with San Francisco?
I don't think you can. I mean, at this point, I think you have to wait for the Purdy cycle to end. The rookie contract cycle just has to come to an end because they know exactly what they're doing with the roster construction out there. You look at the 2024 breakdown on Spotrac, and only $1 million of salary cap space is going towards the quarterback position altogether. And then you see offensive line is at $50 million, defensive line $61 million. They just get to allocate all this money everywhere else. And for the Cowboys, I think you kind of got to wait for your quarterback cycle to end too. Whenever you decide that's going to be, that's up to Jerry and Steven. I don't know how long that extension's going to look for Dak, but it seems like you have to wait for both quarterback cycles to end and both teams find a new answer at that position. Until that happens, I don't know where you compete.
So I'm at overthecap.com. So I'm going to tell you, it's not maybe as bad as we think. Now, I don't think they can really compete with San Francisco because the money's allocated other places. It says here San Francisco is over the cap for this upcoming season. So they don't have what you'd consider free agent money in the offseason. It says here that they are approximately $3.7 million over the cap, and with effective cap space, they have negative $11.7 million. So I guess the good news is that San Francisco doesn't look like they can go out this offseason and add more to their team. Now, they can restructure things like that, and they still have 2 more years. That's the tough thing, to Alex's point. They still have 2 more years of $1 million quarterback. The Cowboys are $19.7 million over the cap and have approximately negative $22.8 million in effective cap space. So the Cowboys are going to have to cut players without really re-signing many. So I think that this is the tough part. Is the Cowboys are going to be a lesser team next year. I get they're going to restructure Dak's contract. That's going to help out. And they're going to probably try to restructure some other things. But when you look at what they're about to have to pay CeeDee Lamb and what they're about to have to pay Micah Parsons, I don't see how this Cowboys team can really compete with, and I'll bring up another team in a minute. I don't know how they're really going to compete as a Super Bowl contender or an NFC contender with where they're at salary-wise.
Let me add this too. Like, this is how you maximize your window, okay? Because it feels like San Francisco's been good for a while now, right? Like, at least, I mean, since Shanahan
They're in the Super Bowl with Jimmy Garoppolo in 2019.
This is how you maximize a window. Nick Bosa, very expensive for 5 years, all right? But he's got 5 years left on his contract. Trent Williams has 6 years. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to revisit this in just a second.
Okay.
But their windows are all in the same time period with about so many years on that contract. Yeah. And Mike, they're all not just drafted. They're really good, talented players that were signed in free agency and made in trades too. They used the entire spectrum to build this team.
It'll be interesting here. My next football question is, and maybe this is a year too early, because San Francisco has a major advantage. And if Brock Purdy plays well in the Super Bowl and wins, then you go, all right, in 2 years, we're going to give you a $60 million a year contract. You're going to get whatever, some $400 million contract total, which equals about $60 million per year. I'm wondering this, guys, my next question. If San Francisco loses in the Super Bowl and Brock Purdy struggles, is there a possibility that San Francisco drafts another quarterback in this upcoming draft and he's the backup to Brock Purdy for a year? And then they look to maybe move Brock Purdy in year 4 for a whole bunch of picks? You understand what I'm saying? Like, do you think that they would be that bold and brave if they lose? If they win, I can't imagine. That would be super bold if you win and you still stick with this philosophy. Could San Francisco go, look, unless we have Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen or somebody that good, you can't win in this league paying $55 to $60 million to a good quarterback. They have to be Hall of Fame, great quarterback. Could you see San Francisco drafting a quarterback if they don't win this Super Bowl?
Yes, because I'm very interested to see where the conversation lands, because doesn't it feel like Shanahan can just say, well, I gotta change quarterbacks here. Well, but he's also the one that decided to go with the quarterback. So is anybody calling for his job? Well, not John Lynch, because John Lynch got hired by Shanahan. So owner would have to be tired of being in this situation, being that close. It's more, I think, in Shanahan's power to say we're still that quarterback away. But then, like I was saying, Mike, on these contracts, a lot of these guys have options through 2027 with this team. Okay. I'm talking Fred Warner's, I'm talking Deebo Samuel's, I'm talking Christian McCaffrey's that are with this team for a long time. So you can still do that if you haven't gotten to that point.
Alec, do you think there'll ever be a team in your lifetime that takes the approach of we're always going to have a quarterback on his rookie deal, unless we draft Patrick Mahomes and we find out, oh my God, we hit the Hall of Fame generational guy? I don't think it'll happen, Alec, my opinion, but do you think that there'll ever be a time where a team like San Francisco would say, let's just keep going with young quarterbacks making no money?
No, I don't think it's going to happen, because I think that a lot of teams do become infatuated with the comfortability that they have in certain guys. I mean, you see it here in Dallas with Dak Prescott. You've seen it in other places with like a Kirk Cousins. You've seen it at times with even a Jameis Winston. Like, you see it with vast kinds of talent, different skill sets of quarterbacks, to where people they know what they got and they don't want to test the waters again. But I could see a team kind of leaning towards it for a while, but not really sticking to it, because I think eventually they'll fall in love with that one guy that takes them to the Super Bowl and maybe wins them one. And they're like, yeah, we found our guy. Let's give them, 5 years from now, $70 million. And they just get a little too comfortable.
All right, so now let's stick with the NFC and let's go to the team that lost on Sunday, the Detroit Lions. I find this interesting, kind of a statement you guys can work off of. The Lions are not worried about cap. They have actually a lot of cap space to improve this team. So if you thought, well, what are the Lions going to do to try to stay there? They have an effective cap space over $45 million. They actually have in cap space, it's $58.6 million. So they could even manipulate it where they have like $60+ million in cap space. So how excited are you or worried, if you're a Cowboys fan, about the Detroit Lions actually taking this team and adding 3 or 4 free agents to it?
And they have 4 picks in the first 3 rounds.
Yeah, they have 2 seconds, right? Or is it 2/3?
Yeah, 2/3, which is a place that they can, make something happen as well.
Yeah.
That is, I guess I'm gonna have to revisit the free agent market and what they need, because I think based on what the rest of the world thinks right now, it was just coaching that was the problem in that game. And the whole team deflated in the second half.
We heard they had a weak secondary playing against, when the Cowboys were going to play against them, didn't we hear you could pass a lot against them?
And against San Francisco, Greg Olsen talked about that a lot. So I would presume that secondary is going to be a place that they go. I don't know if they want to spend all that money there,
but
or
if you draft a guy in the first or second round you like as a cornerback, you sign. I'm not saying this would be a great sign, but what if they got Gilmore on a 1-year, $8 million contract?
Be a fantastic deal.
And then they drafted a first-round draft pick cornerback. And now they're like, hey, we're adding depth and we're hoping young talent and a veteran guy who can help us get better.
They will have to visit the Amon-Ra St. Brown contract shortly, because his contract's up in 2024. So, and he's an unrestricted free agent the next year. So they're going to have to visit that. But for the most part, yes, Mike, this team can do a lot of damage this offseason.
I guess this is going way too quick. My last one is the Kansas City Chiefs are obviously in the Super Bowl. This was a reset year for them cap-wise. They had to do certain things to make sure that their cap wasn't screwed over in the future. If you're wondering about the Chiefs, they have $24 million of cap space in the offseason. So if you were like, well, this can't last, or they probably have to be, this run of making the NFC or AFC championship game and being in the Super Bowl for the 4th time in 6 years, well, they're about to have to pay the piper. Nope. They reset it. They have $24 million in cap space. Now, in real cap money, it says that they have about $16 million to spend in this offseason. So if you're wondering, could they get better at wide receiver, or could they do something here or there? The Chiefs actually were able to reset kind of their cap number this year. So now going forward, they're not really up against it.
Yeah, I wonder if they want to commit more to their defensive side of the ball too, because it does help balance out Patrick Mahomes this year. Just look at what they're doing right now, and they could probably say, we'll visit draft. I mean, Rice is going to have another year next year to get better. And so I think you're just starting to see that connection start to work as you've gone along here. I don't know how much they want to commit to the offensive side. Eventually, I guess the Travis Kelce replacement is going to have to be something they have to consider, but I would probably see them spending that frugally on the other side. And they still have options to work with Mahomes' contract down the road too. So for the entirety of his career, they've done a very smart job there.
By the way, the Packers are $7 million over in effective cap space. So the Packers can't really, even though they have Jordan Love on a rookie deal, they can't really do a lot in free agency. And the teams that I'm going to wonder about, what are they going to do? Jim Harbaugh's new team is $55 million over in effective cap space. $55 million. The Bills, $55 million over in effective cap space, about $51 million in cap space. And the Dolphins are also $52 million over the cap and almost $59 million over in effective cap space. So the Chargers, Bills, and Dolphins might have to be cutting some players.
I'm interested in the Chargers because they just hired Joe Hortiz as their new GM. And he's been in the Ravens culture for a long time. So I think he's just looking over at his brother going, that organization has had a fantastic approach to building a team. We're going to build like the Baltimore Ravens do. They might just be starting all over, but they have a quarterback. So coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, Adam Silver says the game is going to continue creating rules to make it more balanced, but he didn't love the old school basketball. Next on the Fan.
All right, let's talk about soda. I have
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
After Luka had hit a long-range three to put Dallas up 4. So he just hits another three to put Dallas up again.
Man, the Mavericks get the win last night over the Orlando Magic, 131-129, and it was another one of those nights. I think this is wild. For the third time this season, 2 Mavericks have scored at least 35 points in the same game. There have only been 13 other games of such instances in Mavs history, and this is the third time in franchise history the team has 3 of such in the same season. So it's just weird to me to have 2 guys scoring that many points in one night, but maybe it happens a lot. Mavericks recorded 131 points in that game. That was the team's 100. That was their second most points the Magic have allowed in the games this season.
Yeah.
That's kind of where I wanted to direct this conversation, because one of the other really cool things about last night is they held the Magic to 12 points in the third quarter. That is the fewest points in a quarter this year. All right, that's 12 points. That's really good. That's an exceptional quarter.
Especially, it wasn't like Orlando was struggling at halftime. You'd given up probably, I'm going to guess, the top 5 most points you've given up this season in a first half.
Yeah.
I mean, the Mavericks have had other bad defensive games, but you'd given up, it was either 77 or 79 points at halftime.
Yeah, and one of the things that we've kind of been discussing, and that's where I'm just like, man, do we play defense? And I'm not saying I need prehistoric San Antonio Spurs 70-point games every night.
And you're not allowed to anymore. I mean, I think this is where the conversation is going, is you're not allowed to play Derek Harper defense anymore.
The lowest opponent's points per game is the number 1 team in the West, the Minnesota Timberwolves, 107.4 points a game. That's the lowest. I don't know when this started, when every team gave up over 100 points. 107 points a game
is the best.
Is the best right now. And I think it's 124, and that's the Wizards, and they just plain stink. But the Milwaukee Bucks give up 120 points a night. They're scoring 124 a night, but they give up 120. The Mavericks at the moment giving up 118.6. They're averaging 118.9. So they're just barely getting by in this situation. And it just feels like the game is a different game than we grew up with. And I don't know if I love it. I know the old school guys, the guys that played in our generation, are probably looking at it going, what in the world? My numbers would be insane had I played in this league right now. Can you imagine Dirk in this league right now, the way that it's being played? He would be his numbers would be so dramatically different.
100%.
And we look at the Luka's probably going to be the number 1 all-time scorer at some point.
If he plays long enough.
If he plays long enough, he's averaging 30-something a night.
And they keep the rules the same way.
Yeah.
Just to give you an idea, I pulled this up. You said the best was 107.
Yep, defensively, yes.
I went back to the championship Dallas Maverick team. Would you like to guess how many points that Dallas Maverick team gave up per game?
I feel like it's 106, but am I far off there?
You had one number right, the 6. 96.
96.
But
and that was,
how about this?
Where'd that rank in the league that year?
Well, the Chicago Bulls were the best. They were 62-20 that year, and they gave up 91.3 points per game. Now, I guess there was one team better, the Boston Celtics, and I think this is where it actually gets to your Kevin Garnett audio. Gave up 91.1. The Miami Heat, the first year of LeBron and Wade and Bosh, they gave up 94.6. But a bad team, I'm trying to look, the worst team in the NBA, funny, the Minnesota Timberwolves. And you just said they're the best team this year? They gave up 107.7. They were the worst defensive team last year.
All right.
In 2010, 2011, when the Mavs won the championship, the worst defensive team in the NBA was the Minnesota Timberwolves. They were 17-65 that year record-wise, and they gave up 107.7. I did like the league more where the average score was 100, where you felt like if we get to 100 points, we have a good chance of winning this game.
I don't competitive.
I don't want it to be 80s.
Yeah.
But and what I mean by that is 86 to 84. I don't want it to be that. I agree with a lot of the comments on that. But I also don't need it to be 128 to 133.
And somebody said, watch soccer if you don't like offense. I'll get to, it's not that I don't like offense, because there are guys that are more skilled than we've ever seen before. They're making three-pointers at clips that are just insane.
Especially the range that Curry, Lillard shoot from.
And it makes it difficult. That especially makes it difficult. It puts a lot of stress on defensive players to cover the court the same way, too. I get that. It's not that, but it does feel like the effort of defense is my biggest problem. But here is Adam Silver, who just is working on himself a new deal with the NBA to be there like forever. And he's talking with Kevin Garnett on the high scoring in the NBA.
I'll answer it coming from the fan in me, which is, and maybe data comes into play here because I can look at television ratings and other measures of interest. There was a point, I believe, probably in around the late 90s when the game became too physical. And I think we lost some of
our viewers, you mean?
Yeah, and I think for our fans, from the aesthetic enjoyment of the game, where it de-emphasized the particular skill a player had and maybe weighted too heavily physicality, where a big, strong player could come in and prevent a incredibly skilled player from doing those kinds of things. I think of, not that he's a small guy, but a smaller player like Steph Curry can do on the floor. I think that when you think of some of his ability to shoot, his ability to move through the paint, that if guys could just bang him and knock him to the ground, as that was once the case in the league, I don't think that would be a better brand of basketball. I also think we have to find the right balance, because I know when I sit in the stands or talk to friends sometime, they want to bring back, and we've tried to bring back a little bit more of the physicality. Like, I think people like to see hard defense. I mean, it goes a little bit before to what you and I are talking about, like touch and feel. Like, I don't think either people like that idea that guys can go through unscathed and like you're protecting your star players. And in fact, we made some changes this season where, I don't know, the unnatural basketball moves, you know what I'm referring to, and where those were being, players were gaming the system in a way, and they brilliant players playing by the rules had found ways where those were becoming defensive fouls. So we reset this year, which is something you got to do in the offseason. You don't want to change mid-course, but we made it clear, those players, that that's no longer going to be a foul. And of course, because they're the greatest players, they adjust and they find other ways to score.
That was, I thought that was pretty interesting regarding like the big player limiting guys, because you could hear Kevin Garnett in that moment going, oh, you're saying that you tried to phase out guys like me. Like, you tried phasing out big defensive players. That's what it felt like. You were hearing him go, in that conversation. But they were saying because it's just more appealing to watch a Steph Curry shoot, dribble, have the skill set that he can do things that you're like, how in the world did he get that shot off? How in the world did he make that happen? And it does take away, because the way that they focused on take the bigger player out of this game and stretch the court more is kind of what they tailored their rules to, is what I was getting from Adam Silver in that.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I feel like they've tailored the rules to an NBA All-Star game. And what I mean by that is not today's NBA All-Star game. Somebody took me out of context when they put out the jerseys, and I'm like, oh man, Luka will look good in these walking up and down the court for 10 minutes. Because he literally doesn't want to be. It's weird. He wants to be in the All-Star game, but then he doesn't really want to play in the All-Star game. But I'm talking about the All-Star game in kind of like, say, 2005 to 2014, where it became everybody just go up and down the court, and we'll just stay in front of you, kind of, but we're going to let you have a really clean look.
Yeah.
And that's what the NBA has become to me.
And
on
I felt
a
I saw that
basis.
last night. I saw that last night in the first half from the Mavericks a lot.
Yeah. And so I don't like the competitive nature of the NBA today. I don't think last night, notwithstanding, last night I thought both teams competed at a high level. So I'm not saying
especially
every
late
night
in the game too.
But I do think about 30 to 40% of the games you turn on to, and look, don't just listen to me. Watching NBA TV and Sam Mitchell and Steve Smith and other people talk about this league now, they're like, there's just not a professional competitive nature to this league anymore on a nightly basis, and that's concerning.
Do the players that are playing right now, do you think they feel that way? And I don't want to go to LeBron
It's
and be
really
like, what are your
tough.
thoughts here? Because he's played in both eras.
I think a lot of the current players would say, screw you.
Yeah.
And I totally get that. I totally get where they're coming from. But I do think that there is a lack of competition. I think that there was pride, and I'm just going to go back to 10 years ago. I don't want to go back to Michael Jordan's time. Let me just go back to 10 years ago, not 20, 30, 40 years ago. 10 years ago, when you turned on a TNT game, notwithstanding the Spurs, they were the ones that started doing this, or an ABC game, it meant a lot. They put a premium matchup on. Let's just take today's standard game. They would put on the Milwaukee Bucks versus the Boston Celtics. And those Milwaukee Bucks and the Boston Celtics of 10, 15 years ago, if those were the best teams in the league, it meant a lot. They were on national TV, and it meant a lot that they wanted to show not only the audience, but the other team, we're here to kick your ass, and we're here to show you when it comes playoff time, we're better than you.
Somebody's feelings were getting hurt that night.
Now, teams just sit out those games. They're like, hey, we're going to probably play them in the playoffs. Like spring training. I'll give an example of the sport that I love the most that I don't like this, but it is what it is. When we go to spring training, now the spring training games, I was just talking about baseball nuggets, you won't see Corey Seager and Marcus Semien a lot. They'll go play on the B field, get in 4 at-bats in 4 innings because there's no standard rules down there.
Mm-hmm.
So you can just have Corey Seager and Marcus Semien bat first and second the first 4 innings. They played their 4 innings of baseball and they're done. In the real spring training game, they have to play by the real rules. And so now I think you're seeing in the NBA, they're like, hey, you know what? We might have to play Boston in the playoffs. Let's not play hard tonight. And it's like, wait, what? You're not, this is the national game of the night. This is where you're supposed to really show off your product. So if you go to the standings right now and you go to Philadelphia and you go to Denver and you go to maybe the MVP race, it's like Joel Embiid doesn't want to play against Jokic because he knows he's not as good as him. And he doesn't want to push himself in that situation because it's almost like, I don't want people to realize that Jokic is better than me. So if I never play him again, we'll never see it. And my dad talked about this.
I feel like that makes you better.
And this is the history of sports. I think my dad would say it seemed like Juan Marichal, nothing against him. And I know Adrian Beltre was just, it seemed like Juan Marichal always wanted out of a Bob Gibson, Sandy Koufax matchup or Don Drysdale. He always wanted the lesser guy. You know, he's like, I don't want 1 versus 1. I want 1 versus 2 or 1 versus 3, and then it'll make me look better. I'm just using that as an example. I wasn't alive for that to correspond to that. But I do think the NBA has a major issue with their competitiveness. And part of it is the rules of we don't want defense in this league anymore. So I'm hoping Adam Silver, in a way, can get us back to not 30 years ago, not Alonzo Mourning and Patrick Ewing. I'm not suggesting that.
Right.
But I'm suggesting I just went back to about 12 years ago when the Mavs won the championship, and it seemed like if you averaged over 100, you were a little above league average. If your defense gave up less than 100 points, you were a little above average. I would love to get the game back to something like when I see 103 to 100, that's a pretty average NBA game. Now the average NBA game, to your point, is more like 117 to 114.
Yeah, and for me, I don't know what's good. Like that's why I'm like, hold on, was that good or was it bad defense? Did they just let them go to the basket all
In
night?
today's rules, I do agree with old school people, and this is going back. I do think Jordan would have averaged 50 a game. I do think in this league, Jordan would have a 100-point game. I do think that Jordan would, in today's rules, I think he could have broken Wilt Chamberlain's single game record, and I do think Michael Jordan would average 50 a game in these rules.
All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, let's dissect this Stephen Jones audio from John Machota next in the Fan.
Hey, it's Bobby Belt. Now that
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Yeah! Here we go!
And that is a voice you will not hear. Well, I mean, that's Mike's voice, but that is a phrase you will not hear at the Pro Bowl games this year.
What happened? Dak's in it.
Dak is being replaced by Baker Mayfield. He has opted out due to personal reasons. So I don't know what the personal reasons are, but he does have a baby on the way, right? So maybe that has something to do with it?
No, it has nothing to do with it. It's the Jose Altuve opting out. I don't want to answer questions from the media.
Oh, man. This is what a pain in the butt, too, though. Go to the Pro Bowl and have to just talk about your failures.
I mean, isn't that like Jose Altuve does not want to get booed at the All-Star game, so no matter what he does in the first half, Jose Altuve will never go to another All-Star game the rest of his life. And right now, Dak Prescott, not that he's going to get booed at the flag football fiesta, but he just doesn't want to have questions after the way he played. Mike McCarthy's coming back. He doesn't want to answer questions. He doesn't want to answer questions about CeeDee Lamb's mom. He doesn't want to answer questions about his brother. He doesn't want to answer questions about Micah Parsons' brother. He's like, if I just don't go, I don't have to answer the questions.
Did you say fiesta because it was alliteration or because you wanted to get the word fiesta in?
No, it just sounded like flag football fiesta. Sounds like
fun.
a good, if I was putting on a flag football tournament, I would call it the flag football fiesta.
All right, I like that. The Cowboys did add 3 Pro Bowlers to the list as replacements. Jake Ferguson and Tyler Smith and DeMarcus Lawrence will be on there. Ferguson and Smith, it is their first time. Lawrence is 4th. They are replacing George Kittle, Nick Bosa, who are going to the Super Bowl, and Zach Martin.
Isn't it?
Is not going to be in there.
Isn't it funny that most guys, it used to be, I can't get hurt and I'm tired and I don't want to go to Hawaii or I don't want to go to the Pro Bowl.
Or I'm already hurt and I'm just not playing in this.
And now it is literally, they've taken all of those excuses out. The only reason you wouldn't go is because you're in the Super Bowl or really hurt. And really, if you physically can't perform, who cares? We're not doing anything. But still, Dak's like, I'm out. I don't want to answer questions.
The Steelers are expected to hire Arthur Smith, who was the head coach of the Atlanta Falcons, as their new offensive coordinator. And that's interesting because he didn't have a great quarterback at Tennessee in Ryan Tannehill, and he was like, I'm going with Derrick Henry. And it worked out for him. It parlayed him into a head coaching gig at the Atlanta Falcons, where he said, I still don't need a quarterback, and then lost his job. And now he's going to the Steelers, where they don't have any quarterbacks. So I'm sure it'll be just fine. So get ready to draft whoever their tight end is and whoever their running back is in fantasy, because I'm sure they'll have numbers.
I'm a huge Steelers fan.
And Kevin's going to be happy about that one.
Yeah.
So there that goes.
In fact, he'll have the tough decision this year again on who does he root for when the Steelers play the Cowboys.
Yeah, it's always a weird place for Kevin.
His 2 teams.
That is where he is. Michael Thomas is basically begging to leave the Saints publicly. Here is some tweets from Michael Thomas. If I didn't get set up by a bad ball, I probably would have had a light little 1,000 yards this year, but could have, should have. I know, I get it. On top of that, they wasn't even trying to get me the ball, but it's no denying my style of play. It don't age, playa. You will see. written by Jeff Duncan, but I bet he won't write why no OC is taking the job they've interviewed. It's all propaganda and politics. I play the sport the right way. I will always rise. So he's saying that Derek Carr threw him a bad ball and that ruined his season this year. Now, I think the Derek Carr is sub quarterback. I think he's just a mid guy. But I'll also add that I don't know where Michael Thomas is on my list of I got to get that guy on my team right now. It's been, 4 years it feels like?
He's a vet minimum player. I think that unfortunately his market will be known, and it will be, he thinks he's way better than this. I get it. He did have an outstanding year. Hell, I think we were comparing him at one point to him and Dez. That's how long ago his great season was, is when Dez was still the premium receiver for the Cowboys.
Wow. That is that was a long time ago. This is the audio of Stephen Jones' story, and I can't remember exactly what year this was, but this is John Machota and Kit Garrison on the Athletic podcast talking about a time when Stephen Jones had a chance to make a trade during the draft.
That reminded me of something. When I worked there, one of my favorite parts was after the draft, going through all the tape of the draft and seeing who called them, because it's all recorded, like all the trade requests and all that. it's all just seeing, all that, like the stuff they turned down, when they could
seeing or listening,
seeing and listening, because it's all the phone lines are, if you watch the secret audio, the phone lines are all connected in through the cameras too. So
did the Lions ever try and offer him Stafford? I'm just kidding.
I know another line saying that I'm not going to mention specifics about, but there was a call about the Lions from the Lions during this time. And
Calvin Johnson?
The Lions called him and offered him somebody, and Steven was like, "Who is that?" And I mean, it was a pretty decent name, and he was like, "Who?" And the Lions
Megatron.
He's blah blah blah, and they explained who it is. He's like, "Oh, we'll call you back." And Steven just like hangs up the phone and just sits there and keeps watching the draft. Doesn't even tell anyone that somebody called. Doesn't even ask Will who this guy is. And then the guy calls back like 5 minutes later. It's like, "Hey, did you think about that?" And he's like, "Yeah, no, bye."
And that's where the conversation is of, did the Cowboys front office know what they're doing?
Yeah.
And that's it is a. To kind of dissect this even more, you kind of really have to know who the player is, I think, in my opinion, because if it's a player I hadn't heard of, then I'm like, that's kind of tough to know Detroit's roster if they're miserable.
Yeah.
I don't care about that. Or was it a negotiation tactic where Stephen Jones is like, hey, man, I don't know who that guy is. I'm probably not going to offer you anything. Give me a call back when you have something better. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but that right there is they listened to audio. They perused through the entire conversation of everything and heard a moment when Stephen Jones didn't know who a player was they could have traded for.
I can give you an example of, I'll give Stephen an excuse here. Maybe he hated the general manager or the front office of Detroit and didn't want to deal with them at the time. I don't think that's the case. I'm just giving an excuse. I can remember Pokey Reese was one of my teammates. He was a middle infielder back in the day, and he was with Cincinnati, and I believe he was possibly going to get traded to the Dodgers. And after having a 5-minute meeting during the winter meetings, the Dodgers came out there going, I don't want to deal with Jim Bowden. I just hate him. I don't want to deal with him. And so it's like the Dodgers just threw out, it's not that important. I mean, nothing. I love Pokey. He's a great guy. But it's like Jim Bowden is such an impossible human to deal with. And Pokey Reese, we're not trading for Barry Larkin in his prime here. Let's just move on. He's not fun to deal with. He's a miserable person. Let's just not do this. So I remember telling Pokey, I said, hey, Pokey, I'd heard that you were going to be a Dodger, but the Dodgers just got so tired so quickly of having a conversation with Jim Bowden. They just said, screw it. We're done. Let's move on. Let's go get another second baseman or middle infielder. So that can happen. I'm not saying that happened in this situation, but Steven could be dealing with a person. He's just like, I don't have the time or energy, and it's not an important enough player for us to deal with.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. And that communication part of it, I still, in my mind, from what we got described there, reach over and tap Will McClay on the shoulder and say, hey, do we have interest in this? And maybe they'd already had the conversation that, look, that guy, we liked him, but he's not for us. Maybe all those things existed. But in that, you just kind of felt like you didn't get that. That's what the conversation we just heard there.
Right.
Some breaking news here. Tom Pelissero is reporting that Ben Johnson, the offensive coordinator for the Lions, has told the Seahawks and Commanders that he is going to stay in Detroit. He's only 37. He's going to be a hot head coaching candidate again next year. But first, he wants to take another shot at bringing a Lombardi trophy to the Lions. So, Mike, whenever we're having that conversation about what the Lions can add to this team with the money that they have left over, they have their offensive coordinator back again with Jared Goff on an offense that was very good this year, and another Amon-Ra St. Brown, that group of receivers, and Sam Laporta. That team's going to be another year of continuity with the offensive coordinator that got them to the NFC Championship game and is very motivated to get to that next level as well. And then another piece of news that I saw this morning that I thought we all should know. The NFL has announced that Bill Vinovich is going to be the head referee for the Super Bowl this year. He was the referee for Kansas City and San Francisco in 2020. They only called 9 penalties for 69 yards in that game. So this should be one of those Super Bowls where they let the players play, and it could get chippy. It'll be a lot of fun. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, how difficult is it to do again what the Rangers did last year? We'll talk about it next on The Fan.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, and we'll get into the conversation about the Rangers and how difficult or how easy it might be to rock at it again, go back-to-back with the World Series. With some audio from Bruce Bochy. But I think this is always an interesting game, Mike, whenever it comes to the coach has said that he is staying with his team, and then some other news comes out. So Ben Johnson, who, should be a pretty hot offensive coordinator, head coach name, says, I'm staying with the Lions. I want to win a championship. But remember when Dan Quinn said, I'm staying with the Cowboys? And we asked Jerry Jones, we were like, how did that work? Did you just make the best offer? And he was like, Dan wants to be here. Well, Adam Schefter says Ben Johnson was not the head coaching lock that people thought, and his asking price spooked some teams, per sources. So I bet those sources, probably some GMs of the Seahawks and Commanders, they're like, that dude's not that good, and he's going to be too expensive. We don't want that guy. Don't worry about it, our fan base. Everything's fine.
Do you think Detroit, and I don't know this, because what Jerry Jones has done for Dan Quinn is he's paid him head coach money to be the defensive coordinator.
Yes.
Like, hey, if it's about money, I'm going to give you that money that Seattle supposedly is going to give you to be the head coach. So if you want to go be the head coach, go be the head coach, but I'll kind of match that contract or get close to it to make sure that. I just wonder, Detroit doesn't seem like they have a Jerry Jones. I'm not saying Jerry does not pay a big amount of money for head coaches.
Right.
But he'll keep assistant coaches at a higher number, especially the offensive or defensive coordinator if he believes in them. I'm wondering if Ben Johnson got a raise to kind of say, I'm not going to go do that. I'm sticking with Dan Campbell.
Could be a possibility, yeah. Maybe he set the number so high because he knew that Detroit would pay a certain number to him, or they gave him an idea what they would get, and he's like, all right, well, I'm taking this number to everybody else, and we'll see how that thing rocks. Because, and if you're the GM in Detroit, you want to keep that consistency, that continuity with that team. Also, Kadarius Toney has or is back and practicing with the team, so we'll see if he winds up playing.
I hope not. He's horrible
and doing anything.
And the thing is, he's not horrible. He's just not smart enough to play in the league.
He's so good that if he's on the field, you're like, I got to get him the ball. I have a mismatch right now, and then you throw it, and he's
in the wrong spot.
Something goes wrong. All right. I heard Bruce Bochy. He was on Sirius XM, and we will have, I'm looking forward, I hope when we can have a lot more conversations with Bruce Bochy this season. And, you get the World Championship season that you're riding on.
Is it Wednesdays we usually get him at 12:20?
It was Tuesdays.
Tuesdays? Okay, Tuesdays at 12:20.
Could have been Wednesdays, but yeah, I will revisit that and see how it all goes. But it was so much fun. The dude's entertaining. His voice is easy to listen to. He's got a wealth of knowledge, and he brought the team a championship. And I'm sure we'll get our first visit with him whenever we land in Arizona in Surprise for spring training. We'll get a chance to kind of revisit everything with him. But he was talking about doing it again. And whenever he stepped up on the stage at the parade, Mike, I know we all kind of everybody lost their minds when he was like, you know what, and I'm with y'all. I'd like to do this again. It was just like, oh my God.
When his granddaughter said, I want to do it again.
Yeah, and the whole place just went in. 700,000 people losing their mind. It was a great moment. Actually, I'm kind of trying to decide, was that better than the Corey Seager mic drop moment? Because it just, both of them right there are competitive. Corey Seager has lots of great moments that are matched by somebody else, like Adolis and his home runs. But this is Bruce Bochy talking about that opportunity.
Well, it's great to be in this position, have a chance to go back to back, and I've had 3 of those chances. It hasn't worked out, so there's little adjustments to be made. We've talked about that already going into spring training, but there's such a fine line between watching guys in the spring because we have a short off season and because you have to be ready when that season starts. That first month that's a big month too, but these are things we'll talk about. But I just hope we do what we did last year. I hope we stay healthier, first of all, but I just hope that this club shows that same ability to bounce back through all the adversity and get the same years that we got from our guys, and I'll take our chances.
I think when he talks about the ability to bounce back, that was massive on the Rangers this year. And he didn't say a lot there, but he did. That's a big factor in what the Rangers did last year, because every time you thought they're going to revert back to what we've always known from this brand, they turn around, they show we're actually a Bochy team. We're fighters.
I think here's the great thing about having Bruce Bochy after winning a championship is he understands, because he's been to multiple World Series in his career, he understands the different offseason that you have. Most teams ended their season at the end of September or in early October, because if you made the playoffs and you lost in the divisional round or the wild card round, you didn't have really much of a playoff push. Your starting pitchers had to throw one more game.
Yeah.
Our starting pitchers had to throw 5 more games. And they had to go a whole more month. So if you're looking at Eovaldi, I know Montgomery right now isn't on the team, and through Evan Grant, the likelihood of Montgomery being on the team is still at a very low probability. He's still a free agent. But you do have to look at your players who then had to play an extra month. And not only an extra month, but an extra month of super intense baseball.
Super grind.
Yeah. I love talking to David Murphy about this. He gave me an idea, because I wasn't lucky enough or good enough to be in the playoffs and pitch in the playoffs, or obviously be a position player in the playoffs. And he said, it's the only time in my career where you get to, at the end of the year, and you have to back off of your energy. In August and September, you have to try to find that extra energy, because your body's wearing down on you. You're in game 120, you're in game 140, you're in game 160, and you're trying to find that extra energy because you are fatigued, you are a little bit hurt, certain body parts aren't feeling good. And then you get to the playoffs and you have to back off to about 80%, because the energy and the adrenaline you have is like college baseball again when he was at Baylor. It's like high school playoff baseball. So all of a sudden,
you'll be exhausted every night.
You don't have to add energy. You have to take off energy, because you don't want to overswing, because 80% of your swing is actually going to be 100%, because all of a sudden the adrenaline is there and it's back to like a college conference championship environment.
Yeah, and hitting it further isn't going to mean more runs. It's going to be the same amount of runs.
Yeah.
Just
and if
further.
you overswing, you're going to swing and miss.
Yeah, and
so you have to watch the energy level that you're playing at, because you can't go to that 100%, because that 100% is going to be too much. And when you're in September, it's interesting. Murph,
that's fascinating.
It's fun. We should have Murph on in this spring training and talk about it, because he can talk about making it to 2 World Series, what his offseason was like, how different it was, and then also that energy level. It was fun talking to him about that energy level you have in the playoffs.
But the other part of this is, for during those years, the Rangers, I still think they were kind of underlooked as a team.
Not in 11, but in 10, yes.
But even in 11, it was like, there are other teams. We knew what that roster was, but the national media on it still was kind of like, yeah, but there's some other teams that are still better.
I'll say this, as a player, I'll take the Angels, for example. The Angels won the World Series in 2002. I was still a young pitcher with the New York Mets in 2003. We went to Anaheim in interleague play, and I knew I'm facing the world champs. Now, was it the exact world championship lineup? No, there were little nuances to the Angels that weren't the same, and the Angels didn't repeat as champs. They didn't come close to repeating as World Series champions. But I knew I was pitching against the World Series champions in 2003 when I went to Anaheim. So I do think that's what the Rangers are going to have to deal with, is most players, especially young ones, are going to be like, I'm taking on the World Series champs. It's going to mean more to me right now if I go to Arlington and beat the Texas Rangers in 2023 than it meant to me beating them in 2022.
So let's go to Dan Campbell, who lost in the NFC Championship game, but got a team that was very underrated to a point where now everybody knows who they are.
Look, I told those guys, this may have been our only shot. Do I think that? No. Do I believe that? No. However, I know how hard it is to get here. I'm well aware. And it's going to be twice as hard to get back to this point next year than it was this year. That's the reality. And if we don't have the same hunger and the same work, which is a whole nother thing, once we get the offseason, then we got no shot of getting back here. I don't care how much better we get or what we add or what we draft. It's irrelevant. It's going to be tough. Everybody in our division is going to be loaded back up, and, you're not hiding from anybody anymore. Everybody's going to want a piece of you, and which is fine. which is fine. But so it's hard. You want to make the most of every opportunity, and we had an opportunity, and we just couldn't close it out.
And that's where
I love it.
I think that
I love it.
In the middle of that's where the Rangers are now an even more extreme, because the Rangers didn't lose in the ALCS. They won the World Series. And so for the Texas Rangers now, it's going to be twice as hard. So when they're playing the Minnesota Twins or they're playing the Kansas City Royals, they will look at it differently this year than playing the Rangers last year.
Yes.
They're going to look at it as we are playing the world champs. They're defending their title.
We can make a name tonight.
Let's win this series. Let's win tonight, man. If we beat Eovaldi, we beat the guy who won Game 5 last year in the World Series. I think he won Game 5. We might have got a no decision. I think he was the winning pitcher. But I think that this is going to be the tough part for the Texas Rangers.
Yeah, no, and
is that they are defending a title. So every night it's defending the title in Major League Baseball. And that makes it a lot tougher than what Baltimore is going to have to go through. Baltimore's not going to sneak up on anybody. Everybody saw what Baltimore did, winning that really tough division. A young team. I think Baltimore has a great chance to make the World Series this year. But they're not going to be the up-and-coming Baltimore Orioles now. They're going to be the division champ. So there's nuances to this.
Yeah, and I think going to the Dan Campbell reference, I love hearing a coach recognizing that his team doesn't understand that either. Because a lot of those guys are young and just their careers are just starting. Now, Jared Goff probably does.
Because he's been to the Super Bowl and lost.
And he needs to be the dude carrying the flag in that locker room every day. Walking in going, guys, don't forget, we haven't done anything yet. We still have a lot more we want to accomplish. That's got to be that thing. And I think the first time I heard this mindset, because you talked about the adrenaline part of it, they're talking about the mindset to work through it now and get back there. Yeah, now you have to tell yourself, you have to block the part of you that's like, I can take a day off. I'm a champion. I don't have to do that. I'm a champion. You have to block that part off and say, I want to do it again. That's more important to me than just kind of getting this extra 5 minutes of rest today or whatever else is going on in my life.
Here's the great thing. It's not just Bochy with this experience, because he has a lot of it. Corey Seager won the division every year he was with the Dodgers, and they won the COVID World Series. So he knows what it's like to go to World Series and lose. He knows what it's like to go to World Series and win now twice. And he knows what it's like to have that spotlight on you and that target on your team. And so he's done that his whole career with the Dodgers. I think he honestly really struggled with the Rangers his first year because they weren't a competitive team. It was the first year in his life that he didn't make the playoffs or even compete for a playoff spot. And then you have Nathan Eovaldi. He won in 2018 with the Boston Red Sox and came back. You have guys like Max Scherzer, who won with the Washington Nationals and came back, and who has been in championship situations and then didn't win the championship, but he knows what it's like to have that spotlight on you and have that target on your team. I think Jacob deGrom, in a way, can help out with that.
Having played in New York like that, yeah.
So I think that the Rangers do have examples of not only Bruce Bochy, but they have examples of some of their best players, their best starting pitcher, their best overall position player, that can help out with what it's going to take to win 90 games again. Because winning 90 games is not easy to do.
In the first place, yeah.
And so can the Rangers win 90 games again and make the playoffs and then put themselves in a position to win? Because if they can get into the playoffs, and if Jacob deGrom is healthy, and if Max Scherzer is healthy, and if, I know Nathan Eovaldi was last year, but we were having major question marks as if he was healthy going into the playoffs. If you have those three guys healthy and your team is healthy, the Rangers can repeat as world champs. But to get to that 90 wins is going to be probably the toughest thing that they have to do and accomplish.
I do love that they won it on the part of, because when you lose it in that kind of an emotional stance, you're always chasing that adrenaline again. When you've won it, I feel like there's a difference. Like you know, now you feel like you know.
I mean, you hate saying it. Teams do get tired of winning. The Dallas Cowboys got tired of winning. The 1996, 1997, 1998 Dallas Cowboys, that by 98 you could argue they didn't have the talent. But they got they'd won 3 in 4 years. It was women, it was drugs, it was money. I'm not saying everybody. I'm not saying Troy and Emmett fell into that. Michael Irvin fell into that trap tremendously. Other players followed Michael Irvin down those traps.
We saw some people from the 12 Rangers the years after that. They had won and they got to that point, and then they were like, I don't know if I want to continue doing those things that it takes to get to there. Maybe because they were hurt from losing it, but also because they had other things on their mind, contracts and all those things too.
Isn't it going to be fun as a Texas Ranger fan? We've never defended the World Series championship. We've defended the American League championship a couple times. We've never defended the World Series championship. And it's almost impossible to repeat. To be honest, it's almost impossible to repeat in baseball. It's almost impossible to repeat in all of these sports. So it's going to be interesting to see how the Rangers respond, especially as Bochy talked about, in April and in May to being the World Series champs.
I think, though, like you just pointed out, a lot of those names, you got a lot of guys that are willing to put the backpack on and say, let's go. Let's get to work. We got a lot to do. All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpieces, time for the lunch rush. It's the Expressway. 5 significant questions about this Super Bowl, and Mike likes it. Next on The Fan.
Are you ready for
And the Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, just complimenting Mike about his baseball conversations, as always. It is time for the Expressway. It's the lunch rush, everybody. So if you're driving around out there, make sure that all your friends are tuned into us. It is 35 uninterrupted minutes of sports conversation. And Mike, we have to have this discussion right now, and I'm furious.
Okay.
I think this is a crock of S, all right? Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
Yeah.
is going to be on the cover of the MLB The Show for 2024 this year.
Well, let's talk about this. First of all, I barely know who's ever on the cover of this. I do know Shohei has recently been on it because I just know that I bought this for my kids. I think they just download it now.
Yes.
I don't think
I haven't purchased the actual real one in a long time.
So I guess that this still is a big deal, even though, what would you say, 90% of people are just downloading this to their PlayStation 5?
When you open the game up, though, when you turn the game on, that dude's going to be in that picture right there. And I do believe, was it Jazz Chisholm last year was on the cover?
All right.
And I actually have a list of everyone since 1997, so that's kind of crazy.
I would say in the last 5 years, and maybe less, but in the last 3 years for sure, we don't buy the game anymore. We just download the game. My son is going to turn 16 here in late April. So he always asks for this and says, can this be one of my birthday presents, but can we get it early? So when the game is downloadable, he downloads it on the first day, and we're just always like, remember, that was one of the birthday presents you wanted.
Yes. So it was Shohei in 22.
Okay.
And it was Tatis Jr. the year before that, and then the year before that, Javi Baez, and then the year before that, Bryce Harper. So it doesn't follow like a hard and fast rule of whoever the MVP was or whatever, but they try to put famous faces on there because this is their opportunity to try and market. And Mike, you played the game a little bit with us. You saw how the cards were lined up and how the players are on teams.
How you get like dynasty teams or whatever.
Yeah, and it's kind of fun it's like collecting cards where this is how you learn players. This is how you can learn who these guys are.
And that's how my sons know players on teams. They know it more through playing the game, the video game, than they do watching all the games. So I get how it's very valuable to learn the league for adults and for teenagers in playing this game. What's interesting, though, is, and you said Jazz Chisholm last year, which does ring a bell because then I'm like, gosh, I guess Jazz Chisholm does show up on this when they pull this game up. That's interesting because Toronto's not a big market. He's not their best player. Bo Bichette's their best player. He's a better player. Like Vlad, honestly, this is a year where for Vlad Jr., this is a make or break year for him.
Yes.
For me on like, is he just another guy or is he an above average player? Because at this point, he's starting to trend towards more just an average player in the league than a special player.
The other thing too, and
would it have been cool if they would have put Vlad Sr. and Vlad Jr. on it together just cool. because they have so many. You can have Nolan Ryan when he was wild throwing 150 miles an hour for the New York Mets, or you can have him pitching for the Angels where he's like dominating everything. So I just felt like because they use so many retro players too, I thought, man, if you had junior and senior on there, that would be really cool for the Vlads.
I think it would be so, and I have bias here, but I felt like Adolis. And you were showing me some, is it Stadium Club cards?
Stadium Club cards do a great job of capturing moments.
And I think there are some really cool Adolis moments that just looking at a picture and a cover picture with him, you're going to get, I think, the chills from, oh, yeah, that moment. I remember this. The home run he hit against Minnesota where we were at. Any of the games during the playoffs, plenty of those that you could throw on there. But Corey Seager has multiple ones that I think would have been perfect. And here's the other thing, Mike. How many more copy? I don't know. I feel like Rangers fans, because somebody said this from the 817, I'd buy a hard copy
and get it signed
if they had a Ranger on the cover, probably to go take it to go get it signed. That would be just as much. So hold on, that's $80, I believe. You got a Corey Seager card autograph, or you got a card. I don't know if it's $80, but I'm taking that to the line with me. I'm going to go say, hey, Corey Seager, would you mind signing this? And he's signing my copy of MLB The Show.
Well, and then I wonder, I mean, I hate saying this, but we found out the Rangers are not a national product. In fact, I was going to talk a little bit about this, and Mike likes it through Trevor Bauer in a video that I just saw him shoot. Is I get maybe if you don't want to put Corey Seager on there because he's not on a popular team, but the Blue Jays aren't a popular team.
No.
So that was the weird part. Is I thought I can understand if you wanted to go a little bit younger and you wanted to go with maybe Adley Rutschman or Gunnar Henderson because you think the Baltimore Orioles are going to be this really fun and upcoming team that could do something special. Or if you wanted to just make it as easy as possible, don't you just put Shohei in a Dodgers uniform?
You're damn right there.
Like, isn't that that would be the easiest decision to be like, let's just put Shohei on there and put him in a Dodgers uniform because now he's not in an Angels uniform. But if you're like, well, we just recently used him. I don't know. You have the list in front of you. Have they ever used Mookie Betts? Because he's a very entertaining player, and he's a Dodger on one of the most popular teams. So it's just interesting to me. Aaron Judge, did you name Aaron Judge?
Nope.
Yankees, Aaron Judge?
Yeah.
I don't know. That
doesn't make sense.
You could put in a way. I don't know how you do this with family members and stuff to make sure, but Aaron Judge and Babe Ruth on like why don't they
That'd be so fun,
why don't they put a veteran guy with the current guy? Since this, it seems like to me, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't play this game, my kids do. They do play with a lot of retro players on that game.
Oh yeah, I had Al Kaline on one of my teams. There are plenty of guys. You're trying to get the Mickey Mantle cards. You're trying to get those guys on your squad. I mean, when we were playing, Mike, you and I played against each other. I believe you pitched with Nolan Ryan, and you hit one of my players.
I hit so many players, the game stopped. They just said, you're done. You're not playing it correctly.
You've decided to stop playing correctly.
Here's another thing I was just thinking about. My son loves creating himself and then coming up through a farm system to make the major leagues.
Yeah.
You could, if you wanted to, put Paul Skeens on there, the number 1 overall pick. And then also he would be in a Pittsburgh uniform, and then maybe you put a current player with him too. Like that could be another thing too. You could use the superstar minor league guy. I mean, I'm going to be biased here. What if you had a copy of Wyatt Langford and Corey Seager?
Oh, by the way, they're saying that Judge was on the 18 cover.
Okay,
I didn't know. I didn't go back that far.
So then maybe, obviously if you've been on the cover in the last 5 to 7 years, you're eliminated because you've already been on the cover. But I don't know, you could do something cool with retro current player, or you could do something cool with like, hey, you're playing in all these minor league parks trying to come up through the minors to make the show, MLB the show.
Yeah.
You could take a person like, you could put Jackson Holiday on there. And you could put Cal Ripken Jr. on there. Now, you don't have a current player on there, so maybe your current player is a minor leaguer, probably going to start the year in the major leagues in Holiday.
I do wonder, too, like, because somebody did say cover's all about the name to sell more. I don't know what the vote numbers were, but if all-star voting numbers, they say this dude got the most votes, maybe that's the guy they rock with. So, anyway, I'm ticked off about it because I think the Rangers deserve more respect after the World Series. And I hope every one of those players gets a copy of Vlad Guerrero in their lockers at spring training to motivate them to go out and kick some ass this year because they got disrespected yet again. I don't know if that's going to help, but hey, maybe it will. All right, on to the 5 most important questions for the Super Bowl. Now, I've gone through this, Mike. I thought you would enjoy this because there's a lot of conversation about Mahomes and the Chiefs.
I'm excited about this Super Bowl. I think it's a great matchup, one of the best we could have gotten.
And there are some people that disagree with that, but you're not just saying that to troll Cowboys fans.
Not at all.
Okay.
I think, first of all, San Francisco proved to be the best team in the NFC. They have an interesting story. They took with the last pick in the draft, Brock Purdy. He's in his second year. Last year, after he got his elbow destroyed, the game ended. I think last year was an interesting matchup, too, because the guy who finished first in MVP voting and second in MVP voting were facing off against each other in the Super Bowl. And this year, once again, any Super Bowl with the best player in your sport, Patrick Mahomes, is probably going to be pretty good. And then on the other side, yeah, Detroit could have been a fun story, too, but I think this is obviously the perfect matchup would have been probably for them is the Cowboys versus the Chiefs, I guess.
Like if
you picked out of all the teams in the NFL, what would be the one that would draw the most eyes, even though the NFL doesn't have problem drawing eyes for the Super Bowl?
Yeah, I don't think Ravens would have drawn that many eyes. But yeah, Cowboys v. anybody, but Chiefs probably because they've...
I was thinking maybe Buffalo, but Josh Allen doesn't have the same name as Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, I don't even know if Raiders would still be in that conversation like they used to be.
I guess if the game's in Vegas and you have the Raiders.
Maybe the Steelers, but that's still a different deal. All right. Question number 1. Do the Chiefs need a huge game from Patrick Mahomes to win this game?
No, but I would lean towards likely.
Okay.
Their defense is good enough that they could maybe make this something like a 24-20 ball game. And so usually if you only put up 24 points, you'd say, well, that wasn't a huge game. But I think he's so smart. Like, I'll disagree with Sean Sharif a little bit on this. Patrick Mahomes was great in the AFC Championship game. They only put up 17 points. So you'd be like, that is stupid. But I do think we are so caught up in fantasy numbers in our world now that we don't realize what a great game can be from a quarterback when it's not 35 plus points. And so I will say, statistic-wise, he doesn't have to throw for 300 plus yards and 4 touchdowns.
He's averaged 239 this year.
Yeah, if he does, they're winning the game easily.
During the playoffs. He only had 241 and I think 24 of his 39 targets went to Pacheco. So he's checking down a lot. It's not like he's pushing it downfield a whole lot. And you're right. Their defense has been really good. Now, they lost one of their best edge rushers. They're going to have to deal with that. Or one of their very good edge rushers. They're going to have to deal with that. But their defense under Steve Spagnuolo has been very, very good. Are there any more questions about Brock Purdy?
Sure. I think that now you get to the Super Bowl. And we like defining things, and then we get to the Super Bowl or the NBA Finals. Hey, I know this is different, what was Dirk Nowitzki's definition as he entered the 2006 NBA Finals? He's taken the major step up. He's now a superstar, this and that. Then they lose a 2-0 series lead and lose 4 in a row, and the story totally changed. He wins the MVP, and then they lose in the first round. So think about if he wins that first championship and then loses in the first round as the MVP, it's not that big of a deal.
Right.
It's a deal.
Yeah.
Guess what? Tim Duncan lost as a 1 seed too to the Memphis Grizzlies. Nobody cares or remembers that.
Because he ended up with multiple championships.
Right. So you look at it and I'd say, yes, there's still, I will say a lot of questions. I brought it up earlier in Mike Ask All the Football Questions. If Brock Purdy doesn't play good in this game and they lose the Super Bowl, do the 49ers go, don't worry about it, we still got our guy, we're going to give him the $60 million a year when it's time to give him that? Or do they go, hey, do we draft another quarterback and give Brock Purdy 1 more year, and if it's not working out, we could maybe trade him and then just go on to another rookie contract deal?
Yeah, I think the questions in this game that I think he can answer, because the last 2 playoff games he has started slow and finished strong.
Yeah.
So I guess my big question right now is, because you'll see texts that come in frequently of, hey man, I still don't think that this dude's good. I don't think he's a good. Did you watch him play? And the eyeball test early in games is he doesn't look good. Now his team keeps him in it. His offensive coordinator keeps the guys believing in their system. And then late in games, they make the plays that matter, that put them in position to win. And Detroit collapsed. Green Bay had those moments too where they collapsed. I don't know that the Chiefs will collapse. Like that's the one difference is I don't think the Chiefs are going to fall apart. So will he have that opportunity? Can he answer that question early in the game and say we're going to be good the whole game, not just the end of it?
So I'll say this, and this is kind of giving Dak a compliment. Maybe people don't think it is. I do think Purdy's in tier 3 of quarterbacks, and if he wins this Super Bowl, and let's just say he plays well. If they win the Super Bowl 17-10 and you're just like, he didn't play very well, it was McCaffrey doing a lot, then maybe I don't move him up. Tier 2 for me has Josh Allen and Joe Burrow in it. And I know Burrow got hurt this year, but I still think Burrow is arguably the second best quarterback in the NFL when healthy. I'll move Purdy into that category. Like Lamar Jackson, I'm struggling if he's in tier 2 or tier 3. By the way, in my tier, Patrick Mahomes is tier 1 and nobody else comes close to it. Then tier 2, I know that Josh Allen and Joe Burrow are in it for me. And I'm like, if Purdy wins this Super Bowl in his second year and plays well in this Super Bowl, I think I'm pushing him into he's a tier 2. Tier 3 has a lot of guys that kind of Dak Prescott, Jared Goff, Brock Purdy, I don't know if Justin Herbert's in there for me, but I can see where he would be because of the talent, a tier 3 quarterback. I'm going off the top of my head. Sorry if I'm forgetting people, but like that's kind of where I have Purdy, in that he's an above average quarterback, but he hasn't separated himself from the pack. And I feel Patrick Mahomes, huge separation. Josh Allen and Joe Burrow, from what I see, I believe that they've separated themselves from the pack too.
A lot of people will have that. Well, I mean, Shanahan, it's Purdy. It's Shanahan, it's Purdy. I always believe
was
it's
it Bill
both.
Walsh or was it Joe Montana?
Yeah, and I don't know how many times we look at quarterbacks and say they didn't have a good play caller. That went on to do great things. Now, maybe Tom Brady, because none of his play callers were went on to have great careers afterwards.
We'd have to ask Broadus or somebody older about Chuck Noll, and Terry Bradshaw winning 4 Super Bowls.
Norv Turner is beloved because of what the plays that he called in that Cowboys offense. Andy Reid, I think Andy Reid and Mahomes go hand in hand together. But Andy Reid needed Mahomes. I mean, there's proof of that.
Right.
And Mahomes has not had anything else other than Andy Reid and Eric Bieniemy working together in that. So I think that combination is a huge part of it. If you get stuck with crap coaches, you're probably going to end up being a crap quarterback in the end of these things. That's just the way.
Or at least you don't reach your
full potential.
Your peak. Yeah.
Number 3, can the Niners solve Kansas City's defense? That, we look back and their defense has been so good.
I do think watching 141 yards at halftime of rushing. Sorry, I'm going opposite here, but I was thinking of the opposite. But I still think this. I do think Christian McCaffrey could put Kansas City in a tough position. And then does it open it up for Debo and Ayuk? Ayuk's probably do you think Ayuk's a better receiver than Debo?
Yes, but I think Debo's a football player, and Ayuk he's a legitimate, he can do downfield
the
stuff.
route running and getting open on routes. I think that Ayuk's probably a little bit better, but Debo's such a special weapon that you can use in different ways.
And I do think and his physical style's different. He's he's a Swiss Army knife.
It'll just be interesting because if McCaffrey is having a great early start, I just wonder what Kansas City, they're going to do well, but I just wonder, when you're putting together a scouting report on Ayuk, Debo, and Kittle, how does it go? Who's your concentration on? I know McCaffrey's maybe first, but I'm just wondering, we know with the Cowboys, it's CeeDee Lamb. If you slow down CeeDee Lamb, let's see what Ferguson and Cooks and Tolbert or whoever can do. So we know that. But I'm wondering with San Francisco, nobody's as good as CeeDee Lamb on the outside. But who do they say, we need to make the game more difficult on this guy?
Yeah, no, it becomes a very tough, hey, today your assignment is this is you got to make it tough on that guy, because if you can't make it tough on that guy, we're going to have a problem stopping this other dude on the other side of the field and then making sure that McCaffrey gets tackled. Yeah, it is a very difficult I think L'Jarius Sneed and Trent McDuffie, they've been very good in the secondary. And that's been they're aggressive up front. So this is a great pairing. It's a great pairing because of the matchups that you're going to be able to see there.
Whoever Kansas City secondary coach is, he's done a good job with maybe not the most premium guys. Because I can't remember the guy that the Cowboys released. I think he was from Oregon, a 7th round pick, and he would just pass interfere. I felt like every play. And the Cowboys released him early in his career, and he went over to Kansas City. I don't think he's there anymore. He's gone on from team to team, but I thought, man, Kansas City got a lot out of a guy who looked like he couldn't play for the Dallas Cowboys.
How much time do you need for Mike Likes It here, Mike? Because I got 2 more questions.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I don't need that much time.
Can Kyle Shanahan outwit Andy Reid? I think this is a fun question because both of them are super creative thinkers when it comes to the way that they call their offenses. And Andy Reid said, I'm going to throw a pass to Marquez Valdez-Scantling on 3rd and 9. And it was a 32-yard completion. And he's like, let's throw this one. Now, obviously, Mahomes sees it and says, I got the dude wide open. I don't know if did we see if Valdez-Scantling throws his hand up like Isaiah Likely?
No.
And I just the decisions that they make at the times that they make them, and then some of the creative play calling that they come up with. Now, I know Andy Reid gives his guys every week. He gives them a segment of practice to come up with their own plays. And every once in a while, he'll go, I like that play. We're going to steal it. We're going to use it. And they go out there and run it. These two guys are very intelligent coaches. Can Shanahan outwit Andy Reid?
Yes. And you know what I'm surprised with? I know this is a little bit off topic, but on topic here. I was thinking, if Kyle Shanahan wins this one and he keeps coaching the 49ers the way he is, he's a Hall of Fame coach. And I'm like, has there ever been a father and son in pro football make the Hall of Fame as coaches? And then I'm looking at Mike Shanahan. He's 71 years old, so he has time, 2-time Super Bowl champ with Denver. I don't see on his Pro Football Reference page that he's in the Hall of Fame.
Ooh.
And I would have thought a coach that had as much success as he had in the NFL and a 2-time champ. It says here.
It would say it on his Wikipedia page too, and it doesn't. It's not on there.
I mean, maybe then I guess. I mean, if Kyle Shanahan. Oh, let me ask you this: since Kyle Shanahan has this chance to outwit Andy Reid and win his first Super Bowl and his second try, is Kyle Shanahan going to be a better coach than Mike Shanahan, his dad, when we compare the two?
And it maybe because. Like he's changing, he's utilizing a lot of the same things that he learned, but he's just adding elements to it, more motion, of course, and all that stuff. But like he's taken the game to a different place too.
Mike Shanahan's career record surely took a hit when he went to Washington.
But the foundation, yes, that probably if he had retired, let's look at Jimmy Johnson. Well, Jimmy Johnson goes to the Dolphins, but even still, but if he'd have retired afterwards and just said, "Hey, I'm living off these 2 Super Bowl championships." Maybe it's a little bit different there. And also maybe if he had somebody fighting for him in a different way, that's probably one for sure.
Okay.
And then the last question, will Travis Kelce remind us once again that he still has plenty left in the tank?
I have been shocked on how great he's played in the playoffs because in the regular season, I felt like we're seeing in a way, they're different players, but the Jason Witten decline. Kelce was better in the open field than Witten, and Witten's a easy Hall of Famer. But I thought, like, when you saw kind of as there was rumblings, the funny one when I was with G-Bag Nation and Dawson, I think called him an old fogey when it came to Witten. And it was like he could still play, but he wasn't Jason Witten what he used to be.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying Travis Kelce got to that.
Stiffer. Yeah.
But I feel like watching this season of Kansas City Chiefs football, you'd say Travis Kelce is going backwards in his career now. He's reached the peak and now he's on the downside, and we can see his career starting to go downhill. How slow of a downhill? We'll see in 2024 and if he plays in, like, let's say 2025. But then you watch him in this playoffs and you're like, whoa, he's back to the best tight end in football again.
Yeah, he looks like he's playing inspired. And he looks like all those things that this season I thought, man, he and Mahomes just aren't on the same page. There were times where you could even see he looked like, I don't know what I'm doing right now. And all of a sudden, they get back in the playoffs, and it's just clicking again.
Yeah.
And they look like they've been doing it for years, which they have. All right, Mike, it's time for Mike Likes It.
Okay, so I'm going to go to baseball here after we just did football. And I was watching a Trevor Bauer video, and I'm sorry, Corey, I should have told you to watch this. It's not very long, but this was interesting to me. And I understand where Trevor Bauer's coming from. First of all, who's Trevor Bauer? If you're not much of a baseball fan, he was a great pitcher in baseball, not liked by his coaches or teammates for the most part. And then you probably know the story about him and the young lady that supposedly he had abused, and it pretty much came out that she was making up a lot of that story.
Really thoughtful on pitching, very good.
And has a great YouTube channel, and he went over to Japan last year and did great. And he did so great, a lot of Ranger fans were asking, hey, could you bring Bauer over to help you out while these guys are hurt? And I don't think the Rangers have any interest in that. And it looks like all 29 other teams don't have any interest in bringing Trevor Bauer back to Major League Baseball. So he's getting blackballed out of baseball. He can go play in Japan, but he is not. I don't think he's going to play Major League Baseball ever again. He is out. And so he's frustrated with that a lot, that he went from making $40 million a year pitching to now, I don't know what he makes over in Japan. I'm going to guess $3 to $5 million, which is still good money, but he should be making about $40 million right now and a Cy Young candidate in baseball. He's still that good, but nobody really wants him because of the person that he is, not the pitcher that he is, and the teammate that he is. They're not crazy about him as a teammate. So anyways, he puts out a video the other day, and he says, hey, baseball numbers are down. It was the lowest watch World Series ever, and I do think this stinks because this is our team. But the Rangers and the Diamondbacks just don't have a big market. I think people here love the Texas Rangers. I don't even know if people in Arizona love the Arizona Diamondbacks. I'm not there a lot, but obviously I don't think
it didn't feel like that stadium was absolutely packed.
Right. And so it's just that, dang it, that was not a historic matchup. That was not, the biggest and best matchup. People got to learn more about Corey Seager and, get to know a little bit more about Marcus Semien. And then everybody else on the Rangers was kind of an unknown. People will still say to this day, Josh Jung, and they don't know that it's Young. And he's done enough now that you would think, well, Young's an easy name to pronounce, but it is spelt Jung. But you're just you're at that point right now where the Rangers and the Diamondbacks didn't have much of a market. So Bauer takes a little bit of a shot at the ratings in baseball, especially for the World Series. And he goes to Dick's Sporting Goods and he buys 10 baseball gloves. And he's going to give away these 10 baseball gloves. He's going to randomly go up to people in different settings and ask if they want to have a catch. And then after the catch is over, they're going to talk baseball. So it's not hard catch. For most of the people, they barely played baseball. Some of them never played. Some of them have played. And they're just talking about baseball. What do you like about baseball? What do you dislike about baseball? Do you still watch baseball? And it's really, it's a great video. I would tell you to go to YouTube. Trevor Bauer puts out great videos. And this is about, he gets answers from people that are different and they contradict. Some like the pitch clock that still watch. Some don't like the pitch clock and they want that nuance of the pitcher, having that time to get ready for the pitch. But he's just how do we get people into playing baseball again? Because he goes to a pickleball court and right next to it is a 4-pack of baseball fields not being used at all. And this pickleball court, which is 8 to 10 pickleball courts, there's people waiting to play because the pickleball courts are all taken up. And it's how do we get people, and he talks about how kids aren't playing as much baseball as they used to. At least the numbers are down in registration. And I do think that has to do a lot with money. Baseball's an expensive sport, and unfortunately, it's become more of an expensive sport the further we go down the road with how much things cost, how much it costs to join leagues or play in tournaments.
And then travel, yeah.
And there's travel, and then if you do get into the select ball, which seems to be the thing that you have to do, I'm honest here. This pushes people away, and
buy
I hate
a $500 bat every year.
It's about, for a kid somewhere between the ages of 8 and 14, it's about $5,000 a year to play baseball.
Ooh,
that's not the same for basketball,
right?
So it's why people, I think, pickleball. Right? You go find a paddle and a wiffle ball, and you're ready to go for the most part. So I think it's tough to get people re-engaged in baseball or engaged at all if they become an adult. So I'm asking this question off of the Trevor Bauer video that I recommend watching. It's fun. Is what sport do you think is the toughest to become a fan of if you never played as a child and you never watched until you're an adult?
Ooh.
So you didn't play it as a kid, you didn't watch it as a kid, and now you're an adult, never played it, never watched it. What sport do you think is the easiest to be I love watching this sport, even though I have no clue what's happening right now?
One night I'm gonna sit down and watch hockey, just because it seems like there are limited rules, but I was very lucky that Razor was there. Razor and Ralph were there to explain the game to me when I was in high school, because that's how I learned hockey. Was those guys were experts on it, and they would tell me why this rule just happened. What is icing? I think that's usually the most difficult part. But why is that offsides? I think that there are some little nuances that people struggle to understand. So that one for me, I feel like is difficult, having not ever played it. But again, I don't know, because I did grow up playing baseball and soccer and basketball. Yeah. I did play all of those growing up. So I feel like that one. But if I'm watching a new basketball game, I'm confused on fouls a lot. I'm I don't understand why that was a foul. So that comes into it. And my kid, he wants to play football and he's interested in it, but he's still trying to figure out. As a matter of fact, Mike, I might have a video here in just a little bit of 4 rules that need to be checked into in the NFL to see if those need to be changed, because my kid had the same questions on why is that a rule. So the NFL has a lot of different rules that are confusing, but I would say hockey for me for sure.
Okay. And for me, I'm going to tell you one that I tried to, and this was in Oxnard. We had random channels in Oxnard, and I tried watching cricket. I couldn't figure that out to save my life, because I know it's baseball-like. I know it's, because there's a ball being thrown and there's a bat/paddle hitting the ball. But man, watching that, I was like, I don't know how I could ever understand this or get into it. And I just wonder, when Trevor Bauer was doing this and trying to engage these adults into a sport that they didn't watch or play for the most part, I just don't know how you get into it. And for me, I was wondering, is baseball the easiest when you become an adult? Because the pace of it is, yes, they've picked up the pace of it, but there is time to talk. I don't know if there's time to talk during a basketball or hockey game. Does that make sense? Because everything's in action.
Yes.
So by the time you've asked that question, you've tried to, I don't
Something
understand
else
this.
has happened.
Let me explain this to you. The person watching the game that understands everything is like, what are you talking about? What happened 3 minutes ago? Because there's been 15 different things that have happened in these 3 minutes. And basketball can kind of be the same thing, is that it's moving at a pace that it did seem like when he talked to young adults, they liked basketball because they like the cultural influence. They like the basketball shoes. They like the current music that they play, right? It's all about the culture of today. I do think that you wear out of that a little bit. I'm 46 years old. I don't care about today's culture. I don't care about what's happening with 15 to 25-year-olds. The only reason I care about it is because I have 3 kids around that age. But I don't care about today's music. I don't care about the culture today. I think it's stupid. So I struggle with that. And I just wonder if that happens in basketball, where basketball fans like me start easing out of the sport and going more towards like a baseball or a football or a hockey, because we're like, that's all teenager, young 20 stuff that sport's about. I kind of want to get more into adult sports.
Yeah, with cricket, one thing Jared called me one day and was like, look, dude, if you ever want to, go sit with my dad and watch a cricket match, because he knows it very well. We happen to have an area to play in our neighborhood, and I did sit and watch one day, and I was like, okay, I kind of get what they're doing, because I could see when they were cheering. But Mike, to that point, having an announcer, John Madden taught me football. I learned football because John Madden was like, here's what just happened. And you're like, oh, well, that makes a lot of sense. And now it feels like Greg Olson's trying to cram in a lot of information that I'm like, I don't know, that somebody new to it might be very confused about. But I think, understanding announcers is super helpful all the time. All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for the C Block, ladies and gentlemen. And Jason Kelsey, what he just said, how does all of this work whenever it's time for your career to be over? Next on The Fan.
Well, okay, I first want to talk.
Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Have you seen the video of Tom Brady? And it looks like he's at like a billionaires conference. I have no clue where they are. He's in a ballroom, and he's standing on a stage, and rugby star Reese Walsh runs a route, a crossing pattern across the entire ballroom, and Tom Brady delivers a strike right into his chest. And I do remember Roger Staubach, the first dinner I ever got to go to with him, whenever my wife was working for Staubach Company. We're all sitting there at the table getting ready to have dinner, and Roger comes out. It's a 70s themed party. Roger walks out from the side door, and he's wearing Cowboys jersey. He's wearing his pants, his socks all the way up. I don't know that he was wearing his cleats because he probably would have slipped on the floor or whatever. Had a helmet on and a ball in his hand. He walks in and he points around the room. And I was like, oh my gosh, is he about to pick a receiver? And his son stands up in the back, Jeff, stands up, and Roger throws across all the heads of every one of these people. I mean, it's probably a good 25, 30-yard pass in a ballroom with lower ceilings than you expect, and hits his son right in the chest. Doesn't even have to move. And Jeff ends up, he throws it back to him, and he hits him and everything. And then Roger looks around and says, somebody else. Who else? And I'm like, it should be me. I don't stand up. Somebody else stands up, and he, bam, hits him right in the chest too. I was like, that was amazing. But that's what it is. Those dudes, those guys are just different. They're on a different level. They play the game at a different level. They trust their arm. They trust their accuracy. I bet Mike would trust his ability to hit a target. Maybe not throw 100 miles an hour
Not
at the
anymore.
target.
Never 100 miles.
But to hit a target, you trust that. And so it's just amazing. But that being said, Tom Brady, he sees a football, and the first thing he wants to do is he's like, I got to throw it, right? Like, that's what I have to do. Yeah, exactly. He's got that going on.
That's our guy.
And that brings me to this conversation about Jason Kelce, because Jason Kelce is kind of in that mode of considering retirement. And he said, you watch this and that, and the emotion's high, especially after his brother just wins is going to the Super Bowl. He said, it feels so great being here on the field right now, because you're there for your teammates, for the guys that aren't going to get that opportunity for the Super Bowl, their emotions. And these are the situations that you don't get unless you continue to go, unless you continue to play. So I don't know what's going to happen for me, but I do know I still want to be involved in the organization. And I still want to be part of it, regardless of what the decision is, because I don't want to ever feel like I'm outside looking in on these achievements and these accolades and these opportunities that largely represent entire cities, fan bases, and organizations. It's too good a feeling to pass up. Now, I know, I think I can speak for Derek in this. He was with us all, through the majority of last year's baseball season. And I think it was opening day, he got to go experience a lot of that. We invited him. We said, hey, Derek, why don't you come down and be on the show? Get some of this experience. And he loved it. He was distracted, though, Mike. Like, you can confirm that. He was pretty distracted throughout that day. I think he was trying to get George Bush on with us, George W. Bush. I think he was trying to get him on. There was some other things that were going on. But after the show, John Blake came over. John Blake frequently joins the G-Bag Nation. And he came over and said, all right, I'm your escort. I'm going to take you down to the field. And Derek is kind of like walking around and looking and seeing everything. And he's like, it was so cool to be there for it. But I did feel disconnected from them because I wasn't out on the field. And I think it's a really interesting perspective on when you get done with your career, how do you, if you really want to be part of that, for Cowboys, I do feel like maybe they get their agent to call Jerry up. Because a lot of the former Cowboys stay connected to Jerry Jones. I know a lot of them do, but not all of them get to do what they want to do. How that's decided is not really up to them. How Jason Kelce, like he was a character for the Philadelphia Eagles, but he may get into a job that they're like, what do you want to do? And he's like, oh, I want to do this. And they're like, well, we had this more in mind for you. And then he hates it and doesn't want to be part of it. And recapturing that feeling on the field whenever you're not part of it, I think is something, Mike, that you can talk about more than me for sure. But I think you shared that same experience that Derek kind of had as he was going through that too, right?
It's part of yourself is lost and gone, right? Because you've done this your whole life and you've had this goal of hopefully making the NFL or NBA or Major League Baseball, and you're able to accomplish it. So you're in that top 1%, 0.1% of people in the world who accomplish that goal. And then you're in that life and you feel like that is who you are. I am a Major League Baseball player. That's who I am. I'm a professional baseball player. That's who I am. And then you're not anymore. And then you're like, I don't know who I am. And the real world sucks. So
it's very different. Yeah.
Yeah. And so, you find out through a whole bunch of things, right? That the real world doesn't work like a major league clubhouse. It doesn't work like a professional baseball organization. It's very different. I mean, I know that there's women now in coaching aspects in baseball, very few, like just a few, but like there's no women in your world either that are like part of the workforce. Sometimes you do have trainers and stuff. It's pretty much a men's club. It's a men's based thing. So there's a lot of things where when you see that field and you're not part of a team or an organization anymore, I'm used to it now by far. I mean, the last year I played was 2008. So, I mean, it's been a long time, but it is really tough. I know how tough it is on Derek, and Derek spent more time at the majors, way more time than I ever did. So yeah, it's one of those things where it's tough to be like, how am I not part of this anymore? And you didn't choose to not be part of it. 99% of us
decided, yeah.
Yeah. John Elway chose to not be part of it anymore. Barry Sanders chose. Troy Aikman didn't choose to. Troy Aikman wanted to keep playing. The Dallas Cowboys and the other opportunities that weren't there said, you're not good enough anymore. Emmitt Smith, you're not good enough anymore. Or like Michael Irvin, your neck is so jacked up, you can't do this anymore. Like, that's even the greatest Cowboys of all time. Roger Staubach didn't choose to retire.
Yeah.
His brain said, the doctor said, your brain can't do this anymore.
Yeah. And that became like the smart decision to it as well. You had a situation, and this is kind of where I'm interested in the process of it all, because like for Derek, we had lots of conversations with him about it, and he's interested in coaching. He would love an opportunity to continue playing. That's how his arm did get hurt. He went and worked. That dude worked his ass off. You saw it. He worked as hard as he could, and then the injury happened, and he would love one more shot. But he also has youth camps that he runs and things that he can do in the off season.
Right.
But he also is bored. Like that's what he was like. I am bored, man. I want something to do. And that happens when your career was done. Had you ever thought about being in media?
Yes.
But like out of high school or and stuff like that? Was that
not out of high school because it really wasn't a job in 1996. You know, I mean, I'm not breaking any news here.
Yeah,
there
that's
was
interesting.
The ticket was around for 2 years.
Yeah.
About at that time, maybe even less than that. And then in 2005, I had got to know some people in the industry here, and so I interned at the Ticket for radio. So I interned, learned it. They put me on the air here and there. I was decent at it. And then in 2007, I gave up the home run to Barry Bonds. I went up to Bristol, Connecticut. I was doing cold pizza at the time, which was obviously turns into First Take, but Skip Bayless was there. Some dude from Detroit. I always forget his name. Sage Steele. So I was all part of that for 3 days. I was on Baseball Tonight, breaking down a little bit of the playoffs on ESPN News. I did well enough that people took notice here in Dallas that when my career ended, and I didn't know it was ending, but when it ended up becoming something that I could do after baseball. But there were plenty of bus trips in AAA from, let's say, 2004 through 2008, where I knew that my baseball career wasn't going the path that I wanted it to go, where I could just play baseball and then just retire and never have to do anything. But then can your brain handle doing nothing? Like, breaking news, Derek Holland made enough money. He doesn't have to do anything the rest of his life.
Yeah, he could play golf every morning.
And he would be just fine with that. And so I look at it and go, well, what am I going to do? And I have to make money to support my family. And so there's a lot of things, and you just don't know. You really don't know. Then I look at, let's say you, and maybe not you per se. I'm just taking the normal college student who goes to college, graduates at 22 years old.
Yeah,
because then I just remembered you didn't do that. The way that you think of all your friends, graduate high school, go to college for 4 to 5 years, graduate college, start off at a job where you're making $3,000 a month or $4,000 a month, and you work your way through it. I'm like, I don't have time. Like, you start thinking to yourself at 30 years old as this is ending.
I redo all those things.
How do I do this? I don't have a college degree. I don't have the time to just make $3,000 a month, And so you're like, that's what you do when you're in your 20s. And then you hope in your 30s you're making, I don't know, I'm throwing out a number, $50,000 to $100,000 a year. And then by the time you're in your 40s, you're making $100,000 to $200,000 a year. And then by the time you're in your 50s, you're at $200,000. And then 65, you're able to have enough money and you've retired, So you start thinking of all those things. You're like, I don't
catch up.
I have to graduate college and then start doing a crap job and then hope that it turns into a decent job and stay in this career field. Like, there's just a lot there that's tough to. It's like a panic situation. You're on the bus almost like panicking about your future. And then you're like, I better start pitching better because I don't know if there's any other options.
You're a unique story in this conversation. So I do wonder, I think if I talk with Derek, he enjoyed the hell out of his career. I really think he did.
Right.
And that's probably why, and that's one of the reasons that he's like, I don't really want to let it go yet. And with Jason Kelce, but that dude looks like he's enjoyed the hell out of his career. And I wonder how many athletes, I guess whenever you're one of those dudes that you're a starter, you pretty much know that, and you really don't have all those worries to go along with it other than I got to go work hard today for myself.
Yeah.
Do you enjoy it a lot on the day-to-day of I enjoy doing what I'm doing? Like right now, I really love what I'm doing. And I know the whole time we were a weekend show, the whole time that I was at the newspaper, it was I'm trying to work to get to somewhere. And this is where I wanted to be. I wanted to be doing this for a career. I like this.
Yeah.
And now, Mike, I do think that you like working with us. We talk about it a lot.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I'll say yes.
Okay.
No, I do.
Kevin's not even here. What are you doing? You don't even have to give me a hard time. Yeah.
Oh, you? Yeah.
But I like this. Like that is the. But there were a lot of fun times I had during that stretch to get to this spot, and so but I also took those for granted then. And I do wonder if players during their careers enjoy the moments that they're having playing and have those, you know what, that was an absolute blast.
Yes and no. You do, but you're in such of a grind that, I mean, it looked like Travis Kelce was having a blast. He's on the stage. But remember when they said, like, hey, you passed Jerry Rice for the most catches? He's like, oh, props to Jerry Rice. But he's like, you got to fight for your right to party. Like a lot of times you're just, and he was having a blast. And he was enjoying that moment. Don't get me wrong. But I think there's a lot of times you're in such a grind. The season ends. For almost everybody, it ends in disappointment. There's only one team where it ends in true great, you feel great, because no matter, Detroit had a great season, exceeded expectations, but they're sad right now. They're depressed right now that they blew a 24-7 lead and are not in the Super Bowl. But then you start going to, all right, I'm going to take this much time off. I'm going to see my parents, hang out with my family if you have a family, whatever, kind of get your little bit of a break, but you're already thinking about contacting your special coach and contacting your trainers and how am I going to get this off-season plan, because if I'm going to keep this job, if I'm going to get this contract I want to get, if those whatever steps there are, I got to start doing all of these things. So even the off-season, you start thinking about the grind and preparing for that grind, even though maybe you take 2 weeks off, maybe you take a month off, but you're already thinking about the grind that you're going to have to get into to survive at the highest level. Because you look at it, let's just say football, each team is about to take 7 new players in a draft that they want to replace 7 players on the team on, at least, right? Like, we like this guy because he's a 21, 22-year-old that we believe is better than you. Yeah. So you already know.
And cheaper.
They're right. They're trying to replace you at all times. They're trying, who's better than what we have? That's the question you have in your organization every day, every offseason. Who's better than what we have, and can we get better at this spot? And you have to prove to them that you're better than what they could replace you with.
So for the Evan Carters out there, enjoy these moments. These are the learning, the young stages.
It's, like I talked about,
he's in a perfect situation right now.
Like, last thing is Wembanyama. Who cares that he's 8-48 right now? It doesn't matter. He's a developing player. Luka's only 24 years old. Do we care that the Mavericks are only 4 or 5 games over 500? Hell yeah, we do, because it's his 5th year. Where the hell are the wins? Where's the championships? And so it all changes. The development of Wembanyama is all fun and games until you get to year 3 and you're like, where's the 50 wins, dude? I thought you were good at this sport. And it doesn't matter if he's putting up 30, 20, and 5 blocks. It'll be like, where's the wins, dude?
Where's the championships? Coming up next, Boomer has us discussing, when did you get over or start believing that sports were rigged? Next on The Fan.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content from 2-time Stanley Cup champion Greg Ludwig.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. And Alec, you're crushing it today, man. You're just doing a great job.
Thanks, man.
Everybody text in right now, 877-881-1053. Let Alec know how good of a job he is doing. Mike, you're doing awesome too. Carter?
Thanks, I'm trying pretty hard.
Carter, you just keep it up, man. You're doing. Why'd you flip me off, man? I said you're doing great. Right now, though, it's time to have a discussion about what Boomer Esiason said. Boomer Esiason said he almost had to beat up a Ravens fan, but why?
As we are sitting there, this guy decides to come over and say, "Hey, nice to meet you guys. Good to see you. I'm trying to watch the game here."
Mm-hmm.
Coach is trying to watch the game. Nate's off to the bathroom, and we say, "Fine, see you later." So he walks back and sits down right across from us. He's looking right at us, and then he decides that he's going to come over and he's going to talk to us about how the NFL's rigged.
Oh God!
And he's using very colorful language, and I'm just sitting there, and I said to the guy that's sitting next to me, the giant guy, I said, "Look, do you see what's happening here? Do you see this guy talking?" And I'm not really looking at him. I'm not acknowledging him. But Coach decides to get into some sort of discussion with him.
Oh
some
no!
sort of argument.
Why?
And I'm like, I'm sitting, and Coach is awesome, right? Because he'll defend the NFL. Like, I don't want to hear this crap from some drunk ass fan who just lost a bet. So I understand, and I know Coach is a Hall of Famer, and he will die with that shield, as I will, but maybe not as intense as him. So they're kind of like in this conversation. I got my head down. I'm watching the game, and I look over to the guy sitting next to me. I said, "Do you see what's going on here?" And he goes, "Yeah." I said, "Are you aware?" You're not drunk, right? No, he's not. "Are you aware of like what may happen here in a second?" And he's like, "Yes." And I said, "Did we do anything to incite this guy? Did we do anything to even bring this guy over here to have him talking to my friend Coach Cowher this way?" Mm-hmm. And he goes, "No." I said, well, listen, if he gets any closer, I may have to get up and effing smash this guy right in the face.
First off, there's no need to fight, everybody. We can all just, chill out, let calmer heads prevail. But a bettor who lost a bet is like, man, the NFL is rigged. 877-881-1053. I've already seen a few texts come in on this. I love it. When was the moment that you said, this sport is rigged? Or the moment where you went, you know what? I'm done thinking that. I gotta get beyond thinking that it's fixed. Because I love the script idea. It exists out there, and people are like, oh, the script. The script writers could do a lot better job. Like, they really could. But they decide.
Playing professional baseball, I can tell you, it's not rigged, but
there are people that influence outcomes of games.
You do get benefit of the doubt in certain situations. So if I throw a ball right down the middle and Barry Bonds doesn't swing at it, it might be a ball. Somehow it went right down the middle. And you're like, that's a strike. And like, Barry Bonds didn't swing at it, it's a ball. And then you watch a NBA basketball game and you watch something that Josh Green does versus the exact same thing that take the LeBron James. It's a foul. Oh, you fouled LeBron James. You're like, no, literally LeBron just did that to me. And so I did it back to him. And they're like, yeah, but LeBron James did that to you. No foul. LeBron James did that to you. You fouled him. So
you feel there is influence.
Is that fixed? I would say that that's too strong of a word. Even I do believe in a way fixed is a tough word. I do believe David Stern swayed the events of the 2006 NBA Finals in such a way that it was going to be very tough for the Dallas Mavericks to win.
We were told by a referee that was the case.
Right.
Now,
but I
we
think
have to believe him or not.
In the NFL, I don't know. Why would the NFL, if there's some script, why would they write the Cowboys out of the script so many times when they get the best ratings? Why wouldn't you want better ratings? The NFC Championship game probably got outstanding ratings. It got even better ratings if it was 49ers versus Cowboys.
Mm-hmm.
It would be tough to say, oh, they're doing this. I do think refs are influenced by coaches, by players, and they are the ones. Look, I always say this, they get to play God for 3 hours. Whatever level it's at, whether it's 5-year-old sports or whether it's the professional level, they can be questioned, but they're a dictatorship. Whatever they say goes. There's nothing you can do to change it. They can fix a game if they want to. They get to fix the game more than anybody because they can dictate a lot of things, but I don't think that they are fixing games. At times, do I think they're accidentally swaying games based off of their bias, whether they really like this player or this coach, or whether they really hate this player or this coach or this owner, Mark Cuban? Then yes, I do think it can be swayed.
From the 469 for basketball, I would say it was Kings versus Lakers. And Mike, I think you remember those. Like, those were the games you're just like, how in the world did that really just happen? And they said for football, I would say it was Vikings versus Saints when Diggs caught the game winner. I don't know how that could be rigged. That dude whiffed so badly on a tackle that I can't believe that was rigged. You have to. There was no way in my mind, but I totally get anybody that watched that play over and over and says, you can't whiff that badly on a hit. Now, anybody that wants to have the discussion about was it the Saints and the Rams and the pass interference? Do I think that there was a lot of chaos going on there? Absolutely, man. That was the worst non-pass interference call I have ever seen in my life. Like, Kevin was upset the other day about the Baltimore Isaiah Likely, and he's like, I think he tackled him in the end zone before the ball got to him. I think that's pass interference. The other one was I tackled the dude, and it looked like before the ball was even thrown, and it should have been called pass interference. But 214, the Gambling Association gives the NFL billions per year. You would be a fool to not think it's rigged. 100% billionaires totally try and fix the outcomes and endeavors. It's a no-brainer.
Let me ask that person this. I know you're saying NFL. How do Derek Holland, me, Corey Seager, whoever, every player, do the players know it? I'd ask that question back to them. Are we in the unknown here? So all the game is getting fixed, but us, the actors, in the fixing don't know it's getting fixed.
Yeah.
So who knows it's getting fixed? Are you saying certain players do know the script and they're playing to the script? Like, so Corey Seager knew he needed to hit a home run in the 9th inning of game 1?
That's interesting. Yeah, that's a good point.
And then the pitcher knew, like the pitcher had to know you have to throw him a home run pitch here. So Sewald knew he had to throw a home run pitch there. So I don't know, like how does it work if they're fixed? And I'm going off of the sport I played because obviously I wasn't in locker rooms in the NFL or the NBA. None of the players know the script.
I might get punched for this, and I don't want to get punched. I don't like it. But I do believe that there is a lot of influence in boxing.
Because it's a judgment call. After the thing is over, there's no real scoring, if that makes sense. There's no like, oh, he made a 2-point basket or he hit a home run. You're basing it off of, I'm going to give them 1 point for winning this round. Well, that's a judgment call.
And again,
Mike, I do think that can be fixed.
And
yes.
in that conversation, it is 2 actors in that situation, right? One actor, all he needs to know is I got to go out there and swing. The other actor, all he needs to know is once I get hit, I need to fall. And I will get my allotment of cash, and we're both thumbs up. And you know what? We can have a rematch. And somebody said I started believing they were fixed whenever Jake Paul started winning all the fights. Dude just comes out of nowhere and starts winning all these fights. And I can get that. He has influence over money. He can control the situation. I will also believe that whenever I watched Mayweather, fight, he had a lot of control over how everything went. So a lot of things were influenced in his manner. Like I'm not saying that he fixed anything, but it does feel that way. But the purity of boxing, you want to believe that a lot of these sports are the way they are. But with 2 actors, like you just said, Mike, it's very difficult to say, all right, by the way, this ground ball is going to be hit to center field right over homeboy's head. And the center fielder's going to miss it, and all these other runs are going to come around. That's a very difficult thing in my mind to fix. Some people are saying football. And when it comes to... Do
the players know? Do football players know the game is fixed?
I don't think so. Now, could there be one player out there?
Know. Yeah, the refs are the one?
I guess so. I guess that's where a lot of people feel that way. I got past it when the Mavs lost in 2006. I was completely like, man, there's nothing that'll never convince me that it's not fixed. Just the way that all fell, I was like, this is the most rigged sport in the world was the NBA, but I did sum up that it was the referees that had influence more than anything else.
And David Stern did let the refs know we have to call the game a certain way. I don't want the stars fouling out, and I want the stars being protected. Is that fixing or is that just helping sway it?
And then whenever the Mavs won in 2011 is when I was like, I think I'm going to give up on it. And you know what else? You know what else changed my mind about it? And this is somebody said they're NFL specific. It was Nelson Cruz's moment. Like that was the moment that I went, sports is real life, and sometimes real life sucks. And there was nobody out there to get you. I'm thinking in my own room by myself, just thinking somebody's out to get me all the time. Nobody out to get you. Sometimes just life just sucks.
I would say this for my sport, baseball. I would know if it was fixed or not. By this point, my dad playing in the 70s, me playing in, if you take my minor league career too, the 90s through 2008, all the people that my dad knows, all the people that I know, I would have heard from enough people that, did you know the reason this or that? Like, there's certain things that really suck in life. Jim Bowden intentionally ruined my career. I know that now. I didn't know it at the time. I didn't know why Tim Foley wouldn't pitch me in 2008 and just would make me sit there and watch. Well, people ruin people's lives and people's careers. Yeah, but I know that nobody has ever come up to me and said, do you know the Rangers won the World Series because they decided to fix it because the All-Star game is in 24 in Arlington and they wanted Chris Young to really succeed because he was part of MLB's front office? Like, I would hear throughout time, you would hear things. Maybe I'm just not part of this NFL world where everybody knows, like, Everybody knows everything. It's just weird to me. If it is fixed, why do they want the Cowboys to always lose?
I can totally understand, Mike, and like for some reason it just feels like through movies and maybe in the past, college sports, you could have a guy shave points on a game that really changed everything. And that was a single person directing that,
right?
Or a group directing that. But I can't believe anymore that the entire sport has a plan and an agenda on who wins and who doesn't.
So my father has this story. So he went to Trinity in San Antonio. Now that used to be a premium baseball school. Now it's just an educational school. It's not a sports school at all. They were the second best team in this region against the University of Texas in baseball. Now, back then, Cliff Gustafson was the head coach at University of Texas, and he's a Hall of Famer, all these things. Well, back then, if you had home field, you hired the umpires. So my dad's throwing strikes right down the middle to UT, and the umpire's not calling them strikes. And so the coach for Trinity goes out to the mound, and he asks my dad, he's like, hey, Mike, where are those pitches? He's like, they're literally right down the middle. And so the umpire finally comes out to the mound and says, hey, break it up. And the head coach for Trinity says, here's the deal. We're walking off this field, and we're not playing anymore if you're going to keep calling the game this way. I know you're fixing this. The umpire's furious. He looks at Cliff Gustafson because he's saying it loud enough that people can hear at University of Texas. Cliff Gustafson looks at the umpire and gives him the nod, start calling the game more like normal. So, like it was, yes. So, was in the early 1970s, was it somewhat fixed when you went to the University of Texas to play baseball, or maybe other schools? Yes, it was somewhat fixed. They would hire the umpires. The umpires would make sure that the major benefit of the doubt would go to University of Texas, the home team. So, in a way, it was swayed where it was going to be really tough to beat Cliff Gustafson and the University of Texas because they hired the umpires that they knew would just call the game for UT. The strike zone would be completely different at the University of Texas when you played them because Cliff would hire the umpires and make sure that they knew that you're going to call the game correctly in our favor. If you don't, I'll go find an umpire who will. So that is somewhat fixing, but it's the umpire swaying it because he's getting paid by the University of Texas to call it a certain way.
That was a hell of a story, Mike. That is fascinating. All right, coming up next, let's chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. About to chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation, brought to you by D&M Leasing. And gentlemen, how are we doing this afternoon?
Awesome, Majors. How are you?
I'm doing great. Mike is off tomorrow. And I think he was like, you know what, Corey, I'm giving it everything I got today just for you. And so he crushed it today. So I'm really proud of Mike.
Left it all on the field.
5 and dive.
Mikey.
5 and I don't know what is that?
Throw your 5 innings and get out of there. I got a lead. Coach, I'm good. Tell you, I'm a little bit sore, man. I'm getting tired because you're winning 2-1. You're like, I'm going to probably give up 2 runs in the 6th inning. I'm out.
Modern day baseball.
Dude,
self-awareness. You got to know your body.
Yeah. There were 5 and divers when I played too.
Be honest with the coaches, otherwise they can't make the right decisions along the way. The Mavs are now 15-3 on Seats for Soldiers night. So that was that why Luka was given the I see all you soldiers.
Everything.
I'm here for y'all. Or was
I got eyes in the back of my head.
I can do it all, guys.
They might want to stop picking Orlando in the future. That looks like a really nice up-and-coming team.
You think so?
I do. I think they're going to sneak into the playoffs this year, like the play-in situation. And then if they do make the like 7 or 8 seed, they're going to get hammered by Boston or Milwaukee. But I do think that 2 to 3 years from now, that's going to be one of the 3 to 5 best teams in the Eastern Conference.
You like Banchero? You think
love him?
Yeah,
love really the players around him. Anthony Black from Coppell/Duncanville looks like he's going to be a really strong player in the league too.
He's a beast. Banchero was impressive. Yeah. I mean, I don't watch him that much, so watching him and just like his vision of the floor and everything, he made some passes. I'm like, geez, okay, this dude's more than just a scorer. The Wagners were getting under my skin.
Yeah.
They got under Luka's skin too. Luka was like, I've had enough of you. All right, both of you get out of here.
It was I think it was with Banchero's like ability to drive, but his three he had a really nice stroke on the 3 too. So that I know I say stroke.
You like his stroke?
I know where that's
you said
go.
Stroke.
Yeah, now I know what it felt like brought us for you to hop on our show back in the day.
Yeah.
Got to just be aware of
who was stroking the best last night though, because I would argue THJ off the glass.
Without him, you're losing that game by I mean, it's really weird because you're probably going to lose that game by 25 points if Hardaway isn't just nailing a lot of his shots last night.
Can the Mavs win in spite of Jason Kidd though? Because there was like you could
feel
even
like they do every time they do. Every time they win, it's in spite of them.
You could see Sweeney in that moment. He leans into Kidd. He's like, "We should have called the timeout." And I think I was like, "Yeah."
Hindsight, you know. Hey, at least somebody on the coaching staff knew though.
Yeah,
you're right. Somebody knows what's going on over there.
There was that moment last night where Hardaway's standing there, and even after the game, he laughs about it, and then he protects his coach. But it just does feel like they have to win in spite of their coach not standing up and making those moments. And it's weird because he has such a high basketball IQ that you'd think he would be aware of those in those instances.
You know what's amazing, Broadus, and maybe you can talk about this in football. I know a lot of non-football players become head coaches, but Steve Nash, Magic Johnson, Isaiah Thomas, Jason Kidd, some of the greatest point guards of our lifetime have become head coaches. And they've all struggled to be head coaches with the ball in their hand, controlling the flow of a game, working defense, like unbelievable. But then when they're not in the game, they have to be on the sideline. They seem to all struggle with the management of a game when they're not the manager on the court.
It's amazing how many sporting events we watch, and it's just not football. It's really kind of all our sports that we watch. You know, I mean, Mike, you could talk about the baseball and how that Tampa Bay manages their pitchers this way or that, and you're sitting there going, that doesn't seem very logical. But you're right. The high IQ player has a hard time as a coach getting players who don't have high IQs on the same page.
And you talk about baseball. And it's interesting. I'm not saying you need to coach like Bobby Knight. I'm not saying that. But look, you're bringing back these Bruce Bochy's.
Yeah.
I know that Dusty Baker just retired for good now, but it's almost like we've gotten to this part where like, hey, you need to be part of the team and you need to be their friends. And you're like, no, that's way too extreme the other way. Like there has to be a separation of the coach, not where you Bobby Knight him, but like where there is this, I am the authority. I know you make more money than me and you can get me fired at any moment, but there has to be some sort of authoritative figure in that position.
Well, I was going to ask you guys because I've listened to your show a bunch where we talk about, or you talk about, where the managers don't matter. Did the Rangers win without Bruce Bochy as their manager last year?
No, not at all.
I don't think so.
So see,
I love Woody as a person, but he wouldn't have done that.
But does that narrative now flip because we're starting to see, these, baseball managers don't make the same, it seems like the same amount of money that basketball coaches or even football coaches make. And I know there was a narrative a while ago where they don't matter. It's analytics guys and gals and stuff like that. But there's no way you win without Bruce Bochy, being your manager last year.
And Chris
right?
Young made that decision that how important he was.
Are we seeing is it changing or is that just a one-off?
I think we've just gone, it's a new world of having all of these numbers broken down so quick in all sports.
Yeah.
And I think we're to a point where we've gone too extreme, and baseball was the sport that went too extreme fast. And now they're pulling back and going, wait a second, the computer can't tell us everything.
Right.
A human has to help us out here. And I think basketball, right? Cuban doesn't really, he's so numbers oriented that he was like, no, you should do the shoot a three or dunk the basketball and everything else is stupid. And it's like, wait a second, we can't be that extreme, And so I do think football is in this, hey, if we do motion every time, it will always work. Well, I mean, that's probably too extreme, but there's like, we use them and Bochy's using them, but he's like, there's also to a point where I have to be a man here and make a real human decision. And so it's like, I think we're not to the point where we've married the two, all the extra things we're getting from Harvard and Yale and all that, but then having a human who also understands the game and understands the people he's managing and coaching.
What do you guys?
I'd like to have a human with the ball who understands he can't just walk backwards. It's Tim Hardaway Jr. last night. I know Jason Kidd's taking a lot of the blame, but as a coach, I expect my players to not just start walking with a ball.
I think what's tough in that, when they deny Luka, literally you have nobody else on the court who can dribble and pass because Kyrie's out. So that's the tough part.
And the players should have come to help as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kyrie's in the playoffs. Kyrie's definitely on the court receiving that rather than.
Well, you have the option, right?
Yeah.
You got Luka or Kyrie. One of you get open, and we feel comfortable with you guys making a good decision.
I'll take the good with the bad with Kidd. That's where I'm at with him.
All right.
Because I think he stabilizes a lot of stuff. And he's already shown you he can win in the playoffs.
That's true.
Pure goal is always Majors. Thanks for asking.
Look, I like it. You already know where we're going with this
And
thing.
I said, if you fire Kidd, I've told the fans this, if you fire Kidd, that's the day Kyrie says, I'm never playing for the Dallas Mavericks
There you
again.
go.
And I think Luka then, because he does really like Jason Kidd, would say, I don't know if I want to be here anymore. So Jason Kidd does have your two best players happy with the organization.
All right, we'll be back at it tomorrow. Until then, you've been Masterpiece.
They are three. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic afternoon. Steve Jones talking at the Senior Bowl. We're going to get thoughts from him. As General at your service, salute to you. Hope you're having a nice Tolo Toxic Tuesday here in the nation. Brian Broaddus, you have Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup at Master Control here at 75 and Fitzhugh. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. Of course, you got your Nosebleed brothers, Wolchuk and Shia following along with you. We are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I'll ask you on the truckwreck.com fan text, how does Steven make you feel? He says, there's no way they're going to explicitly trust you until you get it done. He was asked about disappointing the fans. He said, until we compete at that level and we get the job done, there's going to be doubt, rightfully so. So that's the kind of tune he was singing over there at the Senior Bowl. We'll have more highlights from Stephen Jones, but how does him phrasing it like that make you feel, Zach?
He's at least being honest, I suppose. He's not wrong, you know? I mean, how can you? Yeah, you've had 3 straight 12-win seasons, that's straight, but in the postseason, you can't get it done. And he used the comparison of Brady and the Patriots. Now what you're seeing Mahomes and Andy Reid do, and every single year they're in the postseason, they're having success. You get that benefit of the doubt when you do that. You don't get the benefit of the doubt when basically your track record is, yes, you can win in the regular season, which is something. Now they've built a sustainable winner, which was also something we hadn't seen here. But now it's, all right, we're going to flame out in the first or second round of the postseason. And until you change that, that is the perception that you will be January jokes every single time you enter the playoffs.
I agree with that. I also think they're kind of selling this idea that, you know, we're a championship program, just hasn't happened for us yet. And that makes me concerned. They don't see that there might be an issue with their process that they have to adjust. Just they haven't had the good fortune of proving it to their fan base yet. I don't think they understand how tough of a challenge it is and how far away they are from the peak of the mountain. Wolchuk, Chiafalo.
Yeah, man, it's easy to say you want the change in the playoffs. What are you doing now? What are you changing now in hopes that things will be different in the playoffs?
Yeah.
You know, or is it just going back to the same thing and hope you get the lucky run in the postseason? He references in the soundbite, which we'll play at some point, about Brady. Hey, you trust a Brady, you trust a Mahomes, and then at the end he's like, and we know how we feel about Dak. And it's like, okay, well, if you're talking about those guys, and like that's sort of where you're pointing to when it comes to being a trustworthy sort of postseason championship contender, and then this is what you're rolling out saying this is what we got. It's night and day.
What a crock of horse crap. We got our guy. You know, you trust Mahomes, you trust Brady. We got Dak. Here we come. Man, that is just unbelievable. You know. This is the Dallas Cowboys. Go get a GOAT quarterback and stop pretending that your barely Pro Bowl quarterback is one.
Yeah, he is, and I know, Dawson, you're going to kill me on this, and I can feel it right now. Is that
I'm not going to say it?
No, you're not. You are, and that's okay because you're
Don't tell me Dak's good, Brian.
No, but that's what I'm saying. You're doing, and I know you and Eric are lining up right now.
Oh no,
I get it. I really do.
Hey, I'm not in line anywhere.
No. You're lining up to move on. And I understand. I understand. I understand. Are you?
I'm lining up.
Yeah. But the thing about it is, I mean, I don't know, the regular season played at a MVP type level. What is holding him back from being that type of player? I mean, I love Lamar Jackson. What's holding him back, with these quarterbacks? That's the question you have to ask yourself if you're Stephen Jones.
Don't you think playoff football is different? It's a higher standard.
I absolutely do.
Yeah,
I absolutely do. And I'm very.
So for quarterbacks like this, the margin of error gets very slim. For Dak, he can't do it without a running game. For Lamar, he lost it because Zay Flowers fumbled.
I think if I'm Stephen Jones, I need to stop talking about things with Dak and trying to help Dak.
Yes.
I need to, if we're going forward, with Dak Prescott is not Brady. He's not Mahomes. He's not that guy.
But talking about him like that prevents you from building the kind of team that you need.
Don't compare him. But but you need to find, there are plenty other quarterbacks that have won Super Bowls that haven't been Brady and Mahomes.
Yes.
And so now if I'm Stephen Jones, it's on me.
And that's what you want to hear.
It's on me.
We haven't done enough for Dak.
We haven't done enough for Dak.
Thank you.
And
yes. That's what you want to hear.
His old man, Jerry will admit, like, I feel terrible I didn't help Romo win a Super Bowl. Romo wasn't good enough to win a Super Bowl. He wasn't. He wasn't good enough to win a Super Bowl.
Neither were they.
And that's true. That's what I'm saying. To me, you have got to, if you think Dak is your guy, now it's on you, Stephen Jones. It's on you, Will McClay. It's on you, Mike McCarthy.
But they don't think it is. They think it's on the quarterback. They think their guy is so
because
good.
They can't. He's not Brady and he's not Mahomes.
That's the problem.
But there's plenty of other quarterbacks that have won Super Bowls that haven't been that guy.
Because their front office can evaluate their guy, not fall in love with him and market him like he's the game's biggest star.
I just feel like, to me, that they've let him down.
They have.
But I've got to figure out,
by believing in him so much.
I've got to figure out why that he and Lamar Jackson and others have 6 MVP type seasons. Be honest with you guys, I don't know if Dak can play better.
I don't either.
I don't know if he can play better.
Well,
we might have seen the best Dak Prescott could ever play.
Right. With Dak, it was quite schedule assisted. With Lamar Jackson, he had one of the most impressive regular season runs in NFL history. But I just want to hear Steven come out and say, we're sick of effing around. We're going to build a full team, and we're going to be able to stop the run and run it, and stop the pass and pass it. Okay, we're going to do all 4 of those things.
Yeah.
And, novel concept, try to build the best team in football.
Yeah,
that's all you want to hear, and they're
I don't need
they're
you
in
to,
fantasy land.
I don't need you to compare Dak to Mahomes and to Brady and guys like that. I just don't. No. I need you to figure out, why are they not having playoff success?
Yes,
that's what I need to figure out. I need whoever can get me in the playoffs and make sure that we're playing on championship Sundays. That's what I need to figure out right now.
The terrifying thing with Lamar Jackson is you could stop the run and run it. Now, maybe you just didn't have good enough wide receivers, but you did improve. You invested.
Man, you had one of the best wide receivers in NFL this year here. Something else is wrong.
No,
Something
the team
else
wasn't ready to play.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't just Dak was a big reason they lost, but your defense didn't show up, did they?
Here's why I really agree with Eric. Eric's to the point, and maybe, Gavin, I'm sorry about you, maybe here. They're ready to move on. The head coach, no, don't bring this guy back. Don't bring this guy back. He's not going to be that guy that's going to carry you into the playoffs.
If the Cowboys are going to team build like this, they need to move on from Dak. They need to just do the quarterback lottery until they find the next Staubach or I don't even know. Is there another Mahomes out there?
I just don't. I don't think. I shouldn't say that.
That's the only way you win with this team building model in this NFL.
He is the best to ever play this thing. He is.
Mahomes?
Yeah.
Did you just goat him?
Oh, absolutely. Why would you not?
I'm not here to fight you. I'd love to hear you say it.
And I'll tell you what, I don't think I'm ever going to find another one like him.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm just not.
Like the rare case might be in this draft with Caleb Williams, but that's the thing. Mahomes is able to pressure moments. He's always delivering.
I have a scout's take on Caleb Williams where he absolutely takes him apart and eviscerates him. And then we're going to get to that here in a little while in the program.
Yeah.
There's a scout that is just going up and down on Caleb Williams here. So he ain't.
But my guy's not Mahomes, so I've got to figure something out.
There were also scouts doing that with Pat.
If you can't find another Mahomes, at least get a guy in a rookie contract who can play about as good as Dak did.
Yes, that's how the way they team build. That's what they have to do because they use Dak's contract as an excuse. They paid him like he's the Mahomes or one of these guys, but he's not. But they're like, but we've paid him to be that. So it's like almost like we gave him the money, so he has to be.
Yeah.
Because now we can't build the roster in a huge way. We can't invest a bunch of money in there because we're paying the quarterback. But you only can pay the quarterback if he really is the difference maker, and he is making up for those things, your inefficiencies on your roster.
If you want to pay him like he is a difference maker, you can still win. You just have to ride the salary cap roller coaster. There's three legit championship models out there, and the Cowboys are stuck on this one that doesn't work, Brian.
No,
it's terrifying.
But I look at this and I see 3 Pro Bowl offensive linemen, a Pro Bowl All-Pro wide receiver, a Pro Bowl tight end.
Yeah.
I mean, what more? What more? What else do I need to do?
Pro Bowl linebacker, a veteran linebacker.
No. I'm talking about for the quarterback.
Okay, on offense.
He's
the defense is going to help the offense.
No,
because you have to take less risks.
Right now, it starts with the running game.
Yeah.
That's
That's right now.
Center and a real running back. I mean,
center and a real running back.
Tony Pollard was basically Zeke. 4 yards a carry and a good pass protector. It's what you got this year.
Yeah.
So I think there's a way through, but it starts with knowing where you are and that you actually need to improve significantly from where you were. I guess the other way is that you ace the draft, right? Two rookie Pro Bowlers, maybe 4 rookie contributors. Then maybe you could put yourself, but you really have to do a couple of those in a row. They aced the draft in 2022, and 2023. One of the main reasons they weren't able to get back is they didn't take Laporta. They took Mozzie Smith, set him up to then take Scooney in the second round.
Yeah.
It was a double whammy there.
Yeah.
Okay, Ben Johnson is opting to remain with the Detroit Lions.
That tells me that he didn't think he was going to get the Commanders job.
Okay,
Commanders were flying to go meet with him.
Yeah, but
and then he said, "Hey, I'm not interested."
I think there's something happened there. I think that he kind of took himself out of contention for some of these jobs, thinking that something that maybe these aren't the right places for him to.
Maybe
be.
he was smart.
Yeah, I maybe the Commanders' whole thing. Maybe he didn't like what he saw there. Maybe some people within the organization got to him and saying, "Hey, it's maybe in 2-3 years that might be a different thing." But he took himself out of the opportunity to be a head coach because he didn't like something he heard or he saw.
For the second year in a row.
Yeah.
Because I think he could have gone to Carolina last year.
He apparently Schefter saying that teams are balking at his asking price.
Yeah, he's got a high number in mind, reportedly.
But somebody threw that number out there that he was asking for $20 million
like
a year.
15 a year.
$20 million a year. And
Wow.
but that was refuted.
Know your value.
It was
refuted.
It was refuted by people that within his camp. They're like, no, you're missing the point here. So
well, maybe it was 10, and they're like, dude, you're a first year head coach. We're not paying you $10 million a year.
Well,
nonetheless, I'm glad the Commanders don't get him.
Yeah.
Same.
I mean, hopefully they don't go get Mike McDonald or something.
That opens up the possibility now of Dan Quinn.
Well, they're still interested in Aaron Glenn,
Yeah.
and they did meet with Dan Quinn in the Washington area this morning.
There you go.
Okay, I think a lot of people are pulling for the Chiefs to win the Super Bowl, right? Everybody going to be rooting for the Chiefs?
Yeah, absolutely.
And that might be tough. It was confirmed Charles Omenihu is out with a torn ACL.
He
7
is.
sacks in 11 games for them. Very disruptive. They still have Jones, Karlaftis, and Michael Donna.
Donna.
Yeah, this
Good
hurts. It's crucial to get after Purdy if you're going to beat them. I think they should still have pass rush, but that one hurts no doubt. KC scored just 22 points per game this year.
Quarterback.
I'm going to probably pick Chiefs. I think Reed will probably have a game plan of running and screening the Niners to get them out of position, but this is going to be a good game. I'm expecting a really good game. I don't think anybody can be too sure about this prediction. Congrats to the Mavs for the win against the Magic. Solid team.
That was gritty last night.
Were there 10 different lead changes?
Yeah,
that was a
exciting.
gritty
That
game.
one went back and forth. I thought, man, it got stressful at the end. Shout out to Derek Lively, though.
Yeah.
Just an absolute badass. That alley-oop was sick. Him and Wendell Carter Jr. going back and forth, and he gets just bumped in the nose. And the review ended up helping him out. He was able to pop right back in there.
Yeah.
A little tissue in the nose and everything, but he was awesome.
Yeah, salute to Tim Hardaway Jr. Just absolutely making it rain. I don't know. It's not the worst thing to hang on to him at this point. I've been preaching about moving him, and I'm still very willing to in the right deal. This might be the perfect time.
Yeah.
Just when the guy starts balling well enough that you're like, hey, maybe we need to keep this guy. That's probably a top signal. We know how this rodeo goes, and he has been absolutely on fire, and he's been huge for the Mavs for multiple seasons, and different months from here to there. He's just really really streaky. Luka with 45, 15, and 9. Only the 6th time in history that a player has done that, and he's done it twice this season.
Unbelievable.
Just crazy what he's doing out there right now. Okay, it's like a redemption tour that he's on from last week.
I'll tell you what, though, towards the end of that game, I don't know if you noticed, he was really locked in defensively, like huddling guys, getting together the last few seconds, pointing out, hey, you got to watch them, throwing the back door here. I mean, it looked like to me that he was really into what was trying to get that victory last
And
night.
Kyrie, I know he's not playing, but Kyrie's very involved on the bench. Like, Kyrie's also locked in. We've seen him kind of, all right, if I'm not playing, he's kind of taking a step away from the team. No, Kyrie's very invested.
It's a lot of good signs out there this week. Hopefully they can stay in this space and in this spot. I think Luka's mindset might be a blessing in disguise that he's getting this right at midseason. Hopefully he can ride it all the way through, and maybe they could have a successful season still. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. Little baseball here on your home of the World Series champs. We're going to go around the bases. Wolchuk, what do you have for us?
Yeah, we had a trade within the division. We got some sound from Bruce Bochy and an update on Jordan Montgomery. That's next.
Oh, man, we're having some interesting draft conversations here in the room. The Jones family out of the Senior Bowl, though, and Jerry advancing the conversation. I'm fighting the urge to get excited. You're gonna believe it. I'm fighting the urge to get excited here, Nation, as we're going to move baseball talk to 5:30. Okay, we're going to go around the bases at 5:30. Right here, we have the latest from the Jones boys at the Senior Bowl. We talked about what Steve said in the opening segment. Jerry's talking, and he's singing a different tune. Okay, so we'll talk about why this might actually get me excited about this Cowboys offseason. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel. Free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Now, before I get excited, I do have to say I'll take this and put it in the I'll believe it when I see it bin.
Yes, okay, good. Because I was about to be like, man, I'm here for you. I care about you. I don't want you to do this. You know, don't make some emotional decision right now that can really hurt you in the future.
Yeah, I'm not FOMOing into Cowboys optimism right now, but what you have is Jerry Jones saying the Cowboys are going all in 2024. Mm-hmm. We will be going all in, he said. I would say that you will see us this coming year not build it for the future. Okay? Wow. To hell with the future. We got to spend now. He also refused to commit to signing Dak Prescott to an extension because the team is taking a holistic approach to the offseason.
What does that even mean?
Yeah, you want to go all in, but then you've got a massive cap hit at the quarterback position who you love, but you don't want to extend him. So where are you going to get the money? I mean, you're going to have to do some cap maneuvering. I do like this. This is what I wanted to hear.
Creating voidable years.
That's fine.
F 2027.
That's cool with me.
Dak, here's your big check. It'll hit our cap in 36 months. Everybody wins.
I'm in on this. I mean, I'd like to go in with no extension for either Michael or for Dak, and let's play this baby out. You guys either do it or you can get out.
Quote, Dak has done nothing to change my mind about any promise for the future. I think I've said that we will go as far as Dak takes us in the playoffs. Remember that. He's always reasserting that, so he takes the blame off of the front office for building crap rosters or just pretty good rosters and, make sure that it's on Dak's shoulders. But maybe he's actually going to set up Dak to be the champion and the hero for us. That would be something. He says, we'll go as far as Dak takes us, and that is how far we went. That doesn't change a thing. We'll go as far as Dak takes us. Are you buying the all-in talk, Brian? Here we go.
Well, we just blamed his quarterback. I don't know how Dak reads that and feels good about it. Like, Dak took us as, we
Dak
lost.
Played badly and we lost, so he's got to play better and then we'll win.
He has to realize, though, that if he rides this contract with Dak, all he's going to get is a third-round pick out of this. Because Dak's probably going to leave.
He leaves as a free agent, then you get a comp pick.
Yeah, that's it. So you got to know if you're going to let this thing ride, you're likely only going to get back a third-round pick if Dak leaves from you. Okay, so that's the game you're going to play right there. The thing about it is, I'd heard from some people in the organization that things were going to be different in the offseason. And I was nervous about that in a way because I was thinking, well, they say this sometimes and then they don't do it. And, so you really don't want to report about it. But I know there were several people that say, no, things are going to be different. There is a little bit more of a sense of urgency after what happened against Green Bay. So we'll see. I'm like Dawson. It's like the state of Missouri. You got to show me,
Don't just talk about it, be about it.
Yeah, don't talk
That's
about it.
That's where I am. Don't talk about it and blow smoke up the fan base here.
Yeah.
Because I've fallen for this countless times.
Yeah.
And I am not going to do it this time. What else is he supposed to say? In reality, he's listened and consumed everything the media has said. He knows the frustration. And we've said
he apologized to the fans right off the jump.
He did.
Yeah.
So he knows what the desire is, and it's for exactly that, to go all in. Will you do it? That's a different thing, and I don't believe it.
I think what they're going to end up doing is signing a bunch of their own guys to huge contracts and saying that's how we go all in. Big deal for CeeDee Lamb. Big deal for Micah Parsons. Look at this. We spent more money than most other teams in the NFL this year. They might even end up spending the most. Like, that's how we do it because we draft so well. We got to pay our guys the most in the offseason. That is my gut as well, Wolchuk. I don't think they actually go all in. I think they pay their own guys huge contracts and then say that's their version of going all in like they did a couple of years ago. I remember them attempting to shame us. Okay, you guys are so gullible, says the 214. No difference when Jerry said he'll write a blank check. Still waiting. 682 front office can only do so much without a bleep and proper GM.
But guys, they're taking a holistic approach to the offseason. Everything's going to be fine. I just looked what that means. A holistic approach means to provide support that looks at the whole person, not just their mental health needs. The support should also consider their physical, emotional, social, and spiritual well-being. So that is how the Cowboys are going to be attacking the offseason. Excuse me, the front runners.
Very holistically.
Holistically. So he can't commit to Dak being his quarterback because he's got to take into account so many other things here: the emotional, the spiritual well-being, all of these different things.
I don't know what it means for Dak. I think that is an interesting side to this quote from Jerry Jones. I guess if you go all in, though, and you really build the roster out, you have a running game and the ability to have, stopping the run. You have good linebackers and good offensive line and a good running back. And then you go out in the wild card round. If I'm planning to do all that, I'm kind of doing that to evaluate where Prescott is. And I'm kind of like thinking, if we don't go farther after giving the team everything, that's the test case that we need, Right now, an outsider would say, well, of course Dak didn't win. What the hell are you doing, Jerry? You didn't have any linebackers. Your center is trash. He can't get to the next level. Yeah. You can't run the ball. Your running back somehow had a regular leg break and came back like he had a full Achilles repair. I don't know what happened to your running back. Your center's never been good, and you lost, any chance you had at linebacker with Overshown and Van Der Esch being out. So if you compare your roster to the teams that were in conference championship weekend, it's really not that close. Dak did a hell of a job without a running game.
Yeah.
And a consistent defense, avoiding sacks, putting the team on his back to still lead the league in offense. It's probably not Dak's fault, Jerry. So if you're Jerry and you're like, well, I still think it's Dak's fault. I've seen enough of this and I want to go in a different direction. Okay, build it. Then somebody in that organization is going to say, you have never given him the real chance that he had maybe in 2016 when you guys could run on demand, load the box up. We're still going to get 5 yards of carry per Zeke. That was the best shot that he had. And even that year, your defense was really, really suspect, below average.
That's very true.
So give him the full team. And then if you feel the same way, you didn't even make the NFC title game next January, then you have your decision. It becomes real easy. So, yeah, Jerry Jones talking at the Senior Bowl, perhaps changing the offseason discussion, Brian.
Clarence Hill will be with us at 4 o'clock today. He's the one getting a lot of these quotes, so he'll talk to us about
Let's chat with Chill.
Chat with Chill.
And we need to get Gelkin on as well. Last week he had the report that they're backing off big running back contracts. There's two things. That's like getting a 5% boost on your salary cap. Guess what? We're not giving our runner $11 million this year, guys. We actually have money to pay important positions. It's two things to be bullish on, okay? Cheer up, Cowboys fans. It's time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pin Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
Slip, slide, trying to provide for me. You know what, man? I love when Jerry Jones takes off his shades, gives a little wink to the media, and just commits to glamoring the fan base. Just glamoring you. You just, y'all hypnotized by my words. Trying to figure out what I meant by that, aren't you? Trying to find the positivity in it.
We're going to go get the rabbits.
I got something coming for you. Super Bowl.
He sure does, man. He can sell a dream, Tony.
I love it, man. This dude can sell a fan base. They get super excited, bro.
I think he's the man that has the horse, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got it. All right, our winner right here of G-Bag of the day so far, speaking of Jerry Jones, it's the Playmaker. He reacts to Travis Kelce moving Justin Tucker's warm-up gear out of the way during the pregame.
Because I was on the field in London prior to the Titans and the Ravens.
Oh, this is good.
And Kurt was there with me too, watching Justin Tucker warm up, and he was locked in. I mean, locked in.
Right.
When he was missing. Sure. He was swearing. He was working blue. Okay, like, and I didn't want to bother him. I just because he was in his own zone. I didn't see him once. On the 1 yard line in front of Ryan Tannehill while he was warming up. Patton goes. I didn't see that once in London.
Let me ask you again.
Okay.
Where were you guys in?
We were in London.
And where are they now?
at home. Yeah. And the Kansas City Chiefs are not. London is not home. Baltimore, that stadium is home. Thank you, Rich. You just proved my point. They said, no way, not here. Thank you, Rich. That's what. All right.
So you're just not going to let them warm up?
In London, then. They are at home. We earned this. The fight's already started. We earned this. We are at home. Take y'all bus to where we tell y'all to go because y'all are visitors. People don't come to your house and tell you what your pots and pans are. You tell them what your pots and pans are. So I'm telling you, and that's what Justin told.
I got to be honest.
My pots and pans are here. You get out of here. Let me cook.
Let that man cook. I tell you what, if I ever had a male friend come over my house and he just reaches for the cups and know where they at already, I'm looking around. First, I'm looking at the dog. Why don't you bark at that fool? Why don't you let me know? We ain't on the same side.
Hey, where those snacks at? You know the ones?
Yeah. Hey, come on, man. Where those fruit snacks at? Y'all had them down here before. I don't see them down here no more.
Might look at the missus, too, while you're at it.
I mean, 100%. I want to say it without saying it.
School know where everything is.
Yeah. I want to say it without saying it there, brothers.
Welcome to the room, Brian.
Yeah. Let's see here. NBA fans are calling Anthony Edwards the GOAT for this post game right here. He says the refs wouldn't even give them a call, but they still won despite the adversity.
And tonight it was the battle amongst the best in the West. You guys take sole position of number one in the West. How did you get it done in this environment?
I don't know. I don't know. And I'm going to take the fine because the refs did not give us no calls tonight. We had to play through every bump, every grab. I don't know. I don't know how we won tonight. Big shout out to my team. Big shout out to my coaches for sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how we pulled it off, but we did it. I'm going to take that L, too.
Found a way.
Yeah.
He's amazing.
What's y'all's cash app over there, NBA? What's your cash app?
50 Gbos, you think? Is that a 50 Gbo?
No.
That sounded like about 20 to me.
That's minor. That's a 15.
15?
That's a 15.
Because it felt like he respectfully called him out.
Yeah. He says,
He wasn't calling him names.
Yeah, he wasn't calling him name. He goes, we played through it all, but they didn't even still
He didn't call them idiots. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, I guess so.
Disrespectful. The gentleman also has a nice smile, and I know you're going to say something, Lucius, how I notice these things.
Oh, I know you know.
He's got a nice smile, and you can hear it when he's talking.
Yeah. Name of the game.
You know, he just sounds nicer.
You really can't guard me, bro.
You're such a sweet, sweet man.
All right, what else we got right here? Pat McAfee. He's a Taylor Swift Avenger. He's complaining about the people complaining.
The most successful woman on earth right now, dating the greatest tight end of all time who's on the current dynasty. Why is everybody so mad about it?
Okay.
Why is everybody so mad about it?
It's
I'm sick of people being mad about it.
Makes no sense.
You know what I like?
It's annoying.
What are we even talking about?
I love it.
But I don't fully understand.
it.
Now,
Me
at
too.
the beginning, I can see it.
Sure.
Oh, she's releasing a movie?
Yeah.
Oh, he's on 14 commercials?
Yep.
Oh, we're getting worked right now? The NFL, bunch of bums showcasing, shoving it down our throats.
Right.
I'm sick of seeing it. Every commercial, him. Every game, her. We're done. I could see that. But did you see them after the game yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, they love each other very
actual
much.
love. I am so happy that the world got to see that, and that I think these two might be perfect for each other. And then as you see, it's
He's a
kind of
matchmaker
unraveled.
now.
I think he thanked her, obviously, for being a big part of the run. They were kissing. She got a chance to give him a big hug with his pads on.
Yeah,
She got to see him go give a speech. She gave a shout out to Andy Reid. She dapped up Tony Romo.
Yeah.
It's like Taylor's a part of the football world now. This is good news, not bad news.
Well done, sir.
She's become one of the boys.
Yeah, well, Chuck.
Here we go.
She's one of the boys. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
You wildin'.
She's one of the guys.
She's one of
She's
the
like, okay,
guys.
cool, I'll come too.
Oh, man. Oh, we're going where? Hold on. Let me go get mine.
Perfect, yeah, guys' night.
No, I'm just going to hang out with the boys, honey.
You be nervous to tell somebody about to do something? Everybody in my house, like, they jump up and I see eyes, just the whites of the eyes, as soon as I grab my keys. Dogs, ladies, kids, everybody. What's going on?
Where are we going?
Where you going, Pops?
You getting food?
Where you going? You coming back?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Even the 2-year-old knows, dude.
Yeah. What's going on?
I'll put my shoes on, and she'll look at me like, where are you going, Daddy? Take your shoes off.
Yeah.
You stay right here.
Yeah. Let's put that hoodie on. Them dogs is looking. Oh, okay. What we doing now, Daddy? Let's go to Chris Russo. Chris Mad Dog Russo
This might be the winner.
goes off on Dan Campbell's fourth down decisions.
If you are a Lions fan, you tell me right now, for the next month, when they get this game played and everything else, the month of February, what are you going to be thinking about? Beating Baker Mayfield or the fact you had the Niners dead to rights? My God almighty! Pay attention, Campbell. God almighty. Jesus, I mean, this is ridiculous. And I know we like you, Dan. You're a nice guy. You represent the city of Detroit. Blue collar. Tough. Oh, we get all the nonsense. But manage the game properly. You have a chair. I understand it's a long field goal, 2 40-yarders, but your kicker's good. You got a chance to go back up by 3 scores, and you go for it on 4th down, and then all the dopes on Twitter are backing you up. The data freaks who wouldn't know Lombardi for Paul Brown. Never heard of autogram. Kenny Stabler. Madden. Wouldn't know him if they fell on him. They do football via math. That's not how you do football.
That's how you do football. That is so on brand. He launched like his satellite radio channel like in 1999 whenever it had its first go around. And he was looking for people that could talk baseball on his show. And the criteria was you had to pass like this baseball history exam. And he had these epic rants about how he could not find anybody qualified to talk baseball on his channel because these people didn't know who, like, Robbie Thompson played for or something.
Jeez. That's great, man.
Autogram. You don't know Otto. You don't know autogram or Paul Brown.
He's a rant king for sure. Mount Rushmore ranter.
That might be somebody. He might make a run at the King of the Krusties throne.
Oh
Brian.
no, man, he is one of the King of the Krusties.
Nothing like a Mad Dog rant.
But he is wrong about that Lions kicker.
No,
right?
that kicker's not any good.
That kicker's a little bit of a struggle.
But he's not here for the data.
No, not at all. Not at all.
I think if they would have kicked it, they'd be in the Super Bowl right now. That's all
Could
I
very
know,
well
Brian.
be. Yeah,
I wish.
could very well be.
Okay, playmaker. Reaction to Kelsey removing the gear is your champion. Is it Anthony Edwards? Talking about 8-on-5 out there. Pat McAfee on Kelsey and Taylor Swift, or is it Chris Russo on old Danny's 4th down decisions? Man, could go a lot of different ways here. I think I'll go with Anthony Edwards there, Chief. How about you?
Give me Mad Dog.
Alrighty.
Yeah, bro, I'm riding with Mad Dog. And I also have the 1998 Rockin' Jock basketball game here playing on YouTube. And Chris Kilpatrick from NSYNC tackled Mark Jackson on the concrete. This is not a regular basketball court. This is concrete, and he tackled that man, an NBA player at the time. What are we doing, bro? Boy, the 90s were wild. Y'all have no idea how wild the 90s were.
Yeah.
Shot culture lived.
That Rock and Jock game was fun.
Oh, yeah, fantastic. I'm going to watch them all today.
Wolchuk?
I'm going to go Mad Dog as well.
We're sitting at 2-1, Brian.
Yeah, it's Mad Dog.
By a score of 3-1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it's Chris Mad Dog Russo. The corner is coming up next. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, I'm going to play a word game with my guys. We'll do that next.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. So why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax, and enjoy the difference.
All righty, thank you, Lucius. We do have NFL News of the Day coming up at 3 o'clock, and Brian has booked us Clarence Hill at 4, who is at the Senior Bowl, and talking with the Jones boys out there about the offseason plans. Time now for Krusty's Corner. Here is Broadus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. New Love of the Star out today.
Sweet.
So if you would give that a listen after you listen to us today, we'd surely appreciate that. Bobby and I working on that. And then we also had an episode of the Draft Show today. Was another one. Kind of did some stuff with the college all-star games and some of the players that we liked that we saw, things like that. That's going on right now where the Shrine game will be on Thursday night, and now we're going through Senior Bowl practices. And shout out, by the way, to the NFL Network. They figured out the angle for these practices. They've got to get it broken down like the way you watch film, where you have the high sideline shot and then you have the end zone shot. So they've kind of got the all 22 working on their television coverage.
You can evaluate in real time.
Yeah, you can actually. We're fortunate enough to get the tape, but still, if you're one of those guys and gals that want to kind of watch these guys work, you can watch the NFL Network and get the actual way that they
1v1s, man. It's all today it was great. Those tackles were looking really good.
Yeah,
I think it was an impressive day for Guyton, former TCU transfer to Oklahoma.
Sure was.
It'd be pretty awesome if the NFL would give us a live feed of that, a live option. You know, all these different cable networks for the big games. You can watch this way, that way.
Oh, I would love. I would love to watch like games in the all 22. Like you click back and you're like, wait a minute, why are they running the ball so well? And you flip it over where you get the end zone copy and you kind of can see the blocks and
it's
stuff.
It's a great idea.
That.
There's no reason why you can't do that. They do these simulcasts all the time, like for the national championship game.
Sure.
You got 4 different angles you can watch.
Yeah.
Why not?
I mean, I guess it just doesn't get ratings, but it's so annoying when you're trying to watch and figure out what formation are they in most of the time. Maybe you get a half second before the ball is snapped where you can maybe try to take account of who's in the game and what formation it is. That's annoying.
It is. But I tell you what, I do appreciate what they're trying to do. Maybe Jim Nagy, the executive director, got with the NFL people, NFL Network, and said, hey, if you really want to, because practice can be strange to watch. You know, you could kind of miss some things, but the way that they're actually showing it, you can get something out of this. So congratulations.
Well, it's great for the players, I'm sure.
Yeah, it is. The exposure. I mean, the Senior Bowl, too, is a lot of fun as well. All right. I just wanted to have some fun. We talk a lot of sports here, but we like to also have some fun. I was going through, I saw this, somebody tagged me on this. It's words that are, it's American words and British words that mean the same thing.
Okay.
They mean the same thing.
Okay.
So,
dangerous.
So I'm going to
What do they
ask.
got for cigarettes?
Yeah, exactly.
That's
there
one
you
that
go.
always comes to
I didn't
mind,
pick
right?
that one. I didn't pick that one up.
Okay.
But
good call.
But yeah, so there's several of these words that they're the same thing, but they're pronounced different ways in these two countries. And it was this is my history lesson here. Is the great Bernard Shaw said, England and America are two countries separated by the same language. So that was his thought. So this is my inspiration for playing this game.
Bollocks.
Exactly. All right, Chief. I'll go around. Lucius, I would like to, if you could play in this game too, if you would. I don't know if you're really, really busy back there. If you are, just tell me. You tell me you're busy and you won't want to play this game. But anyway, I'll go with you on this one, first one, Chief. The word taxi. The word taxi. Is that an American word or a British word?
It feels very American, man. I mean, I've known that word since early on in my life. I've never been in a taxi, though.
How about you there, Zachary?
I'm going to go with British.
How about you there, Dawson?
Sounds British to me, Brian.
Lucius, you in with?
Sounds a bit of British.
Bit of British.
The word taxi is a British word.
British.
Crap. The American word is cab.
Oh,
the American version
the taxi cab
is cab.
Cabs are here.
Taxis are British. Cabs are American. Dawson.
Yeah.
The word icing. The word icing. Is that an American word or a British word?
Are we talking about the food or the playing
food.
hockey?
The food.
That sounds like an American thing. We know how to make desserts.
Chieftain.
Yeah, I'm going to go American there as well.
Lucius.
Icing. I mean, I want to go American because it doesn't sound creative. Just call it what it is.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go English. I'm gonna go with the English.
British there.
I don't know if they ice the scones. I'm going to go with American on this one.
Guys, that's British.
Real.
The American is frosting. The American word is
okay.
frosting.
That actually makes a lot of sense.
Icing is a British word.
Damn it.
Food. American version of this is frosting.
Wow.
Lucius was the only one who got that one right.
Atta
I
boy,
believe, right?
Lucius.
Yeah, Lucius. How about this one? Popsicle. Popsicle. Is that an American word or a British word? How about you there, Zachary?
American all the way.
It's got to be American.
Yeah, made in the USA. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were looking at me.
You're good. Go ahead. Sounds like LA's taking USA. To me, this is clearly English. Unnecessary syllables.
Yeah.
Fanciness.
The word popsicle, it's an American word.
Let's go.
Yes, finally on the board.
The British word is known as an ice lolly.
An ice lolly.
Wow.
An
ice lolly, lad.
Give me an ice lolly.
Hey, mate.
That's a popsicle.
Makes sense.
Oh.
Makes a ton of sense.
I love an ice lolly.
Yeah. Order an ice lolly. That does sound good. All right. The word pitcher. And I'm talking about the drinking vessel. Pitcher. Is that an American word or a British word? Pitcher. How about you, Lucius?
I'm feeling British.
I think it's British as well, because this is the second word that translates to baseball. Taxi was British. We have the taxi squad in baseball. I think this is a pitcher. This is British.
Okay.
Zachary.
I'm going to go with American because I know they call them pints. But
how about you?
Maybe they're also mixing in pitchers.
Okay. How about you there, Gavin? Pitcher.
I don't know. I feel like I want to give up after these last two.
This is a
against
toughie.
me. But I feel like this is clearly an American thing.
This is an American thing.
Gosh, doggy.
The British is known as a jug.
Oh, yeah.
A jug.
Claret jug.
Oh,
A
the
jug. A jug.
Very juggy.
All right.
Look at the jugs, Mike.
Got a couple more here. We'll get through
That's
them.
a beautiful jug you've got there.
Whoa. I like that. The word shopping center.
Wolchuk used to have the best jugs.
I still do,
Also
buddy.
that
I
way.
still do.
Shopping center.
American.
American or British?
American.
I think we're the grocery store folks. I'm gonna go British.
Yeah, US of A.
I'm going to go with the United States of America as well on this one.
That's British.
Oh, man.
British.
American's known as a mall.
Oh, the shopping mall.
The mall.
Of course.
Shopping mall.
And the final one here in American and British words for the day. Hope everybody's had fun doing this like I've had fun doing it myself. Ground beef. Ground beef. Is that American or British?
Now you have my attention. That's American as hell.
It's very American, Brian. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing more American than ground beef, and they're using blood sausage over there.
Lucius.
Yep, that's the red, white, and blue.
You guys are all right. In England or in Britain, that's known as minced beef.
Minced. It's minced, baby.
No, we only
Every time
mince garlic over here.
Every time I watch these guys cook in England, it's always, and you add your minced, and they're talking about the beef there. So everybody go enjoy an ice lolly.
Yes.
And we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Okay, when we come back, G-Bag Nation, it is time for the 3 o'clock segment, NFL News of the Day with Wolchuk. Zach, what do you have in mind for us today?
Well, the Chargers have a new general manager, the Bama Streak, and Edelman's rookie dinner. That's next.
We want to chat Twin Peaks, though, because
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, Hour 2, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Clarence Hill's going to join us in an hour. We'll talk Cowboys with him. He's live at the Senior Bowl there, watching the prospects and watching the Jones family talk Cowboys. Jerry Jones just under an hour ago saying it's going to be an all-in move this coming off season, and that is that's the main topic here of, I believe, the afternoon and of the foreseeable future around these Cowboys. Will actually put their money where their mouth is? Is this to be taken to heart from Jerry Jones? In the meantime, here's Zach Wolchuk, your NFL news today.
We talked yesterday about the Super Bowl jerseys. You know, what would the Chiefs decide? They're the home team. Do they want to wear the home reds, or do they want to go with their whites? They've been kind of road warriors here, going on the road, getting those 2 wins against Buffalo and then, of course, against the Ravens. Well, they're going to run it back like they did in 2020. They're going to want to wear their home reds in the Super Bowl. So the 49ers will be wearing white. We've seen some pictures of both of the jerseys getting the Super Bowl logo patches onto them. Now, I did see the stat via ESPN. Teams wearing white in the Super Bowl are 16-3 since 2004. One of those 3 losses would be when these two teams last faced off in a Super Bowl back in 2020 when the Chiefs got the better of the 49ers. But do you think the Chiefs are making the right decision here to run it back?
I mean, I don't know. I'm clueless when it comes to these uniform things, Wolchuk. Not in my purview.
I think they're doing the right thing. I think you won the last time in the Reds. Go ahead and rock them.
Yes. I'm trying to think. Both Super Bowl, did they? Or no, I guess last year they were in white.
They lost
beat
the whites
Eagles.
to the Bucks and Brady, but last year they did wear the whites and won.
I'd wear the exact same ones like Joe Montana did in that one Super Bowl. That was an interesting sidebar on that story. Did you guys see that in his biography?
No.
Yeah, his wife packed like the exact jersey that he'd worn like 5 or 6 years earlier.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Good for him.
See, that's pretty cool if you could pull that off. These days, the NFL is going to find you in 5 seconds. There's just going to be a radar on their cameras. They're going to see you in pregame. They're like, nope, not happening.
Yeah.
We did get the Ben Johnson news. We talked about that at the beginning. Ben Johnson informed the Seahawks and the Commanders that he's going to stay in Detroit. He's only 37 years old. I'm sure will be another hot coaching candidate again next year.
Maybe the Lions are going to hire him.
Maybe. You think they move on from Dan Campbell? Now, hey, you brought this up yesterday. Now they keep him. So if Dan Campbell messes up again.
What a win for the Lions, dude.
No kidding. No kidding. Yeah.
As big an offseason win as any team's had to this point.
Commanders were about to meet with Ben Johnson. Then they have now pivoted. They met with Dan Quinn in the Washington area. I also saw a photo of Dan Quinn, what looked like in the airport, returning home. So don't know any more information about that, but they're also going to talk with Aaron Glenn, the defensive coordinator of the Detroit Lions. Still think Seattle eyeing Mike McDonald, but also Dan Quinn in the running for that job as well.
They flew Dan Quinn in, right?
I believe so.
And then their staff flew to Detroit?
They were going to fly to Detroit.
No, they still did because Aaron Glenn. They were
still going to meet with Aaron Glenn, yes.
Do you read anything to them going out to meet Aaron Glenn?
Well, they were going to meet both of them, Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn. Now it'll just be Aaron Glenn.
But no,
having flown, like it means more to go to Aaron Glenn.
If someone were to fly
you in, what you're saying.
Would you fly in for an interview? Like which do you think, if you were trying to get the job, which do you think you have a better shot? Them flying to see you or you flying to see them?
I'd probably feel like if they're flying to see me, I'm more important.
Yeah, they're more interested in the guy they're flying to see, I would believe, Brian. But who knows? Maybe Dan Quinn has somebody he wanted to see over there and appreciated the opportunity to head over to D.C.
Yeah.
See some buddies. Or
even if he stays with the Cowboys, maybe he can spy, get some more information,
Yeah, that's true. I mean, maybe there's something about the restaurants over there. You're here local. You get you know what you got here.
Get some crab cakes.
I'll tell you that Georgetown area is a nice area over there.
You can do it.
Yeah.
Eagles are expected to hire former Seahawks defensive coordinator Clint Hurt as their D-line coach. This dude is a badass.
He looks like one.
He looks like one, 100%. And his name, Clint Hurt, I think is just perfect to be a defensive line coach. They've got tons of changes that are going there and filthy. So now he's going to join Dick Fangio's staff there as their D-line coach moving forward.
That's a guy who commands respect immediately.
Damn right.
That's a guy who, if he fails as a defensive line coach, I believe could take the place of whatever the guy's name was, who was the security guy for the Eagles that was making headlines over the course of the season. Big Dom.
Big Dom.
Big Dommy.
Yeah, I think this
Big
Mr. Hurt, I think, could go toe-to-toe with Big Dom.
I think so, too.
When Big Dom got suspended, the Eagles went south.
They did.
You know that? It was
might have ruined their entire season.
Big Dom's suspension.
Unbelievable.
Might have ruined the Eagles' season.
Yeah, that'll fracture a locker room right there.
Can't do that, Dom. The Cowboys have had DeMarcus
He was
Lawrence.
nice to us when we met him.
He was a very nice guy.
Yeah.
He was, surprisingly, even though he's, with the Eagles, so I can't stand him. Cowboys defensive coordinator DeMarcus Lawrence, left guard Tyler Smith, and tight end Jake Ferguson added to the Pro Bowl roster.
Oh, good.
Today.
So part of the tug of war.
It'll be the first career appearance for Smith and Fergie.
Fergie
Zach
be good
Martin.
dodgeball, jumping up in the air.
Yeah, Fergie
the
could be
ball
fun. I'm
jumping.
sure Fergie's gonna have a good time out there. Big biscuit. Zach Martin will not be attending the game for personal reasons. He's got a child on the way, and Dak Prescott will also not be attending for personal reasons. Baker Mayfield will be replacing one Dak Prescott. I still think it's a little bit. I saw Shereen Williams, our friend, put out this tweet like, we're not playing a game anymore.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we need to keep doing the Pro Bowl replacement so we have 100 different Pro Bowlers?
No.
Come on.
We don't.
We're good.
We got to fill out the flag football roster.
I think can't we chalk up the Pro Bowl to being the most useless of all of the professional sports awards? Like the day that the Pro Bowl voting gets announced,
it's become that way.
It's a joke.
It really has become that way. Now it's all about the all pros.
I would love somebody to acknowledge my idea for dolling up the NBA All-Star game.
How?
$10 million to the winning team's charity. Like if your team wins the All-Star game, you get $10 million from the league for your charity. The losers don't get anything. You think that would make the guys play harder?
Maybe. I don't know.
I think they've sort of involved some of that with the way they've changed up. But I hear you.
Like a winner take all kind of a thing. I don't know. Maybe you give them the money. Maybe you say $10 million.
If there's money on the line,
I think you also need to have representation of the charities there courtside, so that like you're seeing visually. Hey, don't make these people upset here.
Yes. Yeah.
They got a lot riding.
That's
on
what I'm
this.
saying, though. It's like we're in crunch time, whatever they call it, last four. Yeah. And you look over there and you see like your charity sitting there.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're going to start knocking down some.
Yeah, I get that 100%. I don't want to let them down.
My favorite All-Star event is, and you guys are going to hate this one, is NASCAR. Because they pay you $1 million
I couldn't even tell you what the hell they do.
They pay you to wreck your car, basically.
Okay, well, that's badass.
It's checkers or wreckers, and that's how you get paid.
I'm in on
take all.
Winner take all in a dash for cash for like 10 laps, and they usually bring those cars home
for cash
on the hook.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
guys,
that does sound cool.
Arthur Smith's been hired by the
Pittsburgh.
Steelers have hired Arthur Smith as their offensive coordinator. I don't know how fans in Pittsburgh feel about that. If
Smitty.
you do have, you're a fantasy footballer, I might stay away from their running backs because he doesn't know how to use them very well.
He did in Tennessee, though. Why? Why did he all of a sudden lose his...
Maybe as an offensive coordinator, he's going to be fantastic.
I think
but as a head coach, I think he got in his own damn way.
I think that's what he is.
Maybe.
I think he's a good coordinator, bad head coach.
I think the Chargers have done an excellent job. They hired Ravens director of player personnel, Joe Hortis, as their new general manager. He's going to join Harbaugh. Of course, he has a relationship with his brother there in Baltimore, and I'd take anybody from the Baltimore Ravens player personnel department. Those guys know what the hell they're doing.
I'll tell you what, though, they've kind of had a little bit of a history of those guys not knowing what they're doing.
Once they leave,
yeah, it's kind of a little bit of it's got a little New England Patriot vibe to it. If you look
as long as they're in the building in Baltimore, you're a genius. But as soon as you leave,
no, they've had.
We got concerns.
Yeah, go back and look at the history of those guys that have gone from Baltimore to. Be general managers. Phil Savage was a guy. They've had several. George Kukanis. That all these guys that were high-end personnel. George Kukanis was his name. High-end personnel guys.
Damn.
The Kukanises. I think there was a few of them in the NFL.
Yeah. Well, this is this guy. There's no way.
It's a big NFL family, Brian.
Kukanis. Yeah. This is a different guy.
No, they talk about the Mannings, and then they talk about the Kukanises.
I think you're thinking of Karloftis, my guy.
That could be Karloftis.
Maybe that's what it was, Chuck. I think that's what it was.
I do think that is.
We were close, though.
Pretty sound football family.
Tomato.
The Kukanises.
It's the Kukanises.
What is it?
The Kukanises.
Shout out to Jimmy Lake. He's now the Falcons defensive coordinator.
So much right now.
Wasn't that gal that Manti Te'o was dating from that family?
Actually, I think he was a distant cousin of the Kukanises.
That's right. Greg Kukanis.
Yep.
Famous diver.
Oh, he was diving.
No, he was a diver. We've got Zach Robinson as the offensive coordinator now with the Falcons.
Hit his head on the board one time.
We know about the story. Jimmy Lake will be the defensive coordinator.
I know. Could you give me the details?
No, it's pretty bleeped up.
What, him hitting his head on the board?
Yeah, it was sad.
I'm not going to give the story. You know it.
I know it, but Eric probably doesn't.
No, I'm going to Google it.
Read a book for once.
Walchuk's got a big segment he's got to handle here.
I'm trying here. I do have some audio I want to play, though. Here's Julian Edelman, and we love talking rookie dinners. And Julian Edelman doing his podcast actually kind of threw Tom Brady under the bus a little bit. And Brady's been making the rounds. I think we'll have some audio for him when we do Football's Finest at 5 o'clock because he's getting set to slide into the booth and kick Greg Olsen out of there. But here's Edelman talking about his 7th-round rookie dinner.
How was rookie dinner for a 7th-rounder?
My rookie dinner, we went to Capitol Grill and we rolled there, and like there's a paying scale. So if you're the first pick, you pay half of it. Then each round it goes less and less. Like I had to pay like $2,500, which was a lot of money. My signing bonus was $49,000. We made the mistake. We'll give them a set menu and stuff and a set amount of drinks. Veterans came in there immediately. Yo, give us the Louis 14th or 13th. We want the whole bottle. Make it 2. Brady comes in 45 minutes later. He orders like a $35,000 bottle of wine, takes 1 sip, and leaves. I think the bill was like $200,000.
Oh,
jeez.
Takes 1 sip and leaves.
Wow.
Oh man,
that's GOAT level quarterbacking right there. That's the kind of stuff you can get away with.
You know, Eric, I was just thinking, next year, do we get to talk to Tom Brady in the pregame show?
Maybe.
Yeah, but think about it. It's probably like Romo. You know, we get a Nance and Romo game. All of a sudden, we're talking to Tracy Wolfson.
You think
Brady's just not going to do those?
Yeah, we'll get a healthy.
We talk to Greg Olsen a lot.
Yeah, we'll get a healthy scooping of Kevin Burkhardt.
Tom Brady has an exclusive every week with a big interview
with Jim Gray on the Let's Go podcast.
I'm just guessing here, Broadus, but maybe he's just gonna.
Once. He might do it once.
Are you going to freak out when they introduce him?
Yes. Yes. I might ask you to do that. Broadus, why don't you go ahead and bring us in here?
I would love to see.
We have the GOAT Tom Brady on the line.
That's still something I want to see. Brian, bring it in and take it out for a full show. That's a great.
Do you think everybody knows what happened at Dez's rookie dinner? What was that, 2010? That was a year after Edelman's rookie dinner. But that was a big thing in the NFL, and I think Dez was getting hit for something like $75,000 or something like that.
50?
Yeah. Yeah, huge amount, and after that, that was like the last one the Cowboys did. I think.
Yeah, the rookie hazing thing stopped,
and I think Jerry Jones actually like stepped in there and wrote the check to the restaurant.
That's cool.
Shout out to Jerry.
That's cool.
Stepping in there because that's a tough deal, man. That's a lot of money. I mean, Brady ordering that wine, just taking a sip and leaving. I'd be so ticked. Like, dude, what the hell, man?
Yeah,
come on.
Yeah, that's what it become. And they were one-upping each other team to team.
Don't you think I mean, if you're really business, I mean, if the acumen is high here, don't you cork that bottle? You take it and say, hey, Brady's lips are on this bottle. Took 1 sip. Who's buying it? We got all these schmoes that want to buy all the memorabilia, whatever. This is a used. This is not a replica. This is authentic as bleep. Has not been washed. The only lips on this bottle are the GOATs.
We'll
do you
give
want
this
it?
to you. The owner of the restaurant waived the bill. You can have this.
Yeah, you can.
Edelman's rookie dinner Brady bottle, dude. That's at least $100,000.
With this glass.
At least $100,000.
You're coming up off that rookie dinner.
Yeah, I think so too. Now, it was pretty good. I was looking into Tom Brady's TikTok, and his friends are roasting him.
He's got one?
Yeah, he does. His friends are roasting him. They're at what looks like kind of a petting zoo with the family.
Dude, that's a heady play. I'm trying to figure out one of those deals. The coolest youngster kid birthday parties we've been to have been the petting zoo ones.
So they go up. They got goats there, and they're walking up to the goat exhibit. And one of Brady's friends says, "This is the Mahomes exhibit."
That's good.
Brady just kind of cringes, laughs a little bit. He says, "Who, with friends like these, who needs enemies, huh?"
Yeah. Are you against the bounce house?
It's not that I'm
or
against
is it the dangers of the kids?
Expensive, man.
Kids flying all over the place, flying into each other, breaking bones.
Yeah, I haven't had any issues.
More the trampoline park than the bounce house.
Yeah.
I think there's always going to be an injury at the trampoline.
Oh, the trampoline one, yes. The trampoline one, we've discovered. My mom got a little trampoline in the backyard of my parents' house. When the girls come over, they can use it. But we've already had hyperextended knee moments. And I'm like, I just think they need to be like a little bit stronger, a little bit sturdier, super flexible, and they can overcome the hyperextended knee at like 4 years old better than maybe you and I could.
Yeah.
But I'm like, this is already getting a little bit too scary. I think they need to be a little bit stronger before they're jumping around with each other.
One of the most terrifying moments of my life, there was like 5 of them when Abby was like from 8 down, where I thought, oh my goodness, we almost lost her. And one of them was when we got a trampoline in the backyard and I was trying to like rocket her up and it like bent her backwards in this way.
Like Mahomes the
like
other
Mahomes the other day.
I was like, holy crap, it almost went spinal right there. Oh my. I had to take a deep breath. I said,
Yes.
we're going in, Abby. We'll get back after it tomorrow.
You want to watch a
She's
show
like,
or something,
why does my
honey?
back feel weird? It was like bent in a weird way. And
She's got.
Don't tell your mom.
Oh,
Don't tell your mom.
You're fine, honey. You're fine.
She's Tyron Smith for the rest of her life.
Yeah, dude,
Gosh,
get her
problems
a
forever.
24/7 hyperbaric chamber.
Wait, speaking of animals, though, while we're on this subject, I saw this interview with Darnell Dockett. This is from a while back, but prior to the start of camp in 2013, he was a defensive tackle with the Arizona Cardinals, which was part of that Super Bowl team when they lost to the Steelers. But he revealed that he purchased a pet tiger, named the pet tiger Little Buddy, and he was promising to bring the animal with him to the practices. And in an interview, he admitted, I didn't know if they'd let me. And unfortunately, they didn't. So he didn't end up bringing the little tiger to practice and make an appearance. But, like, I think that would have been a little badass. You show up to training camp practice, and here we've got a little baby tiger.
Yeah. You'd like to think there would be some precedent for this, so that Dan Campbell can have his drone line.
Like Darnell
down
Dockett
there.
was trying to set this up, so now 10 years later, Dan Campbell can say, yes, we are having a real bleeping lion.
But no, we haven't had that groundbreaking moment yet.
He could have laid the foundation for this, man. I'm a little disappointed, Darnell Dockett. You should have brought it in. And the last news of note here, Leslie Frazier, former Bills defensive
He's on
coordinator.
TV right now.
Is he?
Not right now, but he is on the NFL Network.
Well, he's got an opportunity to possibly be the new defensive coordinator of the Miami Dolphins. He's in the running for that. So if indeed Dan Quinn got maybe the Commanders or the Seahawks job, maybe Leslie Frazier before he is hired by somebody else could be another name you look at.
Is it cool that Dez brought Dallas the pet monkey to practice?
I would like to see the monkey until it throws crap at you.
who was the Texas Ranger that brought the giant cat to practice? Was that Juan Gonzalez?
That might have been Juan Gon. Yeah.
That was his nickname, wasn't it? Didn't he have a nickname like the Gato or something like that? I don't know. I'm
Well,
making
Josh
stuff
Young's
up.
the Jungle Cat.
I'm making
Maybe it
stuff
was
up
Josh
here.
Young.
It's a popular nickname. Whatever the case, a Ranger did it back in the day.
That's pretty badass, but I would have loved to see Darnell Dockett do this just to see the reactions. But there's your NFL news of the day.
Thank you, Wolchuk. Rim session coming up at 3:40. We'll get you the latest out of the association, but we have to reset the biggest news of the afternoon. Cowboys talking at the Senior Bowl. What's the latest on that? We'll get into a C-Nod here. The Cowboys news of the day is next in the G-Bag Nation.
Sports with lots of laughs mixed in. Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece. G-Bag Nation.
cone. Just $4.99 for a limited time. DQ, that's what I like about Texas.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Jerry and Steven, they're talking at the Senior Bowl, and we have some highlights from it, including a fresh one that our buddy Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com, has transcribed from old Jer Bear that we're going to get into. But basically, he says they're going all in. At 877-881-1053, the question's simple. Do you believe him? Segment here is brought to you by Soda, that's state-of-the-art. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. You can jump online at truckwreck.com. Yeah, Steve said earlier in like the 1 o'clock hour, or maybe in the lunch hour even, there's no way the fans are totally going to explicitly trust you until you get it done. Until we compete at the level and we get the job done, there's going to be doubt, and rightfully so. He was just kind of talking about how, fans are beating us up, and, I'm with them. We should be better, man. And there wasn't much of a mention of doing things different. I thought he should have taken a tone of not good enough. We're going to do better for this fan base, for this organization. It's been too damn long. And here we got Dak going into his 30s now. We still ain't done jack squat. It's time to win, damn it. That's what I wanted. But, he's Steve, so he's not going to do something like that. He's just trying to, punch the clock and be a billionaire's son and, keep the family legacy of being average at football together. So, anyway, Dad, who's the real straw that stirs the damn drink in that household, took them from grocery store owners to some of the biggest tycoons in American TV. That's what Dad did. Dad recognized, things aren't going well. And something's got to be said. Hopefully this is a sign that Dad is going to take a more active role in steering this roster construction in a bold direction. But he says we're not going to be building like next year's a priority. And then he talked about or that the long term's a priority. He says we're going to go all in for this year. And then he was talking about contracts, guys. And this is the updated part I want to get your thoughts on. Says, because we're over the cap, so he was asked about Dak Prescott, and he wouldn't guarantee that a deal is going to get done. He said, we're going to look at this thing holistically. Because we are over the cap, we can't stay like this. So if you said, well, are you interested in signing Dak and being that much more over the cap? Are you interested in signing Lamb and being that much more over the cap? You've got to look at everything. And so I won't be, and I bet you Steven won't be sitting down there and recognizing, well, you've got this situation with Lamb's contract, you've got this situation with Parsons. We won't be doing that because that's the wrong look right now. We've got to see how much we can get under the cap so it's a holistic approach more so than any year that we've had. Holistic would mean we're looking at everything instead of isolating on a couple of stars. Yeah. That's what I think he means by holistically. We need the whole roster, not focused in on a couple of guys. Could it be possible they're not going to sign any of their big names because they need the cap space to go add players to it? I'm combining those two ideas into one. It might be unbelievable considering how this team has done business for well over a decade now.
So our guy Nick Harris has more of this. And he said, I would anticipate with looking ahead at our key contracts that we'd like to address, we will be all in. I would anticipate we will be all in at the end of the year. So when you say, is there any thought, we will push the hell out of it. It will be going all in on different people than you've done in the past. We will be going all in. We've seen some things out of some of the players that we want to be all in on. So I
CD.
Yeah, like maybe they don't with Dak. They do just go ahead and play it and see how it goes for this year with Dak.
One of the most, I think we all highly respect a guy like a Todd Archer. I think the way he covers the team, he doesn't leave a stone unturned. Michael Gelkin, I think, is another one. These are guys that have written articles about non-extensions of Dak, that Dallas just go ahead and ride in the contract and seeing where they're at. Now, what happens is, you've made your decision. You've told Dak that you don't think he's important enough to extend him. That you really have made your bed with him. He's going to go play. You've got to go play, and then you're likely, if he walks, you're going to get a third. I said that earlier in the day. You got to know that. But
so you think they're heading in that direction now?
I I just there's.
They're not going to sign Dak to an extension.
The thing that has got my attention are when guys who live in that building, report stuff like that or talk about that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I'm not trying to pin it all on them because things could change, but you know, usually those guys are like the kind of the voice of reasons. You know, they're not just going to throw stuff up against the wall and say, "Oh, well, let's hope for the best here," and you know, I'm just throwing it out there for clicks. I mean, those two guys cover the team in a way that there's somebody in the organization, 1, 2, 3, 4 guys telling them, hey, we might do something different here.
So do you think they're going to go all in, and if it doesn't work big time, they'll move on from the quarterback?
I think
Is that what we're heading for?
I think the quarterback would move on from you. That's to be honest with you. And I do love of the star with Bobby, and I don't want to pin this on Bobby, but Bobby hinted around that Dak might be tired of this place.
Yeah.
That he might be tired of all the
I could understand why he would feel that way.
Scrutiny and all the things that go with it. But it's part of the job.
It is.
Yeah. It is part of the job.
And every fan base has that to an extent.
And maybe Dak was PO'd about the fact of how this whole thing that with the interceptions, how that got just totally blown. That was the conversation that was had every day about the interception. And he knew damn good and well, some of them were his fault, some of them weren't his fault.
Mm-hmm.
But nobody ever talked about the ones that weren't his fault. You know? And I don't, if he moves on and say he plays great and has another MVP type of season and it doesn't work out and he moves on and they don't sign him, I think he'd be fine with that. And the Cowboys, by not extending him, have made their decision that they're okay with it too.
He also said Dak has done nothing to change my mind about any promise for the future. So I don't know. Are there mixed signals here, or is Jerry spelling it out for us that, hey, this is where we're heading? I would hope that it would indicate that they're open-minded to a different course of action. You know, and we've talked a lot about, hey, the status quo isn't it. Please don't keep running this back and just doing the same thing, hoping for something different to happen. Yeah. I'm excited about both these things if there's an element of truth to them. The idea that Dak could be in a make-it-or-break-it year. If you don't win it, we're going to go draft other quarterbacks and either try to find a legit Hall of Famer that can take us over the top or win with a rookie quarterback contract. You get the rookie quarterback contract for 4 years. I would like their chances of finding a quality player out of college and, you know, winning big with extra players on your roster than continuing with what they've been doing around Dak Prescott. If you're going to keep Dak, you got to go all in. We might be getting both. We might get a huge all-in move to try to win with Dak, and then terrible salary cap situation in 2025 that pushes you into so many losses that you get a high draft pick. Yeah. This might actually be the beginning of the turning of the worm that we need.
We need to figure out where Trey Lance is in all this. You know, there is a reason that they went and got Trey Lance as a backup guy, or is that the guy in your 20? You know, do you do a deal with Trey Lance? You know, his contract is up after next year too, but maybe it's not going to cost you. Maybe it's more like what you do with Jordan Love,
right?
You know, where it doesn't cost you $50 million.
Yeah,
it costs you $20 million.
Well, if you think he can play, you just don't play him. And then at the end of the year, he does a 1-year prove-it deal, and then he plays for you and blows up, and then you can make a decision on whether you're going to give him a big quarterback contract or not.
Yeah, because maybe he likes it here.
Yeah.
And
I mean, if you think he's pretty good, you don't
that.
play him in some games next year and let him command top 15 money on the open market, because you'd be right back in the same situation. The goal needs to be, how are we either going to get an elite quarterback or get around what Dak can do, top 10 player for a fraction of the cost? I think it's very doable.
It's interesting to me that he says, we got to see how much we can get under the cap. But he also says, are you interested in, he just asks himself a rhetorical question. Are you interested in signing Dak and being that much more over the cap? Signing Dak doesn't make you over the cap right now. It does years, whatever you place it, but you don't sign Dak right now and have a worse cap situation. The cap situation you're in with Dak in his current
status is what is putting you over the cap.
Yeah, that's somewhat of the sell of extending him, is to give yourself cap relief for right now.
Yeah, so I don't know if he's confused or what the deal is there when he says that, or maybe I'm just confused, but like signing Dak and being that much more over the cap, I mean, for right now, signing Dak puts you well under the cap.
But you're less if you just restructure him.
If you just add voidable years, that's the way to have the least amount of hit. You know? Anything above that is adding to. Okay, so they can just add voidable years to what is already there.
Yeah.
Dak doesn't have to agree to it. They can just do it, and then that immediately lessens the current cap, but keeps Dak on a 1-year deal. That would be the no-brainer situation.
You just pay for it. If it doesn't work out, you pay for it down the road.
What's all in look like if they do it? What's that look like to you
I think
guys?
you're going out and you're looking at free agency and you say, hey, what's the best linebacker I can go and get? Do I like some of these defensive tackles? Because the guys that I've drafted haven't really panned out to the hope that we wanted. You know, I think Osa had a good year, but he faded down the stretch a little bit. Outside of that, who are you super excited about other than re-signing a Jonathan Hankins? You don't know what the hell Mozzie is right now, and that's part of your fault because you lost 30 pounds. So do I go and get a Justin Matabike who just had an awesome year and is a free agent from the Ravens? Do I go for a Chris Jones, right? Do I look for a center? Do I say I'm going to go get a center in the draft, or do I go get a Lloyd Cushenberry from the Denver Broncos or whoever is the best of the market? But I need to look at my weaknesses. He said against the Packers, you know, what they needed to do better was stop the run and run the football. So to me, it's okay. Let me look at my defensive line and my linebackers and my offensive line, and how can we improve that?
And who couldn't use a little Cushenberry in their lives? You know,
everybody loves a little Cushenberry.
All right, there you have it. An update on what Jerry and Stephen Jones have said so far at the Senior Bowl and what it might mean for where we're heading. I think you're probably right to approach this with a fair amount of cynicism that they're actually going to throw all that dough at a roster. But they're hitting around on a couple of things that could indicate status quo is in its final days or hours up there at the Ford Center or at the Star, and we could be ready for another transition. Okay, I can't believe it's been 8 years since 2016 already. It seems like a blink of an eye that Dak's career has, but you know, he's coming up on a decade into his 30s. Maybe the organization is going with well, if you ain't got there by your 30s, you're not going to get there, and that's what history says.
I think so. Yeah,
I think it's good for both sides there.
Okay, what are we doing next? Oh yeah, Rim Sesh, right, Chief?
Yes, sir. Luka Chamberlain and the return of the broken man next year in the nation.
I want to chat D&M Leasing with you though, because if you're shopping for a new vehicle, any make, any model, you need to call D&M Leasing.
wherever you are next Sunday. Stream Super Bowl 58 with Westwood One on the free Odyssey app. Download it today and search Super Bowl. AUDACY.
Brilliant at the hot corner.
Diving is Beltre at third. He's got it. Comes up firing. And out at first base. What a play by Adrian Beltre.
Congrats, Adrian Beltre, from all of the Rangers Tolos and your proud home of the world champion Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. So why go anywhere else, people? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference.
All right, welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Chill's coming up at 4. Clarence Hill, Cowboys reporter. He's in Mobile, Alabama Senior Bowl, where Jerry and Stephen Jones have done a lot of talking so far today. And we'll hear from Chill on that all-in topic coming up at 4. Do you buy what Jerry's selling? Here's the chief of the Rim Sesh.
Yes, sir. Let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids to bed. G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when we find out there's going to be a Battle of the Sexes opportunity during All-Star Weekend for the association.
Let's go.
In Indianapolis. You guys familiar with what I'm about to tell you?
What you got?
3-point contest.
Yes.
Steph Curry versus Sabrina Ionescu.
Let's go.
She is a WNBA superstar, from what I understand, New York Liberty. And she's won the 3-point contest for the WNBA All-Star Weekend.
Okay.
And so now it'll be 2 champions going toe-to-toe. Now, I believe we still have the usual 3-point contest amongst the NBA players, but there will be a separate 3-point shootout between Steph and Sabrina. Now, she will be shooting with the WNBA basketball and the WNBA from the WNBA 3-point line, while Curry uses the NBA ball and the NBA 3-point line. So they'll keep it status quo for each of them, and they're going to go toe-to-toe. And I believe this is the first of its kind when it comes to NBA All-Star Weekend.
Man, she was dialed this last regular season at 44.8% from downtown. I'm going to give her the dub.
Yeah.
Give her the tip of the hat.
Oh, we're predicting?
Yeah. Picking Ionescu.
No,
She's got a nice shoe, too. I was at the store the other day looking for some new shoes for Abby, and I had her talked into them. We were going to do it, but they just didn't have her size.
Ooh, the Ionescu 2.0s?
That's badass.
Yeah.
Is she Nike or?
Yes.
Nice,
yeah, she's a Nike
dude.
gal.
Pretty impressive.
Couple
Okay.
of champs just going at it, man. She said she's going to shoot from the NBA line. This is going to be epic.
Oh, she's shooting NBA line.
Wow.
She quote tweeted the NBA's tweet and said, "I'll shoot from the NBA line. Let's get it."
There you go. I'm
I
picking
like
Steph
it.
now.
Yeah. If you
Now you're picking Steph.
Yeah.
What do you think is more challenging for her, the NBA line or the NBA ball? If the ball would be more challenging.
I agree. I think the ball probably too. You're used to shooting with a certain ball.
I mean, the NBA ball too fit in there. You know, with the WNBA ball, that's just it's a significant difference.
Size difference. The
Yes.
WNBA ball is significantly smaller.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to. I don't know. I feel like
I don't know the circumference.
Well, I
of
guess
the
she's
two.
telling us right here, like, hey, I need my
About 3 or
ball,
4%.
But I'll take your line.
But I can scoot back a few feet because I'm sure she's hitting some threes in the WNBA that are, well beyond the line or whatever. So I guess the line is probably easier than the ball itself. So nonetheless, that'll be interesting.
I'd like Steph versus Dame from all 35 footers. Wouldn't that be fun?
That would be cool. They honestly, that's not a bad idea with the way the sport has changed and how every game you're seeing guys take shots from what feels like the logo.
Yeah.
And those are the two, obviously, those are the two guys that are most synonymous with logo shots. And I think actually Dame over the course of his career has been better at those super long distance threes.
I know last year in the All-Star game, he was so hot from the logo, he pulled up from half court and hit one. It was so insane. I think nothing quite sets off the gym like that these days.
Agreed.
A great dunk will always do it, but now these super long distance bombs when somebody gets hot, it's just so dang fun.
Now, Mavs get the victory last night. Good game, fun game. Definitely not a good defensive first half by any stretch of the imagination for the Mavericks, but Luka, THJ, Derek Lively.
Hardy.
And how about the Hardy party?
How about
Yeah,
Hardy?
off the bench, man. It felt like he didn't miss, and it's because he only missed once. But he gave you 20 points last night. That was very, very much so needed. And Luka, 43 minutes, 45 points, and he gives you 21 at the line. He made 18 of them, and then the 15 assists. So all that to say, the Mavs get the victory, and now the stretch that Luka has been on is pretty historical. Scored and assisted on an average of basically 80 points over the last 3 games. That's what Luka's done. Only Wilt Chamberlain has generated more points over 3 games in NBA history.
Wow.
Wilt had overlapping spans averaging 82 and 81 points accounted for in the year 1962.
Wow.
So we take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah, he's putting up historic type deals, and I think he's kind of looking at himself in the mirror right now and thinking, I have the potential to do things that have never been done in this game. Why should I, let myself get so distracted? Hopefully that's what he's thinking anyway.
Yeah.
Want to hit the 3,000 career assist mark. So him and LeBron, only players in NBA history to record 10,000 points, 3,000 rebounds, and 3,000 assists before the age of 25.
The honeymoon phase or the makeup bleep phase of sports is quite exciting. You get new coaches that show up, or you get guys that have had issues and now they're back and everything's feeling good and there's great vibes around. What's going to happen the next time he hits adversity, though, is the key here. And I don't know if I'll be able to trust it. Like, I'm happy for him. I'm like, cool, yeah, I know you're amazing, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we're now in a place kind of like where Dak is with the Cowboys, where enough time has passed that I'm not impressed with a 3 or 4 touchdown game and some regular season exploits.
Yeah,
I need to see it on a championship level to be confident that we're heading in the right direction.
I think that's 100% fair. Grant Afseth pointed out yesterday, since Kyrie debuted with the Mavericks last February, Kyrie and Luka have played together in just over 50% of the games together. This year, it's under 50%. So I just wanted to point that out. Having Kyrie consistently, and that's the issue. I mean, Kyrie's consistently been a dude who gets banged up or whatever, misses time, but it'd be really nice if you could have a better sample size of those two together, especially this season where it's under 50% of the games together. I mean, it could be something where once you get consistent time with this team, it's like, hey, it could be a lot more fun, that's for sure. And you could really see what this team can do. Right now, you need 45 from Luka to beat the Magic by 2 points.
Yeah.
And it's because, my gosh, the roster is built in a way that you have 2 highly paid individuals. You need them on the floor. Without them, you're squeezing everything out of just a 1-point victory over the Magic at home.
I was just looking at something, since December 12th, and this might be the end of might be the downfall, really, of the Mavs. Since December 12th, Luka has played 10 games where he's played more than 42 minutes in the game. Think about that.
Yeah, the usage rates had to go way back up without Kyrie.
They can't win without him scoring, and they can't win without him playing more than 40 minutes a night.
Yeah, I mean, if Kyrie's going to be out, that's absolutely the way the team is built.
That is just that. I don't know if that will be the end with the Mavs if they can't with Kyrie, if he can't find ways. I mean, Kyrie was going to play 50 games every year for you, kind of a thing.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just going to be tough on Luka. This really, really is going to be tough on him.
Well, congratulations to Ben Simmons for playing basketball.
Oh, he played last night?
For the first time in 38 games.
Congratulations, Ben.
What would you guys imagine his, what do you think his prop was for points yesterday?
5.5.
Yeah, I was thinking around like 4.5.
3.5?
Yeah.
He crushed it. 10 points.
Attaboy.
11 assists. 8 rebounds. 0 turnovers. He was a perfect 5 for 5 from the field.
Get the trade going.
18 minutes of play there for the Brooklyn Nets. He was quoted as saying, as soon as I checked in, I told them, you know what time it is. I love it, man. You gotta muster up some confidence somehow. And boom, he goes out there. He goes perfect from the field. Almost gives you a triple-double. I mean, my goodness, Ben Simmons back and better than ever. the Lakers continue to do what the Lakers do. They lose another game, and they're 24-24, and it is all bad right now.
When is banner night?
They already had it.
Oh.
Yeah, they already had it.
We've already had it?
The champion Lakers already hung their
have they
in-season tournament banner.
Have they been awful since they've won that?
They've been awful.
They've been bad.
They certainly have. And there was a side eye from LeBron that looked to be directed to his coach, Darvin Ham, last night that has gone extremely viral. And this is, it's over for Darvin Ham is basically what's been trending. But I thought this was interesting. You had Steve Kerr come out the other night after the Warriors lost to the Lakers, and the free throw discrepancy was huge in favor of the Lakers. And Steve goes, I'm not going to comment on their 43 free throws to our 16. I'm not going to comment on Steph shooting 3 free throws in 43 minutes. And then I saw the stat that is from the Lakers announcer, Billy Mack. And he says, the Lakers have shot 233 more free throws than opponents this year. Is that even possible? Most in the NBA. The Lakers are dead last in total drives to the basket with 38 per game.
So there's no way. Just shooting threes all the time.
So they don't drive to the basket, but they get to the line more than anybody. And so the Lakers continue to just be extremely annoying.
I wonder what Tim Donaghy has to say about that. The old ref that was exposing how the league exposes games, or fixes games.
Yeah.
This is as close as you get to a script in sports. And I don't know if it's just refs being biased or refs wanting LeBron to win or whatever, but I'd have a serious issue with that. I guess if the Lakers were a real threat as a contender, I'd be pretty ticked off right now. I tell you what, I saw some things with my own eyes 22 years ago. Just unbelievable.
You could tell in real time.
Yeah, I mean,
this is not right.
They got their their three-peat in 2000, 2001, and 2002. At least 2 of those were highly assisted by officials in the Western Conference Finals. Blazers and then the Kings had them beat.
Yeah. I think it's great you can call Tim Donaghy and get gambling tips and stuff like that.
It is hilarious.
He's got a website.
Yeah.
All he needs to do is just see who's reffing which game.
Yeah.
That's all he does when he makes his.
It's like, hi, I'm Tim Donaghy. I'll give you my best bet for the games tonight.
Trust me, it's a lock.
Yeah. It's like, oh, okay, Tim, who are you talking to? God.
Got to run, G-Bag Nation. When we come back, it's time for the 4 o'clock hour. Clarence Hill is going to join us as Jerry Jones says the Cowboys are about to go all in. Should we get excited? We'll see what Clarence has to say on that subject and more coming up next. G-Bag Nation, the fan.
DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast. 1.2 million downloads and counting. Love of the Star with top insiders Brian Broaddus and Bobby Bell on Odyssey or wherever your top podcasts are found.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. There is something really cool and really unusual taking place right now in the association. The Minnesota Timberwolves and Oklahoma City Thunder are really good at basketball.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. And we've had an eventful day so far. And joining us now to help shed more light on this situation is Cowboys reporter Clarence Hill here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon. Clarence, how you doing?
I'm well, man. How you guys doing?
We are doing great. And, you know, Jerry's saying they're going to go all in. We're kind of wondering if we should take that at face value or what that means.
You know, it's funny because he was all over the place, as Jerry is, as convoluted as ever, but trying not to say something, then trying to say something compelling. So we talked about being all in, firstly, but, Mike McCarthy last year's contract, we don't know what they're going to do about Dak, but it seems like they're tied to hip. If we're going to make one last stand with Mike McCarthy, should go all in. And he initially started talking about his contracts, and you'll see we're going to go all in based on the contracts we're doing. But, I asked him, well, in the past, you guys have tried to basically serve two masters. We want to win, but we also want to plan for the future, which always drove me crazy because they worry about the salary cap rather than trying to win. You have won in 29 years. And he himself said, no, it's not about the future. It's about now. We're going all in. So those were his words, and we'll see if they do it.
So do you sense their plan or thinking has changed at all with Dak?
I don't know because, again, he was convoluted with Dak. Again, I go to this thing every year, and one reason, obviously Dak's contract's an issue. And last year, after the 15 interceptions, they were unequivocal about Dak. Dak is our quarterback for the future. We want to sign him to a new deal. We understand what the salary cap is. We got to get this done. Stephen Jones, I want to get Dak done here for another 10 years. So certainly after this year, with the number up, and this is the year you need to do something if you're going to do something to lower the cap figure, they were initially vague. We don't want to talk about contracts. We don't want to be specific about Dak. And he lumps them in with CDs and Micah and all those other situations, which are not as acute as Dak's situation because of the $59 million cap hit. They again started talking about taking a holistic approach to the whole thing. And then when I certainly asked him to juxtapose the commitment to last year, this year, he tries to, well, I still feel the same way about Dak. I still feel, he's our future. And, as I said, which was the little ditty that just threw me, we'll go as far as Dak goes. And you see how far we went. What does that mean?
Yeah,
I can't imagine Dak appreciates
that. Is that Dak's fault then that you didn't go farther? It's weird, Chill. None of this makes sense right now.
It doesn't make sense. And he said, no, we all let the egg, the whole team let the egg, but put it in those terms, I always say we go as far as Dak goes to playoffs, and that's how far we went. Like, how is that reassuring that you're committed to Dak?
Has it always been so difficult to interpret, Jerry?
No, I mean, listen, I've been trying to decipher Jerry since 1997, and he's from his titillating comments or glory. I mean, it's always something. But I think that right now, and I think they don't want to get backed into a corner, and so they're cautious about everything because everything is on the table, including extension, including letting them play it out. I mean, I don't think they want to get backed into the corner on anything or anyone.
What did you think about his comments regarding being comfortable with Mike McCarthy and then the around the rim analogy he kept using?
Yeah. And I think that's what frustrates fans, the comfort thing, and certainly we know Broadus was talking about that, the whole comfort thing. I'm comfortable with Mike. And I think there's some truth to the Cowboys having progress and winning 12 games in the past 3 years under Mike. The problem is is he not getting it done in the playoffs? And then I'm comfortable with Mike and we're hanging around the rim. We're going to put the ball in. Well, sometimes when teams don't get over the edge, they go backwards. And it happens overnight. So to naturally assume that they're going to make the playoffs and take the next step, you can also assume that this might be the year where they fall off. And so, there's a question of whether you want to disrupt things and do something different or stay the course. And Jerry believes, Mike deserves and he wants to stay the course. And, again, that's what frustrates fans.
Chill, do you think that Steven and Jerry are on the same page? when it comes to what they need to do going forward?
I think so. I mean, I think that Steven certainly has taken has a lot of influence. You know, especially when we talk about building for the future, because Steven is always about managing the cap, which, you know, more so than going all in, doing everything they can to sign free agents and put a win on the field. But certainly at this point, I mean, I think Steven and Will certainly have a huge sway on the finances, which again impacts, you know, how you build the roster. And again, you know, Steven, we talked to Steven, right after we talked to Jerry, and certainly he was buttoned up about everything and wouldn't even discuss the Dak situation or anything like that. They certainly are on the same page of not trying to talk about contracts, but I think they are, and I don't know if that's good or bad.
Okay, so you mentioned free agency. When Jerry says let's go all in, and having then spoken to both Jerry and Steven, do you think that it's fair to think they would be more aggressive in free agency?
Well, let Steven tell us they've always been all in. You know, he come, well, we were all in last year. No, you weren't. I mean, you know, we know that's about signing guys at the bargain free agents. So that's not going all in. And listen, we love what Brandon Cooks and Gilmore brought, but they were low risk trades. It wasn't like they went and spent major dollars to go all in. You know, that's two totally different things. The problem with Jerry saying that is also understanding that they're roughly $19 million over the cap. You know, so they got to get under the cap and then, you know, decide what they're going to do with his contract, which is why Dak's contract is acute.
It's Clarence Hill here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Do you think status quo could win the Super Bowl?
I am still mystified, and I think they are too, which is the problem is they don't understand how you can go 12-5 and be so bad in the playoffs.
Yeah.
You know, that's what, because on paper they're as good as Detroit. They haven't showed up against San Francisco, but outside of that defense, I mean, you saw what Detroit did. When they're at their best, they can play with those teams. You know, why are they not showing up in the playoffs? That's what no one can put a finger on. And I don't know if it's mental or if I don't know if it's just simply a personnel issue, because the personnel has been good enough to compete with those teams in the regular season. It's just when the playoffs, they don't show up.
Well, the last two times they haven't been able to run the ball reliably. Is that still an important part of winning in January?
Oh, no doubt. And that's one thing that Jerry talked about. One thing he specifically said, what we need to do better is run the ball and stop the run. And I think that's what as you see across the playoffs, the teams that have run the ball, maybe not Kansas City, but the teams that run the ball and stop the run are the ones that are successful. And that's certainly something that they're going to emphasize, running the ball, stopping their run, going forward.
So do you feel like we could buy the reports about how they want to go cheaper at the running back position?
Well, I mean, cheap is relative. I mean, you paid Tony Pollard $10 million. Yeah. You know, I mean, you know, you're not going to pay Tony Pollard $10 million next year. You can get a couple of backs. You can get a veteran back and a rookie cheaper than that. You know, on the market, the way the running back market is, that doesn't mean you're taking a step back. But, I mean, yes, you don't want to pay Tony Pollard or someone $10 million and them not be a special back. They're not going to do that for sure.
Are you hearing anything about how likely it is Dan Quinn returns as defensive coordinator?
Yeah, it's all up in there. Especially with Ben Johnson taking his name out of the Washington job, and you know he's right there with Washington, right there with Seattle, and just talking to the Cowboys, they don't know. You know, and they're letting it play out. You know, Jerry said that we want him back. You know, but and what they do, if he doesn't come back, that's a huge question. You know, but it's up in the air right now with Dan Quinn. I go back to that press conference. I know Jerry and they say the right thing, but Mike McCarthy had a milquetoast answer when asked about Dan Quinn at his press conference 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. Hey, Chill. Speaking of Mike McCarthy, do you hear any whispers about him not being too happy about winning 36 games and not getting an extension and having to coach this thing out?
I have not heard anything like that, but I think that, Mike McCarthy understands. He put himself in a situation by not getting the team ready to playoffs. I mean,
sure.
I mean, you you win 12 games. You have 2 home games, and you know I go back to 2021 when he admitted that this team was not ready to play. He let them walk out the locker room. You know they were not ready to play. Nervous going to that San Francisco game, and he let them walk out the locker room, and then to be at home and get the 7th seed and go be down 27-0 in the first half. I mean, I don't think he has any leg to stand on when it comes to complaints at this point, right?
Sure.
It's Clarence Hill here with you on the Fan. Speaking of not being ready, how about CeeDee Lamb? Did you hear anything about what was going on there with him and Dak?
My back channel understanding is that his mom was hacked. That's the story that's being told. I don't know what the truth is. I haven't heard anything like that. I was hoping that I could go to the Pro Bowl and find out, but I'm not going to the Pro Bowl. But, you know, I don't know how you get hacked and you only talk about that.
Tyron Smith coming back?
I don't know, but I know I talked to Tyron's agent, and Tyron's not retiring. Tyron had a great year, feels good about his future, and he is not retiring. So he will play here or somewhere else next year.
If not Mike McCarthy in 2025, Belichick, somebody else, who do you say?
Maybe Ben Johnson, right? He did like the Washington job. Maybe, you know, Cowboys can afford to pay him. That's wide open. I think, you know, obviously, is Belichick in play, or do you want a new offensive mind, one of these Shanahan coaching trees, or one of those guys that do things differently? It's wide open.
Jill, do you think if they did let it ride?
Sanders, how about that?
Okay.
There you go. Do you think if they did let it ride with Dak, he'd be okay with going to play somewhere else? You think he's getting a little bit frustrated as well, to Brian's question about Mike McCarthy?
You know, I think Dak is grew up a Cowboys fan and would love to be here. And if the money is right, you know, even if they let it ride, if they came correct, he would stay here. But I think that if Dak on the free agent market, Dak would have a home in a New York minute. You know, you look at Pittsburgh, you look at New Orleans. You know, the Cowboy fans, you know, are mad at Dak, and I think that they're unappreciative because their worst quarterback situations, the team would love to have Dak Prescott and have success with Dak Prescott. So if he doesn't come back, he will have a home somewhere quickly.
So do the Jones boys take the bus out in Alabama? Can you go buy them a drink at the store tonight?
You know, the bus is not in Alabama. That's only for the combine, but we will look for a drink somewhere.
Yes, sir. Appreciate your insights as always, Clarence. Is there anything else about this team that we need to know about before we let you go?
No, that's all. Dak is not going to the Pro Bowl because he's having a baby. How about that?
Oh, right on. Congratulations.
He's not injured. He's having a baby. He's having maternity leave for the Pro Bowl.
That's nice. All right, dude. Have a great week out there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, guys, man.
There he goes, Clarence Hill. Chill. Fort Worth Star-Telegram, live from the Senior Bowl here. It's hilarious how, you know, Jerry talks and he leaves these things that make you wonder, make you curious. You really want to know the truth, and maybe that's just his genius. Give us something to talk about for a couple of months until we can forget about the pain of losing that game.
It's probably exactly what it is.
Plan.
I'm just glad somebody like, you know, Clarence, who's as good at what he does, that's been doing this for so long, is also as confused and befuddled still by what Jerry is saying.
Yeah.
It's like, it's not just us. Don't worry, guys.
Yeah, I do think, though, what he said about Stephen Jones, you know, reminding us or telling us we're all in, guys. You know, you pay your own guys like this. Doesn't matter, you know, if you're paying your own or someone else's. If you're spending this kind of money, you're all in. I think that's probably what Jerry thinks. Steve probably explained that to him recently.
Oh, Jerry.
And he was like, oh, yeah, we're going to be all in. Steve told me.
There's a lot of different ways to skin a cat now.
Weren't you paying attention? Okay.
They're like our guys.
Top 10's coming up next. Chuck, where are you taking us?
National Croissant Day, huh? We got some Ranger news for you, but then what are your top 10 favorite breads? That's next on The Fan.
Welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Yeah. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel. Get your free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Corey Seager, little sports hernia. Here's Wolchuk with your top 10. The Woolly Bully.
Yeah, thanks for that segue. We'll get into on National Croissant Day. Your favorite type of bread? How do you like to how do you like your bread? 877-881-1053. Is it the baguette? Is it the Italian bread?
My favorite bread is the bread that's in my mouth.
The pita, the cornbread, the Hawaiian rolls. I mean, there's so many different kinds. But we do have news here on your home of the World Series champion, Texas Rangers, that Corey Seager today did undergo surgery to repair a sports hernia. Now, they are hopeful that he is going to be ready for opening day. According to Rangers general manager Chris Young, he said he will miss the majority of spring training. But the hope is that by the end of spring, he'll have resumed baseball activity and will be pretty close to full speed at that point. They believed that rest, as he played through this during the postseason, was going to be the best choice of action. They've now gone ahead and done the surgery. So we just got to cross our fingers and hope for the best that Corey Seager is ready to rock for opening day when the Rangers get the World Series championship banner unveiled at Globe Life Field against the Chicago Cubs.
Yeah, I was hoping to see him in spring training, and now I'll just hope to see him opening day. But, he skyrocketed up my list of favorite players of all time here in the last 3-4 months, and I was just hoping to reconnect and surprise. But to be a little patient, I think the legend grows significantly that he was able to play through that and perform such legendary tasks. One of the great moments in DFW sports history. One of the great seasons.
Absolute badass. And apparently he did choose to have the surgery. He felt like this is probably what I needed to do. Let's get it done now. So hopefully, and we've seen Corey Seager come back and just hit the ground running basically every single IL stint. So I'm not too worried about him just being another MVP candidate next year. I think he'll be okay, but it would be badass hopefully to still see him opening day with the club. That's
yeah. And stay healthy would be great too, but
absolutely.
Is the sports hernia, is there just regular hernias?
Lots of different kinds.
Is the hernia in the rectum?
No, sir, it is not. I appreciate the question.
No, but can you get a hernia in the rectum?
I don't believe so.
You could get a herniated rectum. Probably a colon more likely, but
that's a bad day at the office. Probably going to be terrible. That's an out for season, not just out for spring training. Rectum? Yeah. No, but I just didn't know because they specify sports hernia.
Yeah, was there?
I didn't know if there's like a
law hernia.
Yeah. Is there
that's more in your abdominal wall, right? So they're repairing the bubble there. You can get testicular hernias. You can get all sorts of them. But I'm sure this is not something to be too concerned about here with Corey.
Yeah, I think it's going to be okay. We'll be all right. We'll get back more into some baseball stuff coming up at 5:30. I saw this: the 20 most unusual high school mascots in the nation. Man, you guys all had traditional high school mascots growing up, right? I mean, we were the Wildcats. Longhorns, one of the most popular ones that you can have.
I was a Texan.
But some of these mascots were actually pretty fantastic. Yuma in Arizona, their mascot is the Criminals, the Yuma Criminals. You've got the Frankfurt Hot Dogs.
Yeah.
The Laurel Hill Hobos. The Effingham Flaming Hearts, that's in Illinois.
Effingham,
Illinois, and they're the Flaming Hearts. You've got the Hickman Q Pies. I don't even know what that is.
That was not on the top 10 pies list.
No, not at all. The Caboan Apple Knockers, Watersmeet Nimroos, Ozark
Nimrod guy.
Hillbillies.
The Ozark Hillbillies?
That's funny.
The Ozark Hillbillies. That's in Arkansas.
We need to get photo evidence of what they have prancing around their sidelines as their mascot for all of these.
That would be
what
good.
is an apple knocker?
I don't even know what the hell that is.
It feels like I don't know what that would actually. I don't know what that would be.
We got the Freeport Pretzels in Illinois. Now, pretzel as a mascot, I don't think would be bad. Oh, we were the Pampa Harvesters from the 972. The Freeport Pretzels. There you go. The 309's on it. The Galesburg Silver Streaks from the 309. But some of these names, I was like, wow, this is crazy. I mean, we've got the Centralia Orphans is another one.
Who's Centralia?
Yeah.
Well, that's in my neck of the woods, rural Washington State. Meth Central, by the way.
Is
That's
it?
Centralia. And Chehalis, nearby Chehalis. was a mess.
That's
as well.
how that city's pronounced? Chehalis?
Yeah. Chehalis.
Yeah.
I always
You knock apples off trees, ding dong. So the 2-4, that actually makes a lot of sense.
So there's you're like a stick. You are the apparatus that
you're just knocking the
or
kind of rattles the branches so they fall.
Yeah, shake the tree.
Yeah. The Northeast Dubois Jeeps comes in.
The Jeeps?
The Jeeps, and then the New Braunfels Unicorns.
Somebody in the 817 just texted in the New Braunfels Unicorns. We have the Fighting Farmers here in Louisville.
Fighting Farmers, absolutely. Not a lot of goblins out there.
We were the Mountain View Thunder.
See the Thunders?
And we had, it was a pretty cool name. We didn't have a mascot, though, until recently. I just Googled it. They added Thunderman.
Okay.
In recent years.
That's a good one to do.
Apparently the football team got a little better. They wanted to have some pep rallies.
There you go.
Thunderman.
Thunder. All right, let's slide into the list, shall we? Top 10 types of bread on National Croissant Day. Now, I will say, I think the croissant is an underrated piece of bread.
I'm with you on that 100%.
I think the croissant is delicious. I love the croissant as a breakfast sandwich. You don't think so? You're not a croissant guy? A nice buttery, flaky croissant?
That's the problem. It just kind of falls apart on you. It really has no heft to it. It's too airy.
Yeah.
And you can't really put anything on it because it all falls apart.
I would encourage
you described it perfectly, but you did it with a negative, pessimistic tone. Everything you just said, it sounds delightful.
Absolutely, it has no ability to be a vessel for anything.
I can think of at least 5 breakfast breads that are better, including the crescent roll, which should have put it out of business a long time ago.
But it's still a croissant.
Not the crescent.
Crescent rolls.
It's not?
No.
It's not a croissant. It's in the croissant family.
It's more rolly.
It was inspired by the croissant.
It was inspired by the croissant, but without the croissant, you wouldn't have the crescent roll.
You can't eat a croissant. It just ends up all over.
You can't. You absolutely
can.
I would encourage you to go to Sonic and get their croissant sandwich for breakfast one day. Hell, maybe if we're out and about, I'll get you one. And tell me if you don't think it's
now a fast food version sounds excellent.
Yeah,
that's called a croissant-wich.
Croissant-wich.
Dude, the croissant-wich is sweet.
It's so damn good.
I would guarantee you, it's not really a croissant. Then
it is a croissant.
What all does it hold?
Sausage and cheese and
eggs, or bacon, or both bacon and sausage.
So is both.
I'm not buying this.
I googled it though. It's breadier. It's heavier.
There
isn't
you
it?
go.
A croissant is a croissant.
It's
the
lighter.
McDonald's version.
It's lighter.
It's not lighter.
A croissant is lighter.
It is a lighter piece of bread. It's airier,
and
but
it's
you can
not
definitely
meant to hold anything other than jam.
Then why do
butter?
people have croissant breakfast sandwiches, Brian?
Because they're just trying to make up S.
They're making up S. Well, I think this is a poor take on your part. I think the croissant is a delicious breakfast sandwich vessel.
I didn't know the croissant could be so divisive.
I didn't either. Until Brian decided to crap on the damn croissant.
I feel like we're being butt cracked on the text right now in regards to these
the Grand
mascots.
Zebras is real.
Which one? Which one you're not buying?
The Hereford White Faces.
No, that was one that was on this list too.
The Beaver Dusters.
I don't know about that one.
And the Portland Pornos.
There's no way there's a Pornos, right? There's zero chance.
But if there is one, it's definitely in Portland.
Pyros.
Okay, the Cheddar's croissant from the 817. I've heard good things about that. I have not gone in quite a bit of time to Cheddar's, but it's fantastic. That is a terrible take from Brian. I agree with you.
The Wampus Cats.
Ask that person if they'd rather have a bagel or a croissant.
See, now, hey, don't bring the bagel up, all right? That's a different conversation. But I'm not going to crap on the croissant.
The bagel is a completely different vessel for carrying stuff.
The cowpunchers.
How do we feel about croissants over here? And what's your favorite type of bread?
So my favorite type of bread comes with a lot of commas and zeros, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
That's a great
I have no idea what you mean.
About.
That's cheddar. That's cheddar. Cheddar.
I'm dreaming, bro. I'm dreaming. The croissant-wich from Burger King. I used to pick up 2 of them joints.
It's good.
Every morning during high school. Because my friend down the street, his mom was like a manager at the Burger King. I used to pull up $5, get 2 meals, bro, with the juices and the hash browns. Bro, I'd be in school. People just envious.
Winning.
Eating my croissant was right by my locker.
They should be envious.
Well, they should be with the juice and the hash brown for sure.
I was going hard. Yeah, I eat the second meal during first period. Mr. Alexander, can you please put your food up there? It's like, I'm almost finished. Yeah, bro.
Let me finish this up. All right, honorable mentions here on the best types of bread. The monkey bread, which is also very good.
There you go.
You can actually get a monkey bread pizookie, I believe. At
Related
BJ's.
to the cinnamon roll, isn't it?
It is. It's kind of a sweet one.
Monkey bread is dominant.
It's just without rolling it up.
Yeah.
Challah gets an honorable mention. The challah bread is one of a kind. Hawaiian bread, which I think should be in the
French
top 10.
toast is awesome.
It is.
Yeah.
Brioche as well, also good for French toast.
There you go.
And hamburger buns.
Yeah.
Yeah, the brioche buns are ideal. Cornbread. I'm upset that cornbread didn't make the top 10. I'm a big cornbread fan, man.
Must have dried it out. If you get cornbread right, it's unbeatable.
If you do it right. But there are a lot of people that will make dry corn.
Yep.
Yeah, that you don't want the dry out. Breadsticks and then toast are the final two honorable mentions when it comes to the best types of bread.
Would you guys rather be a Mason cowpuncher, a Mesquite skeeter, or a Tatum High tater?
Give me the tater.
I like the tater too. The Tatum High tater.
Yes, because that sort of invites the idea that there's going to be just sort of tater tots and different versions of potatoes sort of all over the place here.
Yeah.
Like there's just
hash browns.
Yeah, you just get inundated with different types of potatoes at a school like that.
I definitely want to go to the tater tailgate more than the puncher tailgate.
Oh my gosh. Yes.
The tater tailgate.
What about the
sounds like a
slapper
blast.
tailgate?
Cheerleaders had them on like a burlap sack type of situation.
Yes.
Have you looked up this Lauryn Hill hobos? Have you looked at the mascot?
No, I haven't.
It's fantastic, bro.
Okay, I'm on it.
Yeah, some good merch right
The
here.
Lauryn Hill
It's
hobos.
very offensive.
Can we order it?
Very offensive. Oh, yeah, absolutely. 100%. A hobo? I'm
Yeah.
struggling right now. in my
is it-
life,
what
bro.
would- is-
Right,
is
like,
it-
what would you do even for the hobo mascot?
Is it the pole in the knapsack?
Yeah,
thing?
it's got
It
a pole
is.
and knapsack,
Yeah.
raggedy hat, little
Yeah.
tuxedo jacket. It's all raggedy.
What is wrong
He
with
looks
that?
like he smells bad.
Yeah, his pants being held up by a rope. But he's got a basketball. He's pretty good at it, apparently.
There you go. I bet they are badass basketball.
Holes in his shoes. This is a great merch
State
right here.
champions, actually. We got Red Lobster biscuits are being texted in, banana bread being texted in, Mexican
Cheddar
sweet bread. The cheddar biscuits are fantastic.
I don't think I've ever had Mexican sweetbread.
Ooh, they're good. Mexican
Missing
sweet.
out.
And there's, it's good stuff. Non bread, bao bread, the bao buns, those are good buns.
Bao bun's good.
Bagels. Top. We got love for the croissant club sandwich. A lot of people are coming in with their croissant sandwiches now, and I appreciate that. Number 10 is the tortilla. So many things you can do with a tortilla. Very
Dude,
versatile.
the tortilla is probably the one seed for greatest food vessel. I mean, I think it
you
can
do a
go
lot
toe
with
to
the
toe with
tortilla.
anything.
Number 9 is ciabatta bread.
I'm seeing these smash burgers getting made
Yes.
into
Yes.
on the tortilla.
Yes.
I'm like, yes,
Yeah.
dude.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
I'll take that any day.
The ciabatta is underrated as well.
Ciabatta is underrated.
Another
I
great
agree.
bun.
Number 8 is banana bread. Thought it might be a little higher. I do love my banana bread. Number 7 is biscuits,
Oh, how is that not one?
because one's going to be something else that
bland.
probably
I mean,
does deserve to be
I
one.
mean, have you ever had Texas toast before, Broadus?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Come on,
I would
dude.
rather have I'd rather have a biscuit.
You're a big biscuit guy.
I would rather have a biscuit. I think you talk about a great vessel. Biscuit.
Biscuits are good.
I know you're doing biscuit omelets.
But some people can
Yeah.
do, flaky biscuits that fall apart and don't really hold things very well,
Nah.
too. If they screw the biscuits up.
Yeah, well,
Fork. No, number 6 is bagels.
Yes, dude.
bagels. That's low.
Number 5 is the croissant.
Do you think the bagel's sort of a Mount Rushmore?
Yes.
Minimum?
I'm
Yeah.
cool with bagels being Mount Rushmore.
Yes.
I'm a bagel guy. Yeah. Number 5 is the croissant. Number 4 is naan bread, which is actually outstanding.
It is good.
Naan bread is very good. Number 3
Easy
is
to tear.
It is easy to tear. Tear, dip.
Tear dip. Yep.
Is it like one of those dip it in oil kind of breads?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You can do that. Or
Hummus.
it's Indian food. Yeah, you can hummus or curries and rice. You just kind of use it as
Roll
your
it up.
vessel to
It's
pick
like-
everything up.
It's
eat
like a
with your
tortilla.
hands.
You can put lamb in that.
It's
You
good
can-
stuff,
you
man.
can do
Some
a lot.
garlic naan.
Yeah, you can do a lot.
Number 3 is sourdough bread.
All right, man. I'm learning about this. Man, to make the starter is a lot of work.
I've
Takes
heard
about,
sourdough bread is a pain in the ass.
it's a 6-day process just to make the starter.
6 days?
Yeah, just to make like I say, there's this the yeast and all that, the flour, everything you put together is a 6-day process.
Man.
To even make it.
Olive Garden breadsticks are getting texted in. Texas Roadhouse rolls are being texted
See,
in.
that's what when you start talking about a place in their bread, I think Texas Roadhouse
I'm
needs
going
to
to
be
get
the one
this cinnamon
seed.
roll. I'm going to bring these cinnamon rolls in.
They sound so
I
damn
can't wait
good.
for those cinnamon rolls.
I hope I don't mess that
Broadus
up.
is getting a lot of support, a lot of backing here on the text in regards to biscuits being numero uno.
Biscuits, biscuits are delicious. Number 2 is the baguette. That comes in as the second best type of
I think
bread.
you could do a lot with a baguette.
Baguettes are kind of underrated.
That's a French bread, right? It's just so
gumbo.
you gotta really have your teeth sharpened.
No, but what you do is you dip it in gumbo and soups and stuff like that. Soften it up.
See, okay, so it's see, that's how
Or
you consume
French
that
onion
bread.
soup.
Now
You
we're
use
talking.
that as your base and the French onion.
So you're
soup.
not sandwiching the baguette. That's a dip. That's a dip only.
Now you're
sort
back
of.
over here, Brian. Let's go, Brian.
No, that's good. I'm glad you tell me that because I'm eating baguette sandwiches and I feel like I'm working too hard.
The baguette sandwich, what you could do is the charcuterie board, and you put the meats and the cheeses on just a little individual individual piece of the baguette. And now that's your
bite
little
size,
piece.
bite size.
Exactly. Yeah.
But number one, the best type of bread on National Croissant Day, not the croissant, that was 5. It is garlic bread.
Garlic bread, bro. Yes.
And I'm never going to say no to garlic bread.
I like a little melted cheese on my garlic bread.
Let's
to be
go
honest
cheese
with
it up. But those are your top 10 breads. The Babes chicken rolls, you're getting texted in. Those are pretty good too. A lot of great texts. Appreciate your feedback, but that's today's top 10.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
Controversial.
Outstanding report.
I love
once
the
again.
controversial
That was
list.
controversial.
Look at this guy saying bagels can kiss my ass. All caps, extremely overrated.
People get testy when it comes to bagels. Apparently, croissants is a triggering one. I didn't know that people were so passionate about bread, but let's go.
You got to get the right bagel, I feel like, as well. They can be kind of tough. If you get a bad bagel, you get a tasteless bagel.
You can get some bad bagels.
If you cook it too long, bake it too long, and you could get a bad bagel.
You absolutely can.
Yeah.
Where do the Cowboys rank among the losers?
Bad.
You got to rank the 12 losing teams so
12.
far in the playoffs by chances to win the Super Bowl
13.
next year. And, of course, you must consider at this point the breaking news from earlier today. Jerry Jones, they're going all in. Thanks for ruining the teams,
Going
Brian.
all in. Signing everybody.
Let's go, Cowboys. Sounds like they're not buying
Let's go, Rangers.
At 877-881-1053. Are you buying it? We're back here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat with you about my friends at D&M Leasing.
Cowboys history. It's on Greens Hill. It's number 400 for Adrian Beltre.
Thanks and congrats, Adrian Beltre, for all of the amazing Hall of Fame moments right here.
Globe Life Park in Arlington is on its feet.
On your proud home of the world champion Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. So why go anywhere else, people? Go see them today. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. Find new roads.
How do you rank the Cowboys amongst the teams that have already lost in the playoffs when it comes to chances to get to and win that Super Bowl next year? It is time for some next year talk. And here's Zach Wolchuk to set this bad boy up for us.
So CBS Sports went and ranked all of the 12 losing postseason teams and their chances of reaching the Super Bowl in 2025. If you had to guess where the Cowboys are, and there's teams such as the Houston Texans, who their arrow is pointing up, right? You've got the Green Bay Packers. Did they finally found their quarterback with Jordan Love? The Miami Dolphins. You've got, of course, the Lions and the Ravens that just lost to the Bills, and the Eagles have a chance. But where do you think they end up putting the Cowboys of teams that can get to the Super Bowl next year out of your playoff losers?
I bet they put them fourth, Wolchuk.
Fourth, I think, is a good guess. I was kind of thinking around 6 myself, right in the middle of the pack there. Because I would definitely, I think it's tough in the AFC.
Yeah.
Because you've got Patrick Mahomes. But in reality, the future of the Houston Texans, I feel much better about right now. If I were a Texan fan, I think I'd be like, man, we got a good shot. We've got our quarterback on a rookie contract. We've got a good young coach. I'm feeling better about my chances than, say, right now as a Dallas Cowboys fan. I think the Packers have a lot of good young talent, and they're in a conference in which there isn't a juggernaut quarterback like you've got with Patrick Mahomes, and they almost just beat the NFC champion 49ers. You've got Jordan Love. If Jordan Love carries over the performance he had in the second half of the season, you feel pretty good about your chances next year.
Yeah. I mean, super young team can probably add more to it. And Jordan Love seems like he is the real deal. So, yeah, and in the NFC, you don't have the Mahomes that just feels like is just going to for sure get to at least the conference title game.
Yeah, and for that reason, I'm just going to go with 3 NFC teams. I think the Packers, the Lions, and the Rams have a better chance than the Cowboys.
Okay.
And if I could take Les Snead and just put them on the Cowboys, then I put the Cowboys at the top.
So, not that you wouldn't have the Niners?
Well, of the teams that have lost so far.
Yeah. So, obviously the Niners and Chiefs
okay.
are out of this. This is just all the 12 of the Super Bowl losers and their chance to make it next year. The Rams are definitely trying to win the Super Bowl next year. They got to be top 2 from the 2-1-4. It's surprising the Rams are not in the top 6. Heck, the Rams are not even in the top 8 of this list. The Cowboys come in at 5 as the 5th most likely team that lost this year to make the Super Bowl next year. CBS Sports writes they and their NFC East rival Eagles could be viewed as ticking time bombs. They're primed for either a total implosion or explosion after embarrassing playoff exits that marred otherwise statistically successful seasons. Jerry Jones' surprising commitment to Mike McCarthy atop the staff could aid in keeping Dak Prescott and company comfortable, and the defense is still littered with young playmakers. As always, however, the issue is coming through when it matters most.
The Eagles are done, Ski. Losing Kelsey is huge. We know Sirianni can't fix an offense with creativity, or he would have already done it, and we know Kellen Moore can't. So you're going to have a less talented team, and you're going to need to be more creative, and neither one of those guys is going to do it for them. And obviously the defensive line has fallen apart for Philadelphia. It's been a long time coming. They held this thing well together, and they had built such a great team that it continued for longer than I thought it would. But it's finally over for now.
Here's the order in which they have them. And you guys tell me you agree or disagree. Number 1 team, playoff loser, most likely to get to the Super Bowl next year. They've got the Ravens.
We just saw. They're a regular season champion.
The Ravens just had their chance.
Yeah,
I don't know that they're going to have a season where 1, Lamar stays healthy, and 2, they're as good of a football team.
They got an MVP quarterback. What else is going to have to do?
Yeah.
I don't know.
And the best defense in the league.
That's what I'm saying. I just don't understand. That's the whole thing. You're the number 1 seed and you played so well during the year. You get in the playoffs and you completely fall apart. Are the Cowboys the Ravens and the Cowboys the same team?
It used to be I thought the Chargers during the Rivers and Romo. I thought they were very consistent,
Similar.
both of them with losing. Now it might be the Ravens.
I think the Ravens are a better team. But, I mean, they're just as bad in the playoffs as you are.
Like, you've got Lamar Jackson 2-4 in the playoffs. And
they at least
Dak
make conference
2-5.
title games from time to time.
But that's true.
That's true.
They
That's
went
true.
to a Super Bowl, 12 years ago?
They won it with Flacco.
And they did win.
But currently.
But I get what you're saying in terms of being a regular season kind of team, and then they can't completely get it
in the Lamar
done.
Jackson era. How about that?
In the Dak Prescott and Lamar Jackson eras, they've both been very good in the regular season, put up great numbers, and Lamar probably going to win 2 MVPs. And
I'm serious.
Both teams have fallen short.
I don't know. Can Dak really get better? I mean, that's what
It's going to be.
He played great, and I'm not trying to slam him. I don't know.
He can play better. He's not going to be a better player, but yeah, I think he could perform better than he has. You just need to be able to run the ball. Get him out of the defense that Green Bay played. If you can bust their ass in the running game,
Where
he can
get better. I mean, he seriously. I thought he played really well this year.
The where he needs to go now is when you're playing against the good football teams, right? That's always been the knock. He's putting up these numbers and he's beating up against the NFC least and against teams that he should, and that's great. But when you play the Bills, right?
Yeah.
When you're playing the 49ers, what do? And that's the next step that you need to see him and really the entire team take if they're going to do anything.
Eric, you totally disagree. You think he was not very good this year, right?
Dak?
Yeah.
No, he was good this year. Of course he was good this year. He was good during the regular season this year.
But against good teams.
Yeah, against good teams, I would say that he didn't really show up.
Yeah.
I mean, San Francisco, that sticks out like a sore thumb.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Buffalo sticks out like a sore thumb.
Does, yeah.
So, I mean, there's definitely issues even in the regular season with the guy you have at quarterback. But by and large, in the regular season, he was definitely good. I mean, he's an MVP candidate. No one can sit here and deny that he was good during the regular season, but we should have known when he continuously went toe-to-toe with the best of the best, San Francisco, Buffalo, and didn't even have a chance. Didn't even for a second even have a chance. We should have known that when the Packers came to town, that a good, respectable team, they weren't going to have a chance either. And that's exactly how it played out. So, yeah, but based on the playoff type teams that you see in the regular season and then the actual playoff teams you see in the postseason, I think we know what this quarterback is.
Yeah, he needs to.
He needs all the help in the world.
Find a way. I mean, in the postseason.
And a lot of these guys do. That's fine. But unfortunately, I know the Cowboys aren't going to give him all the help in the world. They're not going to identify the right head coach. They're not going to put the perfect roster around him. So I have to move on from Dak because I can't move on from the Joneses.
Yeah.
So this is where we're at here.
Yeah.
The Bills are number 2, most likely to get to the Super Bowl next year with Josh Allen. I guess they got a chance. I don't know. That's also a team I feel like they had their chance to beat the Chiefs this year and didn't do it. They've got the Eagles at 3. I think that's crazy. The Lions are at 4. Then the Cowboys, followed by the Texans, the Packers, and the Dolphins. The Rams are all the way down at 9. I would agree with a lot of the text. I think the Rams have a good chance. I think the Rams drafted really well in the middle rounds. As long as Stafford's able to stay healthy and they've got their quarterback, that's a team that can make some noise.
Do they finally have picks this year?
They do.
This year they finally got picks back.
Yeah. So, I mean, and Stafford was at times like it felt like he was the best version of himself.
Yeah.
There were moments this year, like that Baltimore game, the Rams end up losing, but my gosh, the dude was just dealing like the first overall pick and Super Bowl champion that he is.
Got healthy.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you, Chuck.
Thank you.
Okay, coming up next, we got the 5 o'clock hour for you. Expressway's coming up at 5:20, and Rangers fans, we're going to be jumping into the Corey Seager news as we take a proper round tripper at 5:30. We'll go around the bases, LA Live at 5:40. Chief, what are we doing next?
We got football's finest, dudes. I'm not joking. A former NFL scout has the most savage evisceration of a top prospect that my eyeballs have literally ever seen. That's next here in the nation.
studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Senior Bowl coverage continues here on your home of the Cowboys as both Jerry and Steve were talking today and said some interesting things about the direction of this football team. We'll get back into that coming up at 5:20 as we open up the expressway. We'll take you commercial free to the top. In the meantime, football's finest, Eric Chiafalo.
All right, it's draft season, so we must allow the overanalyzing and undressing of top prospects to commence. And we're going to start off this draft season with what I believe to be the most savage evisceration of a top prospect that I can remember. From at least a credible source, right? And this guy's supposed to be credible. He's a former scout for the Jets. And he runs the Twitter account at First Round Mock. Maybe Broadus could do some recon, his gang of 7, his scouting buddies, and figure out sort of who this guy is. The only thing I know about him is he was high on Brock Purdy when he was coming out and had him as his second favorite quarterback in that particular draft.
Is that anything like Blue Dolphin?
I think it's similar.
Man, I was high on that Brock Purdy, bro.
Yeah.
Can't hold that against me.
Told you guys you shouldn't. Him and Tom Brady nailed them both.
So I'm going to read to you. Stop me and interject whenever you want. This is the tweet.
This is a Twitter account called @FirstRoundMock.
Correct.
Okay, let me get on this.
And it's run.
I'm listening.
It's run by a former Jets scout.
Yeah, that's all I need to know.
And I don't know how,
especially when it comes to quarterbacks.
Yeah, I don't know how long ago this dude was.
Oh, it's Daniel Kelly
scouting for the Jets. Daniel Kelly?
I believe it's what it says in the bio. Former New York Jets scout Daniel Kelly.
This time of the year is about teams doing background work and trying to get inside prospects' heads. This is part of the evaluation process, he writes. I believe any team considering Caleb Williams needs to think about the high risk from the neck up based on Williams' actions, conduct, and words that he's demonstrated. From painting his fingernails with obscenities aimed at opponents to refusing to shake hands with Utah and refusing to speak to reporters after the UCLA game, Williams has given NFL owners and decision makers a lot to talk about. Sportsmanship? ? He also made a public statement after the Notre Dame game about a fan being like a sheep and referred to himself as a lion. Will he paint some obscenity about the 49ers on his fingernails? Will he jump up into the stands again? Will he put down fans publicly when the microphone is in his face after a loss and he's feeling frustrated? During his press conference, he said, quote, I want to go home and cuddle with my dog and watch some shows. What will he say in NFL press conferences? How will he represent his team and city? What's he going to say or do next? That's the question. He's much closer to Johnny Manziel than Patrick Mahomes on the spectrum. I mean that with respect and sensitivity, but that's what I would say if I was a scout sitting in the pre-draft meetings. What I find incredible is that more people aren't talking about this. Do we not care about him? We witnessed Caleb Williams having a mental breakdown right before our eyes, crying uncontrollably in his mother's arms. To me, as a former NFL scout, he's the most mentally fragile player I've ever evaluated, quarterback or otherwise. He has little experience dealing with adversity, even by his own admission. Quote, I've never been in this situation where I'm 7-5 and there are no playoff hopes at the end of the season. I'm dealing with it emotionally, dealing with it spiritually and physically. That's from Caleb Williams at one point during the season. And now we think he's going to go into a new team with a losing record and turn it around, the scout writes. He's 2-9 against ranked college teams on top of it all, and now he's going to do it in a league that's only faster and more complex. Make it make sense. The mental pressure and expectations will be unbearable from day one. Training camp will look more like a rock concert. Every practice throw will be followed by the paparazzi, completion percentages and practices. All of it will become public spectacle. The expectations are he's Superman, but in reality, he's just a 22-year-old kid. Statistically, and on game film, Williams regressed in 2023. This is not headed in the right direction. I get team fan bases wanting to win and the mainstream media feeding off that hope, but underneath that, we have to care about Caleb Williams as a person more than anything. I personally feel for the young man. He's in an impossible situation. And then he says, even his team responded with more spirit and enthusiasm when the backup quarterback Miller Moss made his first start in his absence in the Holiday Bowl. The Trojans were heard reportedly shouting, we're a team now, after the upset against Louisville.
A quote by that quarterback, Miller Moss, if you read between the lines, he writes, he says, I don't think, quote, this is from the backup quarterback after winning the bowl game that Caleb Williams sat out. He says, quote, I don't think it's as much as about me as it is about the team. The emphasis is really to come together as a team. No ego, no individual. It's all about us as a team and team bonding together. And that's what we are going to be focusing on moving forward. And that's a quote from the quarterback. So, and then he closes it with just saying, this isn't a one-off. Caleb Williams has been sending us warning signs for 2 seasons.
I wonder what he wrote about Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he's doing revisionist history on Patrick Mahomes when he says that Caleb Williams is more Johnny Manziel than Pat Mahomes. I
think you got to be careful there because, I mean, you're looking at epic drinking problems and a real hard time coping with life in general. So I would maybe caution there. Maybe something about Caleb Williams and you're trying to hint around that, but that seems at best a little reckless. But you're a former scout sharing your honest takes, not necessarily media savvy. I think Caleb Williams comes off as a guy being very honest about his feelings and maybe thinks a little bit outside the box, doesn't fit the mold. And probably media training would tell him, hey, don't be so much of yourself. This is the NFL. You're going to be asked to be a CEO. But if he doesn't want to do that, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think he has a different style. Is there some immaturity and sportsmanship issues in there? Maybe. And I would look into that. I don't want to bring in the most selfish guy. I don't want Jay Cutler 2.0. A guy that's going to alienate himself from the locker room and make it all about him constantly. It is important to have great natural leadership traits as a quarterback. But I don't know. It to me right now, it seems like it's a little bit overblown of a guy who's just kind of a little bit different.
Yeah, it's to say he had a total mental breakdown in the stands. The guy, he cried. He cares. Is that like the worst thing in the world? I have voiced this on the show, and Brian can attest to this. When it comes to Caleb Williams, I do have a little bit of a concern about the front runner type of aspect of it. Right? I think some of these questions that he's asking are very fair. And we will find out, how was he as a leader? How was he when he deals with adversity? Because he didn't do a great job of handling that and kind of shying away from some of the failures that happened at USC. But the bottom line is, and he can point to the 2-9 record, we sit here on our show and we talk about how you need a team around your quarterback. The reason USC was even competitive was because of their quarterback, Caleb Williams, and what he was doing and lighting it up. Otherwise, they'd have been getting their ass kicked and Lincoln Riley wouldn't have a job right now. They didn't have a defense, and that's why Alex Grinch got fired a year too late. So, I think some of the questions in terms of character, leadership ability, those things are fair. But, it's still just anybody with eyeballs that watch the kid play, he is a unique, transcendent type of talent. Could he end up being a bust? You're damn right. All these quarterbacks could be. But I'm not going to rip the kid until I know for a fact that he is a problem off the field, and we don't have any evidence that he necessarily is.
Yeah, I think the one thing that NFL scouts might ding him on is his height. That's the thing that they're going to look at. He is right at 6'1". But when you watch him play, I think Zach's exactly right. This guy will dazzle you with the way that he navigates the pocket, the way he moves around, the way he buys second and third chances. I think we're in a league right now where the guys that make, I say it, you hear me say it, those off-schedule plays, those are the guys. Look what Brock Purdy did the other day in their game with his ability to run when things are breaking down, and all of a sudden you take off, it's a first down, and now you're keeping things going. This guy, he is he has amazing ability, and I'll compare him to Dak for this one thing. He could throw the ball going to his left or his right equally as well. And I think that's a weapon for a guy,
huge.
The guy to be able to sling it the way that he does. But if the NFL has a problem with him, the scouts, I think it's going to be his height, because he has to move a little bit to see. And that's where I think that's where they're going to look at him. But other than that, man, all the other things, all the other off the field stuff, good luck. My job is to find players, look at players, how they play, how can they play. This guy's got some rare ability.
Yeah. It's generational talent is what everybody keeps.
He's thrown 14 interceptions in his career, his whole career, of all the throws that he's made. He does protect the football. There are times he's running around and you think the ball's going to come flying out of his hand. It never does. He makes a ton of huge chunk plays.
Yeah, I mean, from what I've seen of him, and I haven't studied him like you guys, but obviously we've all watched some USC games and know, holy smokes, this dude's legit. I mean, heck, even when he was at Oklahoma, I'll never forget the first. It didn't in the first game he came in was versus Texas.
Texas.
Yeah, that was the one you went to.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean that's epic. But people are picking him apart, and I see some numbers and stuff comparing him versus the other quarterbacks in the class. His sack percentage is higher.
That makes some sense. I mean, he's a guy that holds on to the football.
He has to because he moves. Like I say, maybe it's
right. There's some give and take with some of that stuff.
He's got to move around to find spots. But once he has that lane to throw it, he is going to let it fly.
But I mean, when you start talking about and comparing him to a guy like Mahomes, and he does Mahomes-like things, one of Mahomes' greatest gifts is he doesn't get sacked. And he can move around, and he can throw to the left and right, and he can dance and all that off platform. He ain't getting sacked. And I don't know that was necessarily the case at Texas Tech. I don't know if that's something that he's developed since being in the league. But just comparatively speaking, when your sack percentage as Caleb Williams is higher than Drake May's, Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix's, J.J. McCarthy's, and Michael Penix's, it's like, okay, there is something to see there a little bit. Your turnover-worthy play percentages is second highest to only Jaden Daniels. Everybody else has a lower turnover-worthy play percentage, and your big-time throw percentage is less than like a Drake May. Drake May in these numbers that I'm looking at here looks pretty incredible.
Drake May's pretty damn good.
His sack rate, his turnover-worthy play percentage, and his big-time throw rate, all of those look pretty dang good.
But those guys, I also don't know that they're throwing the football as much. I mean, like Jaden Daniels and Caleb Williams, those two guys, they threw the football a ton. Penix probably lumped in there, but J.J. McCarthy, you watch his tape, man, he's not throwing the ball a lot. It's handoff Donovan Edwards, handoff Blake Corum. His numbers are going to be down in those categories.
What's impressive here, too, is Jaden Daniels, your quarterback over there, the Heisman guy, LSU's. He's got, by a pretty wide margin, the highest percentage of big-time throws.
The only reason LSU won 10 games was because of him. They were ranked 106th in defense this year.
Jaden Daniels is another special type player.
You look at what he and the wide receivers there. I mean, they've got legitimate wide receivers. They'll have a couple of first-round wide receivers. But, man, they had an offensive line that was really young, and he had to move around. He had no choice. You should see – you go back and watch him. Just YouTube just take a YouTube thing and just watch all his plays, all the big plays that he made.
How do you rank the quarterbacks? Have you done it yet, Mr. Super Bowl ring on the webcam?
I was going to say, Bruce is doing a little bit more talking with his hands today.
No, I'm just being comfortable.
That Super Bowl ring looks so good on that hand, bro. You need to bust that out more.
I'll tell you what, I'm not in love with Drake May like everybody else is.
Okay.
I'm really not there. And I know people have him as, I think he is a more athletic Eli Manning, the way he throws the ball. I don't think there's questions with his accuracy there. I don't think he has great arm strength as a player. I think he moves around just fine. Like I say, the kid I absolutely love is my Jaden Daniels kid because I've seen him do it. But the problem is he's 205 pounds.
He's just skinny.
He is way skinny, but he takes some wicked hits. He gets up, he plays. His teammates love him. Man,
he took a hit that was like cartoonish.
He takes a ton of them. It's not just one. It's like every game he takes 2 or 3 hits that you don't think he's going to get up.
Something in the water down there at LSU.
Yeah.
I mean, that's hugely concerning. If you can't avoid contact and you're going to end up getting RG3'd, for as great as of an athlete you are and as awesome as you are, it just takes a couple of those things to stack up on you. I mean, one of those hits that I'm thinking about, and I know you guys have seen all of them, but my gosh, there's one of those where he gets hit and pushed back, and you think the video was doctored.
Yeah.
Like you think there was
brutal.
There was something there. There's no way he flew back that high and that far in the sky. But nonetheless.
And you think that's awareness? Was it against Ole Miss?
I think if you're consistently getting blown up, my guess is you have some situational awareness that, you don't avoid contact well. And as a quarterback, you have to.
Yeah, he needs to, sometimes instead of cutting back in, he needs to just go out of bounds.
I think a lot of that could be controlled by just a mindset of I'm not trying to make the first down here. I'm in the NFL now.
Yeah.
I'm really only going to run if we make the playoffs a lot.
Agreed.
Is he like a 4.4 speed guy, though?
Oh, he's much faster than that. Yeah, he's fast.
Much faster?
He's going to run faster than 4.4 something, yeah.
There's some comps to Lamar Jackson with his game.
Let's go.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the numbers he put up, the raw numbers.
Well, I'm not necessarily dropping Caleb Williams because of the report or any concerns, but as compared to the other guys, I think it should count in your evaluation if you're choosing between those other two.
No doubt.
Like a more athletic Eli Manning, that sounds good. If I can get that in the top 5, I'm going to consider that a win, considering how often quarterback picks bust. I would take
if you
that.
like Herbert, I think Drake May's got a little Justin Herbert in his game. Not quite as strong of an arm, to your point.
Yeah.
But tough as hell. I mean, I saw this dude. He's got a rusher right in his face. He's getting absolutely drilled and delivers a strike for a touchdown. I mean, he's a tough kid. He definitely is more athletic than Eli Manning, but there are some passes where you want to see more decisiveness.
The way I've seen 7 of them. The last guy I saw was a kid named Devin Leary from Kentucky. I was just curious about him. Williams, Daniels, Penix, May, McCarthy, Nix. That's how I would have them right now.
Right on. Well, there you have it. An edition of Football's Finest is in the books. The Expressway coming up next. We will take you commercial free to the top. Proper round trippers coming up at 5:30. Rangers fans in LA Live at 5:40. We'll give you what Jerry and Steve had to say today that's making news at the Senior Bowl next. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hey, I want to chat.